In the afternoon over the vast Dothraki grasslands, the sky was unblemished, and the thriving flora curled under the relentless sun. The breeze rustled through the grass, producing a gentle whisper. The creatures of the grasslands, comfortably nestled in the shade, languidly dozed in the warmth. Only the small rodents ventured out in search of succulent tubers and fruits hidden among the lush foliage, driven by the instinct to evade their predators and satiate their ravenous appetites in the sweltering afternoon. A distant rumbling echoed as the small creatures peered through the grass at the azure sky, perplexed, clutching half-eaten roots in their paws. As the thunderous sounds approached, mingled with barking and the blaring of horns, the vibrations beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced. With a swift motion, the little creature darted back to the safety of its burrow, clutching its find. The commotion startled the napping birds and beasts, and the thunder arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. Curious, the small creature cautiously emerged from its den, eyes wide with trepidation as it surveyed its surroundings. Another wave of muffled sounds, interspersed with human shouts, rolled in from afar. This time, the clamor persisted longer than the first, causing the ground to tremble as if in an earthquake. In the cerulean sky, flocks of startled birds took flight, witnessing two bands of cavalry in a fierce pursuit below. The pounding of hooves through the grass resembled the relentless tide, parting the vast expanse of the plains. The group being pursued numbered around 50 riders, adorned with pointed helmets and red plumes that danced in the wind. Clad in chainmail crafted from tiny interlocking rings, they sparkled under the sun. The lead rider occasionally raised a horn to his lips, signaling his comrades. As the horn fell silent, the riders pivoted in unison, drawing their bows to unleash a volley of arrows. The shafts flew true, striking the rear-mounted riders, who bore no armor, only brightly painted leather garments. Those hit by the arrows fell with muted grunts, and in an instant, over 20 riders tumbled from their mounts. Their comrades, enraged by the loss, retaliated with their own arrows, but the barrage fell ineffectually to the ground, thwarted by the wind. Clearly, the pursuers were the sovereigns of these grasslands, the Dothraki. They resided in a tribe known as Khalasar, led by the mightiest warrior, the Khal. Each Khalasar was divided into factions called Khas, each commanded by a Khal. Upon the Khal's demise, a new Khal would ascend to power, or the Khas would disperse and reassemble a new Khalasar, with former Khals becoming the new Khal. This band of pursuers hailed from the southeastern expanse of the Dothraki grasslands, near the northern banks of the Skahazadin, close to the region of Lazarene, originally belonging to the Khalasar led by Khal Hago. Khal Hago's Khalasar had been decimated in battles with rival Khals, leading to its fragmentation. Khal Hacker commanded his own Khas, descending to plunder the Lazarene. Lacking siege equipment, the Dothraki found themselves powerless against the Lazarene hiding within their towns, resorting to ambushing merchant caravans on the outskirts. Half a month ago, a peculiar caravan was raided, carrying nothing but an abundance of wool. The guards, adorned with red-tipped plumes upon their helmets, had just slain several scouts from the Castley tribe. Haka was poised to lead his roaring warriors to capture their foes and enslave them. The exquisitely armed guards fled with greater speed than the wild dogs of the plains. Ever since the raid on the strange caravan, Haka's roaring warriors dispatched to hunt for prey had begun to vanish one after another. Today, Haka gathered all the Castley and over 3,000 mounted valiant warriors, vowing to capture this band of wretched vermin. Just as he was about to spur his horse into action, awakening from his reverie, a fellow roaring warrior called out, "Haka, those armored men will tire." This reminder brought Haka, consumed by furious rage, back to a semblance of calm. Indeed, those cowardly wretches shall pay for their insolence. I will grind their flesh into paste for the wild dogs. Haka's icy words escaped through clenched teeth. Less than 10 miles from their location, behind a small hillock, Shero sat cross-legged amidst a patch of grass over a meter high, its leaf shielding him from the blazing afternoon sun. He gazed contentedly at the system panel in his mind. The map displayed clusters of red dots, poised to enter a pocket formation marked by white dots. Shero lifted the pointed helmet resting on his lap and donned it upon his head. He mounted his magnificent black steed, grasping the lance planted into the ground. The small red triangular flag fluttered in the wind as he swung the lance, its tip carving an arc through the air, and called out, "Assemble." After Haka and his band of roaring warriors pursued the enemy for another quarter of an hour, they spotted 50 riders scaling a small hill, halting their frantic flight at a distance, so close it was within reach. "Annihilate them," Haka bellowed briefly, leading the charge towards the hill with full speed. Amidst the towering grass, rows of wheelbarrows lay concealed, their sharp lances angled menacingly, waiting to strike at Haka's approaching force. The glinting spearheads resembled the fangs of a venomous serpent, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their prey. The collision occurred instantaneously. The roaring warriors crashed against an invisible wall, their bodies falling amidst a gruesome scene of carnage. Haka was impaled upon a spear, his feeble hands struggling to extricate it from his chest, as dark crimson blood dripped from the shaft onto the grass below. As his life force ebbed away, he felt the vibrant vitality within him dissipate, blood-tinged foam escaping his lips with each labored breath, revealing the spear had penetrated his lung. Behind him, the roaring warriors, obstructed by their fallen comrades, urged their steeds forward in a desperate rush. The warriors in front, witnessing the grim fate of their fellows, slowed down, attempting to maneuver around the chaos, leading to an instant of pandemonium. A mournful horn echoed through the air. The waiting crossbowmen on either side unveiled their concealment, standing tall as they pulled the triggers. The crossbow bolts soared forth with formidable force, piercing through the armor and the thronging roaring warriors. The arrows, imbued with relentless power, penetrated two bodies before quivering at the second. The roars of the warrior echoed as he was pierced by a crossbow bolt. A gaping wound the size of a teacup manifested upon his body, his innards spilling forth from the sanguine abyss. Instinctively, his hands sought to staunch the flow from the gaping void within him. Crimson cascaded through the crevices of his fingers, drenching his exposed flesh as he collapsed silently to the ground. Below him, his steed, driven mad by excruciating pain, reared wildly, heedless of its rider's attempts to regain control, instinctively yearning to flee from this dreadful scene. In the front lines, the crossbowmen donned chainmail beneath their plate armor, their heads crowned with spiked helmets that concealed their faces behind visors, their limbs encased in protective greaves and gauntlets. The only visible features were slender observation slits and breathing holes. The ironclad warriors cast aside their spent bolts, wielding long halberds that glinted ominously, advancing in disciplined formation. A row of heavily armored soldiers, bearing their polearms like a forest, pressed forward resolutely. Behind the heavy crossbowmen stood the archers clad in chainmail underneath leather armor. Under the command of their squad leaders, the archers drew their bows in unison, launching their arrows in a graceful arc that rained down like droplets of rain upon the tumultuous throng of roaring warriors. Chapter 2. The massacre. As the knights on either side commenced their slaughter, Charlotte rode to the summit of the hill, urging his steed onward at a measured pace. Following closely behind him were 250 heavily armored cavalrymen, their iron hoofs transitioning from a slow trot to a gallop, forming a sharp arrowhead with Charlotte as its tip. Charging towards the oncoming roaring warriors. The incline of the hill provided the horses with an exhilarating burst of speed, and the only sound that filled the air was the thunderous rhythm of hoofs striking the ground. With one arm wielding a lance, Charlotte maintained a steady breath, synchronizing his movements with the undulating motion of his steed. The lance, held level, gleamed like a blade as the wind whistled past his ears. In a swift motion, the lance transformed into a streak of light, deftly slicing through the necks of two roaring warriors, their blood erupting like a geyser, creating two arcs of crimson mist. The warriors, in a state of panic, attempted to staunch the flow of their life's essence with their hands, but this was a futile endeavor. As their bodies grew rigid, they fell from their mounts, trampled into a pulp by the passing iron hoofs. Charlotte, leading his heavily armored cavalry, charged into the throng of roaring warriors, who were entangled in a chaotic state of disarray. The cries of humanity facing death, the screams of horses in their final moments, and the clashing of steel resonated in the air. The path left in the wake of the cavalry was strewn with severed limbs and scattered bodies. To the sides, heavily armored polearm soldiers marched in perfect unison, engaging in a fierce confrontation from the onset. The polearm wielders delivered devastating strikes, efficiently reaping the lives of the mounted roaring warriors. Limbs flew, blood sprayed, composing a mournful requiem for the fallen. The light cavalry, having lost their momentum, faced the heavily armored infantry with no choice but to succumb to slaughter. The fierce roaring warriors, with fierce cries, dismounted and brandished their Dothraki curved swords, fearlessly charging towards the encroaching polearm soldiers. For the roaring warriors of the vast Dothraki plains, retreat was an act of shame. To die valiantly was to have one's spirit ride burning steeds across the stars, adorned in painted leather jackets, their chests bare. The roaring warriors wielded their Dothraki swords with every ounce of their strength, striking desperately at the armored soldiers. The swords clashed against armor, igniting sparks, as despair closed in around them. As the massacre progressed, the polearm soldiers gradually encircled the remaining warriors, with archers laying down their longbows to draw their short swords, shields secured on their arms, joining the encirclement. At this moment, Charlotte, alongside his heavily armored knights, ruthlessly trampled through the crowd, weaving through the battlefield and leaving behind a blood-soaked path. The knights who broke through the ranks followed Charlotte down from their horses, the heavy armor thudding against the grass. The cavalry, now transformed into heavy infantry, quickly reformed their ranks around Charlotte. Raising his lance, Charlotte took a few swift steps before hurling it with extraordinary force, bestowing upon it an unrivaled speed that pierced through three of the roaring warriors positioned at the rear. The weight at the lance's end lodged itself in the body of the fallen warriors, dragging them for 2 steps before the lance finally embedded itself into the ground. Their bodies stacked neatly together, propped against the lance. The sight of the 3 roaring warriors meeting their bizarre demise sent shivers through the observing Dothraki. 2 knights presented him with 2 massive swords, each measuring 1 4 meters in length with a 20-centimeter hilt, which Charlotte expertly wielded in each hand. Other knights had already drawn their massive swords, advancing like a wall. The gleaming blades sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting a chilling radiance. The exhilaration from the initial charge invigorated Charlotte, a surge of energy coursing through his chest as he bellowed a battle cry. Without aligning with his knights, he plunged into the enemy ranks alone, standing at 188 meters tall and endowed with a physique honed by evolution. Charlotte wielded the twin swords like the sides of death, with the might of his arms and the sharpness of his blades. Every being that dared to stand before him was cleaved asunder. In a blur of motion, dozens of roaring warriors fell beneath his blades, forming a circle around him. The warriors facing Charlotte let out terrified roars, their fear palpable in the tremor of their voices. As the slaughter continued, the sun began to dip towards the horizon, and Charlotte, drenched in the blood of the Dothraki, erupted into a fit of hearty laughter. Once more he charged into the throng, his twin swords slicing through the Dothraki like grass. Many warriors cleaved in half, crying out in desperation to distance themselves from this demon. Yet, their innards spilled forth as they crawled, leaving a trail of blood-soaked earth behind them, their intestines dragging in grotesque lengths. As the cries of the dying faded into silence, Charlotte stood drenched in the blood of the Dothraki, droplets cascading down his armor to the ground. The sunlight bathed him in a reddish-golden glow, creating a halo around him. In the heart of this chaotic battlefield, an unexpected clearing emerged, with Charlotte at its center, surrounded by a circle of terrified Dothraki, exerting every effort to distance themselves from him. Yet the throng outside pushed them closer. After 2 rounds of merciless carnage, the exhilaration that had simmered in Charlotte's chest began to dissipate, exhaled in a long breath that escaped through the vents of his helmet. He set down his swords and, in the Dothraki tongue, offered them a chance at mercy. At that moment, a panicked and irrational roaring warrior, empty-handed and wailing, charged at Charlotte, his fear rendering his curved sword forgotten. Charlotte did not draw his blades, meeting the charge empty-handed, swiftly grasping the approaching Dothraki by the throat. His powerful grip tightened like an iron band. The warrior's face flushed crimson. Desperately gasping for air, the Dothraki struggled to pry open Charlotte's iron grip, but to no avail. Charlotte lifted him effortlessly. The warrior's legs flailed weakly, terror causing him to lose control over his bodily functions, a foul stench permeating the air. This marked the first tangible attack Charlotte had endured since the battle began. Holding his breath, he propelled the Dothraki warrior forward, sending him crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The impact left the struck individual shattered, bones broken, blood foaming from his mouth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 3. The Setting Sun. Who else? Who else? Charlotte bellowed, surveying his surroundings with a voice that echoed across the battlefield. Under his fierce gaze, the Dothraki retreated in unison, none daring to meet his eyes, and silence fell over the battlefield. Then, his soldiers raised a unified cheer of victory. The faith of the Dothraki could not conquer their fear of death. As the first weapon clattered to the ground, the remaining roaring warriors cast aside their arms and prostrated themselves. Charlotte surveyed the scene with a proud demeanor, the golden rays of the setting sun enveloping him in a shroud of glory. Thanks to the cunning of the ambush and the superiority of armor, none of his warriors had suffered injury or death. This was the stark difference between those clad in armor and those unprotected. In any historical conflict, trained armored warriors often decimated their unarmored adversaries. Camel, take the cavalry and bring back the elderly, the weak, and the slaves of the Dothraki. Yes, my lord Aslan. Camel, robust and formidable, stood at 1.8 meters tall, with sharp, piercing eyes, and was typically responsible for training the mounted archers. Kedro, prepare the battlefield for the camp. Yes, my lord Aslan. Kedro, towering at 2 meters, donned his armor like a bear, commanding the heavy infantry. John Mateo, tasked with vigilance. Yes, my lord Aslan. John Mateo, well-proportioned and strong at 1.85 meters, possessed a keen gaze and exceptional archery skills. Having given their commands, they each set forth into action. The heavy cavalry dismounting and joining with the mounted archers, galloping towards the approaching Dothraki. Under Charlotte's command were 5 heroes. This time, while attacking the Dothraki stronghold, he brought 3 with him, leaving the other 2 to guard Aslan Fortress. These knights and heroes were endowed with their own thoughts, unlike mere automatons. They retained memories from their upbringing, and the loyalty bestowed upon them by the system bound them to Charlotte. Should Charlotte unreasonably command them to slay their own kin, they would certainly rebel. At that moment, as the sun set, the prairie was enveloped in a golden stillness, the distant mountains draped in the hues of dusk, while clouds, once as pure as milk, transformed into flames of crimson. Removing his helmet, Charlotte sat cross-legged upon a small hill, gazing at the twilight sky and murmuring, "How beautiful." The evening breeze wafted away the lingering scent of bloodshed from the day's fierce battles. A notification from the system chimed, announcing a perfect ambush victory, awarding him 320 honor points and a chance for a lottery draw. System message. You have perfectly avenged a provocation against you. No one can oppress you. Should anyone dare, they must first inquire about your mighty sword. Charlotte's heart soared with joy. Honor points could be exchanged for various resources in the system marketplace. And the lottery held the promise of treasures. Honor points were relatively easier to acquire, gained through completing the system's sporadic tasks. While the lottery provided but one opportunity each year, the system's generosity this time led him to wonder if it was encouraging him to be more ruthless. Focusing his thoughts on the system panel in his mind, he noted, Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, population, 8320 military strength, Castle Guard 256, Heavy Knights 1505. Heavy Infantry 3005, Elite Longbowmen 3004, Elite Mounted Archers 3504 Heroes, Camel Aslan, male, Kedro Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, John Mateo Aslan, male. Heroes annual costs, 150 gold, 645 gold, 535 gold, 430 gold. Warhorse maintenance 2 gold annually. Equipment repair, weapons, and mounts are additional. Skills, extraordinary physique. Multilingual proficiency, map awareness, 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, horsemanship, spear combat, and hand-to-hand combat. Beginner to extraordinary proficiency, treasures, Aslan Fortress, system manifestation. Universal Textile Factory, human operated. 100 units of materials. Terrain modification card, Oasis 20 hectares. Terrain modification card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters. Little sun disk, placed high to absorb sunlight, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless water jug contains 503 days worth of water. Honor points, 320 wealth. 55625 gold lottery. One chance. Upon reviewing the panel, Charlotte sighed deeply, reflecting on how he ended up in the Red Wastes. 5 years prior, he had traversed into this desolate realm as a frail high school student, desperately hungry and parched. To survive, he needed to activate the system, which required materializing a fortress. The fortress served as the system's external entity. Once manifested, it could not be moved. Tragedy struck as Charlotte began his journey in the hellish landscape of the Red Wastes, toiling for 5 years to attain this modest achievement. Below the hill, the knights were guarding the captives and clearing the battlefield. They dealt with the wounded and dying Dothraki, occasionally delivering a final blow. The once unruly roving warriors began collecting the Dothraki curved swords that once belonged to them and placed them on a nearby cart, engaging in tasks typically reserved for children. The system lacked storage capabilities. Supplies and equipment had to be transported via carts and horses. Charlotte had no intention of letting the Dothraki's dilapidated weapons go to waste. He planned to sell them to the Lazalan, as even the smallest ant is still meat. In this medieval-like world, iron was not cheap. With the sweltering heat, he feared that the corpses might incite disease, especially as they intended to camp here for the night. Charlotte ordered the captives to dig a large pit, into which they would dispose of the fallen warriors, covering them with earth afterward. The surviving warhorses were pulled aside, and salt was mixed with water to replenish their strength after a day of vigorous galloping. The Dothraki were adept at horse breeding. Their steeds were notably large and robust. Perhaps the weaker ones had been consumed by their own kind. The warhorses of this batch were alert and stable, suitable for battle. Charlotte had previously struggled to understand why the Dothraki did not raise other animals until he beheld the vast grasslands. With such astonishingly fertile prairies, there was an abundance of herbivores, and correspondingly, numerous carnivores. The labor and risks associated with herding sheep were considerably greater than those for horses. Horses were larger and quicker than cattle, and in the tall, dense grass, they were less likely to go missing, with a greater chance of escaping predators. Charlotte's mind wandered, imagining if this land could be cultivated, how prosperous it could become. The drought-stricken Red Waste had filled him with envy and rage. The injured horses were also well cared for, and once healed, they could serve as draft animals. The carcasses were skinned, and the hides were set aside for when Camille returned with the elderly and slaves to process them. Horsemeat was placed in a large iron pot, along with edible wild vegetables and a handful of salt to simmer. Soon, under the watchful eyes and whips of the knights, the Dothraki captives cleared a patch of land. They constructed a makeshift camp using wooden stakes from the carts and the dismantled cartboards. Chapter 4. The stars above as night fell. The sky above the vast grasslands sparkled with stars, and several bonfires were lit within the camp. Surrounding the flames were sturdy, well-erected leather tents. The knights formed teams, holding torches as they patrolled the encampment, with several makeshift watchtowers erected around its perimeter. Within the camp, 2 enclosures of varying sizes were surrounded by wooden railings. The smaller enclosure held the defeated Dothraki warriors, numbering less than 1,000, all bound by coarse ropes. During dinner, they were given no food, only a small amount of water, their thirst unbearable as they were tied together in groups of 10. In the evening, Charlotte presented them with two choices: serve him for 5 years to gain their freedom, or receive a dagger. The terror of the bloody slaughter they had witnessed compelled them to choose servitude. Tonight, with a glimmer of hope for the future, they remained relatively subdued. Of course, Charlotte would not inform them that their labor would involve mining in the Red Wastes, where few who survived beyond 5 years had been seen. Indeed, the Red Waste harbored iron mines with 4 open-pit sites. Utilizing his map knowledge, Charlotte had searched long and hard in the vast wilderness before discovering Bone City, which contained a spring. The other 3 sites, Whip City, Scorpion City, and Spider City, had been abandoned due to depleted springs and scarce supplies, and Charlotte had not fortified them. These 4 cities had once fallen to the Dothraki, and now remained uninhabited. In recent years, Shero has sent the captured mountain bandits, horse thieves, robbers, mercenaries, and slave catchers to Bone City for mining. The difficulty of escaping from the vast desert mine is evident. In a large clearing, there are the women and children of the Dothraki. The elders have all been abandoned. The women of the plains willingly submit to their conquerors. Among them are slaves captured during raids, the majority of whom are Zalazaran taken in recent times, prepared by the Dothraki to be sold in Meereen to the so-called Great Masters. As Cammer leads this group back at dusk, when the sunlight has nearly faded, a system prompt chimes. Task, as a just and benevolent lord. How can one allow the use of slaves? They must be liberated. Reward, 20 honor points. Standing atop a mound, Shero proclaims their freedom. Those with a destination may leave as they wish, and those without will be given work. His voice, accompanied by the flag bearing the emblem of a great eastern dragon with a red background and black patterns, resonates in the evening breeze, echoing throughout the area. Beneath the flag, Shero's visage is revealed, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose and thin lips, a face akin to a crown jewel, and untamed black hair flowing like a lion's mane in the wind. His tall and robust form, clad in armor stained with the remnants of battle, stands out. The fading light casts a glow behind him, his dark eyes resembling a deep spring gazing upon them like a deity. With the evolution of the system, as his physique has improved, Shero's appearance has become increasingly perfect, drawing his own attention whenever he catches a glimpse of himself in the mirror. However, this striking beauty has its advantages. It earns him the loyalty of his subordinates in the favor of strangers, giving him a head start in gaining goodwill. Throughout history, the allure of beauty has been pervasive. Frequently, he travels to the Laza region to procure wool, and most of the newly liberated Zalazaran recognize Shero's banner. They bow deeply before him, their faces flushed with emotion, tears streaming down as they express their overwhelming joy and gratitude, their voices a chorus of praise for Aslan, chanting, "Praise Aslan." Upon hearing Shero speak, these slaves, who had long endured the ravages of the Dothraki, are filled with astonishment and joy, calling out their praises for Shero in various languages. Task completed. Reward, 20 honor points. 4, 320 free people liberated. As the cool night breeze envelopes him, Shero reclines with his hands behind his head, gazing at the star-studded sky. The wind rustles through the grass, reminiscent of waves lapping against the shore. In the distance, wild dogs, drawn by the lingering scent of blood from the day, hover anxiously near the glow of the campfire, occasionally howling at the full moon. The moonlight drapes like a gossamer veil over the grassy expanse, the treetops, and the mounds. At night, tiny insects flit about, dancing among the grass blades, their delicate noses savoring the fragrant aroma of the verdant foliage. In this serene yet vibrant tableau, the heaviness brought by the day's violence gradually dissipates. Soon, the aroma of food wafts through the air. Cagello, still clad in armor, approaches with a heavy tread, carrying 2 wooden platters. "My lord, dinner is ready." Sitting up, Shero receives the platter, blowing gently on the meat broth before tasting it. He adds crushed black pepper and sugar, the scent becoming rich and inviting. He grabs a piece of oat bread, dipping it into a jar of honey, savoring the sweetness as he chews. The delightful flavors of the broth and bread flooding his senses with happiness. "Well done. This tastes fantastic. Will you keep watch through the night?" "It is my honor to serve you." "Yes, I will keep watch, my lord. If there are no further instructions, I shall go on my rounds," Cagello replies. "That will be all. Go ahead. Ensure the freedmen are organized into groups of 30 by each pot, to receive food for their own cooking." The liberated men, having trekked through the day in pursuit of the roaring warriors, had consumed only a meager porridge of rye and wild vegetables for breakfast, and by noon had eaten nothing else, leaving them ravenous. Their eyes fixated on those cooking, following the movement of the chef's hands as the iron pot of horsemeat, rye, and wild vegetables stirred, releasing a rich aroma. The scent wafted through the air, stirring the hunger of every freedman, while the younger children watched with tear-filled eyes. As the chef added a pinch of salt and stirred, he called out, "Form a line." Instantly, the crowd around him formed a crooked queue, with children squeezed in the middle, crying out in excitement. As the chef ladled out portions, he began boiling another pot. "Thank you, my lord." For the food you have bestowed upon us, the freedmen murmured softly, their eyes glistening with emotion as they ate. After all, before their enslavement, opportunities to taste food seasoned with salt and meat were rare. Wild vegetables and husks had been their usual fare. In stark contrast to the jubilant freedmen, the Dothraki warriors, bound and deprived, were in a far more pitiful state. Sniffing the fragrant air, they squirmed like caterpillars, yearning to draw nearer to the enticing aroma. After the meal, everyone rested, lulled by the sounds of soft snoring, while only the armored soldiers maintained vigilance until their shifts were over to ensure everyone's safety. Before bed, Shero patrolled the area, leaving behind a reminder to stay alert through the night. The soldiers resolutely answered, "Rest assured, my lord." Chapter 5. The return journey in the early morning. While the dew still clung to the grass, the soldiers, freedmen, and captives formed a long, sinuous line, winding through the green carpet and hills. On either side, archers on horseback soared past, ever watchful. 2 days had passed since leaving the ambush site. The troop was nearing the end of the Great Grass Sea, entering the Laza region where the hilly terrain began to emerge. A gentle stream meandered between the hills, and the world was no longer just a sea of green. Unknown flowers blossomed along the banks, releasing a sweet fragrance that attracted bees and butterflies, who busily feasted on the nectar. Despite the favorable pastures here, the Zalazaran dared not graze their herds due to the proximity of the Great Grass Sea. The area remained sparsely populated. As they marched, the red and black dragon banner fluttered in the wind. In the age of cold steel, banners were essential for commanding troops in battle. During the march, soldiers lined up in long rows, requiring banners to indicate the direction, lest the rear ranks lagged behind. It also served as a means of identification. Wearing a black cowboy hat and a fitted linen lining beneath a red and black woolen high-collared coat, Shero sported khaki riding pants and a belt adorned with golden buckles. His tall figure mounted upon a black warhorse named Wujue. His impressive stature and handsome features elevate the medieval aesthetic to modern standards. This outfit is inspired by costumes worn by actors from his previous life. Truly, the flamboyance is striking, and for the unworldly Zalazaran, it is a tremendous shock. Behind him, John Mateo is similarly attired in a red and black outfit, lagging half a horse length behind, gesturing at a map. Due to his heavy build, Cagello can only sit in the rear wagon, tasked with guarding the armor and supplies. Long-distance marching with armor is excessively burdensome for both the horses and the men, so throughout the journey, only the archers would don their armor in 3 rotating teams to serve as scouts. My lord, 80 miles ahead lies a village called Radon, inhabited by Zalazaran. 80 miles? Just in time for lunch, we shall rest there. As they traversed under the blazing sun, the hills revealed a vast expanse of red maple forests, with low-thatched cottages nestled within, camouflaged by the vibrant foliage. The ground and rooftops were carpeted with fallen red leaves, glowing brightly under the sun's rays. The village of Rotting, in Zalazaran tongue, translates to Red Village. Flowing through the red maple woods is a tributary of the Skazadan River, its emerald waters winding gracefully through the hilly landscape. Surrounded by the village, flocks of sheep grazed among the hills and woodlands, foraging for tender green shoots along the riverbanks. The Lazalan people, who were semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural, collected maple syrup and traveled to towns to trade with merchants for essential supplies. The cavalry remained vigilant, preparing to set out once the sun's intensity diminished, dispatching scouts to seize the high ground and maintain constant watch over their surroundings. Atop the hills, beneath the sunshade erected by the free people, Charlo sat comfortably on a stool. A middle-aged Lazalan man trembled as he knelt before Charlo, his face a mixture of excitement, reverence, and gratitude. May the supreme god bless, and the great Lord Aslan reign. This village, hidden within the maple forest, had evaded the notice of the Dothraki, with only a few unfortunate souls who had ventured out to tend to their flocks being captured and enslaved. Upon being rescued by Charlo and returned to freedom, they fervently spread tales of Lord Aslan's benevolence. By the river, women of the free folk gathered twigs, drew water, and set up pots, soon sending up wisps of fragrant smoke as they prepared lunch. The men unloaded the carts from their draft horses, bringing them to the river for a drink, while the soldiers busily washed the dust from their war horses. A scene of bustling activity unfolded. After departing from Rotting Village, following 4 days of marching and exchanging supplies with passing villages, they had handled the spoils of the Dothraki with minimal disturbance, as free folk gradually left in pairs. Nearly 2,000 free men and women, whose homes had been pillaged, now had nowhere to return. Task: resettle free folk. Reward: 20 honor points. Charlo planned to expand the outpost village near the Red Wastes, which had originally served as a supply station for his caravan traversing the desolate terrain. Upon discovering an open coal mine 50 miles southeast of the outpost, Charlo arranged for the system's subjects to harvest coal and store it in the outpost village. He aimed to convert the area where his followers would live into a burgeoning outpost town. The original outpost featured a spring, now constructed into a well, Nestled between two small mountain ranges, the outpost village was adorned with verdant trees and granite. Streams converged into two small rivers, their crystal-clear waters flowing past the village. The banks were thick with thickets, and the soil proved fertile enough for farming and grazing after some leveling and channel digging. Once items were exchanged for honor points. Resources would only materialize at Aslan Castle, requiring livestock to transport them to the outpost village. Similarly, treasures from the lottery would manifest at the castle. Charlot dispatched a team of elite scouts carrying endless water flasks back to Aslan Castle, delivering letters to Anya, asking her to arrange for supplies to be sent. Perusing the system's marketplace, he began to exchange for 500 sturdy oxen, honor points, 150 each, 100 plows, honor points, 1,100 each, 120 tons of flour, honor points, 110 tons. 500 sets of farming tools, honor points, 1,100 sets, 6 tons of salted jerky, honor points, 115 tons, various high-yield seeds, including grapevines and nutrient-rich grass seeds, as well as fertilizers, spending 250 gold. As Charlot gazed at his 360 honor points, an impulsive urge to spend overcame him. Soldiers could be enhanced through extensive training or by expending honor points for rapid improvement. He initiated enhancements for 50 elite longbowmen and 50 sharpshooters, 45 points each, alongside 50 elite mounted archers and 50 vanguard riders, 45 points each. As the enhancements progressed, the physiques of the soldiers beneath their garments grew more robust, their combat skills replaying in their minds. Their new armor and weapons would also materialize at the castle, requiring a return to Aslan Castle to collect them. Recruiting 260 new soldiers, a group emerged from the castle, accompanied by their families, each soldier bringing along 6 to 7 relatives, increasing the populace by 1950. The system initiated a lottery, and a chest shimmered with golden light in Charlot's mind, opening with a tremor to reveal an object resembling a flashlight. You have acquired a universal material cutter, maximum cutting length, 5 meters, energy, 100 months, host, Charlot Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle. Protector of the free folk at the outpost town, wealth, 55, 375 gold subjects, system subjects, 10, 305, free folk, 1, 985 military strength, castle guards, 256. Heavily armored knights, 1, 505, heavy infantry, 3,005, sharpshooters, 505, vanguard riders, 505, elite longbowmen, 2, 504, elite mounted archers, 3,004, new recruits, 260 heroes, Camel Aslan male, Kajello Aslan male, Anya Aslan female, Roland Aslan male, John Mateo Aslan male, heroic costs, 150 gold per year, 645 gold per year, 535 gold per year, 430 gold per year, with horse maintenance at 2 gold per year. Additional costs for equipment maintenance and weaponry are separate. Skills, extraordinary physique, proficient in languages. Map awareness, 100 miles, mastery in swordsmanship, horsemanship, spear techniques, and hand-to-hand combat. Beginner-level mastery is extraordinary. Treasures, Aslan Castle, system materialization. Universal Textile Processing Factory manual. With ample materials for 100 spindles, terrain modification cards, oasis, 20 hectares, terrain modification cards, lake, depth 5 meters, with 50 meters, length 100 meters. Sun disk, placed at heights to absorb sunlight, with a coverage radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30 degrees, endless water flask, contains water for 503 days. Universal material cutter, maximum cutting length, 5 meters, energy, 100 months. Chapter 6. The outpost town. Time flew, and 3 months had passed since Charlot arrived at the outpost town. Under the assistance of the system subjects, the free folk dug channels and used the excavated soil to construct several brick kilns, producing a considerable quantity of bricks. Due to the iron content in the soil, the bricks appeared bluish when doused with water during firing, while the tiles emerged red when directly pulled from the kiln. Utilizing these bricks along with adhesives from the system's marketplace, they erected rows of 2-story dwellings in alternating shades of blue, white, and red. The town was laid out in a grid pattern, with a square building constructed from mountain granite at its center, measuring 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. Circular arrow towers adorned each corner, and the castle followed a tiered layout, with balconies on each level. With the universal material cutter, cutting granite became a breeze. Plans were set to build a 3rd story, the first for town administration and meetings, the second for storing weapons and equipment, and the third as Charlot's residence, with construction currently reaching the rooftop of the 1st level. The system's craftsmen produced colorful, fragile glass for windows. For someone who had not completed high school, Charlot only knew that glass was derived from quartz sand at high temperatures. Beyond that, He left it to the subjects to explore and discover. The vibrant glass illuminated the buildings beautifully, while the granite walls kept the hallways refreshingly cool. In the upper left corner of the grid was the blacksmith shop and smelting furnace. To the upper right was the Universal Textile Processing Factory, with the military camp situated between them. Residential areas flanked either side, with a warehouse in the lower left corner and a winemaking workshop in the lower right, while the central area served as a trade zone. Indeed, Charlot had relocated the Universal Textile Processing Factory to the outpost town, as the oasis proved too limited in size and inconvenient for raw material replenishment. A wall was constructed along the contours of the mountain, with a granite foundation topped by a circle of blue bricks forming the city walls. Circular enclosed arrow towers were built against the walls, which were 3 meters thick and displayed an irregular height, rising and falling dramatically. The lower white and upper blue walls followed the mountain's incline, creating an imposing and grand sight. The entire outpost town has been constructed to accommodate a population of 50,000. Upon the completion of the town's walls, a system notification sounded. Ding. You have built a town. Reward, 300 honor points. The station's soldiers comprise 106 castle guards, 505 heavy knights, 1,005 armored sergeants, 255 sharpshooters, 255 vanguard cavalry, 1,004 elite archers, 1,004 elite rangers, and 1,302 veterans, totaling a defensive force of 540 soldiers. The mayor is Roland Aslan, and the commander of the warriors is Camille Aslan. The soldiers, accompanied by their families and over 5,000 system-designated craftsmen's families, have settled into the outpost town. Over the past 3 months, the tales of Lord Aslan's benevolence and valor have spread throughout the Raza region, attracting more Raza people seeking refuge. The system citizens, the free folk, and the Raza people seeking sanctuary, along with trade caravans, have made the outpost less desolate. In the trading area, lively negotiations and bartering are taking place, with merchants of various accents gesticulating excitedly amidst the clamor. Golden and silver glimmers are exchanged among the traders. Charlotte stands on the city wall, gazing at the landscape beyond. The former confluence of rivers has now transformed into a lake, as the citizens build embankments on the 2 small rivers, widening and deepening the confluence. The crystalline waters flow into the lake and through the canals, nourishing the heavily plowed fields. The wheat fields, delineated by the canals, are lush and vibrant, currently in the flowering phase, with delicate white blooms nestled among the green leaves, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Adjacent to the wheat fields are sprawling pastures adorned with purple flowering alfalfa, thriving robustly due to the deep plowing. Short-term legumes are planted alongside the pastures. Under the guidance of the system citizens, the free folk joyfully harvest the forage with sickles, while the pasture land is recultivated by herdsmen using horse and oxen plows, enriched with manure. By the lake, a mill has been constructed with a white windmill that towers magnificently in the reflection of the water. In the distance, wooden enclosures house sheep, horses, and cattle, where the free folk use pitchforks to fill troughs with forage and scoop beans favored by the livestock with wooden spoons. Young girls in the cattle pen delicately milk the cows, their rosy faces illuminated with joy. Each person is busily and methodically engaged in their tasks. At this moment, in the temple of the Raza people, 2 figures are discussing Charlotte in a candlelit sanctuary. Have you gathered sufficient information? Who is this Lord Aslan? I only know he frequently visits the Raza region to purchase wool from our people. The highest deity's lambs say he has thousands of armored knights, and it is said that Lord Aslan has striking black hair and eyes, and is exceptionally handsome, dressed in splendid attire. Does he harbor ill will towards us? The lambs say he is both valiant and merciful. Where is his stronghold? Near the Red Wasteland. There is a town named Outpost Town. Recently, many of our kin have gone there seeking his protection. Merchants passing through say he is just. The respondent swallowed hard, however. It is rumored that his true stronghold lies within the Red Wasteland. The questioner, taken aback, replied, The Red Wasteland? Nonsense. That place is only barren and death. The respondent respectfully bowed. May the highest deity bless us, and grant wisdom to the high priest. Keep a watchful eye on their movements. I will now pray. With that, the high priest of the Raza gestured and knelt before the sacred relic of the highest deity, whispering prayers. As the conversation concluded, a notification sounded for Charlotte. Ding. Your valor and kindness are widely celebrated in the Raza region. Reward, 300 honor points. Surprised, Charlotte gazed at the system panel, pondering the significance of such generous honor points. Without hesitation, she spent the honor points to recruit 600 new soldiers. Ding. Increased population by 4,250, the system announced, indicating that there are now 555 system citizens and 210 free folk. Lord, a voice called from afar, revealing a stout figure with a prominent belly rushing towards her. Huh, Roland. You have finally arrived. I am free from those tedious administrative tasks. Charlotte exclaimed joyfully. Roland, please come closer, he replied, exasperated. Good afternoon, my lord. Chapter 7. Sherry as dawn broke, the tower bells chimed, and Sherry stirred beneath her soft cashmere blanket. Groggily, she sat up, her silky black hair slightly tousled. Shaking her small head, a tuft of hair stood upright, bobbing as she moved. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, her large orbs and pert little nose, framed by her rosy cheeks, came to life. Long lashes glistened with moisture as she yawned. Noticing her dormitory mate, Bonnie, still buried under the covers, Sherry swiftly leaped to her feet. Her legs finding the wooden slippers beside her bed, she shuffled over to her friend's side and gently prodded. Bonnie, wake up. Bonnie grumbled incoherently yet remained motionless. Observing her slumbering friend, Sherry resolved to employ her secret weapon. She positioned herself at the foot of Bonnie's bed, grasped the covers, and yanked them off with a swift motion. Without her blanket, Bonnie squirmed and emitted a series of muffled sounds. Wake up. We must wash our faces and brush our teeth before breakfast. Today's breakfast features your favorite, baked egg tarts, Sherry declared, tidying her own bed in the process. Baked egg tarts. Baked egg tarts. Bonnie murmured sleepily while swallowing hard at the prospect. If you don't get up now, there won't be any left. Sherry added teasingly. At this, Bonnie jolted awake. No. The delicious egg tarts. With a swift motion, she leapt out of bed. On the pebble path of the dormitory area, Bonnie grasped Sherry's hand, urging her to hurry, quickly. The tasty egg tarts await. Sherry shook her head but quickened her pace. How did you know there would be egg tarts today? Bonnie inquired. I cleaned the little cafeteria yesterday, and Aunt Sherry informed me. Apparently, Lord Aslan has recently received a large shipment of palm sugar, and the storeroom is nearly full. He instructed the kitchen to prepare more desserts, Sherry explained. Bonnie's eyes sparkled with delight. So, there will be egg tarts for a while? Long live Lord Aslan, she cried, her face radiant. The two young girls giggled and chattered along the way, drawing smiles from passers-by. The little cafeteria is designated for children without parents, providing meals for them. The outpost town's trade caravans often bring back orphans. After breakfast, Bonnie, her belly full, waddled along with her feet turned outward, occasionally smacking her lips in delight at the meal. Sherry, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Enough. Lady Anya said we must be dignified as young ladies, not act like those raucous boys. Upon hearing Sherry's words, Bonnie straightened up. What is our task today? Sherry, upon hearing the question, sighed and rubbed her forehead. Did you not check the task board yesterday? Bonnie chuckled sheepishly. Well, I went for extra archery practice. Hee, I aspire to be a knight like Lady Anya, she mused. Then added, Lady Anya is truly remarkable. Sherry nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lady Anya is the best. But remember, your math class is barely passing. How do you expect to become like Lady Anya? At this remark, Bonnie looked as though struck by lightning, stammering. I truly, having exerted herself to no avail. With a sorrowful visage and cries echoing in the air, she lamented the formidable nature of mathematics, exclaiming its difficulty. Listening to the anguished wails of her friend, she quickly shifted the subject, stating that they were to assist in milking cows at the ranch in the morning, as the caravan was busier than usual. They would not have classes in the afternoon but would help inventory supplies at the warehouse. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Bonnie's eyes at the mention of no math class, her excitement palpable. However, the ominous voice from nearby informed them that the math class had been rescheduled for after dinner, rendering Bonnie momentarily speechless. Observing her friend's disheartened expression, she burst into laughter, her petite frame shaking with mirth. The morning at the ranch was serene, with fluffy clouds adorning the sky and warm sunlight bathing the landscape. The cows, let out of their stalls, grazed peacefully on the lush grass, with droplets of succulent grass juice occasionally slipping from their mouths. With utmost seriousness, Sherry gently squeezed the milk from the cows, filling the bucket beneath her. Soon, the bucket brimmed with the fresh white liquid, and she lifted it to pour into a larger container, standing on a nearby wooden ladder to reach. Milk products require careful preservation, necessitating heating and sterilization to create cheese. The cows were milked 3 times a day, and all the children in the outpost were required to lend a hand. The most comfortable time to complete the milking was before the sun reached its zenith, as the afternoon and evening sessions proved to be the most exhausting. At just 9 years old, Sherry harbored a secret deep within her heart. She secretly admired the Lord and aspired to be like Lady Anya, always at the Lord's side. Consequently, she endeavored to emulate Lady Anya's demeanor and actions, hoping to achieve excellence and remain close to the Lord. Before the sun became overly harsh, the milking was completed. The outpost was home to 200 cows, with 900 currently producing milk, 500 in their peak lactation period and 400 in the dry period. Cows in peak production yielded approximately 40 kilograms of milk daily, while those in the dry period produced around 10 kilograms, summing to 24 tons each day. The townsfolk consumed about 8 tons of fresh milk daily, with a ratio of fresh milk to powdered milk being roughly 8-1. After concluding their work at the ranch, the two sisters, hand in hand, returned to their dormitory to rest. In the early days of the outpost's establishment, the accommodations were sparse, leading to the two sharing a room, unlike later residents who were assigned to share with four. Their room contained 2 small wardrobes, filled with garments provided by the Lord, alongside those bought with the sisters' saved pocket money. The currency of the Essos continent was measured by the weight and purity of gold and silver. A pound of gold with 22 purity could be exchanged for 20 pounds of silver coins, while a pound of silver could be traded for 4 heifers or 25 bulls. The weights of gold and silver coins varied across regions, necessitating astute calculations in trade. For instance, in Westeros, 1 pound of gold was equivalent to 72 gold dragons. This exchange method was prevalent in the free trade city-states, thanks to Braavos' lending practices across trade cities and the continent of Westeros. A unified currency facilitated prosperous trade. However, it also allowed Braavos to monopolize the minting of gold coins. For example, in Westeros, 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, 1, 470 copper stars, 11, 760 copper pennies, and 23, 520 copper plates. Such a stark disparity between gold dragons and copper plates highlighted a severe economic imbalance. Compounded by an entrenched system and the Stark family's millennia-long rule in the north, raising questions about its legitimacy. The right to mint gold coins was seized, while taxes needed to be converted into gold coins to settle debts, widening the gap between gold dragons and silver coins. This ruthless financial system led many citizens to bankruptcy, transforming King's Landing into a refugee camp and causing the Lannister family's gold to flow out in abundance, rendering even the richest gold mines futile. This mirrored the current state of a certain powerful nation, which, by controlling the currency for trade settlements, held dominion over the world. In the afternoon, Sherry and Bonnie arrived at the warehouse district, where a grand longhouse-style warehouse stood, and a line of 4-wheeled carts awaited outside. 2 imposing draft horses stood at the front, chewing on their bits and occasionally snorting as they patiently awaited their load. The 2 small figures darted through the line of carts, reaching the warehouse door. "Uncle Shuck! Uncle Shuck!" They called out in unison, their voices ringing clear behind a burly man. Shuck, with a sun-kissed complexion and a rugged face adorned with a dense beard, appeared amiable yet astute. "Ah, Sherry, Bonnie, you are here to help today?" he exclaimed, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. He handed them a record sheet for inventory, instructing them to verify the outgoing goods while producing 2 handfuls of dried dates from his pocket for the girls. "Thank you, Uncle Shuck. Thank you," they both replied politely. "Daughters are truly a blessing. Unlike my 2 rascally sons, who only care for riding and swordplay, their handwriting is atrocious, and their arithmetic is as wooden as their heads." Shuck lamented. "Not at all. Young Shuck is the most valiant in class, excelling in mounted combat." Sherry complimented earnestly. Bonnie, with dried dates in her mouth, nodded in agreement, albeit somewhat indistinctly. As the empty carts dwindled in number, the sun dipped lower in the sky. The horse-drawn carts featured a steering mechanism for ease of navigation, and the axle was fitted with precision steel ball bearings acquired through the system, allowing for effortless movement and reducing the horse's burden. As the last cart filled with goods departed, Sherry and Bonnie compared their lists, wiping the sweat from their brows. Once they confirmed accuracy, they each signed their names in the designated area. Approaching Shuck, who was conversing with the warehouse guard, they announced, "Uncle Shuck, the inventory has been verified, and we have signed it." "Well done, Sherry and Bonnie. Go eat and take a break. I hear you have classes tonight as well," Shuck praised, taking the list from them and handing out 2 more handfuls of dried dates. "Thank you, Uncle Shuck. Thank you." They bowed in gratitude. Watching the cheerful figures of the 2 girls scamper away, Shuck remarked to the warehouse guard, "Daughters truly are a treasure." The young guard nodded in agreement, rubbing his hands together and addressing Shuck. "Sir, have you had a chance to review my transfer request?" Shuck turned with a smile, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your transfer has been approved. Make sure to say your goodbyes to your family tonight, and come early tomorrow morning, equipped with your armor and weapons." The young guard leaped for joy upon hearing the news, shouting, "Long live the Lord." "Thank you, Sir Shuck." Meanwhile, far away in the Aslan castle within the Red Wastes, Charlotte sat at the head of a long table, slicing steak while listening to Anya's report on administrative matters. Anya, possessing striking black almond-shaped eyes, a serious demeanor, a well-defined nose, and ruby-red lips resembling a diamond, had long, willow-like eyebrows and glossy black hair styled elegantly at the back of her head. Her slender, proportional figure bore a striking resemblance to the movie star Anya Taylor-Joy from a past life. Despite her delicate appearance, she was a formidable force, excelling in martial prowess and disguise techniques, rivaling the faceless men of Braavos. Anya, with a slightly hoarse and languid voice, remarked, Our Aslan Trading Company has established commercial stations in various regions of Essos, including Mir, Tyrosh, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Pintos, and Bravos. In the outskirts of King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, we have erected a colossal trading town and collaborated with local noble families to conduct bulk trade through agents. Tyrosh, situated on the stepstones in the Narrow Sea, is rich in trade of dyes and pigments derived from 3 varieties of colorful snails. The stepstones are teeming with pirates, leading to speculation that they may be the hidden hand of Tyrosh. Volantis, positioned at the mouth of the Roine River, boasts a bountiful delta shaped by the river's currents. With a formidable navy and a standing army of 100,000 controlling the lower Roine and the Saffron River. However, internal strife is rampant, with the Tiger and Elephant factions frequently embroiled in conflict. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters comprises Mir, Lys, and Volantis, with Mir being a coastal city nestled in Mir Bay, while Tyrosh and Lys are island cities, with Lys located along the shipping routes of the Summer Sea. The area between Mir and Lys is often a battleground, rife with mercenary companies. Pintos, located in the central bay of the western Essos coastline, enjoys a thriving trade economy. But governance is fragmented among several governors, rendering the city militarily weak after a past defeat by Bravos, which has constrained its military might. The former ruler of the city has been relegated to serving the governors for sacrificial purposes, suggesting that the governors may be under the influence of Bravosi interests. According to intelligence gathered by our spies, the lords of Mir, envious of our trade profits, are currently plotting to impose increased port usage taxes on us. Anya articulated with clarity. Charlo set down his knife and fork, savoring the beef in his mouth, before lifting a glass of red wine and downing its contents in one gulp. He placed the empty glass down and wiped his mouth with a napkin from the edge of his plate, inquiring about the likelihood of those hyenas, who reek of decay, tearing up their contracts. Would they resort to assassination as a means of intimidation? Anya asked. Charlo stroked his chin, contemplating. Not yet. Let's closely monitor who initiates this proposal and investigate further. Something feels amiss. He furrowed his brow, adding, logically, our trade has also brought commercial revenue to Mir, benefiting both parties. Moreover, we have a signed contract. If they breach it, it provides me with the perfect excuse to deal decisively with those wretched slave masters. A maid, standing by the long table, approached with gentle movements to refill Charlot's glass with red wine, expertly removing the empty plate before bowing and retreating. Charlo raised his glass, swirling the crimson liquid, inhaling its aroma before taking a sip. He turned his neck and requested, Anya, could you please massage my shoulders? Of course, my lord, she replied. Her delicate hands, cool and fair, kneading his shoulders, bringing him immense comfort. Charlo sighed in delight, exclaiming his appreciation. Chapter 9, System Update. As Charlo reveled in Anya's service, he observed the system panel in his mind. After the construction of the outpost walls and the recruitment of 600 new soldiers, the system indicated it was in an update state. 5 days had passed. Today marked the 6th anniversary of Charlo's arrival in this world. Watching the energy progress, he finally reached the milestone of 999. Ding. System update complete. Ding. Annual reward lottery won. Ding. You have successfully completed system update 20, earning 2,000 honor points and 1 treasure draw. This update allows treasures to be summoned anywhere, negating the need for retrieval within the castle. System update 20 can absorb the happiness index of free citizens within the host's sphere of influence, granting honor points calculated monthly. The system summoned 2,000 new soldiers. Ding. 2,000 new soldiers summoned, along with their families, increasing the population by 15,270. A commotion arose beneath Aslan Castle. Anya, 15,270 new subjects have arrived, including 2,000 new soldiers. Please make the necessary arrangements, Charlo instructed Anya, who blushed deeply. Yes, my lord, she hurriedly responded, exiting the dining room while softly muttering. What a rogue. With keen hearing, Charlo chuckled at her words. Once Anya left, Charlo focused on the lottery screen. The system lottery revealed 2 treasure chests in his mind, shaking vigorously before bursting open amidst a shower of purple light. Purple light? Shouldn't the treasure chest emit golden light? Could it be a double draw? The system offered no response. Ding. You have received the fleet of the Sea Emperor, blessed by Poseidon. The fleet materialized in his mind as a 3-dimensional image. The vessels and their crew clearly visible. Comprising 15 sailing warships, the fleet included 1 first-rate battleship with a crew of 850, 2 second-rate battleships with 700 each, and 12 third-rate battleships with 500 each. The first-rate battleship measured 93 meters in length, with a hull length of 693 meters, a gun deck length of 57 meters, a main mast height of 62 meters, and armed with 104 cannons. Gazing at the black and red hulls adorned with white sails and the fierce dragon insignia, Charlo felt as though he possessed the world. System note. Due to differing world rules, gunpowder can only be used within system buildings. Gunpowder, aside from what is fully stocked on ships, must be exchanged for 11 tons of honor points once depleted. How costly? 1 point of honor is barely enough for a full broadside of 6 cannonballs. It truly is valuable, but exceedingly expensive. Ding. You have acquired a shipyard port. Observing the three-dimensional image, he noted the complete facilities: coastal defense artillery, castle, bridge, and shipyard. What a timely boon, just when I was being squeezed at the port. I now possess both the port and the warships. The system seems intent on pushing me into a confrontation with those slave masters. He examined the map. Fixated on the mouth of the Skahazadin River. Mir lies on the southern bank, while the northern bank is dominated by towering cliffs with few inhabitants. If an assault were launched against Mir, the realms of Yukai, Astapor, Tolos, and Illyria, along with new guys of the Giskari Empire, would likely send aid to Mir. And Volandis might join the fray as well. Charlo muttered to himself while studying the map, relieved that the shipyard port's treasures do not require specific terrain for usage, allowing him to survey the northern bank's landscape before making a decision. Host, Lord Charlo Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, protector of the free folk of Outpost Town, wealth, 86. 750 gold population, system subjects 29, 825, free folk 16, for 38 military force, castle guards 256, heavy knights 1, 505, heavy infantry 3, 005, archers 505, light cavalry 505, elite longbowmen 2, 504, elite mounted archers 3, 004, veterans 2, 602, new recruits 26, 001 heroes, Camel Aslan, male, Kajiro Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male. John Mateo Aslan, male, hero costs, 150 gold per year for Camel, 645 for Kajiro, 535 for Anya, for 30 for Roland, 2 gold per year for Warhorse. Maintenance costs for equipment and horses are additional. Skills, extraordinary physique, linguistic proficiency, map awareness, 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, equitation, spear techniques, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, from beginner to extraordinary, treasures, Aslan Castle, a system manifested entity, universal textile processing plant, manual, ample materials for 100 days. Terrain modification card, oasis of 20 hectares, terrain modification card, lake depth 5 meters, with 50 meters, length 100 meters, little sun disk, placed at heights to absorb sunlight. Covering a radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30, endless water jug containing 503 days worth, universal material cutter, maximum cutting length of 5 meters. Energy for 100 months. Emperor's naval fleet, not yet manifested. Naval dock, not yet manifested. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall as Anya entered with a sealed letter. Lord Charlo, urgent news. The Dothraki have invaded the Lazarin region. We have a merchant convoy trapped in the town of Lazarin. Anya recounted swiftly. Is it that cow's crew again? These Dothraki scum, the detritus of hell, mere worms in a cesspool. Charlo exclaimed in fury. According to the scout captured by the merchant convoy, it was the cow who defeated Hakak Cow, under the command of Minoko, and their raider is named Delako. With an army of approximately 10,000 men, including over 4,000 roaring warriors. They lack siege equipment, so capturing the town of Lazarin should not be so simple. Gather the troops and depart immediately. You shall remain to guard Aslan Fortress. Charlo lifted a cup of leftover wine from the table and drained it. In the red wasteland. Amidst the oasis outside Aslan Fortress, the populace busily prepared supplies, the sounds of voices and neighing horses filling the air as they diligently attended to their tasks. Torches illuminated the surroundings brightly. For this battle, Charlo decided to take Camil, Kajiro, and John Mateo with him, while Anya would guard Aslan Fortress and Roland would remain at the outpost town. After 2 days of rapid marching, the team arrived at the outpost town, took a brief respite, replenished their supplies, and joined forces with the soldiers stationed there to march towards the Lazarin town. Under the blazing sun, a fierce battle unfolded on the walls of Lazarin. Shaq, clad in heavy chainmail with a breastplate shining in the sun, paced back and forth along the town walls, shouting encouragement to his men. Do not fear. These Dothraki scum will not breach our defenses. A call for aid has already been dispatched to our lord. If we hold today, I shall treat you all to wine and meat. With that, he raised his bow, drawing an arrow and releasing it without taking aim. The arrow flew 200 yards, striking a Dothraki warrior squarely in the mouth. The sharp arrowhead pierced through the back of his skull. Crimson blood mixed with creamy brain matter dripping to the ground. The members of the merchant convoy, witnessing their captain's valor, felt their spirits soar. Chapter 10. Madness and despair in the manor of Mill City. The bruised and battered Viserys waved his half-sword frantically, his expression wild. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the shattered flower bed before him. Recently, Viserys had sold the crown of his mother, Queen Riella. for gold dragons to host a feast for the leaders of the Golden Company in hopes of soliciting their assistance in reclaiming his throne. However, after partaking in his lavish banquet and enjoying the company of Mil's beautiful courtesans, he was met with nothing but humiliation. The leader of the Golden Company, Tristan, had mocked him as the beggar king. Enraged and humiliated, Viserys attempted to retaliate against Tristan, but the lean figure of Viserys received a beating instead. Since the death of Sir Willemdary, he and Daenerys had been driven from the Red Keep by the servants and guards united against them. To survive, he had even resorted to begging, unable to sell the crown. Today, in pursuit of his ambition to reclaim the throne, he had relinquished his mother's crown only to be met with derision and blows. Memories of fleeing from assassins sent by usurpers flooded his mind. Those he had sought help from the Lord of Bravos, the Grand Lord of Tyrosh, the Governor of Mil, and various wealthy merchants had all looked at him with disdain, their words dripping with mockery. He had been forced to grovel for sustenance, the weight of humiliation pressing down on him relentlessly. The Iron Throne loomed like a distant curse, gradually eroding Viserys' sanity. Before turning 8, he had been a noble prince in King's Landing's Red Keep. After turning 8, he fled with Queen Riella to Dragonstone, experiencing helplessness and fear after his mother's tragic death. Then, he was expelled from the Red Keep in Bravos. Now, at just 19, despair consumed Viserys. At that moment, a furtive figure hid behind a column, peering at him. Viserys, lost to reason, felt a surge of shame rise within him, followed swiftly by an overwhelming rage. Even you mock me. He was determined to punish those who looked down upon him, to make those who had derided him pay dearly. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the cracking of a belt and the cries of young Daenerys filled the air. Yes, his sleeping dragoness wrath was once again awakened by little Daenerys. And the price was her battered body. The weak striking the weaker, this was evidently not the first occurrence. In the silence of young Daenerys, Viserys' madness began to wane. Dragging his injured sister, he trudged back to their chamber, where the wounded little creature licked her own wounds like a beast. No one would sympathize with her. No one would care for her anymore. After Sir Willemdary's death, everything changed. Viserys began to communicate with her using a whip and the fury of the sleeping dragon. He had not told her stories of the Valyrian kings in a long time. Little Daenerys did not understand what had transpired. Why the servants in the Red Keep had driven them out and prohibited them from residing there. The fabric brushed against her wounds, causing a pang of pain. She harbored a secret. Every time Viserys lashed her, after a night's sleep, she would dream of enormous, terrifying eyes watching her. Under the gaze of those eyes, her wounds healed remarkably fast, which frightened little Daenerys. She feared she might be going mad, as such bizarre occurrences unfolded in her life. And she dared not disclose this to Viserys, terrified he would think she mocked him and provoke his sleeping dragon's wrath. Daenerys possessed long, platinum blonde hair and violet eyes. Though still young, her beauty was evident upon her tender face. She believed that when she matured, her beauty would captivate all men across the continent. However, prolonged exile had left her slender. Having endured a life of hardship, she had learned to conceal her treasures. She cloaked her beauty with timidity and masked her exquisite features with sorrow, too fearful to stand tall lest she attract the greedy gazes of those around her. Even at such a tender age, she understood that the most beautiful things in the world were the most vulnerable to destruction. The Red Keep in Bravos. The stories of Viserys Valyria, these precious memories had been ruthlessly obliterated. She feared that revealing her beautiful self would invite misfortune. This was the only means she could conceive to shield herself from harm. With her body riddled with pain and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Daenerys succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she sensed the gaze of enormous eyes upon her, their brutality instilling a profound terror within her. These eyes exuded a chilling, merciless, greedy fury, akin to a wild beast poised to prey upon the pitiful Daenerys. She struggled to articulate this gaze with the myriad languages of the world. No words in Valyrian or the common tongue of Westeros could adequately convey their essence. Fortunately, these eyes posed no threat like that of Viserys, which offered her a flicker of solace. Unbeknownst to the dreaming Daenerys, a hidden warmth surged within her, coursing through her marrow, bones, veins, flesh, and skin, quietly mending her battle-scarred body. Once this warmth ebbed, it receded into her depths like a weary bird returning to its nest. The clamor of the city of Meereen persisted, particularly in the grandest brothel, where Tristan and his comrades from the Golden Company jested and frolicked with voluptuous courtesans. The mercenaries, having just concluded Viserys' banquet, boisterously recounted the folly of the beggar king, their mocking words serving as the finest seasoning for their wine and roast. This allowed them to momentarily forget their own disreputable status as wandering failures, these specters, deceivers, thieves. And vanquished souls found a long-lost balm in Viserys' plight, their faces flushed with exhilaration. A lamentable figure, Illyrio Mopatus, cradling the tender form of a courtesan, quietly observed the revelry of these misfits, passing silent judgment upon their indulgence. The portly Illyrio, with his rotund belly, lounged on a bench, occasionally sipping the wine offered by the courtesan, the crimson liquid trickling down his lips onto his lavish garments. His 10 pudgy fingers were adorned with rings, each set with an array of splendid gemstones that glimmered in a myriad of colors. If you intend to support Viserys, why must I humiliate him? Tristan inquired, puzzled. A man plummeting from a cliff will grasp at a vine until the end of the world, Illyrio replied. Tristan emitted an ambiguous sound in response to Illyrio's words. Outside the town of Razdalan, Doric was questioning upbraiding free Dothraki. Is it true that those bearing this banner were the ones who defeated Hakador? He asked disdainfully. The kneeling Dothraki, flustered, replied, it was indeed the courageous Doric who vanquished Hakakor, wielding that very black-patterned red banner. The cowardly Hakakor had been bested by these ironclad men, bringing shame to our Dothraki warrior pride. The kneeling Dothraki fumbled for words in response to Doric's inquiries. This Dothraki was fortunate. He had been knocked unconscious during a cavalry charge led by Shero, narrowly escaping death beneath the hooves of horses. After being tossed into a pit of corpses, he lay atop the heap, covered only by a thin layer of earth, which spared him from being devoured by beasts. On the third day, he awoke unscathed and was subsequently captured by Doric's men and enslaved. If one were to compile a list of the most fortunate individuals of the year, this Dothraki would undoubtedly be among them. The kneeling Dothraki beseeched Doric, grant me a curved blade, and I shall vanquish those who dwell in stone houses, offering their hearts as tribute to you. Doric cast a sidelong glance at him, releasing a sound of ambiguous intent. If you can slay 2 ironclad men, I shall pardon you and restore your status as a roaring warrior. I shall present you with 2 hearts, the fortunate one proclaimed, rising after bowing. A nearby Dothraki warrior procured a curved blade and handed it to him. On the northern wall of the town, facing the Dothraki forces, a caravan of merchants assembled, numbering over 300, divided into 2 groups. Among them were 20 elite archers, 30 agile cavalry, 50 seasoned veterans, and 200 freemen clad in leather armor. The freemen took cover beneath wooden screens, crossbows at the ready, anxiously peering through the low embrasures to observe the horsemen below. The wall stood only 3 meters high, allowing mounted warriors to leap atop it with the force of their steeds. After 5 days of relentless siege, fatigue began to take its toll on their spirits. Doric had learned the patience of hunting prairie animals during his time in the vast grass sea. He felt he possessed more cunning than his fellow Dothraki, even more than his mentor Minoko. Today was the day to reveal their fangs, shatter their shells, and savor the succulent flesh within. After 5 days of intimidation, he believed the prey's resistance would have waned, reminiscent of the scene when night lions stalked buffalo in the grass sea. Under the blazing sun, the Dothraki warriors assembled in a disordered formation, with Doric raising his curved Dothraki blade, shouting for the men of Razdalan to be slain, their women violated, and their children ravaged. A cacophony of war cries erupted from behind him as the Dothraki warriors surged forward. Doric charged, his warriors closely following, their superb horsemanship displayed in a chaotic yet methodical gallop. As they approached within 80 yards of the town wall, crossbow bolts whistled down from the ramparts. Doric cunningly positioned his mount half a step behind the nearest warrior, evading the incoming bolts while his companion fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Doric, shrewd and ruthless, understood that the ironclad men took time to reload their crossbows. By evading the first wave of attacks and harnessing the speed of his steed, he would be able to sever their throats with his curved blade. At a distance of 50 yards from the town wall, the leading Dothraki warrior stood in his saddle, crouched low, one hand gripping the reins while the other brandished his blade, his gaze fixed ahead. He aimed to be the first to leap over and display his valor before his comrades. As he drew nearer, he could finally discern the faces of the townsfolk atop the wall, and to his bewilderment, he noticed a distinct absence of the fear one would expect from prey. This revelation caused the naturally suspicious warrior to slow his steed slightly, a decision that ultimately saved his life. Shero and his 20 elite archers, along with 30 cavalrymen, swiftly loosed arrows, targeting the approaching Dothraki warriors with deadly precision. In that moment, to the left of the Dothraki ranks, the fortunate Dothraki caught a glimpse of something amiss. A red-black cloud twisted ominously on the ground, rapidly approaching them. Within that distorted vision flashed blinding glimmers of cold light, accompanied by the sound of heavy impacts against the earth. Shero and the heavy cavalry formed a wedge, raising their lances, the black-red banners fluttering in the wind, producing a crackling sound as their speed intensified. The steeds, draped in black and red cloth, shone with a metallic gleam under the sun's rays. As they closed in on the Dothraki warriors, the heavy cavalry aligned their lances, driven by a thirst for blood and flesh, glinting with lethal intent. The armored knights surged forth with a thunderous momentum, crashing into the ranks of the Dothraki from the flank, the heavy cavalry splitting into 3 battalions for their initial assault. The heavy cavalry, akin to colossal waves crashing upon the sandy fortifications of a beach, effortlessly and blissfully obliterated all obstacles in their path. The vanguard cavalry, accompanied by the skirmishers, maneuvered through the path carved by the heavy cavalry, their sabers slicing through the flesh of the Dothraki warriors like a hot knife through butter, unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage. Charlotte, with both hands relinquishing the reins, found a profound connection with his steed, the ebony stallion, as they galloped amidst the Dothraki. His finely crafted steel spear painting arcs of death with each flourish. The foundational techniques of thrust, jab, sweep, and shatter manifested extraordinary prowess in Charlotte's hands. In his wake, foes either succumbed to muffled groans upon the ground or were flung from their saddles, meeting their demise upon impact. After piercing through the Dothraki formation amidst the deluge of blood and dismembered flesh, he regrouped 100 paces away, only to charge forth again, weaving through the fray 5 times until the Dothraki disintegrated and fled. The steeds beneath the knights, under the relentless sun, snorted and exhaled clouds of steam, their strenuous exertion compounded by the weight of their riders, rendering them weary. Even with systematic enhancement, they could not withstand the fearsome weight of the armored knights. The disarrayed Dothraki warriors, pursued by the vanguard knights and skirmishers, fled northward, seeking refuge across the wooden bridge over the Skazadin River to return to the vast Dothraki sea. However, the cunning Dolok was struck down by the arrows of the sharpshooter Shaq long before Charlotte's heavy cavalry charge commenced. Chapter 12. The Dragon Egg Fossil. Before the wooden bridge spanning the Skazadin River, the infantry had long awaited the arrival of their prey in neat formation. The heavily armored soldiers stood resolutely at the front with their crossbows, while the archers behind gripped their longbows, black and red fletchings protruding from the muddy ground. Behind the archers, seasoned veterans mingled with recruits, shields in their left hands and hands resting on the hilts of their one-handed swords. Over 1,000 besieged Dothraki warriors, caught between the front and rear onslaughts, surrendered in despair upon their knees. System notification: 800 honor points for saving Lazatown. System notification: 400 honor points for defeating the Dothraki. Charlotte had arrived near the battlefield the previous night, concealed within the hills 10 miles away, conserving his strength until now, striking fiercely at the Dothraki's flank. The scattered remnants outside the town were left to Camille, while Charlotte rode with John Mateo toward the town. My lord, Shaq, along with the merchant caravan, awaited Charlotte at the town's entrance. Behind him, several Lazalan approached to pay their respects, exclaiming, "May the High God bless you, esteemed Lord Aslan. We are grateful for your salvation of the High God's shepherds. There is no need for such formalities. I must also express my gratitude for allowing my caravan refuge in your town." Charlotte waved his hand dismissively. That night, a bonfire banquet unfolded in Lazalan town, where warriors without tasks mingled with the locals, toasting with red wine from the caravan and sheep's milk liquor provided by the Lazalan. Bold Lazalan maidens eagerly attended to the valiant warriors, serving them with fervor. The admiration for the strong transcended all worlds, as the warriors filled their cups to overflowing with their valor. Beyond the town, bound Dothraki captives inhaled the savory aromas of meat and wine wafting from within. The liberated slaves were granted their freedom by Charlotte. In the town's council hall, Charlotte sat alongside several Lazalan leaders and priests, while Camille, Kajiro, John Mateo, and the chiefs of the nearby Lazalan tribes engaged in boisterous conversation at a long wooden table. The table was laden with golden brown lamb chops, an array of fruits, and alcoholic beverages. Charlotte savored the lamb while laughing with the Lazalan leaders. Torches and candles illuminated the banquet hall as Lazalan musicians played their unique instruments resembling clay flutes, while maidens sang along to the haunting melodies, echoing with a sense of longing and nostalgia. The men of Lazalan joined in, their harmonies intertwining to narrate ancient tales, sending shivers down the spine. Charlotte found himself entranced by the song, the haunting yet fervent tunes resonating the tragic experiences and unyielding spirit of the Lazalan people. As he listened, he inadvertently drifted into memories of the last of the Mohicans, humming along unconsciously. The hall gradually quieted as his melody rose, lost in reminiscence. Unaware of the stirring around him, singing louder with the cadence of recollection, the Lazalan priest observed Charlotte intently, recognizing that while the tunes differed, the emotions conveyed were strikingly similar. This ignited the priest's curiosity about Charlotte's origins. He had never encountered anyone with such a distinctive appearance. With raven hair and dark eyes, Charlotte radiated an extraordinary charm, augmented by the favor of the system, exuding an enigmatic aura. As the melody concluded, Charlotte ceased his humming, the ensuing silence rendering him slightly abashed. He lifted his cup, proclaiming to victory. The assembly echoed with cheers for Lord Aslan, and the banquet hall erupted into lively chatter once more. After a hearty meal, a Lazalan approached, holding a tray cushioned with cloth, presenting 2 spherical stones resembling colorful eggs. One was maroon and black, the other white and gold, both exhibiting a scaly texture. "Thank you, Lord Aslan, for saving our town from the Dothraki's massacre. We, the impoverished Lazalan, can only express our gratitude with these 2 dragon egg fossils. We hope you will accept them." The priest's voice rang out. Upon hearing the priest's words, Charlotte smiled and shook his head. "We are neighbors. Anyone with a sense of justice would lend a hand within their means. There is no need for formality, great priest. I am quite pleased with this gift. As he accepted the tray, his fingers grazed the uneven surface of the dragon egg fossils. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Host has touched the dormant salamander fire elemental sprite. Activation condition. Place in the Aslan Fortress fireplace for 30 days. A surge of joy coursed through Charlotte. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor, placing the fossils down and inquiring, Great priest, may I ask where these dragon egg fossils were acquired? They were found long ago in Shea, by the priest of the high god, quite by chance, replied the priest. Are there any more of these fossils? They are quite beautiful, and I would be willing to offer 1,000 golden moons for each. Charlotte feigned casualness. I am sorry, my lord, over all these years. The priests have only come upon these two, the priest lamented. Do not apologize, they are merely beautiful stones. Should you find more? I would gladly purchase them at fair value, Charlotte responded, contemplating before calling out, John Mateo, fetch 5,000 golden moons for the great priest. Before the priest could decline, Charlotte continued, First, I express my gratitude for the great priest's banquet. Second, for your protection of my caravan, mitigating our financial losses. Third, for the gift you have bestowed upon me. Lastly, I humbly request you accept this token of appreciation. My caravan shall frequently pass through Laza town, and I hope for your continued favor. Charlotte spoke with gentle eloquence. Listening to Charlotte's words, the high priest, with a face adorned with wrinkles, smiled and said, Esteemed Lord Aslan, your benevolence shall echo throughout the Rosalind region. Upon hearing the high priest's proclamation, Charlotte burst into laughter, raising his goblet and solemnly declaring, May the friendship between Aslan and the people of Rosalind endure through the ages. The hall resounded with echoes of agreement. The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached its zenith of joy. The system's voice chimed, Ding. You have received an honor reward of 1,000 for gaining the friendship of the Rosalind people. Chapter 13. Hatching the dragon eggs after the banquet with the Rosalind people. More than 30 days had elapsed. Charlotte hurriedly set off the next day, eager to return to Aslan Castle to hatch the dragon eggs. Yearning to experience the exhilaration of soaring through the azure skies atop a dragon. Surely, every man would desire to experience the sensation of riding a dragon into the heavens at least once. Today marked the moment of the dragon eggs hatching. Charlotte, Camille, Kaguro, Anya, Roland, and John Mateo stood vigil by the hearth, ready to witness the momentous occasion of the dragon's emergence. The two dragon eggs, having undergone a month of roasting, had shed their fossilized appearance. The surface of the eggs was now adorned with a substance resembling glaze, shimmering with a hazy spectrum of colors under the flickering flames. The 6 of them, 12 pairs of eyes, were transfixed by the exquisite form of the dragon eggs, captivated by their beauty. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, Ding. By dripping blood onto the impending hatching dragon egg, you can forge a bond with the hatchling dragon, establishing a profound connection between dragon and human. Upon revealing the method of the dragon egg contract indicated by the system, Charlotte prompted them to decide who would step forward for the pact. Have you reached a consensus? Who will be the first to contract the hatchling dragon? Charlotte inquired, gazing at Camille, Kaguro, Anya, Roland, and John Mateo. Anya remained silent, her large, captivating eyes fixed coldly upon the 4. Anya shall go first. We can contract other dragon eggs later, Kaguro said, scratching the back of his head, his expression earnest. Agreed. Anya first. The remaining 3 chimed in unison. Upon hearing their words, Anya finally withdrew her piercing gaze from the others, ultimately leveraging her gender advantage. Anya swiftly forged a contract with the hatchling dragon. Charlotte and Anya each drew forth a dagger from their waists, making a small incision on their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the surface of the dragon eggs. Charlotte chose the dragon egg pattern in red and black, while Anya selected the one adorned in white and gold. As their blood fell, cracks began to form on the egg shells, with the crimson liquid seeping into the fissures. Only after retracting their hands did they accept the white cloth offered by John Mateo to bind their wounds. The dragon eggs, having undergone the blood-dripping ritual, were removed from the hearth and placed upon 2 trays filled with soft sand on the long table in the hall. Will my hair and eye color change after forming the contract with the dragon? Charlotte suddenly asked, as he was quite content with his black hair and eyes and had no desire for a change. System prompt. The method to contract the fire elemental spirit does not alter the host's appearance, as the binding occurs through a deep analysis of the system and connection to the elemental essence. The Valyrians utilize sacrificial magic to alter their bloodlines, which is a rather crude method of contracting fire elemental spirits. As time passed, the 2 dragon eggs trembled, the cracks widening until, with a creaking sound, the red and black egg cracked open to reveal a hatchling dragon, its body adorned with striking red and black patterns, emerging into the world. With a powerful thrust of its body and wings, it shed the remnants of its egg and emitted a roar, as if proclaiming its birth to the world. Following the roar of the red and black hatchling, The dragon within the white and gold shell also broke free, unleashing its own cry of life. After a brief period of roaring, the hatchlings began to survey their surroundings. Charlotte extended his hands toward the red and black hatchling, which tilted its head and sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent that ignited a sense of closeness within its heart. The hatchling, reassured by the recognition, spread its wings and leapt onto Charlotte's outstretched hands. It emitted a joyful sound in recognition of the human that brought it comfort. Delighted by the adorable creature in his hands, Charlotte examined it closely. Sensing Charlotte's emotions, the hatchling let out an excited call, and as they locked eyes, a profound connection began to form between them. Their mutual understanding of each other's emotions deepened, with Charlotte perceiving the hatchling's nascent consciousness akin to that of an infant. Likewise, the hatchling grew increasingly attuned to Charlotte's thoughts and feelings. "Serenity," Charlotte whispered softly, "your name shall be Serenity," he affirmed with conviction. The hatchling responded with a chirp, seemingly pleased with its name. In the hall, the delightful sounds of Serenity and the hatchling's joyful calls echoed in a delightful loop. Anya, too, had decided upon a name for her white and gold hatchling, which reciprocated her call with equal affection. Amidst the calling and responding, Charlotte sensed a growing hunger emanating from Serenity, prompting him to shout for the prepared food to be brought forth. The maid standing nearby presented the already prepared charred, carbonized meat, placing it beside Charlotte and Anya. Following the system's feeding guidelines, the charred meat was infused with high-proof liquor, volcanic flowers, and the juice of silver arrow grass, these provisions designed to bolster the hatchling's strength. Under the watchful gaze of the six, Serenity and the hatchling, named Radiance, fluttered their wings and hopped down from Charlotte and Anya's hands to the trays laden with charred delicacies. The two hatchlings, folding their front claws and extending their long necks, sniffed the enticing food, confirming its suitability before entering feeding mode. The charred meat succumbed easily to their sharp teeth, consumed without the need for chewing, as they tilted their heads back to swallow it whole. In no time, the two hatchlings had devoured portions equivalent to their own body size. After finishing their meal, they turned to their respective owners, emitting soft calls, seeking more sustenance. Charlotte, understanding Serenity's yearning for food, chuckled and retrieved another platter of charred meat. Placing it before the hatchling, Serenity let out a cheerful call, diving back into the food. Radiance, however, displayed a lesser appetite, upon Anya placing down a second platter. It only nibbled a few bites before alighting on Anya's elevated shoulder, clinging with its claws. After a short while, once Serenity had finished its second platter, it raised its neck and let out a roar, releasing a puff of smoke before fluttering up to perch on Charlotte's shoulder, settling into slumber. Chapter 14. A conversation in the shadows as Charlotte reveled in the joy of the newly hatched dragons in the distant land of Westeros. Within the capital city of King's Landing, the great port city lay alongside the tumultuous flow of the Blackwater River, which surged towards Blackwater Bay. In the heart of the city stands a castle, perched atop a lofty hill, its walls constructed from pale red stone. Known to the people of Westeros as the Red Keep, the current lord of the Red Keep is Robert Baratheon, who was seduced away by the married prince of House Targaryen, abandoning his betrothed from House Stark. The patriarch of House Stark, accompanied by his eldest son, sought an audience with the Mad King in King's Landing, requesting the return of his daughter, but to no avail. After hurling insults at the Mad King, Ned Stark's father and brother were brutally executed by the former king, Aerys II Targaryen, infamous for his madness. Aerys II subsequently ordered the arrest of Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark. In their fury, the two brothers-in-arms, with the assistance of their adoptive father, Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale, chose to raise rebellion. The Stark family of the North, the Arryns of the Vale, the Baratheons of Storm's End, and the Tullis of Riverrun united their strength. Ultimately, on the banks of the Trident, Robert Baratheon wielded his massive hammer to slay Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, paving the way for the four great houses to march upon King's Landing. Following the death of Aerys II at the hands of Ser Jaime Lannister, the eldest son of Lord Tywin Lannister, the Lannister family betrayed their king. Thus, the coalition of four houses captured the capital without a fight. Due to Robert's grandmother being of Targaryen lineage, Robert possessed a claim to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, the king, who indulged in wine and the company of courtesans, ascended to the throne. He became known as the usurper, having occupied King's Landing for 12 years. Once valiant and robust, he had succumbed to a life of excess, now wheezing after taking but a few steps. From the heights of Maegor's Holdfast, the king's chambers offered a sweeping view of King's Landing. At that moment, in the ruins of the Dragon Pit on the adjacent Rhaenys Hill, whispers emerged from the shadows of a hidden passage. The usurper had dispatched a new wave of assassins, intent on eliminating the brother-sister duo, whose voices rang out, sharp yet sweet. In the flickering light of a torch, a bald figure emerged, his silhouette unmistakable to the citizens of King's Landing. Our spymaster, Lord Varys, the Spider. Oh, our usurper king, cast your gaze upon that unfortunate pair of siblings. This bodes well for young Aegon. A mocking voice chimed in. through the dim light. A corpulent middle-aged man, his fingers adorned with a large gemstone that glimmered in the torchlight, was revealed, Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pindos. You have observed them for so long. What manner of people are those siblings? Varys inquired. One is arrogant, cruel, and cowardly, a fool, whilst the other is a timid young girl, mere puppets of House Targaryen. Why do you concern yourself with them? Illyrio questioned, perplexed. Do not be careless. Unexpected events may unfold, Varys cautioned softly. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. Illyrio replied. What news do you have? Our Hand of the King, the Ares Falcon, has begun to draw near to the secrets of the Lannister siblings, which deviates from our plans. Young Aegon is not yet strong enough, Varys expressed, somewhat agitated. And that little finger from the fingers has been quite active lately. I wonder what he is scheming. My little birds cannot approach his brothel. Illyrio cursed. That rat hiding in the gutters, that selfish scoundrel, always brings us trouble. He seems to forget that he, too, lurks in the shadows, weaving his own schemes. Should we arrange for the Faceless Men to eliminate him? No, that is unnecessary. He serves as the master of whisperers. Employing the Faceless Men would only invite unwarranted complications. What we need now is to keep a low profile. With this ambitious man around, we may not need to act at all. We simply require more time, Varys replied languidly. He then recalled something and asked, what of John Connington? How fares he? He has distanced himself from the Golden Company. He now goes by the name Griffin and is currently looking after young Aegon, Illyrio replied with a smile. Upon hearing Illyrio's words, Varys solemnly declared, at last, something aligns with our plans. Be cautious. Do not let him discover the truth. Illyrio, his smile fading, assured him. Fear not. You shall never learn the truth. By the way, in recent years, Essos has seen the emergence of a market known as the Artisan Boutique. They offer exquisite goods, wool, silk, sugar, tea, and various handicrafts, including beautiful porcelain dinnerware and vases. Their trade has flourished, yielding substantial profits. Illyrio exclaimed enviously. There is a market outside King's Landing as well, and it is rapidly evolving into a city of its own. They employ a multitude of bankrupt peasants and collaborate with the nobility of Westeros, amassing a fortune in gold dragons. Do you have any intelligence on them? Varys asked, puzzled. I had not heard of this merchant company during my travels in Essos. If it has emerged in recent years, there must be several powerful figures behind it. Befriending them would surely be beneficial. I had not heard of them before. They seem to have appeared suddenly, with their base purportedly located in Slaver's Bay. Yet, the wares there are either bed slaves or common slaves. How could they possess such exquisite goods? Illyrio pondered, perplexed. Should we arrange for someone to investigate Slaver's Bay? Illyrio asked. We have no conflict of interest with them. It is best to remain observant. Our primary focus must be on the continent of Westeros. And we need not take unnecessary actions. Slaver's Bay is too far from us. Very well. Until next time, my eternal friend. Until next time, my friend. Illyrio and Varys bid each other farewell, parting ways through the shadowy passage. Their footsteps were as silent as a cat's. Should the Bravosi witness their gait, they would surely acclaim them as water dancers. Chapter 15. The city of Myreen's northern shore. 3 months had passed since the hatching of the dragon eggs, and the young dragons had grown from the size of chicks to that of hens. Charlotte and Anya were diligently training their respective dragons, guiding them through various movements. With the aid of a nurturing system, the young dragons exhibited greater intelligence than those hatched by the Valyrians. Under the training of Charlotte and Anya, the dragons refrained from attacking humans unless commanded, bringing them great relief. As the training concluded, they received fresh meat from the servants, placing it on porcelain dishes. The solemn dragon, with its dark red and black scales, occupied one of the larger plates, while the shimmering golden dragon flew to a slightly smaller plate, each exhaling slender jets of flame. The dark dragon's flames bore a hue of black and red, while the shimmering dragon's fire glimmered with a platinum sheen. The dragon fire was intensely hot, infused with magic. Even with their innate resistance to flames, Charlotte and Anya dared not draw too close. Their immunity was limited to ordinary fire, and they could not withstand the magical properties of dragon fire. Watching the fresh meat swiftly turn to charred remnants under the dragon's fiery breath, the two realized that, thanks to the provided nurturing methods, their young dragons were more robust than those of Valyria, capable of breathing fire after just a month and a half, and growing at an impressive rate. The dark red dragon, solemn in demeanor, was slightly larger than the shimmering golden dragon and consumed more food. Lord Illyrio, are you departing from Myreen today? Anya inquired, observing the 2 young dragons. Charlotte nodded. Indeed, we require our own port. She then exclaimed in fury, these damn slave owners. Vampires, fools, greedy little devils, worms in a cesspit. A torrent of invective erupted from Charlotte's lips, clearly indicating that the slave owners of Yellin had breached their contract and raised the port usage fees. This compelled Charlotte to hastily conclude the training of the young dragon. Had it not been for the necessity of continuous bonding between the hatchling and its rider over the span of 3 months, Charlotte would have already launched an assault on Yilin. Although such an endeavor would undoubtedly incur significant losses, her indignation could not be contained. As the 3 months drew to a close and their bond solidified, Charlotte could hardly wait another day. The port and warships had to manifest. How could those slave owners think that without their port, we could not transport goods? With the guidance of the system's divine powers, I shall demonstrate what it means to change fate and create miracles. Meanwhile, the 15 noble lords of Yilin convened in the Grand Assembly Hall of the Great Pyramid to deliberate on the Aslan Trading Company. We have torn up the contract. This will tarnish our reputation, which is priceless, spoke an elder lord of the Carroll family. Seated beside him, a lord from the Ritzenak family nodded in agreement, stating, Yilin has thrived on fair trade. This contravenes our principles. Across from them, a middle-aged lord from the Rahata family chuckled. They are not here to purchase our slaves. We merely increased the port usage fee slightly. Yet another lord from the Merrick family interjected, but we have signed a contract. Breaking it is a grave matter. They bring in considerable profits, asserted Lord Lorik. They can only utilize our port, remarked Lord Zach. They employ many free citizens who hold them in high regard. And they even grant freedom to the slaves they purchase, added Lord Yatsen. This statement brought a hush over the assembly. Unless they cease liberating slaves and pay us 50% of their profits, they shall not be permitted to use the port of Yilin, concluded Lord Dasnak, solidifying the decision, which was met with unanimous agreement from the other 14 representatives. After 10 days of navigating the inland canal, Charlotte finally reached the mouth of the Lakazadan River. Landing on the northern shore, the distance between the northern and southern banks was approximately 15 kilometers. Gazing at the southern shore, Yilin was perched upon the stony promontory. From this distance, the southern shore appeared to have sandy plains, while the northern shore was dominated by jagged cliffs, steep and treacherous. The lengthy black and yellow coastline of the northern bank extended all the way to Toros, with no suitable locations for a port in between. However, it was evident that if such locations existed, they would have long been claimed by others, leaving no room for Charlotte. Thankfully, Charlotte had the system to assist her. About 10 kilometers along the coastline, she discovered a small inlet with relatively flat land, where a nameless creek flowed into the sea. With the system's manifestation, the port and warships materialized. As the system brought forth the port, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, dissipating moments later to reveal a beautiful deep-water harbor. Charlotte beheld this splendid and majestic harbor through a three-dimensional visualization in her mind. The expansive coastline tapered inward, with a stone pier extending into the sea. Shipyards lined the shore, with spacious factories and orderly rows of docks, towering gantry cranes in the unloading area, and warehouses standing tall. On both sides, stone-cast coastal artillery fortifications were complemented by a lighthouse rising above the waves. Atop a hill on the shore, the castle bore a flag of red with black stripes, while cannons crossed on the castle's platform, facing the sea. The castle's exterior walls gleamed with a white stone luster. Inside the castle, lawns, fountains, and plazas flourished with verdant trees. Outside the castle walls, neat rows of marketplace buildings with red tiles and white walls stood, along with iron street lamps. The streets and fountain squares were adorned with lush greenery, and the cobblestone paths were meticulously laid out, delineating the entire port city. Beneath the surface, drainage and sewage facilities were fully equipped, and the creek had been widened to flow through the city, with arched stone bridges crossing above. The city was encircled by a wall, its irregular shape marked by pointed battlements, horse walls, and artillery positions, with weapons arranged in a cross pattern. 15 vessels, painted in black and red, with pristine white sails and cannon ports tightly closed, quietly docked at the pier. Charlotte led the way into the city, where the captain of the city guard, the mayor, the tax officer, the castle steward, the fleet commander, ship captains, and first mates awaited her at the city gate. The castle steward walked half a step behind Charlotte, guiding everyone into the castle, where she decided to host a banquet that evening. Along the streets, figures moved in pairs. The harbor city could accommodate a permanent population of 100,000, yet currently housed only 39 to 40,000, a stark contrast of land and people. The harbor city's military comprised 1,000 rifle guards, 800 artillerymen, and 8,250 fleet soldiers, alongside 4,500 craftsmen. The total population of the city stood at 39,762, mainly comprising single sailors, a lamentable fate for the mariners. The system displayed the following information. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of Free Citizens and Outpost Town, Lord of Harbor City, Wealth, 154. 670 gold subjects. System subjects 69, 587. Free citizens 26, for 38 military strength, castle guards 256, heavy cavalry 1, 505. Heavy infantry 3, 005, marksmen 505, vanguard cavalry 505. Elite longbowmen 2, 504, Elite Bow Cavalry 3,004, Longbowmen 8,603, Shield Infantry 12,003, Light Cavalry 8,003, Veterans 22,502, Special Forces, Rifle Guards 1,000, Artillery 800, Fleet Soldiers 8,250, Heroes, Camille Aslan, male, Kajero Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, John Mateo Aslan, male. Heroic costs, 150 gold per year, 645 gold per year, 535 gold per year, 430 gold per year, with warhorse upkeep at 2 gold per year. The annual gold includes equipment maintenance. While weaponry and horse expenses are calculated separately, skills, extraordinary physique, linguistic proficiency, cartographic knowledge, 100 miles, mastery in swordsmanship, horsemanship, marksmanship, and hand-to-hand combat, beginner to master level. Treasures, Aslan Castle, systematically manifested entity, universal textile factory, manual labor, sufficient materials for 100 looms, terrain modification card, oasis of 20 hectares. Terrain modification card, lake depth of 5 meters, width of 50 meters, length of 100 meters, little sun disk placed at height to absorb sunlight. With a coverage radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature of 10 to 30 degrees, endless water jug, containing 503 days worth, universal material cutter, maximum cutting length of 5 meters. With energy for 100 months, Emperor's fleet at sea, and ship motherport. Chapter 16. The shock of the Lord's 3 weeks had passed since Charlotte manifested the harbor city, and the Aslan Trading Company, previously based in Yilin, had relocated to the harbor city. On the Lakazadan River, white-sailed inland transport ships continuously traversed the waters, delivering vast quantities of goods to harbor city. Along the sandy roads of the Kai's Pass, horse-drawn carts, pulled by teams of horses, steadily made their way through the pass, forming an unbroken line winding toward harbor city. The calls of sailors and the shouts of teamsters echoed across the desolate Jaskali hills. The lords, eager to learn the destination of these individuals, dispatched slaves to covertly track their relocation. Consequently, the lords received astonishing news. A miraculous harbor city had emerged at the rocky and cliff-ridden northern shore of the Lakazadan River. Upon receiving the news, the esteemed masters harshly chastised the slave who delivered it. Upon hearing it again, they mocked the slave, asserting that a slave could not speak a word of truth, and rewarded him with another lash. When the masters received the news for the 3rd time, they were filled with skepticism, as none dared to deceive them. By the 4th time, curiosity got the better of them. They finally emerged from their towering pyramids to behold the miraculous city that the slave spoke of. Upon witnessing it, the masters were so astonished that they found themselves at a loss for words. The imposing city walls, the majestic castles, though not as lofty as their pyramids, the tallest of which stood at 266 meters, alongside the colossal warships, left them bewildered. How could this Aslan possibly conjure such wonders along the rugged cliffs by the sea? A sense of apprehension arose within each master. To maintain reverence for the unknown is a principle upheld by all wise individuals. The masters, despite their greed and cruelty, were not foolish. They understood that acting rashly before grasping the full situation would be unwise. Although the establishment of a city within their dominion was a provocation, they restrained their urge to launch an attack, opting instead to gather more intelligence. Meanwhile, Charlotte awaited the inevitable assault from the slave masters of Milan, dispatching spies to monitor the happenings in Milan City. In the harbor city, within the castle's dining hall, a clean-shaven man of average stature, dressed impeccably and standing upright, was reporting to Charlotte. He was Rodrigo Aslan, the mayor of the harbor city. My Lord Charlotte, all personnel and resources from the commercial guild in Milan have been relocated to the harbor city. Our trade no longer departs from Milan port, resulting in a 5% increase in profit. Outside the city, we are improving the land, digging ditches, and preparing to implement a 3-field crop rotation system, combining grazing and farming with fallow periods. This method suits the sandy soils around the harbor city, which are ideal for growing potatoes and cotton. We are instructing the Milan slaves who have defected to us in farming, distributing seeds, livestock, and land use rights, and have established 3 settlements outside the city. In the past week, the number of slaves fleeing Milan has reached 3% of the total slave population. Our fishing methods are ensuring food supply is not an issue in the short term, but we still need to stockpile a substantial quantity of grain. Our salt production has been greatly facilitated through solar evaporation methods. Former free citizens of Milan are also moving their families to settle in the harbor city, which has attracted more free citizens. Rodrigo Aslan concluded his report, respectfully clasping his hands before him. Charlotte, having set down the lobster he was enjoying, wiped his mouth with a napkin, perplexed by the composed demeanor of the slave masters in Milan. Why are they so inflammable? He wondered. Because the news of our acceptance of slaves has spread, and recently, the slave masters have executed many who attempted to escape, Rodrigo informed him. Reports from our spies indicate that the Milan slaves are brewing a rebellion, which presents a favorable opportunity for us to seize Milan. However, we would become the public enemy of the slave bay. I suggest it is unwise to take Milan directly at this time, he advised. An attack is inevitable. Unless we demonstrate our strength, those hyenas will never learn what respect means. We must unite the slaves, divide the lesser nobility in Milan, and deliver a tangible blow to those lofty masters. The liberated slaves can be reintegrated, as we face a shortage of agricultural labor in the harbor city, Charlotte remarked, believing himself to be humorous. Meanwhile, within the Great Pyramid of Milan, representatives from 15 noble families were engaged in a heated discussion. The slaves have been quite restless. We have executed countless slaves in the punishment square. While we have stifled their attempts to escape, I can sense they are on the brink of uprising. Began the master of the Corral family. According to reports from our spies among the slaves, a group of outsiders is inciting a rebellion. Added the master of the Glaza family. The lesser nobility is also quite restless, often conspiring in secrecy, interjected the master of the Hazaka family. These base lesser nobles have long sought greater power, which is a provocation against us, declared the master of the Kantak family. It must surely be the cursed Aslan's scheme. The master of the Lorik family asserted, let us not concern ourselves with those cowardly lesser nobles lurking in the shadows. We need to hire mercenaries to prevent the rebellion from escalating. A high death toll among the slaves would result in significant losses for our wealth, cautioned the master of the Merrick family. We have already contacted the Raven Brigade, the Cap Brigade, the Pike Brigade, and the Wind Brigade. The hiring costs will be shared among our 15 families, he added. Shall we send an envoy to the northern shore for negotiations? Inquired the representative of the Ritznak family. At this suggestion, the assembly erupted into chaos, voices raised in vehement argument and vitriol. They are encroaching on our lands and seizing our property. And you propose we negotiate with these greedy individuals. We must deploy our forces and make these wretches understand the consequences of their provocations. Shouted the representative of the Rahata family. We have yet to ascertain the enemy's strength. Patience is required. Once we gather enough intelligence, the shackles will accompany that damned Aslan for the rest of his life, countered the representative of the Yazan family. After a fierce debate, the vote concluded with 7 in favor of sending an envoy to negotiate, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. Then let each act accordingly. Those who go to negotiate must be diligent in discerning the truth, summarized the master of the Daznak family. Chapter 17. The impact of the play. A theatrical performance was underway in the fountain square of the harbor city. The Bay of Slaves was once part of the ancient Guise Empire over a millennium ago. In those times, the Guise Empire boasted a large population, fertile lands, thriving commerce, and formidable military might. The Guise people, hailing from the Giscali Hills, were known for their valor and prowess in battle. In the face of the Valerian colonial invasion, they bravely resisted, undaunted by death. Although the Valerians vanquished the Guise armies with dragons, and the Guise emperor fell heroically, the fierce spirit of the hill tribes fueled continued resistance. Many Guise civilian heroes emerged during this tumultuous period, their tales of sacrifice resonating deeply. Continuous uprisings in the Guise region infuriated the Valerian dragon kings, who resolved to eradicate the Guise people completely. They sowed salt and sulfur across the fertile plains of the Guise Empire, a heinous tactic that left the land littered with the corpses of free Guise citizens. They entrusted the management of the Guise Empire to treacherous nobles, traitors, and informers. The surviving Guise civilians were all relegated to the status of slaves. The devastation of the plains and the vast loss of life, coupled with betrayal by former heroes, led to the fall of the once mighty Guise Empire, which became the present-day Bay of Slaves, where those nobles, traitors, and informers now stood as esteemed masters. The tragic plight of the Guise civilians and the despicable actions of the Guise nobles have inspired adaptations of their resistance against the conquerors in recent theatrical performances in the harbor city. As the actors delivered their poignant, passionate, or despairing lines, the music intertwined with their emotions, evoking both sorrow and fervor. Each performance garnered a significant audience of free citizens of the harbor city, former slaves now united in shared outrage, with tears in their eyes, clenched fists, and flushed faces revealing their indignation. Among this crowd, the noble Sidstalaz Lorik observed the play in silence. The grinding of his teeth and the tension in his clenched fist betrayed his fury, yet he remained composed and discerning, for this was not Milan. The mob, casting glances of hatred towards him, instilled a sense of fear within him. Had it not been for the nearby guards of the port city, adorned in their resplendent black and red military uniforms, he was certain these rabble would have recklessly surged forward to rend his body apart. Urged by the guards, he departed from the square, following the attendants towards the castle. Amidst the hissing of serpents, the freedmen hurled contemptuous and hateful provocations at their former master. Zisidal Azalalik had willingly accepted the mission to negotiate in the port city, eager to observe the enigmatic Lord Aslan up close. However, after witnessing the theatrical performance, He understood that peace between the two sides was an impossibility. The atmosphere of the port city made it abundantly clear that the mysterious Lord Aslan resembled a lion lying in wait, poised to strike at his prey, the city of Milan and the noble families like his own, at the opportune moment. As the population of freedmen grew under Charlotte's rule, he had devised several strategies. Firstly, to establish strongholds as gathering points. Secondly, to delegate authority to his subordinates, allowing them to fully utilize their talents, with the upper and middle echelons primarily occupied by system citizens. Thirdly, to implement a stringent oversight system. And fourthly, to refrain from plundering others, thereby ensuring his team's legitimacy. Charlotte believed that adherence to these four principles would allow him to conquer this world rife with slaves. Standing atop the castle's high platform, he gazed upon the densely packed buildings of the port city, the increasingly prosperous marketplace, and the bustling harbor where merchant ships from distant lands continued to arrive, laden with goods. A sense of fulfillment washed over him. After 6 years in this world, he had transformed from a frail high school student into a muscular figure, achieving remarkable milestones. This progress was aided by the system, which did not directly enhance his physical form but rather quantified his physical data, enabling steady improvement through rigorous training. Having just completed an intense session training with twin swords, sweat glistened on his body as a maid, one of the loyal kin of system warriors, delicately wiped away the perspiration with a towel, a testament to her loyalty bestowed by the system's memories. The Slave Bay, situated in the tropical belt, experienced a climate divided into wet and dry seasons. Currently, it was the dry season, and the heat was palpable. Once refreshed, Charlotte reclined leisurely in a lounge chair, surveying the entirety of the city. Dressed in black and red three-quarter-wide trousers, a white cotton linen blend round-neck short-sleeve shirt, flip-flops on his feet, and a wide-brimmed black denim hat upon his head, he crossed his legs and swirled a glass of red wine, savoring its flavor intermittently. He paid little heed to the negotiators sent by Milan, unwilling even to face them. In Charlotte's words, meeting with these doomed individuals was simply bad luck. As the sun gradually sank, the evening breeze dispelled the remnants of the day's heat, and the marketplace began to bustle with increased activity. Small vendors fervently promoted their various handicrafts to passers-by, while young girls ambled about with baskets filled with plump, juicy oysters, occasionally enticing pedestrians to purchase a few coins worth to consume raw. Children wielded wooden swords, engaged in a game of knights and bandits, capering about with an old pot they had found. At the docks, ships from various regions were neatly moored, guided by smaller boats, while dockworkers unloaded cargo with synchronized shouts, transporting the goods to the warehouse area via four-wheeled carts. The bars and brothels echoed with the comings and goings of captains and sailors, thirstily entering and contentedly exiting, as the ladies of the night thrived in their business. In the residential area, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys, wafting the aromas of freshly baked bread and savory fish soup, while calls rang out for children to return home for dinner. The children playing at night scattered, some reluctant to leave, yet ultimately being tenderly tugged away by their mothers. The most vibrant scene unfolded at the Fountain Square, where the play Heroes of the Gurja's Empire was performed repetitively, the actors vividly portraying the hero's resilience and the traitor's cunning, igniting the spirit of rebellion among the freedmen. A tantalizing scent wafted through the air, signaling the readiness of Charlotte's dinner. Golden brown fillets of boneless fish, vibrant red crabs, and sizable shrimp accompanied by a creamy fish soup. Eagerly, he seated himself at the dining table, cracking open the crab shell to scoop out a generous spoonful of crab roe, relishing its salty, savory flavor that brought a pleased squint to his eyes. He dipped the peeled shrimp into his sauce, biting down as the tender meat bounced between his teeth, the freshness of the shrimp and the piquancy of the sauce dancing on his palate. A sip of the milky fish soup elicited a pleasurable sigh from Charlotte's throat. Chapter 18. The thunderous action under Charlotte's firm stance. Negotiations came to an impasse due to Milan's unilateral breach of contract, demanding reparations and territorial concessions. Upon returning to Milan, Zasidal Azalalik recounted his observations of the port city, inciting the furious noble families to prepare for offensive action. Each prominent family dispatched their own guards, mustering the beast-faced troops within and organizing the slave army, readying siege equipment. For 2 months, an atmosphere of tension enveloped Milan, as mercenaries mocked the employers hiding behind their pyramids, branding them as cowardly snails. The hired soldiers engaged by the nobles began to arrive, with the first contingent being 3,000 unsullied, urgently procured from Astapor, who reached Milan by nightfall aboard transport ships. The nobles were pleased to see the unsullied marching in perfect unison. Following them were 3,000 infantry from the Cap Brigade, led by Bloodbeard, who had been long employed by the noble family and were the closest to Milan, eager to earn quick coin. Bloodbeard, a towering figure with a wild mane of red hair braided into long strands, was known for his brutal demeanor. The Windblown, a mixed unit of 2,000 infantry and cavalry, was commanded by the Ragged Prince, an astute opportunist over 60 years of age, known for his deceitful nature. Finally, the Long Spear Brigade, boasting 800 cavalry, and the Ravenous Brigade, with 500 warriors, arrived almost simultaneously. The leader of the Long Spear Brigade, Jaloria, bore a resemblance to a shoemaker, often speaking indistinctly. Underestimating him would spell disaster, as he delighted in playing the fool to deceive his foes. The Ravenous Brigade had 3 leaders, Plandana Kison, the Bald Salo, and Dario Naharis. The arrival of these well-equipped and formidable mercenaries eased the nobles' anxieties. As they hurriedly mobilized for war, Charlotte received a report from his spies. In the castle hall, he occupied the head of a long conference table, flanked by numerous officers. To his left sat Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, along with the commander of the emperor's fleet, Alessandro, and the captain of the guard, Silvano, accompanied by their aides. To his right were Camille, Kagero, Gian Matteo, and their subordinates. Rodrigo spoke first, asserting that with 1,000 musketeers, 800 artillerymen, and a fleet of 250 ships, the port city would not fear any enemy assault. The gunpowder within the castle and ships would prove to any intruder that it was a grave mistake to attack. Gian Matteo followed, stating that while the port city was well defended, its offensive capabilities were lacking, and Lord Aslan would likely not settle for mere defense. Upon hearing Gian Matteo's remarks, Charlotte nodded with a smile, affirming, "You understand me well. These wretched slave owners of Milan must pay for their actions, unless we inflict significant pain upon them this time. I shall not rest. This is the reason I urgently summoned you." According to recent reconnaissance, the forces of Milan include 80 formidable carrack ships and 120 caravels. In addition to our 12 ships from the Imperial Navy, we possess 10 carracks and 30 caravels, which can easily obliterate the enemy fleet, Commander Alessandro of the Imperial Navy confidently declared. The slave masters of Milan have hired a substantial number of mercenaries for this war, consisting of 3,000 infantry from the Purity Brigade, 3,000 infantry from the Cap Brigade, 2,000 mixed cavalry and infantry from the Windblowers, 800 cavalry from the Pike Brigade, 500 warriors from the Vile Ravens, 25,000 from the Beastmen, 7,500 guards from the slave master families, and 15,000 slave soldiers, totaling an enemy force of 56,800, as per Camille's intelligence report. Our forces comprise 150 heavy cavalry, 200 heavy infantry, 40 sharpshooters, 40 vanguard cavalry, 200 elite longbowmen, 250 elite mounted archers, 800 longbowmen, 1,000 shielded infantry, 700 light cavalry, 2,000 veterans, and 3,000 free warriors, with other units stationed at outposts in Aslan Fortress, totaling 8,380 combat-ready troops. A proactive assault would be disadvantageous for us. Gian Matteo paused, took a sip of water, and continued, "A field battle is unfavorable. I suggest a defensive counterattack. Leveraging the garrison's advantage and the formidable assault capabilities of our fleet, we should seal off the Lakazadan River after the enemy crosses, defeating their fleet and trapping their ground forces, thus seizing the opportunity to strike the weakened city of Milan," Gian Matteo proposed. Rodrigo was the first to express agreement, followed by a chorus of affirmations. Finally, Charlotte nodded in agreement, stating, "Since we are all in accord with this plan, let each prepare accordingly and ensure mutual cooperation." After a moment's thought, he raised his hand, extending his index finger skyward, and declared, "I shall name this Operation Thunderclap. For we shall shake this world like the roar of thunder." The meeting is adjourned. After the castle meeting concluded, Zadar Azalrak arrived once more at the harbor city, this time to deliver a declaration of war, and he was received by Charlotte in the castle's reception hall. The castle's interior boasted a unique decor, luxurious yet not vulgar, exuding a classical flair mixed with flamboyance. The elegance was matched only by its nobility, and opulence beyond mere words. The black marble floor, reflecting human silhouettes, was adorned with a crimson cashmere carpet extending from the hall to the castle's entrance. The walls and the dome were embellished with colorful oil paintings narrating epic tales. A series of intricately carved red lacquered wooden pillars stood several meters apart, securing transparent glass double windows adorned with sheer white curtains, gently swaying with the breeze. Luxurious candelabras hung by the windows, protected by transparent glass covers. As he passed through the reception hall, the spacious stone corridors showcased suits of full-plate armor, their thick plates gleaming with a silver sheen, a testament to the castle's lavishness. The grand circular arched windows, framed with wooden slats, allowed sunlight to filter through the transparent glass, casting a golden glow throughout the hall. Zadar Azalrak beheld the hall in silence, his heart brewing with envy and greed. During his wait for Charlotte, he envisioned the castle as his future palace once he conquered it, a stark contrast to the once impressive pyramid he had previously admired. As Charlotte's footsteps finally approached, Zadar Azalrak addressed him, "Esteemed Lord Aslan," bowing before Charlotte seated high in a high-backed chair beneath the grand arch. The chair, elevated on 6 marble steps, flanked by knights clad in ornate armor, draped in a red cloak adorned with black dragon motifs, their swords hanging at their sides. "What brings you to our harbor city?" Charlotte inquired, feigning ignorance. "It is regrettable, esteemed Lord Aslan. The castle you reside in belongs to the land of Milan. And we request that you vacate our territory," Zadar Zalrak replied. "And what if I refuse to leave?" Charlotte provocatively asked. "Then war shall ensue," Zadar Zalrak declared. A hearty laugh erupted from Charlotte, followed by, "Then please convey a message to those rats hiding in the sewers. When the war begins, you decide. When it ends, I shall dictate. As you wish." Zadar Zalrak handed over the declaration of war, which a guard accepted with a bow before turning to leave. Chapter 19. The Emperor of the Sea. The day after Zadar Zalrak delivered the declaration of war, chaos erupted at the gates of Milan as soldiers shouted and horses neighed. Each regiment boarding the ships docked at the crossing. Guided by various banners, they crossed the Lakazadan River to establish encampments on the northern shore. The sight of an endless sea of troops, totaling 56,800, alongside numerous slave laborers, filled the northern bank with commotion and curses. From dawn until dusk, the battle-hardened forces finally completed their crossing of the Lakazadan River. Observing the chaotic Milan army from a distance, Charlotte conceived a bold plan. What if they launched a night raid? Upon returning to the harbor city, he summoned Camille, Jecolo, John Matteo, Rodrigo, Alessandro, and Silvano to discuss the feasibility of a nighttime assault. Aside from the free men, our warriors possess excellent night vision. Tonight, under the full moon, visibility will be optimal, and the enemy's encampment lies within the radiance of the harbor city. We can utilize gunpowder there, Captain Silvano stated. Charlotte rejoiced. Having initially thought gunpowder troops could only operate within the city, we have prepared fire ships. Once the Emperor of the Sea opens fire from the hills along the Lakazadan River, they will launch the fire ships toward the crossing, Alessandro explained, pausing before continuing. Their encampment falls within the firing range of the Emperor of the Sea. By increasing the angle of elevation, we can direct smaller cannonballs into their encampment, while heavier artillery can penetrate their defenses. In the first half of the night, vanguard cavalry, elite mounted archers, and light cavalry would engage in continuous harassment of the enemy. In the latter half, aside from the free men and 500 veterans remaining in the harbor city, the remaining forces would advance to within 300 meters of the enemy, constructing artillery positions on a small hill 350 meters distant, with 300 musketeers assigned to guard. As soon as the field cannons fired, the fleet would immediately engage, executing 4 volleys before shifting their assault to the enemy vessels. At Charlotte's command, the vanguard cavalry, alongside elite mounted archers and light cavalry, split into 2 groups, engaging in a frenzied dogfight with the mercenary scouts under the cover of night. The system rated the combat effectiveness of cavalry at levels 3, 4, and 5, and they eliminated the Milan army scouts without sustaining any losses. Shrouded in darkness, with the aid of his map and external command skills, Charlotte and Camille led their respective cavalry units to annihilate any enemies daring to venture out of their encampments. The enemy soldiers who stepped outside swiftly became heads tossed into the Milan army's camp. Under the intimidation of this terrifying atmosphere, the slippery mercenary scouts began to falter. Disregarding military orders and cowering in place, the slave owners could only send the pure ones to the front lines. As the lightly armored infantry suffered countless casualties under the precise volleys of the archers and cavalry, reluctantly, the slave owners called back the pure ones to defend the camp. As the first half of the night wore on, severed heads were tossed into the camp, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. With no other option, the slave owners lit bonfires around the perimeter, the flames illuminating the direction for the artillery. Anxiety quickened fatigue as the night deepened. The forces of Haiging City silently took their positions, awaiting the command to attack. The drowsy sentinels of the Milan camp were oblivious to the death that awaited them. With a chilling blast of a horn, the field artillery opened fire, the thunderous booms echoing like thunderclaps, sending scorching shells bouncing through the Milan camp. 120 12-pound field guns, angled at 5 degrees, unleashed deadly iron spheres, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs. The Emperor's fleet at the mouth of the Lakazadan River positioned its ships, lowering a barrage of cannon ports. 15 massive vessels, armed with over 1,300 cannons, directed half of their firepower towards the Milan ground forces. Under the cold moonlight, the gleaming cannon barrels resembled death's harbingers. Flames erupted from the cannon mouths, accompanied by the wails of death, raining down upon the Milan army's encampment. The artillery and naval guns formed a crossfire, their shells igniting the Milan camp. Flames rising with the wind. The soldiers, roused from their slumber, descended into chaos, mindlessly fleeing in all directions. The horses, startled by the deafening noise, broke free from their restraints and galloped wildly through the camp. The anguished cries of wounded humans mingled with the whinnies of horses. Soldiers who had never witnessed cannon fire believed they were being punished by the gods, scattering like headless flies. their screams reflecting their utmost terror. Some soldiers, still retaining their wits, hurried towards the ferry, desperate to escape this hellish place. The throng at the ferry clashed with one another. Even the ruthless mercenaries turned on each other. Amidst their scramble for the boats, fire ships laden with flammable materials surged towards the ferry, flames erupting instantly. The fiery oil, akin to hellfire, burned flesh upon contact, resisting all attempts to extinguish it. Under such overwhelming assault, the soldiers armed with cold weapons, swords, guns, and bows, were akin to lambs led to slaughter. After 4 volleys of cannon fire, the fleet adjusted its position, targeting the Milan warships. Fire erupted anew, and without exception, the enemy vessels were swiftly obliterated by the bombardment. On land, as the artillery continued its relentless assault, the angle of the cannons was gradually elevated. Infantry positioned themselves in the center, flanked by cavalry. The musketeers marched in disciplined formation towards the enemy, and after a cloud of white smoke cleared, they were left with a field strewn with corpses, the smoke appearing particularly ethereal in the moonlight. Shielded spearmen formed a phalanx, advancing with a battle cry, followed closely by archers who unleashed a coordinated rain of arrows upon the gathering enemy. Marksmen and elite archers targeted the armored soldiers, their arrows finding the gaps in the enemy's defenses with deadly precision. Heavily armored warriors wielded long weapons, slaughtering all who dared obstruct their path. Clad in thick armor, Charlotte led the heavy cavalry into the fray, while the light cavalry flanked behind, harvesting lives as they charged through the assembled crowd. As the slaughter continued and the front lines advanced, the Milan forces found themselves driven into the Lakazadan River. The waters teemed with struggling figures, resembling fish caught in a net. This was no mere battle, it was a massacre. As dawn approached, the eastern horizon blazed with fiery hues, and the charred remains of boats floated along the riverbank, thin blue smoke rising from the remnants. The surface of the Lakazadan River was littered with corpses, while the distant Milan warships had been reduced to mere wreckage. On the shore, the defeated soldiers knelt in submission, overwhelmed by the sheer number of captives. As free men were summoned to oversee their binding, the armored soldiers, weapons at the ready, kept a vigilant watch. Any soldier daring to raise his head would meet a swift end. In a small area along the riverbank, the remaining pure ones formed a semicircle, guarding several members of the noble family. The musketeers aimed their weapons directly at them. Surrender? Or death? Charlotte stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Surrender! Surrender! We surrender!" A member of the noble family, trapped in the center, pleaded desperately. Under the cries for surrender from the Milan noble family, the last bastion of resistance on the northern bank of the Lakazadan River capitulated. System alert, commanding the armored soldiers to victory against 10 times their number, earning the title tenfold enemy and 2,000 honor points. System alert, victory over the Milan army, rewarding 5680 honor points. System alert, victory over the Milan fleet, rewarding 1,000 honor points. 3 system notifications echoed in succession. One of the noble family members, protected within the ranks of the pure ones, respectfully presented the command scepter. After Charlotte accepted it, the remaining 565 pure ones were placed under his command. He released one noble family member to carry a letter of capitulation back to Milan City. The previous night's battle had resulted in a 3-casualty raid among their forces, with 86 veteran soldiers and 21 skirmishers lost, along with 42 shield infantry. The enemy suffered 18,035 captives and 38,765 dead or wounded, most drowning in the Lakazadan River. The mercenaries faced significant losses during the attempt to seize the ferry. A fierce clash erupted between Bloodbeard's Cap Brigade and the Windblown Brigade of Prince Lanyu. After the fire ships ignited the ferry, both brigade leaders vanished, leaving only the Raven Brigade's commander, the fortunate Dario Naharis, alive. The slave laborers experienced minimal loss, quietly kneeling until the free men arrived to collect them, subsequently transporting them to the rear. Meanwhile, panic spread throughout Milan City. The echoes of last night's cannon fire and the anguished cries of dying men resonated across the wide expanse of the Lakazadan River, reaching the ears of the nobles residing in their pyramids. The nobles stood atop the pyramids, gazing across the river, witnessing the luminous flames consuming the Milan camp on the northern shore and the burning warships scattered across the water, all signs of their army's disastrous defeat. As the morning sun rose, the remnants of their warships lay strewn across the river's surface. In the Grand Pyramid Council Chamber at the heart of Milan, the clamor was so intense it seemed to threaten to topple the pyramid's apex. "I warned you that disregarding the rules of engagement would bring calamity upon Milan. Yet you failed to heed my counsel," roared the noble of the Merrick family, his voice a desperate attempt to quell his own fear. "Milan has thrived in slave base solely due to our adherence to contracts. Look at the chaos we have wrought," bellowed the noble of the Reitsnack family, deflecting blame. "At the initial war council, none of you opposed this," spat the noble of the Rahata family, spewing words in a fit of rage. Within the chamber, Accusations and blame exchanged hands, a cacophony persisting until the released noble family member entered. The nobles eagerly circulated the letter of capitulation in their hands, which contained 3 demands. First, compensation of 100,000 pounds of gold or equivalent resources for the losses incurred in the Aslan territory, 1 pound of gold valued approximately 144 gold coins. Second, the surrender of the family responsible for instigating the war against the Aslan territory in Haigang City. Third, the acknowledgement of the Lakazadan River and northern shore as protected territory of Aslan. Note, a decision must be made within 3 cycles of the sun setting and rising. Failure to respond within that time frame will result in an assault by the Aslan army against Milan City. After reviewing the letter, the lords concurrently cast their gazes towards the allies of their families. The lords of Milan are divided into 3 factions: the conservatives, known as the doves, the radicals, referred to as the hawks, and the centrists, who often align themselves with the more powerful side. The governance of Milan is predominantly under hawk leadership, yet the dove faction holds a significant number of seats. The ruling lord of the Daznak family exemplifies the hawk ideology, aware that his family's end is nigh. The lord of the Daznak family, pale-faced, turned to his allies, the lords of the Raharda, Yazan, Lorik, and Zak families. His allies averted their eyes, their gazes tinged with a sense of survival after calamity. The betrayal from his allies, coupled with overwhelming dread, sent a chill through the lord of the Daznak family, plunging his eyes into a void of despair. In the stillness of the gathering, the elderly dove representative, Lord Karal, was the first to vociferously command the guards to seal the venue, permitting no one to enter or exit. He then solemnly declared, "We must make a decision. We have no other options. The city of Milan is devoid of additional troops, and the streets are teeming with restless slaves. A sacrifice of the few is necessary to preserve the many." Lord Karal felt a surge of excitement. Power coursed through his frail, aging body like potent elixir, invigorating him as if awakening him from a long stupor. He had long anticipated the governance of Milan. With the overthrow of the Daznak family lord, he could easily ascend to the position of chief lord of Milan. Previously, the Daznak family had allied with the centrists to secure that very title. Now, the position appeared as ripe, juicy fruit, just within reach, ready to be plucked. With a nod from Lord Karal, Lord Ritznak spoke, "Indeed, all mortals must face death. For the greater good, necessary sacrifices are justifiable. We cannot allow the errors of a few to lead to our own demise." Lord Merrick followed suit, echoing the sentiments of the dove faction. Their declarations jolted the lord of the Daznak family from his despair, after fruitless appeals to his allies. The will to survive reignited within him. Aslan is a ravenous lion. He will not spare the succulent flesh of Milan. The Daznak lord implored earnestly. "Surrendering me will not bring peace to Milan. He cannot uphold the agreement. We still possess a guard of 3,000. The towering walls of Milan will keep him at bay." Lord Aslan is known for honoring the spirit of contracts throughout the Essos continent. Once an agreement is made, he will abide by it, Lord Karal asserted. "Last night's thunderous magical weapon would easily breach our walls." Agreed, agreed, agreed. The chorus of agreement rang out following Lord Karal's declaration. "You will be consumed by maggots. Your souls will be devoured by harpies." With the curse of the Daznak lord echoing like a night owl's cry, he was led away by guards, hands bound, and imprisoned in a cage beneath the Great Pyramid. Shaking with frailty, Lord Karal stepped into the vacant seat of the Daznak lord, surveying the other lords with a sense of triumph. "We must arrange for someone to cross to the northern bank of the Rakazadan River to negotiate the contract with Lord Aslan. If anyone in Milan holds a favorable view of the doves, it would surely be Lord Karal." Chapter 21. Surrender outside Milan. In the ruins of the Milan military camp on the northern bank of the Rakazadan River, over 18,000 captives were being organized into groups of 100, each under the watch of 10 armored soldiers, tasked with clearing the corpses littered across the desolate ground. The mingling of mud and dark crimson blood pervaded the air with an overpowering stench, interspersed with the aroma of roasting meat wafting from the riverside and the acrid scent of charred wood. These odors amalgamated into a peculiar miasma that enveloped the entire camp. The gravely wounded were mercilessly dealt a final blow by the soldiers, their agonized cries abruptly silenced, causing the captives to quicken their efforts in response. Fragments of human limbs were discarded into vast pits designated for the dead, while war horses were pulled aside for sustenance, and injured steeds received care from veterinarians. Weapons and armor abandoned on the ground were systematically sorted and loaded onto nearby four-wheeled carts. At the edge of the military camp ruins, beneath a tent adorned with a flag of red and black, Lord Charlotte sat regally in the main chair, flanked by generals assessing the outcomes of the battle. As he listened to their discussions, he perused the system panel. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, Protector of Free Citizens and Outpost Town. Mayor of Harbor City, Honor Points, 8680 Wealth, 162180 Gold Subjects, System subjects 69438. Free citizens 35746. Military strength. Castle guards 256. Heavy cavalry 1505. Heavy infantry 3005. Archers 505. Vanguard cavalry 505. Elite longbowmen 2504. Elite mounted archers 3004. Longbowmen 8603. Shield bearers 11583. Light cavalry 7793. Veterans 21642. Special units, Musketeer Regiment 1000. Artillery Brigade 800. Navy soldiers 8250. Heroes, Camille Aslan, male. Kajero Aslan, male. Anya Aslan, female. Roland Aslan, male. John Mateo Aslan, male. Rodrigo Aslan, male. Alessandro Aslan, male. Silvano Aslan, male. Heroes require 150 gold per year, 645 gold per year, 535 gold per year, 430 gold per year. And feeding horses costs an additional 2 gold per year. Equipment maintenance and weapon costs are separate. Skills, exceptional physique, linguistic proficiency, map awareness, 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, mastery of horsemanship, mastery of marksmanship, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, from novice to extraordinary. Treasures. Aslan Castle, system manifested entity, universal textile factory, manually operated, materials for 100 horses are abundant. Terrain modification card, Oasis 20 hectares, terrain modification card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters. Small sun disk, to be placed at a height to absorb sunlight, radius of coverage 1000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30, endless water flask, contains 503 days. Universal material cutter, maximum cut length 5 meters, energy for 100 months, Emperor's Fleet, Naval Fleet, Shipyard, Harbor City. On that afternoon, members of the Corral family approached Charlotte, bearing gifts, and crossed the Rakazadan River to visit him. Upon entering the main tent and seeing Lord Charlotte seated like a golden blade, the Corral family members hastily prostrated themselves, crawling on all fours to reach his feet, reverently kissing the tips of his boots. Charlotte found their actions repulsive and kicked one of the Corral family members away. Have your lords decided upon surrender? He inquired of the man who had fallen to the ground. The Corral family member, after being kicked, quickly lay flat, in a tone learned from servitude. Filled with respect and flattery that had never before been expressed, he replied, Esteemed Lord Aslan, your humble servants have resolved to surrender to your greatness. Allow me to invite you to sign the contract beneath the walls of Milan. Laughter erupted from Charlotte and the generals within the tent. Observing these slave owners prostrated before him, a sense of exhilaration welled within him. It was not yet time to destroy them outright. Charlotte exhibited patience, knowing that one day he would claim Milan. That day approached swiftly, and for now he would weaken them, simmering them slowly in warm water. On the following day, Charlotte led her army across the Rakazadan River, gathering beneath the gates of Milan City. At the gates, an emaciated old man, under the semblance of respect, presented a signed treaty, while the family guards of the great lords laid down their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. As Charlotte accepted the contract from a soldier who retrieved it from the hands of the slave master, a system prompt resonated. Ding. Conquer Milan City. Reward honor points. 1000. Observing that only 14 great lords had signed the treaty, Charlotte inquired, was this the war instigated by the Daznak family? The withered and decayed lord of the Carroll family replied reverently, Great Lord Aslan, indeed it was the Daznak family that ignited this war, which deserves to have its heart pecked out by vultures. Where are they? Charlotte asked impatiently, her voice terse. My Lord Aslan, we have already detained them for you. You may take them at your convenience, the lord of the Carroll family flattered. As he spoke, a group of Daznak family members was brought forth by the guards, led by the lord of the Daznak family himself. His tongue had been severed, and his blood-stained mouth emitted incomprehensible mumblings. With his bloodshot, malevolent gaze, he fixated on the 14 lords standing aside, his expression twisted with madness. If anyone were to be loathed by the Daznak lord, it would undoubtedly be Charlotte who stood before him. Across the realms, the most detested figures have often been traitors, followed closely by their enemies. A principle that evidently holds true even in this foreign world. Charlotte wished to no longer engage in frivolous pleasantries with these slave masters, delegating the remaining financial transactions to her subordinates. Accompanied by the members of the Daznak family, now in the custody of her soldiers, she rode towards the Rakazadan River crossing. The gold, worth 14 million gold coins, was beyond the means of the lords, who could only pledge slaves as collateral. Charlotte cleared Milan City of its slaves, along with a substantial amount of crafts, grain, and other supplies. This time, the slave masters of Milan suffered significant losses. However, they took comfort in acquiring the Daznak family's estate in the Jaskali Hills. As the principal lord of Milan, the Daznak family possessed the largest estate outside the city, making this division a cause for celebration, albeit insufficient to cover their losses. The transfer of slaves in Milan took a week. during which Charlotte first arranged for the serfs and free citizens to cleanse themselves and provided ample food and clothing. Throughout this period, she meticulously filtered out the toxic elements among the slaves, sending them to the prisoner camp for arduous labor. Chapter 22. The Aslan Declaration. On this day, a week later, Charlotte held a solemn memorial ceremony for the valiant warriors who sacrificed their lives during the night raid on the northern bank of the Rakazadin River. The urns containing their ashes were held by a charming young girl, once a slave of Milan, now a free citizen, under the escort of soldiers. She traversed a pathway formed by free citizens, extending from the Lord's mansion to the newly constructed Martyrs' Park. The knights, clad in robust armor and riding majestic steeds, led the procession, their horses trotting with grace. Following them were the burly soldiers adorned in gleaming armor, alongside the relatively lean yet spirited militia of free citizens. An array of fully armed warriors marched in orderly formation from the Lord's mansion, pausing at the Martyrs' Cemetery to stand at attention in silent tribute to their fallen comrades. The booming sound of cannons echoed across the battlefield, harmonizing with the artillery fire from the naval vessels in the harbor, creating a resonant salute. This also served as a military review. It was designed to deter the ambitious elements within the ranks of the free citizens while instilling a sense of belonging and alleviating their unease. The memorial ceremony concluded in an atmosphere of solemnity, leading into the trial phase. The judges of the harbor city ascended the platform to announce the crimes of the Daznak family in waging war against the harbor city. One by one, the members of the Daznak family were adorned with black hoods and hanged amidst a chorus of cheers. The judges refrained from declaring them as slave masters. For the emancipation of slaves was a private act of Aslan, not to be made public in a world where he lacked sufficient power. A minor advantage in strategy is wise, yet a significant leap could lead to self-destruction. He could not impose the moral codes of his past life on a world still entrenched in slavery, lest he become a tyrant like Qin Shi Huang or King Zhou of Shang, destined to be reviled throughout history without gratitude from the people. One is remembered as the unifier of the great Xia, while the other sought to abolish slavery. People tend to recall their failures. King Zhou, who abolished slavery and ceased using human sacrifices, greatly harmed the interests of the flesh-eaters, leading to the uprising of King Wu against him. When the Shang army marched south to quell the rebellion, various feudal lords joined King Wu's revolt, thus sealing the fate of that reform. The phrase "do not trust the common people," but the god starkly illustrates the societal environment of the time, where individuals were sacrificed for trivial reasons. Human sacrifices persisted until the early Ming dynasty, and it was the Qing dynasty that notably abolished this barbaric practice. The historical records of Confucian scholars have lost their credibility since the Spring and Autumn period, as the integrity of Confucianism vanished with the disintegration of rites and music. It resembles the utter chaos of Westeros, where the customs of hospitality are disregarded. The tumultuous bloodshed throughout Blue Star's history, apart from natural phenomena, has often been intertwined with systemic breakdowns, such as land annexation. Charlotte is not an isolated individual. Her subjects are flesh and blood beings with thoughts and feelings. He cannot indiscriminately sacrifice them for the sake of a so-called freedom. He acknowledges that he is not a virtuous man. Had it not been for the conflict of interest with the lords of Milan, he would not concern himself with the fate of the slaves. The liberation of slaves, on one hand, yields system rewards, while on the other, serves as a means to unleash productivity. Everything revolves around interests. As the judges of the harbor city delivered their verdict on the Daznak family members, Charlotte ascended the platform, his voice resonating powerfully as thousands of soldiers echoed his words, carrying his message throughout the city. From this day forth, you shall have your own families, your own homes, your own cultivated lands, and your own work. As long as you labor with your sweat and diligent hands, all this shall be yours. Charlotte paused before continuing. So long as you remain loyal to me. To the Aslan territory, no one shall arbitrarily strip you of your life and property. Finally, Charlotte concluded, I promise, as long as you are loyal to me and the Aslan family, I and the Aslan family shall safeguard all that you hold dear. As he declared the liberation of the slaves, shouts of "Father, Father, Father," soared into the heavens, echoing from the liberated free citizens of Milan. Those who had previously escaped joined the chorus. The voices of hundreds of thousands reverberated across the Rakazadin River, faintly reaching the ears of the lords and their pyramids. From that moment on, the countless slaves of Milan transformed into subjects of the Aslan territory. This declaration spread among merchants across various regions, and the slaves, upon hearing it, expressed envy, reverently referring to it as the sacred Aslan Declaration, while the commercial magnates derisively labeled it the foolish Aslan Declaration. In the various city-states, the rulers, governors, princes, and kings exhibited indifference, deeming the individual in question to be utterly deranged for relinquishing his possessions. The urban populace, upon hearing the news, dismissed it as irrelevant, preoccupied with the pressing concern of where to procure today's black bread. The rural farmers, upon hearing this, questioned, Aslan, can one eat that? Oh, I know of a grand marketplace in the city. Perhaps this may serve as tavern gossip tonight. Do tell me more. It is a known fact that medieval farmers often possessed greater wealth than urban dwellers, as they held the most vital means of production land. In the eyes of the rulers across the continent of Essos, slaves were regarded merely as articulate beasts of burden, tools for the accumulation of wealth and the fulfillment of desires. In their perspective, slaves were not considered human. Such beings were of an entirely different species. As for the offspring born of a slave and a noble, preposterous. How could a lowly slave conceive the progeny of a noble lord? Surely it must be that the base slave, in a moment of carelessness, copulated with another slave, resulting in a hybrid offspring. It must be so. A slave's progeny is destined to remain a slave, and how splendid for the lord, as he has acquired yet another asset. With the conclusion of the Charlotte Declaration, a system notification shined. Ding. Slaves liberated. Reward of 1452 honor points granted. Charlotte, upon hearing the notification, felt a wave of satisfaction. As his honor points had finally surpassed 10,000, a cause for celebration. He then descended from the platform and instructed his castle steward, Yernal, to host a banquet that evening, inviting military commanders and city officials, along with their families, to attend the festivities at the castle. Yernal responded with utmost respect. As you wish, my lord. After issuing his command, Charlotte, with a smile, proceeded towards the castle, returning to the Lord's chamber on the upper floor, where he eagerly began to make expenditures. First, he allocated 132 honor points to acquire 132 tons of gunpowder to replenish the fleet's reserves. Next, he summoned 10,000 new soldiers, who appeared at Aslan Fortress, accompanied by their families. Ding. Your system population has increased by 76,846 individuals. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress. Protector of the free citizens of Outpost Town, Lord of the Harbor City. Wealth, 232, 180 gold population. System population 146, 284. Free citizens 181. For 57 gazing upon the system's population statistics, Charlotte felt a sense of contentment, as he had finally attained a population comparable to that of a county in his previous life on Blue Star. Chapter 23. Territory Inspection. As night descended, the central fortress of Harbor City was illuminated, with flames dancing upon the transparent glass lanterns. The multitude of bright lights rendered the castle more resplendent than by day, reflecting brilliantly against the distant lighthouse on the sea. The streetlights throughout the city were subsequently lit, casting a warm glow that brightened the dim world. The commanders and officials of Harbor City, accompanied by their wives and children, arrived in open-top carriages with rain covers stored behind the seats, entering the magnificent castle in succession. The coachman halted at the castle's entrance, and the guests disembarked, each leading their companion by one hand into the interior, while the coachman guided the carriages to the parking area, engaging in banter with fellow drivers. The naval fleet commanders also arrived with their partners. Yet those from Aslan Fortress and the outpost station came alone. As time passed, all the guests gathered in the banquet hall, where musicians played melodious tunes. The crisp, lilting sounds of string instruments mingled with the resounding brilliance of brass instruments, their powerful notes echoing majestically, while the percussion added a rhythmic joyfulness. The colors of the instruments danced like the gentle sun of winter, and the nightingale's soft cooing captivated the audience, while the deep sea's roars imbued the music with an invigorating spirit. The grand harmonies resonated throughout the banquet hall, echoing in harmony with the splendid surroundings. Within the hall, men raised their goblets, forming small circles with acquaintances, conversing in hushed tones. It was evident that these circles comprised the guards, the officials, and the commanders from Aslan Fortress and the outpost. Meanwhile, the women gathered on the sofas, sharing tales of family matters or comparing their attire and appearances, as they were the trendsetters of fashion. Children, clutching sweet treats, engaged in playful chases, their innocent laughter filling the air. As the guests continued to arrive, the steward announced, "Lord Charlotte has arrived." Charlotte then sauntered into the gathering, and the previously buzzing hall fell silent, leaving only the music to resonate. "God bless, Lord Charlotte," the men exclaimed, placing their left hands over their right chests and bowing in reverence. "Good evening, God bless, Lord Charlotte." The women stood, slightly bending their knees while lifting their skirts and nodding in acknowledgement. Charlotte, resembling a divine being, elicited the children to cease their play, retreating to their parents' sides, while the older ones attempted to mimic the respectful gestures of their elders. Observing the children, Charlotte smiled warmly. No need for excessive formality. He took a glass of red wine from a tray held by a nearby maid, raising it high. "God bless. To the Aslan territory. Let us all revel in this victorious and splendid evening." After delivering his toast, he drained the contents of his glass. The men followed suit, raising their goblets and proclaiming, "God bless the Aslan territory. God bless Lord Charlotte." In unison, the children, imitating the adults, raised their cups of fruit juice, echoing, "God bless the Aslan territory. God bless Lord Charlotte." Afterward, Charlotte engaged in brief exchanges with the men and women present. When speaking with the ladies, should he encounter one whose beauty was not striking, he would commend her hairstyle or the sheen of her hair. For those with remarkable makeup, he would praise their vibrant appearance, and for those with elegantly coordinated outfits, he offered compliments on their stylishness. The women were elated by Charlotte's flattery, while the men straightened their postures, encouraged by his praise. The banquet, infused with Charlotte's wit and humor, drew to a close. As the lord, he was not required to bid farewell to the departing guests. This duty was left to the steward, Urnal. 2 months had passed since the banquet concluded, and Charlotte observed that Harbor City had stabilized. While the nobles of Milan remained compliant, he prepared to survey the surrounding countryside of Harbor City before returning to Aslan Fortress. The hundreds of thousands of free citizens in Milan had been properly settled through the efforts of Mayor Rodrigo and the officials of Harbor City. Those with skills were assigned to appropriate roles, while the unskilled were directed to the outer estates to cultivate land and tend to livestock. The area outside the city was now bustling with activity, filled with farms and estates. The construction of houses, waterworks, and roadways was primarily undertaken by captives, who were worked to the bone under the pretense of offering them hope. 5 years of labor in exchange for freedom, with no wages provided, merely sustenance each day. Having spent nearly 5.5 months traveling from Aslan Fortress to Harbor City, Charlotte felt a longing to return, especially to see how much Little Long had grown. The sound of thundering hooves echoed across the flatlands outside Harbor City, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Charlotte rode atop his magnificent black steed, leading the procession, followed closely by a robust knight brandishing a red flag adorned with black patterns. The imposing banner fluttered in his grasp as if it bore no weight, snapping in the wind as they rode past the intricate network of irrigation canals, reinforced with stones and mortar, revealing the diligent efforts of the administrative officials in the Harbor City. As they traversed various estates, some of which were in their early stages of development, it became evident that harvest time had arrived. The freemen were busy plowing the fields with either oxen or horses, gathering potatoes and other grains. Others wielded sickles, harvesting the verdant pastures, preparing to replant once the current crop was gathered. The livestock across the estates, cattle, horses, and sheep, thrived in robust health, while the faces of the freemen radiated genuine smiles, a stark contrast to their previously emaciated and lifeless expressions. Their faces now shone with a light of hope, reflecting their newfound happiness. The fields stretched in seamless continuity, divided neatly into 3 sections, one for cultivating crops like potatoes, another for high-yielding pastures enclosed by wooden stakes forming a grand circle where livestock grazed contentedly, and the third dedicated to economic crops such as grapes, their vines eagerly climbing the trellises, promising a sweet harvest soon. These grapevines, obtained through the system's exchange for high-yield, high-sugar cultivars, had cost Charlotte a significant amount of honor points. The sandy soil was ideal for growing pastures, potatoes, and grapes, further enriched by guano transported from the islands, resulting in exceptionally large fruits, dispelling any notion of inadequacy from newly cultivated lands. Chapter 24. The return journey. After surveying the estates surrounding the Harbor City and offering a few words of advice to Rodrigo, Alessandro, Silvano, and other military and administrative leaders, Charlotte set forth on his return journey. 2 months prior, he had relocated 5,000 new soldiers along with their families to the Harbor City, which now boasted a population of over 70,000. The military strength included a garrison of 1,000 riflemen, 800 artillerymen, 250 naval soldiers, 5,000 new recruits, 565 innocents, and 3,000 freemen militia. On his return, Charlotte chose not to travel via the Skazadin River route, but instead took the rocky Kaisa passage through the Jaskali Hills, opting for horseback riding. This allowed him to examine the Jaskali Hill map up close. The scouts, clad in chainmail and leather armor, with pointed helmets adorned with red plumes and brandishing the red and black flag, galloped back and forth on their steeds. The knights formed small squads of 10, scouting 25 miles back and forth. The scouts, muscular and imposing, rode powerful horses whose flowing manes danced amidst the dust, glimmering with the cold sheen of their armor. The wildlife among the hills scattered in fear at the sight of such a formidable military presence. The soldiers, uniformly clad in black and red uniforms, held the red and black flag aloft, advancing through the vast, desolate Jaskali Hills, whether mounted or on foot. Occasionally, they encountered the Zalaran nomads, who, as families, roamed the hills along the riverbanks in search of water and grazing pastures. Originally, the Zalaran people did not venture this far, but due to the frequent passage of the Aslan merchant caravans and the eradication of bandits along the route, they felt safe to inhabit these lands. Unlike other merchant groups, The Aslan caravans did not plunder them, but instead exchanged goods for supplies, making the lush hills a suitable grazing ground for their sheep. The red and black flag was highly recognized among the Zalaran, and the nomads would humbly kneel upon encountering the soldiers, expressing their gratitude and blessings for the protection they provided. The journey through the rocky Kaisa Passage took nearly 7 days before they arrived in the Leza region. The long line of soldiers, accompanied by numerous horses and supplies, made for a lengthy procession. In the afternoon, they passed through a small Zalaran town, where the soldiers replenished their water supplies and took a brief rest. Charlotte exchanged pleasantries with the chief and priest of the town before resuming their march towards the outpost. No longer merely an outpost, it had transformed into an outpost city, accommodating the 5,000 new recruits and their families. The town had expanded, now reaching urban status. The outer walls, originally built along the mountainside, had become the inner walls, while a long outer wall was under construction on the flatlands beyond the city. Through the low walls of the wall's foundation, orderly rows of residential houses, factories, warehouses, and marketplaces were visible, with stone-paved streets neatly dividing various zones. Workshops and blacksmiths, once located within the inner city, had relocated, allowing for gardens and plazas to flourish in their absence. The drainage systems along the roads ensured cleanliness within the city, while the greenery scattered throughout provided a refreshing atmosphere. Roland had carved out channels from the surrounding mountains, directing water into the outpost city. The lake, initially excavated for the outer city, had now become part of the inner city, providing ample drinking water, though irrigation remained a challenge, necessitating the digging of wells to access groundwater. Aslan Fortress, situated in the Red Wastes, was limited in its capacity, able to support just over 10,000 inhabitants, leading to a garrison of just over 1,000 soldiers stationed there. It had been 6 months since the return from the northern bank of the Lakazadan River, and the outpost city had flourished. The annual lottery, which had been announced just before departing the harbor city, promised additional rewards, according to the patterns Charlotte had discerned. The lottery was likely to yield treasures that were in high demand at that time. Having restrained his urge to participate in the lottery while in the harbor city, Charlotte finally called upon the system for a draw upon reaching the outpost. In the newly constructed castle's upper chamber, Charlotte focused his mind on the quivering treasure chest within his consciousness. Amidst the tremors, a golden light emerged. Ding! You have obtained the terrain transformation card, Endless Fountain, extracted from the boundless expanse, perpetually gushing water. Indeed, the disparity between the golden and purple draws was significant. Yet in the water-scarce outpost city, the addition of a fountain was a welcome boon. Upon confirming the use of the artifact, a three-dimensional image of the outpost city materialized in his mind. From a divine perspective, Charlotte placed the fountain within the outer city lake, where a nearly 1 meter wide and 3 meter high column of water erupted forth. The shooting water, illuminated by the setting sun, created a dazzling mist that refracted into a vibrant rainbow in the air. The sudden surge of water raised the lake's level significantly, while the extensive waterways extended outward, channeling towards the fields and estates beyond the city. The unexpected appearance of the grand fountain, as the water reached its peak, cascaded back down onto the lake's surface, producing a melodious sound that drew the attention of the lakeside residents. They stood in awe, mesmerized by the beautiful scene and the miraculous occurrence. A sudden exclamation of divine favor echoed through the air. Aslan, grant us your blessing. The echoes of the outpost city stirred a response among the onlookers, resounding with chants of divine favor. Aslan, divine favor. The outpost city thrived relentlessly. The artifact drawn by Charlotte, a terrain transformation card for a fountain, perfectly resolved the water resource issue of the outpost. After a 3-day respite in the outpost, where she met with various administrative and military personnel, Charlotte held a banquet in the newly constructed castle banquet hall. She then embarked on her journey back to Aslan Fortress. A procession of nearly 1,000 people traversed the desolate, arid, and lifeless red wasteland, named for its color. The red wasteland bore a parched surface that revealed an eerie rust-red hue, while distant hills were strewn with gravel worn down by years of wind erosion. The dry riverbeds lay exposed against the horizon, their beds composed of hardened soil and stone slabs, cracked into fragmented patterns, where resilient thorns and weeds defiantly flourished in the fissures. Along the roadside, foul-smelling black puddles harbored the remains of birds and beasts faintly visible within the murky sludge. Amidst the putrid water's edge, grotesque trees with gnarled trunks grew sporadically, while the ground was cloaked in a deathly yellow hue. The sparse leaves curling under the relentless sun, just occasionally stirred up from the ground, casting a dim, reddish tint across the sky. Yet, even in this desolate world, a unique vitality persisted. Drought-resistant creatures flickered in and out of visibility amidst the swirling dust. The troop of armored soldiers meandered along the ruts carved by merchant carts. Progressing through this lifeless expanse, Charlotte held firm to the belief that harsh environments forge the human spirit, and thus, during their march, They frequently encountered newly enlisted soldiers undergoing training on the wasteland. Led by their respective captains, these recruits formed small teams of 10, resolutely honing their wills and fortifying their physiques in this stark world, while also safeguarding the safety of passing merchant caravans. On the third day of marching through the red wasteland, amidst the vast rust-red landscape, a vivid green emerged in the eyes of the observers. A miraculous oasis, Aslan Fortress, appeared in this realm of death. A row of poplar trees lined the outskirts of the oasis, standing tall like sentinels guarding this sanctuary of life. Beneath the poplars, lush green grasses thrived in the shade, sprawling approximately 10 meters toward the barren red land, as if life was encroaching upon death. Stepping onto the stone path blanketed in verdant grass beneath the poplars, a refreshing coolness enveloped Charlotte, akin to sipping ice-cold water in the height of summer, invigorating her spirit. The desolation of the outside world was perfectly barred from view, as the fragrant aroma of vegetation filled her senses. And the world before her transformed into a lush green haven. Numerous springs bubbled forth within the oasis, forming small streams that nourished the verdant grasses. The fatigue accumulated from 3 days of marching evaporated in that moment, as if the first winter snow had melted under the sun's warmth. The babbling streams flowed ceaselessly, nourishing the vegetation of the oasis. Continuing onward, clusters of date palms came into view, with sweet-smelling dates hanging from their branches, perfuming the air. Crossing through the date palm grove led to a spice garden, where various drought-resistant spices flourished. Beyond the spice garden lay a vineyard, its robust vines intertwined with wooden trellises. Traversing the orderly rows of the vineyard, a crystalline lake emerged, shrouded in mist, as sunlight danced upon its surface, creating shimmering reflections. Beneath the glistening waters, numerous springs continuously released cool water, while the lake's aquatic plants swayed gently with the currents, their movements graceful and fluid. On the edge of the clear lake, tender green grass carpeted the ground, where flocks of sheep, herds of horses, and cattle grazed leisurely on the succulent greenery. Nearby, the dwellings of the villagers stood in neat rows, as if measured by a ruler, uniform in height, width, and number of stories. On the gray-white flat-roofed houses, various dried fruits were spread out to sunbathe, while grapevines adorned the spaces between the houses, heavy clusters of plump grapes hanging invitingly. Natural dye plants like madder also flourished nearby. A 10-meter-long stone arch bridge spanned the lake, leading directly to the gates of Aslan City, where square stones were meticulously arranged atop the towering walls. Their height seems nearly imperceptible. The wall, constructed from white stones, emitted a soft, ethereal glow, casting its reflection upon the lake's surface, imbuing the structure with both grandeur and elegance. Gazing upward over the high wall, the imposing castle tower became distinctly visible, its flag of red and black unfurling dramatically in the brisk wind. A tremendous roar echoed from afar, startling the night steeds, which neighed restlessly, their hoofs sparking against the cobbled ground. The knights swiftly calmed their anxious mounts, gently stroking their necks. In the cerulean sky, a young dragon with alternating red and black stripes descended from high above, its presence solemn. After 6 months apart, the young dragon, solemn, circled above Charlotte, emitting a series of roars. Through their mental link, Charlotte sensed Salome's joy and confusion, as it wondered why Charlotte seemed smaller now. Searching for the once broad shoulders it had known. Where had those shoulders gone? Without them, where would it land? This was Salome's greatest perplexity, overshadowing the joy of reuniting with Charlotte. Charlotte, connected through a spiritual bond with Salome, could not help but smile wryly at the dragon's innocent confusion. Dismissing the silly dragon, Charlotte yearned only to return to the castle for a sumptuous feast, to indulge in a relaxing bath, and ultimately, to relish in Anya's soothing massages. With a command, Charlotte disbanded the troop, disregarding her subordinates, and lightly kicked the flanks of her steed. The horse seemed to sense Charlotte's eagerness to return, quickening its pace as it galloped toward the castle. Anya, I'm back. Upon entering the castle hall, Charlotte eagerly called out for the maiden. The echo of her voice met with silence. Good day, Lord. Lady Anya is not in the castle. She has taken the 2 dragons for training, a nearby maid responded promptly. Training the dragons? That is of no concern. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a meal. I shall take a bath first, and when Lady Anya returns, tell her I am in the bath, Charlotte instructed as she walked away. Yes, Lord, the maid replied, hurrying off. Before long, Charlotte made her way down the long corridor to the bathhouse, situated within a pavilion in the castle's rear garden, where a fountain continually gushed water. The water flowed from the fountain's basin to the bath, while the water from the bath drained into channels that nourished the garden's flora. Charlotte removed her garments within the pavilion and stepped into the bath via the stone steps. The tranquil surface of the water rippled, sending waves crashing against the walls before retreating, with excess water overflowing into the channels, encircling the flower bed before flowing beyond the castle. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached as the maids entered, bearing bathing supplies, fruits, red wine, and beverages. Charlotte raised his hand to accept the wine glass poured by the maid. Inhaling the rich aroma of the red wine, he lifted the rim to his lips and savored a sip. The cool liquid flowed through his body, washing away the fatigue of the journey. Taking the towel from the maid, he folded it and placed it behind his head. Leaning back against the sloped back of the bath, he picked up the wooden tray beside him and, with a gentle wave of his left hand, beckoned the maid to leave. After a respectful curtsy, she quietly retreated. Charlotte took another sip of wine, setting the glass upon the wooden tray, and reached for the grapes resting on the other side. Lifting one to his mouth, he began to chew the sweet, succulent flesh dancing between his teeth as the flavors were absorbed by his taste buds, sending waves of satisfaction to his cerebral cortex. A gentle breeze rustled through the flower garden, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Charlotte exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to relish the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 26. The night of Aslan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Charlotte sat poised on the open terrace of the castle. The expansive platform, adorned with intricate stone carvings, encircled them. This broad terrace, shaped in a semicircle with a radius of nearly 25 meters, was perched atop the castle, just outside Charlotte's chamber. Standing at the railing, he gazed down upon the verdant oasis below, where his dragon, Sumu, lay in a contemplative posture. Its attention now diverted from its earlier musings about the evening's meal, whether it would be lamb skewers or beef. The bond of their minds had its drawbacks. Proximity allowed Charlotte to sense only simplistic thoughts from Sumu, which troubled him greatly. No longer could he refer to it as a young dragon. Its size now rivaled that of a bull, with its body having grown rapidly since birth just 8 months ago. The once red and black skin patterns now displayed beautiful scales of red with black markings. Its increasingly fierce visage exuded majesty and power. A roar of delight escaped from Sumu as it sensed Charlotte's admiration. In that moment, a platinum-hued young dragon soared overhead, Anya's shimmering light, roughly the size of a calf. It landed gracefully on the terrace, letting out a roar as if greeting Charlotte before turning to observe the world below. Curious about what had captured Anya's attention, Charlotte approached the edge of the terrace to peer down, discovering that she was riding towards him. Sumu, sensing Charlotte's intrigue, craned its long neck to see what he was looking at. Feeling Sumu's curiosity, Charlotte decided to return to the dining table, choosing to ignore Sumu and allow it to experience solitude. Before long, Anya emerged from the adjacent door, making her way to the dining table. As she resided next to Charlotte and shared the same terrace. Once seated, the maids filed out of the room, presenting dinner and pouring red wine and juice. Charlotte clinked his wine glass against Anya's juice cup, taking a hearty gulp of wine before cutting into a succulent steak. The hefty 5-pound steak was swiftly sliced into tender pieces, and he speared a chunk, dripping with rich sauce, and savored the exquisite flavors as they blossomed in his mouth. The steak's tenderness and the sauce's richness created a perfect harmony. Sumu, having tasted this dish in its youth, was no longer curious. It recalled that only the charcoal-flavored meat was truly delectable, a simple yet profound understanding. Under Charlotte's voracious appetite, the 5-pound steak vanished rapidly, prompting the maids to present another. His robust physique demanded significant sustenance, requiring 3 steaks along with ample grains. As each piece of steak disappeared, the maids served bread and a hearty soup, enriched with meat chunks, dried fish, potatoes, carrots, onions, garlic, and a blend of thyme, bay leaves, and pepper, seasoned with a pinch of salt. The prolonged simmering resulted in a rich broth. Charlotte tore off a piece of the long bread, dipping it into the thick soup, allowing the fluffy bread to soak up the savory liquid before savoring it. The mingling aromas of wheat and savory broth elicited a satisfied nod from him. After finishing the bread soaked in soup, Charlotte raised his wine glass, sipping slowly. In contrast to his more casual dining style, Anya exhibited a graceful elegance. Sitting upright, her arms bent at a perfect 90-degree angle, she effortlessly cut her meat into delicate pieces, placing them artfully into her mouth. Charlotte couldn't help but envy her poise. He had tried to emulate her, but the effort made the act of eating feel burdensome, diminishing his appetite and, consequently, his health. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the notion. Anya's slender figure, her curves accentuated by her fitted attire, showcased her delicate features and pale neck, which flushed slightly from the exertions of dragon training. The wind tousled her hair, adding an air of charm. Her serious demeanor remained focused on the steak before her. To facilitate her dragon training, she donned snug clothing that highlighted her form, the fabric hugging her waist and revealing the contours of her physique. Under Charlotte's admiring gaze, Anya eventually finished her meal, lifting her juice glass delicately to sip. Noticing Charlotte's attention, she shot him a playful glare with her large, expressive eyes. Charlotte felt a flutter in his heart at her captivating glance, eliciting a foolish grin from him. Indeed, a delightful moment was imminent for Charlotte. With a resigned sigh, Anya set down her utensils, picked up a damp towel to wipe her mouth and hands, and sauntered over to Charlotte. Her slender fingers rested on his shoulder. applying a gentle pressure as she kneaded the tension from his shoulders and neck, sending waves of soothing comfort through him. After months of unease, resting his head against her chest brought forth a sense of belonging. After a quarter of an hour, the sound of Su Mu's roar broke the tranquility. Yes, it too was hungry. It had decided to feast on roasted lamb skewers tonight and save the beef for the morrow. How naive this dragon was about timing. In the red expanse of the wasteland, daylight was fleeting. Once Su Mu and the shimmering light were fed, darkness fell. The night at Aslan Castle was ablaze with lights. Not from candles, but from the castle's own illumination. Each light fixture resembled a flickering flame, radiating a brilliant glow. The castle's grandeur emanated luminous beams from within, while the top lamp of the tower shone like a miniature sun, casting brightness upon the surroundings. On the castle walls, lights were spaced evenly, their glow casting a soft golden hue. The townsfolk brought out their chairs, gathering in the brightly lit square to watch the theatrical performance on the terrace. The actors on stage displayed fervent expressions, their emotions vividly conveyed through their voices. Exhilaration, flattery, sorrow, all resonating in the air, while children chased and played in the alleys nearby. Soldiers patrolled in groups throughout the oasis, ever vigilant against potential threats. With the night drawing to a close, Charlotte retired early to his chambers. Chapter 27. The two dragon eggs. Morning dawned as sunlight streamed through the window of Charlotte's bedroom. Wrapped in a light blanket, Charlotte was awakened by the blinding sunlight. Having forgotten to draw the curtains the previous night, the small sun disk atop the tower regulated the temperature of the castle like a central air conditioner. The comfortable warmth prompted Charlotte to stretch languidly, and upon opening the window, he heard a commotion from the high platform outside. Peering out, he saw Anya wielding a massive greatsword, which seemed ill-suited for her petite stature, with utmost seriousness. Each swing of the sword stirred the dust beneath it, as Anya, clad in plate armor and adorned with weighted iron rings and arms, executed a series of precise movements. Her legs crossed front and back. She would strike, step forward, strike again, and then repeat the motion with a swift turn. It was under Anya's tutelage that Charlotte had learned the art of swordsmanship. For she was the first hero he had summoned. Undoubtedly, she had been his most steadfast companion in this world. After finishing his morning ablutions with the help of the maids, Charlotte donned his armor and joined the daily training regimen. Following a day of rigorous exercise and a hearty breakfast served by the maids, he indulged in a brief soak in the garden bath before embarking on a patrol of the Aslan Castle territory. As midday approached, he enjoyed a lunch of lamb chops accompanied by beet soup and freshly baked golden bread. After leisurely finishing his meal, Charlotte took his fishing rod to the lake, where he sat on a recliner beneath a large sunshade, shielding himself from the afternoon sun. He sipped a cup of red tea infused with ginger, fennel, and salt, a peculiar blend of spices and tea leaves that he had grown accustomed to over time. Occasionally, he would savor the tea while keeping an eye on the bobber, the mist rising from the lake providing a comfortable respite from the sun's heat. As time passed, it soon became necessary for him to join Anya for dragon training. He packed away his fishing rod and released the fish he had caught, then meandered back to the castle to mount his steed, a black stallion, and head towards the designated training area outside the oasis. Anya, accompanied by her shimmering light, had arrived early and was instructing various maneuvers. The solemn yet bored creature lay on the ground, gazing enviously at the flickering light as it followed Anya's commands. Noticing Charlotte's arrival, a wave of joy surged through their shared bond. Charlotte resumed the dragon training session that had been on hold for half a year. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the solemn creature and the flickering light soared back to the castle's high platform. Charlotte and Anya galloped back to the castle, just in time for dinner. Thus, the days of Lord Charlotte passed simply and unceremoniously, and half a month slipped by in such a manner. One day, while enjoying lunch alone, as Anya typically handled her meals in the administrative hall, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dining room. A guard rushed in, approaching the hall with careful strides and a box in his arms, bowing to Charlotte. "My lord, a box urgently delivered from the port city." "From the port city?" Charlotte inquired, mildly astonished. "Is there anything else?" "Additionally, there is a letter marked for urgent delivery," the guard replied. Curiosity piqued, Charlotte set down his cutlery and took the letter, recognizing the wax seal of Rodrigo. He broke the seal and, skipping the lengthy greetings, delved straight into the contents. Charlotte had instructed the various merchant stations across Essos to gather intelligence on dragon egg fossils. Yet he had received no news during his nearly 6 months in the port city. The recent heavy war indemnity imposed on the noble families had resulted in significant financial loss. During the division of the Daznak family estate among the 14 noble houses, a treasure vault was discovered in the estate outside the Daznak stronghold. The families decided to auction the Daznak family vault along with some of their less significant treasures to recover from the financial shortfall caused by the indemnity. Within the vault lay 2 dragon egg fossils. For the nobles, and indeed for anyone in the known world, It had been a century since dragon egg fossils had surfaced, merely seen as two beautiful stones. Unbeknownst to them, Charlotte had already hatched a dragon. Rodrigo's acquisition of the dragon egg fossils had come at a modest expense. Once the dragons emerged, procuring such fossils would no longer be a simple task, as who would not wish to be a dragon knight? Even those who could not ride would not wish to allow others to do so. Approaching the box, Charlotte withdrew the latch and opened it. Inside lay two grayish dragon egg fossils, one shimmering with a purplish hue and the other with a dark green tint. Upon touching them, the system notification chimed. The host has touched the slumbering salamander fire elemental spirit, awakening condition. Place in the Aslan Castle fireplace for 30 days. Call for Camille, Jekalo, and John Mateo to come to the castle hall, Charlotte instructed, noting that Roland was absent from Aslan Castle. Yes, my lord, the guard replied, bowing before departing. Shortly thereafter, Camille, Jekalo, and John Mateo entered the hall. Without waiting for their greetings, Charlotte declared, the port city has sent 2 dragon egg fossils. You may discuss who will contract to hatch them first. The 3 exchanged glances, and Camille spoke first, bowing slightly, my lord. Let them take the first contract. I have my warhorse. Camille held a deep affection for his steed and felt less desire for a dragon. Thank you, Camille. I owe you one, John Mateo expressed gratefully, thumping his chest. I too, thank you, Camille, Jekalo added, as John Mateo and Jekalo busied themselves with the hatching of the dragon eggs. Far away in the continent of Westeros, in a clandestine location within King's Landing, a secret room held a bed draped in silken curtains. The creaking sounds emanating from the bed gradually ceased, and peering through the curtain revealed a woman of ample and relaxed figure, her pale face dusted with powder, blue eyes, and small, stern lips, an elderly and corpulent lady, her only striking feature being her voluminous auburn hair cascading to her waist. Should any noble from King's Landing lay eyes on her, they would undoubtedly recognize her as Lisa Tully, the wife of Lord Peter Baelish, the first King Robert Baratheon, and the sister of the Duchess of the Vale. The 2 sisters had taken divergent paths. The elder married the Lord of the North, while the younger wed the Duke of the Vale, with the North's lord being the adopted son of the Vale's Duke. Chapter 28. The secret chambers embraced. The man was of short stature, with an ordinary build, a small patch of beard on his chin, and dark hair interspersed with streaks of gray. He was greedily immersed in the voluminous auburn locks, his gray-green eyes reflecting an obsession with the tresses, a perverse desire for possession. Indeed, this was our realm's master of finance, Peter Baelish, commonly known as Littlefinger. Why the nickname Littlefinger? Because he hailed from the fingers of the Vale. Their family estate lay at the end of the peninsula, a mere collection of rocky land, often besieged by fierce winds. Barren and desolate, with their castle being an unnamed tower. In the class-conscious land of Westeros, their family ranked among the lowest of the minor nobility. An affront to the ambitious young man with a clever mind who found such circumstances intolerable. He is adept at scheming and possesses an innate talent for finance and trade. With the assistance of his lover, Lisa Tully, he has garnered the favor and promotion from the Duke of the Vale, the current Prime Minister Jon Arryn, and has ascended to the position of Treasurer of the 7 Kingdoms. However, he does not feel gratitude towards Jon Arryn, believing that all his achievements stem solely from his own intellect. My beloved, my flower, what has our Prime Minister, the hand of the king, been occupied with lately? Peter Baelish casually inquired, playing with his chestnut-colored hair. My love, must you bring up that decrepit old man at such a time? Lisa Tully's voice erupted with a nervous shriek, her aged face contorted with disdain. That wretched man, that filthy, pus-ridden old fool, he has taken me away from you. I belong to you, my body, my soul, everything is yours. Yet you expect me to be with that old man and bear his children. Each time feeling as if I were living in hell. I wish fervently that Rob were our child, she lamented, her voice breaking into a fit of nervous sobs. Noticing the shift in mood, Peter quickly countered, Oh my love, do you still love me? Before Lisa could respond, he continued with feigned affection. Do you think I do not suffer? Every time I think of you, my heart feels as though it is being torn apart. My dear, if you truly love me, cease asking me such questions. Do you know how I long for the first sight of your blooming smile each morning? And how I yearn to touch your serene, sleeping face each night? Pausing for a moment, he gazed deeply into Lisa's red tresses and declared, Meeting you was the most beautiful encounter of my life. Lost in Peter's sweet words, Lisa did not notice the unusual tremor of his little finger, responding nervously to his sentiments. Oh no, my dear. You know my love for you is as fierce as the volcanoes of Dorne, with molten lava that burns within me, consuming my body and soul. She remained oblivious to the flicker of coldness in Peter's eyes, which mingled with a hint of pain, as Lisa grew louder and more fervent. Peter's little finger trembled with reluctant anguish. A strange atmosphere thickened in the chamber as Peter, drenched in sweat, stared blankly at the canopy above, as if he were trying to study its patterns for eternity. After a moment of reflection, he began to gently wipe the sweat from his chest. startling him from his stupor and causing him to break into a cold sweat. He quickly embraced Lisa's form, saying, "You have been gone too long. You must return. Rob will cry for you. Oh, my poor Rob, whose frail body has suffered so much. This is all that wretched, foul-smelling old man's fault. His weak seed has left my beloved Rob in such a pitiful state," she cursed, weeping as she spoke. "If only he were your child, Rob would surely be strong. My dear, time is fleeting. You must return. Think of how sad Rob will be if he cannot find you," Peter urged. Knowing that he must not follow her line of thought too far, only a slightly serious tone would suffice to calm Lisa in this state. After speaking, he gently but firmly pushed her away, but Lisa clung to herself. Rising from the bed, she grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from her body, casually saying, "My dear, when will that old man return? I need to arrange our next meeting." Leaning against the headboard, her body languidly draped over the pillow, she continued, "That damned old man has been visiting various prostitutes since he left the Prime Minister's tower, often staying out late. Who knows what he is up to? His decaying body lacks the ability. Perhaps he is trying to prove he is still young." "Curse that old man," Lisa remarked disdainfully. "My love, I can hardly bear to be without you. My heart feels empty when we are apart," Lisa confessed, her words dripping with morbid affection. "Oh, seeking prostitutes? Does our esteemed Prime Minister still have that capacity? Huh, is there anything stranger than that?" Peter responded, playing along with her words. Lisa nonchalantly replied, "He keeps going on about his virility and resilience. Don't mind him, my dear. When shall we meet again?" After hearing Lisa's words, Peter fell into contemplation, quietly repeating the phrase virility and resilience. Annoyed by his silence, Lisa's voice escalated into a shriek. "What are you doing? Am I important? Or is that damned old man more important?" Her outburst jolted Peter from his reverie, and inwardly he thought that neither mattered. Her information was paramount. Yet he maintained a standard smile, responding, "My dear, how could he compare to you? I was merely pondering when we might meet next. The days without you make it hard to swallow." Upon hearing Peter's reply, a youthful smile spread across Lisa's aged face, and she sprang to her feet, gathering the scattered clothes from the floor. Once both were dressed, they approached the door, where Peter kissed Lisa's forehead, saying, "My dear, I truly hope to see you again soon. My love, I shall forever be yours," Lisa replied tenderly. After a brief moment of intimacy, she exited the secret chamber with light, cheerful steps. Peter watched her with a smile, his gaze filled with affection until the door closed, at which point his expression darkened, revealing a glint of anger, disgust, and a chilling malice in his eyes. Chapter 29. The Dothraki Sea. Located in the eastern part of the Dothraki Sea, northeast of the Painted Mountains, and west of the Bones Mountains, the region stretches from the southern prairies of the Rashis River to the northern prairies of Mother S Mountain. Mininkail's Khalasar roams over this vast expanse of grasslands, alongside several other Khalasars, including the Hakak Khalasar. Last year, Mininkail defeated Hakak Khalasar, acquiring over 30,000 roaring warriors and more than 80,000 men in his Khalasar. After vanquishing Hakak Khalasar, Mininkail sent Hakak's Khaleesi to Westeros to accompany the other Dosh Khaleen. Initially, it was to be escorted by Hakak's blood riders, but they all perished in battle, leaving Mininkail to personally escort her. After a Dothraki's death, his wife is sent to the Dosh Khaleen, who are responsible for divination and rituals. In addition to his own Khalasar, he commands 4 other Khalasars, one of which is Dola. Khalasars and Khalasars typically roam separately. Too many people complicate raiding and herding, even in the vast Dothraki Sea. Last year, Dola requested permission to raid in Lazarene, which he granted. Each year, during this time, the various Khalasars return to the tribute point to deliver their offerings. This year, however, at the tribute point, the other 3 Khalasars have been waiting for him to collect the tribute, while Dola, 2 months overdue, has yet to arrive. The prolonged wait has stirred feelings of irritation and anger within him, leading to a profound sense of humiliation. Since he took up the Dothraki curved sword and became a roaring warrior, no one had ever dared to humiliate him and live to tell the tale. They had all become bells adorning his braid, signifying their existence in this world. Even the former Kale, who had once humiliated him, had now transformed into a shadow of his former self, vowing that upon encountering Dora again, if the latter failed to provide a satisfactory recompense, he would strangle him. Minnow Kale had not even entertained the thought of Dora being slain in the Raza region. The weak lambs lacked such capability, especially considering that Dora Kwa had 4,000 roaring warriors at his command. His mind was consumed by a singular notion, that cursed Dora had betrayed him, aligning himself with another Kale. Yet, in recent days, there had been no reports of any Kale having taken Dora's caste under their wing. Had he ventured westward to plunder the vicinity of the Free City States? Recently, a particularly notorious Kale named Zhugu had been pillaging the western territories, amassing great wealth. His father was said to be Ba Erbwa Kale, a man Minnow recognized from their past encounters in Westeros. Could it be that this scoundrel Dora Hearing of the fortunes to be made in the west, had taken his cast to ally himself with the Kale near the Great Grass Sea? Lost in his tumultuous thoughts, Minnow Kale was oblivious to the possibility that Dora Qua's cast could have been annihilated in the Raza region. In his 30s, Minnow was at the pinnacle of male physical prowess, his bronze skin marred by scars that crisscrossed his torso like centipedes. At that moment, he wore no painted leather vest, exposing his bare upper body, with a bronze belt cinched around his waist. The vivid colors smeared across his muscular frame enhanced his savage aura. His light brown eyes, devoid of emotion, gazed at others as though they were mere prey. His black hair was braided into a long plait at the back of his head, adorned with numerous bronze bells that jingled with each step he took, a testament to the many warriors he had slain. As dusk approached, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the tent, revealing a tall, muscular Dothraki, clad in a painted leather vest, with horsehair bindings on his legs and a bronze belt at his waist. "Blood of my blood, do you have any news of that scoundrel Dora?" Minnow Kale inquired of the Blood Rider who had just entered the tent. The Blood Rider, collapsing onto a fur cushion crafted from pelts, replied, "Still no news, blood of my blood." Minnow Kale then seized his Calixi and began to engage in a physical contest. "Bring forth the slaves, we shall head south. I must find that scoundrel Dora." He cast a sidelong glance, commanding, "Yes." The Blood Rider replied, raising his head, then resumed his own venting. Minnow, feigning ignorance, gradually found himself drawn into the fray alongside his Calixi and the Blood Rider. Among the customs of the Dothraki, only horses could not be shared with Blood Riders. Everything else, including wives, was permissible. Adhering to tradition was the guiding principle of every wise Kale. Before long, the tent reverberated with the sounds of Minnow Kale and the Blood Rider's gasps and roars. Meanwhile, outside the Aslan Fortress Oasis, in the dragon training grounds, four figures were honing their dragons. One colossal dragon, resplendent in red and black, bore atop it a man whose hair flowed like a black lion's mane. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Shalu, exclaiming with fervent excitement. The dragon, Sumu, had grown to a size suitable for riding, while the dragon named Flickering Light had reached the size of a bull, though it was not yet ready for riding. Watching Shala howl like a wolf, Anya felt a pang of envy. Jekyll and John Mateo's young dragons had just completed their mental link and were still a week away from achieving stability, being guided through various movements to enhance their synergy. When choosing the dragon egg, Jekyll had selected the purplish-red one, which hatched into a dragon adorned with beautiful purple-red patterns. He named it Life as Fire, a name born from deep contemplation. The purple hue reminded him of the hyacinth flower, which symbolized that igniting the fire of life could lead to a bountiful existence. This connection made it evident that Jekyll cherished this little dragon. It was understandable, as his towering stature often relegated him to riding in a cart during military campaigns, overseeing supplies, while he longed for the thrill of riding. John Mateo's dark green dragon was less ceremonious, whimsically named Ancient Green. His reasoning was simple, akin to archery. The simplest actions were often the most enduring and efficient, yielding the greatest impact. He hoped his dragon would embody that same simplicity and lethality. Shala quipped, "Simplicity indeed, but perhaps your name is too simplistic. It shows a lack of respect for the dragon. Look at the names we've chosen. Sumu, Flickering Light, Life as Fire, each evokes a sense of grandeur. And then there's your Ancient Green." Chapter 30. Outpost City. Since Sumu became rideable, Shala frequently soared across the red waste atop it. Under the bond of their minds, their coordination was impeccable. The dragon's back featured a saddle-like area, with bony protrusions on either side to secure his grip. Naturally, a saddle could also be affixed for added stability. On this day, Shala once more took to the skies on Sumu, the wind rushing past his ears, evoking the sensation of chasing the breeze. From high above, the world below appeared vividly clear, instilling within him a sense of dominion over all. The unparalleled thrill he experienced was beyond words, a stark contrast to the sensation of flying on an airplane back on Blue Star. This was an experience of liberation. Sumu, attuned to Shalu's exhilaration, performed daring dives and rapid ascents, spiraling and rolling. "No, not the roll," he exclaimed, realizing he hadn't secured the saddle today. A misstep could spell disaster. However, joyful moments are fleeting. After a morning of flight, Shala sensed Sumu's fatigue and directed it back to Aslan Fortress. After feeding it its favorite meat, he allowed it to rest and made his way to the dining hall to enjoy lunch, having neglected breakfast in his excitement. Hunger struck him only after dismounting. Just as Shalu settled down, a maid entered with lunch, and Anya, holding a letter, swiftly approached the table. "Lord Shalu, urgent news. Over 30,000 roaring warriors of the Dothraki are advancing towards Raza." Upon hearing this, Shala sighed in resignation. Why are these Dothraki so fervently devoted to plundering? Isn't herding livestock more rewarding? They seem intent on courting death. He muttered, "Over 30,000 roaring warriors is quite a sizable tribe among the Dothraki. Which Kale leads them? It can't be Minnow Kale's Kalesa, can it?" The captured tongues reported, "Indeed, Minnow Kale has not received tribute from Dora," believing himself insulted. He is now marching southward to find Dora and exact his vengeance. Anya replied wearily, fully aware that Dora had long since been dealt with by Shalu. Notify Camel, John Mateo, and Jekyll to prepare for departure to the outpost city. I shall ride ahead on the dragon, Shala declared before returning his focus to his meal. As the evening settled over the outpost city, the setting sun painted the clouds in vibrant hues, resembling flames. The sun gradually retreated, shedding its heat, while a refreshing evening breeze swept across the land, carrying away the day's warmth. Outside the city, estates were neatly arranged across the chessboard-like fields, lush green pastures flourishing freely. The wind rustled through the grass and flowers, spreading their fragrant aroma far and wide. The herders drove their flocks of livestock back to their enclosures, while groups of magnificent horses, led by a lead stallion, entered the expansive horse corral. Bundles of hay were cut into short pieces, mixed with fish and shrimp powder sent from the harbor city, along with crushed wheat husks and a pinch of salt. This mixture was stirred into water and placed into the troughs for the animals. The nutrient-rich feed made the livestock particularly robust and stout. The herders brought buckets of water to the troughs, where the clear, sweet river water was eagerly lapped up by the sheep, horses, and cattle that had just eaten. On the ground, chickens and ducks pecked at the feed that had spilled from the troughs. In the endless wheat fields, golden grains exuded the fragrance of ripeness. The villagers lined up in a long row, bending down with their heads lowered, skillfully swinging their sickles to harvest the wheat, releasing its distinctive aroma. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads, falling onto the wheat like raindrops. After long hours of labor, they occasionally paused to straighten their backs and lightly pat themselves. Children behind them timely handed over water skins filled with salted water. After quenching their thirst, the villagers resumed their tasks. The sickles sliced through the bases of the wheat stalks, gradually gathering in their palms, and were then tied into bundles and placed on the cut stubble of the harvested fields. Golden sheaves were collected by those behind and loaded onto nearby carts. As the stacks of wheat grew higher on the carts, the drivers urged their horses towards the threshing ground, where the sheaves piled up beside various threshing machines. Children followed the adults, bending to pick up stray ears of wheat from the ground and placing them into small baskets. The funnel-shaped threshers were operated by foot, with their circular axes spinning rapidly, shedding grains from the wheat heads onto a bed of golden kernels. The grains were then poured into burlap sacks, with the undried produce stacked under a straw canopy, awaiting the sun's heat to evaporate the moisture. Adjacent to the threshing area lay a vast drying ground, constructed from volcanic ash mixed with clay, forming a surface unsuitable for cart traffic. The weight of the cart wheels would crush this earth and cement. Yet it served well for pedestrian pathways and the walls of houses. The dried wheat grains, stripped of moisture by the sun, were pushed into small heaps with wooden paddles, then scooped into bags and loaded onto carts for storage in warehouses within the outpost city. Some were sent to nearby mills, where white canvas sails spun the windmills, grinding the wheat into flour. The flour was then sifted through fine screens, collected in bags made of fine linen, which the villagers carried back to their homes, placing them in small storage areas. Indeed, the villagers carried flour back home, as the outpost city became self-sufficient, abolishing the communal dining hall. Orphans still received meals funded by the lord's estate in a small cafeteria, while families typically prepared their own meals. Single adults either pooled resources for cooking or paid a nominal fee to dine at the larger hall. With the growing population, communal dining had become impractical, and farmland was allocated based on the number of individuals. Villagers possessed usage rights but no ownership rights to the land, paying a tax rate of 30. Various farming tools and livestock were rented from the estate, deducted from their annual harvests, which the lord's estate would purchase. The herds had yet to be distributed, remaining under the unified management of the outpost city. Chapter 31. The dragon and the outpost city expanses of golden wheat fields lay flat, their stubble left behind by the diligent villagers. The crowds, having finished their agricultural tasks, gathered by the irrigation channels, releasing the harnesses from the horses, allowing the hard-working animals to drink freely from the waters. They also cleaned their tools and washed the dirt from their hands and feet. As the clear river water flowed through the intricate network of irrigation ditches, groups of returning farmers journeyed together, their faces aglow with the joy of harvest, sharing laughter and recent tales, while children, bursting with energy, played boisterously. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the sky, reminiscent of ancient cries reverberating through the present. The villagers looked up in alarm, their vision blurred by the setting sun. In the distance, a dark shape rapidly approached. As time passed, the silhouette revealed itself to be a colossal dragon, a red-black creature soaring overhead amidst the villagers' panicked cries, heading directly toward the outpost city. The children, frightened, hid beneath their elders, covering their eyes as if that would render them unseen. Yet, curiosity overcame their fear, and they peeked through their fingers at the dragon passing above. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the soldiers in the outpost city mobilized urgently, racing to their designated defensive positions atop the walls under their captain's command, readying their bows and arrows. Massive crossbows were rolled out from the concealed towers, their heavy bolts resting quietly on the winches, awaiting the command to release. Seated upon the majestic dragon, Charlotte gazed down at the bustling soldiers, feeling a sense of pride in their swift and decisive response. To avoid any misunderstandings, he linked his mind with the dragon, urging it to slow down and circle at a distance, allowing the soldiers on the walls to clearly see him. He shouted, "It is I, your lord." A keen-eyed archer recognized Charlotte atop the dragon and called out, "Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons. It is the Lord. The Lord rides upon the dragon." As the soldiers on the walls discerned Charlotte's figure, a thunderous cheer erupted. "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" The jubilant voices echoed throughout the walls, spreading to the villagers within the city. The ruler of Aslan grew ever more powerful, with not only valiant warriors but also the Lord having tamed a dragon that had vanished for over a century. A profound sense of pride enveloped every free villager's heart. Charlotte commanded the dragon to descend gracefully to the ground before the walls of the outpost city. The dragon controlled its wings in a gliding descent, adjusting its body for balance, its legs nearing the earth until they touched down with a resounding thud. The thundering sound reverberated as the dragon's powerful hind legs pounded the ground, its wings extending to soften the impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Charlotte slid down the sloped wing of the now-still dragon. As he dismounted, the weary creature laid down to rest, exhausted from the long flight. "My lord." Roland and a group of villagers stood respectfully at a distance, bowing in greeting. "You may return to your tasks. Prepare beef and lamb for me." "I must feed it before heading back to the castle," Charlotte replied, nodding at Roland and his companions. Before long, servants arrived with fresh, bloody cuts of meat, stacking them beside the dragon on level ground. Once they were placed, Charlotte waved his hand, instructing them to step back, and called out to the surrounding villagers, "You too. Step back," as the soldiers cleared a larger area around the dragon. The servants collectively exhaled in relief, having placed the meat too close to the colossal dragon. The immense pressure of facing such a creature weighed heavily on the hearts of ordinary men. Yet a peculiar blend of excitement and tension lingered in the air as they watched the fearsome yet strangely beautiful beast alongside the eager onlookers from a distance. Charlotte turned to the enormous creature beside him and loudly intoned the command for Dragon Fire. With their mental link, Charlotte and the dragon, named Sumu, could communicate without words. Yet Charlotte felt that vocalizing the command would lend more grandeur to the moment in front of the gathered crowd. With its wings folded, Sumu supported itself with its forelimbs, extending its neck and opening its massive jaws toward the top of the meat pile. A torrent of dark red flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, cascading onto the stacked meat, the searing magical fire splattering everywhere, causing the ground around the meat to gradually melt and crystallize into darkness. The meat quickly transformed into a charred state, and Sumu, with its mouth lined with sharp fangs, eagerly buried its head into the blackened remains. In no time, the once massive pile of meat was devoured entirely by the dragon, who let out a roar of satisfaction, the resounding sound startling the distant onlookers, causing some to stumble and even wet themselves in fear, while others, witnessing the embarrassment of their companions, erupted into laughter. After its roar, Sumu lay down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Through their mental connection, Charlotte sensed Sumu's desire for rest and did not press the dragon to move, recognizing the effort it had exerted over the long journey. He instructed the guards not to disturb Sumu during its rest, then took the reins of the horse led by a servant and mounted it, riding toward the inner castle. As he rode along the wide path of the outpost, he contemplated where to construct a resting place for the dragon, preferably on high ground for easy flight or perhaps a tall tower, though the latter would be a considerable waste of time and manpower. As Charlotte rode past two city walls, he arrived at the castle situated in the heart of the inner city, surrounded by stables, warehouses, schools, and barracks. The outer city had relocated the residential areas originally located in the inner city, and lush greenery adorned the surroundings, while a gently flowing stream meandered through the verdant landscape. The vegetation encircling the castle was a sight to behold, and in the castle's main square, a statue of Charlotte on horseback, poised with a spear, stood proudly. The statue depicted only the horse's hind legs on the ground, with the front legs raised, the muscles of the bronze horse sculpted to perfection, capturing Charlotte's likeness in a formidable manner. After this dragon ride, it seemed only fitting that another statue of Charlotte riding a dragon would soon be erected in the outpost. Chapter 32. Taking the initiative. 4 days had passed since Charlotte's arrival at the outpost, and the thousands of knights from Aslan Fortress had arrived just a day prior. Initially, Charlotte intended to lie in wait for Minoko's arrival, but on the second day after his arrival, a delegation from the Lazaran people came requesting military assistance. Reluctantly, after discussions regarding military strategy the previous day, it was decided to take the initiative. With over 10,000 fully equipped knights, there was little concern about the risk of failure. The main worry lay in the aftermath of defeating Minoko. as his roaring knights might scatter and wreak havoc in the Lazaran region, which would be time-consuming to manage. Thus, Charlotte resolved to challenge Minoko directly, believing that the Dothraki, who revered strength, would be compelled to retreat from the Lazaran territory when faced with the might of the knights and the dragon. As the morning light illuminated the tender green grass, dew glistened on the blades, falling to the muddy ground with occasional tremors. In the distance, under the morning sun, knights formed into orderly formations, standing at attention in the open space before the outpost gates, clad in full armor. Charlotte raised his spear and galloped forth before the ranks of knights. Following closely behind, his guards held aloft a flag emblazoned in red and black. The sound of the flag snapping in the wind echoed as the knights shouted, "Victory! Victory!" After the oath-taking ceremony, scouts advanced to probe for enemy movements while the foot soldiers shed their armor, placing it on wagons to proceed lightly. Knights led their steeds, a multitude of soldiers marching in perfect order, with supply wagons trailing behind, driven by diligent teamsters. As the sun rose, Charlotte rode at the forefront of the army, having removed his armor and placed it on a wagon behind him, while scouts dashed back and forth, ever vigilant for signs of the enemy. Sumu soared above, exulting in the freedom of flight, roaring joyously. For Charlotte, who possessed a map overlay, this territory was familiar, already illuminated by previous travels. He did not require the scouts to report back. He was well aware of the situation ahead. However, to train his troops in coordination, he needed to establish a standard tactical distribution for each campaign. The journey from the outpost to the Lazaran settlement would take 2 days. With scattered rocky sculptures along the path indicating the direction, their pale stone resembling that of sheep. As the soldiers advanced, the banners were raised high, each following the colors of their respective units, the red and black of the soldiers' uniforms intertwining with the red and black flag. The scouts galloped back and forth, stirring up clouds of dust. The imposing army intimidated passers-by, and merchants traveling between the outpost and the Lazaran region hurriedly stepped aside. After 2 days of travel, the army arrived at the Lazaran settlement, where priests and chieftains awaited them at the entrance. The high priestess looked on in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the soaring dragon. She was certain that the dragon egg fossil she had gifted Charlotte had indeed hatched, yet Charlotte's appearance did not resemble that of a Valyrian. Such was the mysterious impression the Lazaran high priestess had of Charlotte. Following a welcoming banquet in the Lazaran settlement, Charlotte established a military camp just outside the town, encircling it with wooden barriers and erecting canvas tents within. The town was too small to accommodate an army of 10,000 for garrisoning and training. The wooden walls were coated with a layer of wet mud to prevent them from easily catching fire. With the camp established, the troops awaited the arrival of the Dothraki in silence, resting and training. Time swiftly passed, and a week later, Minoko's forces finally arrived. Upon receiving word from the scouts, the knights formed ranks and emerged from the camp, aligning themselves on the main road where the Dothraki marched. Cavalry was arrayed on both flanks to shield the infantry and archers at the center, with the middle infantry surrounded by cross-placed wooden spikes as barriers. The vanguard knights, serving as skirmishers, were commanded by Camille, with heavy cavalry positioned behind him, quietly leading their steeds. The front line of the central army was overseen by Cagello, who inspected the ranks, ensuring that the armor of the frontline soldiers was securely fastened. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen stood orderly behind their shields. The rear archers strung their bows, adjusting their quivers for easy access to arrows, ready to unleash lethal shots at a moment's notice, while John Matteo calmly directed the formation against the Dothraki roaring knights. The archers were the bane of any light cavalry. As long as the frontline soldiers withstood the charge, the arrows would wreak havoc among the unarmored riders. After a brief wait, the 34,000 Dothraki roaring knights, emitting eerie cries, surged forward from the distance, their thundering hooves stirring up clouds of dust. The savage and bloodthirsty Dothraki warriors regarded the armored men ahead with utter disdain. Their prowess extended beyond the mastery of the Dothraki curved blade. Their skills in mounted archery were equally unparalleled. Unlike 4 centuries ago, when Tormakeo charged the tightly assembled pike infantry at the narrow gates of Kor, they could now utilize their mounted archery to methodically dismantle their foes. Well versed in the tale of Tormakeo's defeat, every Dothraki warrior recognized that engaging trained infantry in such confined terrain would not bring them glory. Minoko rode atop a small hill, surveying the enemy's meticulously arranged formation, brandishing his Dothraki blade and signaling with a flourish in the air. In an instant, the formidable Dothraki horde split into 2 flanking cavalry units, charging towards the opposing cavalry positioned on the wings of the tightly packed infantry. The Dothraki warriors, spurring their steeds with fierce cries, wielded their sabers and bows, encircling the cavalry of Aslan. Aslan's flanking cavalry urged their horses into a gallop, the thunder of hooves reverberating as both sides clashed ferociously. Archers on both sides loosed their arrows, the feathers raining down upon the opposing ranks. The twang of bowstrings resonated, accompanied by the whistling of arrows slicing through the air. The casualties among the Dothraki were stark. Many fell to the ground, while only a handful of Aslan's horsemen succumbed to grievous wounds, their chainmail and leather armor effectively thwarting the Dothraki's arrows. The relentless exchange of arrows continued amidst the cacophony of pounding hooves, with the air filled with the sound of projectiles soaring towards their targets. Observing their disadvantage in mounted archery, the Dothraki warriors discarded their bows, drawing their sabers and urging their steeds to accelerate, intent on cleaving through the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Aslan's cavalry intentionally drew the Dothraki's flanks away from their infantry formation. Minoko, witnessing his adversaries being driven back, raised his Dothraki blade high, signaling a charge. A contingent of Dothraki warriors surged forward, aiming to breach the convex formation of Aslan's infantry head-on. The Dothraki warriors, undaunted by death, charged towards the wooden barricades, intent on demolishing them and slaughtering the armored men behind. However, while the riders displayed fearlessness, their steeds possessed a keen intelligence. Sensing the impending collision with the sharpened stakes of the barricade and the glinting pikes beyond, the horses, in a moment of instinctual panic, veered left and right, evading their riders' command. As the Dothraki attempted to guide their mounts towards the barricade, Aslan's infantry raised their crossbows, unleashing a volley of bolts that pierced through the air, finding their mark in the flesh of the charging warriors. The powerful quarrels penetrated, striking down 2 Dothraki in quick succession, the second bolt trembling within the body of the second victim. Simultaneously, archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, darkening the skies as they arced down upon the Dothraki. The sound of bowstrings and the cries of the dying converged in a symphony of chaos. Minoko, witnessing the devastation among his warriors, unleashed a roar of fury from his broad chest. Spinning his blade overhead, he commanded 2 groups of Dothraki to disperse and charge anew. This time, the riders shielded their mounts' eyes with one hand while brandishing their curved blades with the other, careening towards the steadfast Aslan infantry. The heavily armored front line of Aslan stood resolute, their massive shields interlocked, with pikes thrusting menacingly from behind. The collision was imminent. The Dothraki's mounts, obscured by the chaos, collided with the barricades, while arrows rained down upon the advancing cavalry. The wounded steeds and fallen warriors disrupted the charge, diminishing their momentum. At that moment, the ferocity of battle reached its zenith, as the heavily armored soldiers bled profusely under the onslaught of Dothraki charges, while pikes struck like venomous serpents at the horsemen. As the Dothraki gathered at the forefront, they became easy prey for the archers positioned behind, the long shafts finding their marks amidst the fray. The cries of both horse and rider echoed in the air, mingling with the anguish of the fallen. Minoko, now consumed by rage, spun his blade once more, dispatching further Dothraki to join the fray against Aslan's cavalry. He sought to overpower them and maneuver around the armored infantry to launch a surprise attack from behind. With thunderous hooves, the cavalry arced around, charging toward the ongoing melee. In that moment, the 3 rows of Aslan's heavy cavalry surged forward, their armor clanking ominously, as they advanced to reinforce their beleaguered allies. The sound of iron hooves striking the ground resonated as the heavy cavalry brandished their pikes, surging with overwhelming force towards the Dothraki. The collision resonated with a thunderous boom, as the heavy cavalry plowed through the Dothraki formation, scattering them like chaff. Meanwhile, the light cavalry of Aslan seized the opportunity, sheathing their bows and drawing their swords to join the fray against the disarrayed Dothraki. Just as the supporting cavalry was about to engage, a primal roar echoed from the heavens. The Dothraki, sensing the disturbance, instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in terror. The sight of a dragon descending from the sky struck fear into the hearts of the Dothraki, its roar sending their horses into a frenzy. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flame upon the Dothraki's ranks, igniting chaos as the scorching fire engulfed the warriors, reducing them to charred remains. Those who had not faced the dragon's wrath found their steeds kicking and bucking, desperate to escape the chaos that ensued. Despite the riders' attempts to regain control, the formation crumbled, panic spreading among the Dothraki as the dragon continued its fiery onslaught. The battlefield fell into a momentary stillness, overshadowed by the roaring flames that consumed the clustered Dothraki warriors. The Dothraki warriors, engaged in battle against the Aslan forces, momentarily disengaged from their adversaries, casting fearful glances towards the dragon soaring overhead. The Aslan cavalry refrained from pursuing them, maintaining a vigilant stance. Charlotte commanded the imposing dragon to hover solemnly above the Dothraki, as the fierce warriors prepared to shoot arrows at the dragon. Suddenly, a resounding voice in Dothraki echoed through the air, "Minnow, a duel." The Dothraki warriors soon realized that a man was mounted on the dragon's back, his mane resembling that of a lion, his powerful voice reverberating across the battlefield. Thunderous roars erupted above the Dothraki, and confronted with this indomitable figure, the warriors lowered their bows. Observing their surrender, Charlotte guided the dragon to descend between the 2 factions. The dragon flapped its wings, adjusting its descent, and landed with a resounding thud upon the ground. At that moment, a booming voice emerged from the dragon's back. "Minnow, a duel," as the man shouted. He slid down the inclined dragon's wing, approaching the Dothraki warriors with a colossal sword drawn from his back, its sharp blade firmly planted in the earth before him. After Charlotte issued his challenge, the Dothraki warriors turned to their leader, Ko. It was well known that Ko, as the mightiest warrior among them, was obliged to accept any challenge from an enemy. Refusal would strip him of his title. Stunned momentarily by the audacity of a man riding a dragon daring to challenge him, Minnow Ko felt a surge of rage tempered by a flicker of delight. As a seasoned Dothraki warrior who had slain countless foes, he had seen challengers fall before him, the last being Hakak Ko, who had met his demise at Minnow's hands. The prospect of defeating this dragon-riding challenger brought him a sense of glee. Should he vanquish this man, the dragon would rightfully belong to him, and he would become the most formidable Dothraki Ko in history. Minnow Ko brandished his Dothraki scimitar, pushing through the warriors blocking his path. Flanked by 3 bloodsworn who moved to confront Charlotte, Charlotte steadied his colossal sword, leaning one hand against its hilt, and gestured dismissively at Minnow Ko and his companions, saying in a tone rife with disdain, "Come at me together." As a battle-hardened warrior, Minnow was not provoked by Charlotte's demeanor. Rather, he sought to humiliate him before delivering a fatal blow. One of the bloodsworn, unable to withstand the insult, charged at Charlotte with a furious shout, aiming to cleave him in two. The warrior's movements appeared to slow to a crawl in front of Charlotte, who, without moving his sword, sidestepped and seized the assailant's arm, snapping his bone with a sharp crack that echoed through the arena. Before the warrior could emit a cry of anguish, Charlotte seized the fallen scimitar and swiftly cut through his neck, delivering a precise kick to his body, the action executed with ruthless efficiency. Minnow Ko watched in horror as his bloodsworn fell lifelessly to the ground, a profound sense of dread enveloping him. The remaining 2 bloodsworn exchanged glances and charged simultaneously, a rare occurrence among the Dothraki, as duels were typically one-on-one. The synchronized attack reflected the effectiveness of Charlotte's intimidation. As they approached, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, believing they were on the verge of slaying Charlotte. However, Charlotte stepped back, extracting his colossal sword from the ground, and with a single swing, severed the 2 warriors at their waists. In an instant, their upper bodies fell apart from their lower halves, visceral innards spilling onto the ground. For a fleeting moment, they stood in shock before letting out horrified screams. The arena fell silent, their resilience allowing them to cling to life despite their grievous wounds. The Dothraki warriors stood in stunned silence, their breath scarcely audible. Charlotte raised his gaze towards Minnow Ko, extending a hand with a thumb across his throat, a clear gesture of provocation. Witnessing Charlotte's lethal prowess, having dispatched 3 elite bloodsworn with such ease, a tumult of rage and fear surged within Minnow Ko. Clutching his Dothraki scimitar tightly, he approached Charlotte with agile grace. Charlotte, unwilling to waste any further time, lifted his colossal sword and advanced, his steps crossing as he launched a diagonal strike towards Minnow Ko. The formidable warrior raised his scimitar, intending to deflect Charlotte's strike and maneuver in for a fatal blow. This had been his signature move for years, a technique that had claimed the lives of many skilled Dothraki warriors. Yet this encounter was unlike any other. The immense force of Charlotte's sword rendered Minnow's arms trembling, almost losing grip on his weapon, and he fell to one knee as if struck by thunder. The clash of blade against blade resonated throughout the arena, and Minnow's arms could scarcely lift in defense. In a swift motion, Charlotte's sword swept past Minnow's left chest, cleaving him in twain. The dragon's roar echoed in that instant, as the front line of Dothraki warriors, witnessing the grim fates of their leader and bloodsworn, collectively recoiled in astonishment. With the option of surrender or further duel laid before them, Charlotte held his colossal sword aloft while the dragon unfurled its wings behind him, emitting a prolonged roar. The Dothraki warriors found themselves ensnared in an eerie silence, their retreat illustrating the profound impact Charlotte had made upon them. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber within the City of Kings landing on the distant continent of Westeros, flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the faces of cloaked figures. One of the figures spoke. "Lord Baelish, the Prime Minister seeks to raise our tax rates to repay the Iron Throne's debts to Bravos." Another shadow interjected. "Lord Allen, there are strict orders to crack down on smuggling and intensify inspections of incoming vessels. Our trade is suffering. My lord, we must retaliate. We cannot allow our business to be jeopardized, nor let the Prime Minister undermine our rules." One figure exclaimed. "If we do not act, the consequences will be dire, and our losses will be immense. We cannot permit those lofty dukes and kings to arbitrarily seize our property." Voices clamored in the chamber as each figure expressed their opinions. "Silence! Silence! My friends, we have not yet reached the darkest hour. Rest assured, no one, absolutely no one, can indiscriminately strip us of our interests," Lord Peter Baelish proclaimed, his voice filled with conviction, prompting the others to quiet down. Once the room settled, he continued, "If this matter is resolved as planned, The 7 kingdoms will descend into chaos, and this land will become a pit of despair. Those once elevated lords will find themselves in the mire. Only through unity can we emerge as victors in this tumultuous hell. Will you remain loyal to me? Loyal to our shared interests? His tone was fervent and serious, demanding a response. Lord Baelish, we pledge our eternal loyalty to you, my lord. You shall always be our leader, and we stand by you. After the shadows in the chamber expressed their allegiance, Peter Baelish smiled and nodded, raising his goblet to softly declare, for the greater good. The echoing chorus followed suit. For the greater good. For the greater good. Chapter 35. Invincible Call in the heart of a colossal camp. A grand tent towered above, where a series of duels unfolded amidst an excited crowd, their fervent cries reverberating in the air. Nestled on the northern bank of the Zakaradan River, most tents in the camp were constructed from thatch, with a few leather tents made from animal hides adorning the center. These once belonged to the roaring warriors of Minoko, now subdued by the formidable presence of Khal Shero. In the Dothraki culture, only the mightiest warriors could tame the wildest steeds, and the strongest among them would assume the title of Khal. Those who triumphed over the previous Khal were reinstated as Khal themselves. Though not a traditional Dothraki, Shero, with his black hair and eastern features, was regarded as a unique Dothraki due to his prowess on a dragon. After his victory over Minoko, the Khalasar of Minnok swiftly splintered, with over 7,000 roaring warriors choosing to submit to Shero. To stabilize the allegiance of these Dothraki warriors, Shero granted freedom to those unwilling to submit, allowing them to depart freely. They vowed by the horse god to refrain from pillaging the Zala region. And upon taking their oath, they severed their braids and laid them at Shero's feet. Once the battlefield was cleared, Shero, accompanied by his loyal Khalasar, relocated to a lush pasture on the northern bank of the Zakaradan River. He intended to govern his Khalasar following the methods of the great Genghis Khan from his previous life, adopting ancient Mongolian practices to liberate the slaves within the Khalasar, recruit warriors, and establish a hierarchical system of households divided into tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. This transition from a slave society to a feudal structure would create a layered system of allegiance, providing pathways for the lower-tier roaring warriors to ascend, thereby solidifying Shero's military dominance. This new system garnered enthusiastic support from the elected leaders of tens, hundreds, and thousands, as traditionally, power within the Dothraki was concentrated in the hands of a few rulers, including the Khal and Blood Oath warriors. The lower-tier roaring warriors had little power, but the successful challengers who ascended to leadership roles became the bedrock of Shero's rule over the Dothraki Khalasar. The Dothraki, possessing only their language and lacking a written form, were mandated by Shero to adopt the simplified Chinese characters from his past life as their script. The teachings and communications of the Aslan territories also utilized these characters. Following the legal codes of Genghis Khan, Shero established the Aslan Code, inscribing it on bronze tablets to distribute among the leaders, who would then govern their assigned tribes and servants according to the statutes therein. After days of selection and challenge, the leaders had been determined, and the selection of Shero's personal guards was underway, with Camille, Giant Mateo, and Jekyll facing off against their subordinates. Anyone who could withstand their onslaught for 10 breaths would be chosen. The selection process for the guards offered higher privileges than that of the leaders, thus attracting even greater interest. Given that ordinary Dothraki roaring warriors lacked fixed partners, many sought out former romantic partners to establish stable relationships, leading to the emergence of family units within the lower Dothraki populace, previously exclusive to the Khals. Under Shero's mighty sword, all disobedient roaring warriors fell before him, while elite knights and skilled archers joined the leadership system, inspiring many roaring warriors to emulate these valiant fighters. Amidst the choices of weapons, the reforms progressed smoothly, with unexpected developments unfolding naturally. For instance, the Dothraki's customary aversion to armor began to shift, greatly influenced by the elite knights and skilled archers adopting the new system. The admiration for strength is a fundamental human trait, and the Dothraki's reverence for the powerful was exceedingly fervent. These skilled riders, adept in both horsemanship and archery, became models for many roaring warriors, leading to an increased trend of donning armor as a symbol of strength. In the Dothraki mindset, the perception that wearing armor was a sign of weakness transformed into the belief that those without armor were the weak, and those who donned it were the strong. The selection for the personal guards was intensifying, with Camille, Giant Mateo, and Jekyll standing at the center of 3 open spaces, each adorned in exquisite leather armor, richly colored and adorned with intricate red and black patterns. Their gleaming bronze-buckled belts were engraved with fierce beast motifs, and the armor skirt fitted closely to their robust frames, while red-accented cloaks billowed elegantly. The surrounding roaring warriors, their eyes ablaze with envy and admiration, gazed upon the splendid armor, which was the ceremonial garb of the Khal's guards. Eager warriors, confident in their own valor, stepped forward to challenge them, but the continuous onslaught left Camille, Giant Mateo, and Jekyll somewhat winded. After quenching their thirst with mare's milk, they regarded the surrounding roaring warriors with calm yet unwavering confidence, their formidable presence causing many to bow their heads, unwilling to meet their gaze. Such an aura is not commonly observed among ordinary folk. It is often possessed by those in high positions of power, ruthless killers, or wealthy merchants. This external manifestation of a strong spirit is an unconscious projection of formidable will. Under strict selection, only 60 out of the over 7,000 roaring warriors and liberated former slaves were admitted into the guard, all donned in full armor, standing resolutely beside Shero, loyally fulfilling their duties. The Khalasar, having witnessed the trio's extraordinary martial prowess, revered Shero as the invincible Khal, while Camille, Jai Mateo, and Jekalo were hailed as the indomitable Blood Oath warriors. Chapter 36. Pantos. While Shero busied himself with the consolidation and restructuring of the Khalasar, he remained oblivious to the profound changes in the world resulting from his hatching of dragons. The free city-state of Pentos, located on the western shores of Essos, gazes across the narrow sea at the continent of Westeros. Within Pentos stands a grand red temple, the Temple of R'hllor. Over the past year, the fervor of the red priests has intensified, as they claim to have sensed the presence of their long-absent god through the flames. This divine inspiration had vanished alongside the Targaryen's dragons over a century ago, but the recent faint echoes of R'hllor's power have invigorated the devoted priests, albeit in a fragmented manner, as if obstructed by some mysterious force. Each night, the red priests ignite flames within the temple, reciting prayers and beseeching R'hllor for guidance, while their followers fixate on the fire, yearning for visions of the future. In their desperation to prove their devotion, the priests have conducted clandestine pyres and even self-immolation rituals, resulting in the tragic loss of many believers. Yet, the divine revelations remain elusive. Upon learning of the Red followers' frenzied actions, the governors of Pentos commenced a secret investigation, but to no avail. This incited considerable concern among the governors, as the fanaticism of R'hllor's followers is well known, representing an uncontrollable force that poses a significant threat to their privileged positions. Every astute ruler understands that while governance may require the support of religion, it must not be wholly dependent on it. Our governor, Illyrio Mopatis, possesses a courtyard adjacent to the imposing Red Temple, surrounded by towering 12-foot brick walls adorned with sharp iron spikes. The courtyard is divided into 3 sections, each connected by gates. The main gate serves as the primary entrance to the residence. Another area conceals a hidden ivy garden, at the heart of which stands a marble pool. In the pool resides a statue of a naked boy, rendered in exquisite painted marble, with golden hair and a stance suggestive of combat, wielding a dagger. 6 cherry blossom trees encircle the pool, while the expansive garden behind the residence houses a kennel filled with large, barking hounds. The entire courtyard is vigilantly guarded by the Unsullied, stationed at each entrance. Today, when Viserys and Daenerys were invited by Illyrio Mopatis to take refuge in this stronghold, they entered the main hall where Illyrio sat regally. Viserys, with an air of arrogance, held his head high, while Daenerys, in contrast, bowed her head demurely. Accepting the bread and salt offered by the servants, Viserys dipped the bread into the salt and savored it, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to stay in Illyrio's modest courtyard. Your generous invitation is much appreciated, and once I reclaim the Iron Throne of the 7 Kingdoms, I shall appoint you as Hand of the King, Viserys replied, his head held high. Thank you. It is an honor to be your guest, Lord Illyrio, Daenerys stammered. Illyrio, smiling warmly, responded, it is my privilege to host the rightful rulers of the 7 Kingdoms, King Viserys and Princess Daenerys, descendants of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men. Neither Viserys, with his haughty demeanor, nor the meek Daenerys noticed the gleaming dagger resting on Illyrio's lap as he welcomed them. After the formalities concluded, Illyrio guided Viserys and Daenerys on a tour of the courtyard. As they traversed the archway leading to the guest quarters and the garden, Illyrio respectfully announced, my beautiful princess, this will be your residence. The quaint abode offered a direct view of the seaside, with white marble flooring, brass fixtures, and sheer fabric serving as curtains, billowing in the sea breeze. For Daenerys, who had long been wandering with Viserys, this dwelling felt like a paradise, and she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Illyrio. However, for Viserys, who had experienced the grandeur of the Red Keep, this modest dwelling was painfully inadequate, and he turned to Daenerys with an expression of discontent. You rest here. I have matters to discuss with Illyrio. With that, he strode away, while Illyrio nodded at Daenerys with a knowing smile before following Viserys. At 12 years of age, Daenerys was on the cusp of her 13th named day, beginning to exhibit the burgeoning form of a young woman. Her developing figure, with budding breasts and rounded hips, signaled the imminent transformation from girlhood to womanhood. Illyrio felt relieved that Daenerys had not yet reached her first menstruation, nor had Viserys taken advantage of her youth, allowing his subsequent plans to proceed unimpeded. Viserys and Illyrio stood at the observation deck in the garden, gazing out at the bustling ships entering and departing from the harbor of Pentos. Illyrio spoke in a tone laced with flattery, "Your Majesty, the rightful ruler of the seven kingdoms, protector of the Undals, Roiner, and First Men, I humbly beseech you. My loyal Illyrio, the future hand of the seven kingdoms, speak." Viserys replied, turning his head with a self-satisfied grin. "Countless families in the seven kingdoms await your return, living in fear under the usurpers, devoid of honor. If you were to lead an army onto the shores of Westeros, as the great conqueror Aegon Targaryen once did, countless knights would rush to pledge their loyalty. You would reclaim the Iron Throne stolen by the usurpers. Your name echoes throughout King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms. For over 3 centuries under Targaryen rule, all commoners, nobles, knights, merchants, await and call for your return." Illyrio paused, then, with utmost sincerity, concluded, "What you lack now is an army that belongs to you." Viserys, inflamed with enthusiasm and excitement, inquired, "Where shall I find this army, my loyal Illyrio? The Golden Company? Those shameless mercenaries, devoid of honor, are nothing but refuse. They cannot assist me," he stated, anger and disappointment lacing his voice. Illyrio shook his head. "No. The Golden Company is merely a band of mercenaries who value only gold. However, in Essos, the mightiest cavalry is the Dothraki's roaring warriors, who can be won over with a modest price." With that, Illyrio fell silent and turned to leave, knowing that as long as he kept Viserys dangling under the allure of the Iron Throne, he could coax him into compliance. In the vast Dothraki Sea, the crimson sun rose above the horizon. The cool morning breeze swept away the lingering mists of the night as a long procession advanced across the endless grasslands, following the tracks left by the scouts' hoofs. Unlike other Khalasars, this Dothraki Khalasar consisted solely of roaring warriors, accompanied by a few eunuchs and herbalist women. While the elderly and children were left to graze on the northern bank of the river near the Laser, their destination was the Dothraki stronghold, Vis Dothrak, which, without a doubt, belonged to Khal Drogo. A colossal figure soared through the sky, casting a shadow over the serpentine ranks below. This figure was none other than the solemn Mount of Charlotte, the mighty dragon. Each time the dragon roared past the heads of the warriors, it incited a cacophony of cheers reminiscent of wailing spirits, a fervent expression of their pride in their KO and the formidable Khalasar to which they belonged. They firmly believed themselves to be the most powerful Khalasar upon this vast grassland, unmatched by any other. At that moment, they were escorting the widow of Minoko, Carishur, to Dasha. Although Charlotte had reformed the customs of the Dothraki, some traditions remained stubbornly intact. For instance, following the demise of the previous Kaoa's Blood Oath Guards, it fell upon the current Kao to escort the deceased Kaoa's wife to Dasha. At the behest of his people, Charlotte acquiesced, not only to fulfill this duty, but also to fill the gaps in his system skill map. Additionally, he sought to behold the scenery of the lake known as the Womb of the World, nestled beneath the Mother Mountain. The roaring warriors spoke of it as the most beautiful place in existence. Surrounding the lengthy procession were scouts composed of the system's cavalry and the Dothraki, galloping forth. This time, Charlotte did not lead the infantry onward. After restructuring the 1,000-household system, the roaring warriors exhibited remarkable improvement in discipline and organization. Their combat prowess vastly enhanced compared to the disarray of the past. No longer a rabble, they moved with the coordination of a wolf pack. Each unit led by their respective household heads, their combat effectiveness harmonizing with every stride. Over 13,000 roaring warriors migrated across this boundless sea of grass. Yet they were but a drop in the ocean, for the might of nature is beyond the grasp of mortals, originally numbering just over 7,000. The roaring warriors had swelled by 6,000 following the liberation of slaves and subsequent selection. Charlotte's Khalasar comprised 13,000 heads, 1,360 heads, and 1,367 10 heads, with the 100 heads and 1,000 heads predominantly filled by the system's cavalry. As Charlotte consolidated his tribes and reformed their structure, tales of his legend swept through the eastern Dothraki grasslands like a tempest, proclaiming the dragon-riding Kao who had vanquished Minoko. Indeed, the tribes referred to Charlotte as the invincible Kao, and in the eastern grasslands, he was known as the dragon-riding Kao. Troops of scouts galloped past, causing merchants to swiftly retreat to the edges of the road, wary of obstructing the path of the sentinels. These merchants, hailing from free trade city-states, had all paid tribute to the Kao of the grasslands. Without such protection, they would not have ventured this far. In the distance, a figure approached on horseback, the Kao. The scouts reported that they were merely half a day's journey from the horse gate. With no elders or weaklings in tow, the march progressed swiftly. A journey that once took 3.5 months from the outer river of Zakaladan to Vistothrak was now nearing its destination in under 2 months. "You have performed excellently," Charlotte praised with a nod. Upon hearing his commendation, the scout's face flushed crimson, and the ecstatic roaring warrior exclaimed, "Great invincible Kao! You ride the world as finest steed, galloping beneath this sky where none can impede your progress. we are your eternal curved blades. Not long into the ride, two immense bronze horse statues emerged on the horizon, their hind legs raised upon a white marble pedestal, forelegs leaping high, their hooves meeting in mid-air, forming a pointed arch. As they passed beneath the horse gate, the grandeur of these colossal bronze structures astounded Charlotte, affirming the existence of a magical world. Once beyond the horse gate, little captivated Charlotte's attention. A broad avenue led directly to the mother mountain, its expanse carpeted with lush grass. Along its sides lay an array of plundered statues, depicting various deities: the great god, the red god, the black goat god, the faceless god, the stranger, the harpy, the weeping lady, and the hooded man, among others. Among them, Charlotte even spotted the statues of the summer sea's god of love and the seven gods of Westeros, wondering from whence the Dothraki had acquired such treasures. The entirety of Vistothrak, while vast, was a mere collection of dilapidated stone heaps and thatched huts, exuding an air of decay. One could only question the Dothraki's folly. Among the many enslaved artisans and architects, why had they not set about constructing a proper city? Perhaps their perpetual state of division left them without a unifying leader, someone like myself. As Charlotte pondered, he was guided by his roaring warriors to a pyramid constructed haphazardly of stone. Surrounding the pyramid was a large tent, built from animal skins, thatch, wood, and stone, serving as the temple of Dashakaran. Dozens of Dothraki women, both young and old, stood at the entrance, welcoming Charlotte's arrival. Esteemed dragon riding Ko, we welcome you, the eldest woman, her mouth nearly toothless, proclaimed. It is my honor to meet you. Please, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, Charlotte replied courteously. He gestured toward the 5 boxes brought by his roaring warriors, kicking open one of the lids to reveal a dazzling array of gold. This is a small gift for you all. The Dashakaran women beamed with joy, offering their blessings. Your renown shall echo throughout every corner of the Dothraki Sea. May the horse god bless you. And may the horse god bless you as well. Charlotte responded politely, turning to address those nearby. This is Carrie Shur, the widow of Minoko. I have brought her here. Thank you for delivering her. A relatively young Dothraki woman replied, evidently Carrie Shur, the former wife of Hakako. After a brief exchange, several eunuchs escorted Carrie Shur into a nearby tent. Esteemed dragon riding Ko, allow us to perform a divination in gratitude. The oldest Dashakaran invited Charlotte into the tent for the reading. In this realm of extraordinary powers, Charlotte was curious to witness what these witches would reveal. He soon observed a ritual reminiscent of shamanistic practices from his past life, albeit bloodier than those he had encountered before. The sacrificial altar was adorned with the crimson blood and heart of a horse, presented upon a dark red platform. They did not request Charlotte to consume the heart, however. One particularly elderly Dashakaran, after rolling her eyes, foretold that in the future, Charlotte would ride a steed swifter than the wind, with his cavalry covering the land in vast numbers, wielding a curved blade as sharp as a scythe. Charlotte suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Surely, they did not mistake him for that Daenerys character. Chapter 38. Misunderstanding. As evening fell over the womb of the world lake, the expansive surface shimmered under the golden hues of the setting sun. The soft rustling of reeds along the shore whispered in the breeze, swaying gently as white tufts danced in the air like a dragon. Pebbles dotted the shallow waters, their vibrant colors glimmering beneath the crystal-clear surface, interspersed with shards of glass that emitted an enchanting glow. Gazing toward the heart of the lake, one could discern a gem-like azure hue, revealing the unfathomable depths of the womb of the world lake. The distant mother mountain cast its reflection upon the waters, where birds glided gracefully, creating ripples that spread across the surface. The azure waters sparkled in the twilight, radiating a warm, golden light as the lake unveiled its beauty, akin to a delicate maiden lifting her veil. This breathtaking vista seemed to transcend the earthly realm, a spectacle not meant for mere mortals to behold. Charlotte stood by the lake of the womb, where the air was fresh and imbued with a hint of sweetness, inviting him to inhale deeply. The invigorating scent of the lake seemed to cleanse his body and soul, leaving him entranced. Shedding all constraints, Charlotte stepped bare into the water, which enveloped him with its crystalline coolness. He instinctively spread his arms and floated on the surface, the gentle waves erasing the fatigue of his recent travels. With his eyes half closed, he gazed at the clouds in the sky, glowing like embers. The rustling of the reeds in the wind, the melodic chirping of birds, and the rhythmic lapping of water against the shore harmonized, creating an atmosphere of serenity that washed over Charlotte's heart. Though the Lake of the Womb was a sacred site for the Dothraki, ordinary Dothraki could not bathe here. Only the Khal and Khaleesi were permitted to immerse themselves in this holy water, receiving the blessings of the horse god. At that moment, Charlotte was the sole soul wandering in this picturesque landscape. According to ancient Dothraki legends, the very first warrior to ride a horse emerged from the Lake of the Womb. In the lives of the Dothraki, only Kalak, the son of Khal, and Khaleesi on their wedding day were allowed to bathe in the sacred waters, thus earning the favor of the horse god. While Charlotte reveled in the beauty of the lake, Tales of the dragon riding call were circulating far away in the free cities and across Westeros. Within the Red Keep's council chamber in King's Landing, our Seven Kingdoms guardian, King Robert, sat upon the Iron Throne, fashioned from countless swords. What in the seven hells is this dragon riding call? He thundered at his spymaster, Varys, the Spider. Merchants traveling from the free cities spoke of a conflict in the Dothraki Sea, where this dragon riding call supposedly defeated another call with 40,000 elite warriors. His voice sweet and sharp as it slipped from Varys' lips. Isn't that Targaryen family supposed to be the last dragon lords? Didn't dragons go extinct over a century ago? Robert's plump face furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Your Grace. The Targaryens were the last known family to possess dragons. Having relocated to Dragonstone before Valyria was engulfed by a volcanic eruption, following the Dance of the Dragons. And after the last great dragon perished during the reign of Aegon III, all subsequent hatchlings were deformed and died. The Mad King once attempted to hatch dragon eggs with wildfire, but to no avail. Varys replied respectfully, "Since the Targaryen dragons are extinct, where does this dragon of the call come from? Is he Valyrian?" Robert leaned forward, his belly protruding. Reports indicate that this dragon riding call has dark hair and eyes. Quite handsome, unlike the Valyrians' pale gold hair and purple eyes, Varys answered with a bow. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, stepped forward to add, "It is said he is exceedingly wealthy, with trading posts scattered throughout Essos, including one just outside King's Landing." Robert's face illuminated with realization. Ah yes, the merchant house of Astapor. Peter nodded with a smile. Indeed, Your Grace. They trade exquisite goods throughout the Seven Kingdoms, found in the homes of many noble families. Yes, I am aware. I own a set of their porcelain dinnerware, Robert murmured. Their banner features a red background with a black dragon, he continued, just as Peter's voice interrupted. Your Grace, the banners of Astapor and Blackfire differ. Silence. All Targaryens should perish. Robert roared at Varys, then turned to a nearby white-cloaked knight, commanding, "Send the gold cloaks to shut down that Astapor trading post and arrest everyone inside." One of the white-cloaked knights bowed and prepared to leave. The captain of the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy, stepped forward. Your Grace. The Astapor trading post employs many common folk of King's Landing. Arresting its staff without cause could incite chaos. Then apprehend their overseers, close their trading post, and seize their goods, Robert suggested after a moment's thought. Your Grace. Closing the trading post jeopardizes the livelihoods of many, Barristan argued. Upon hearing Barristan's response, Robert's face reddened with fury. Barristan. That is Blackfire. Blackfire. Targaryen filth. They merely resemble the Blackfire banner. They are not the same, Barristan countered. Remember your oath. Follow the orders of your king. Robert hissed, narrowing his eyes. Barristan stood speechless, ultimately bowing. Yes, Your Grace. At that moment, the late arriving hand of the king, Jon Arryn, strode into the chamber with vigor. Your Grace. Even if they are Blackfire, they are the enemies of the Red Dragon. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Enough. My hand of the king. This cursed political duty is less enjoyable than the company of a brothel's beauty. White cloaks. Execute your king's command, Robert declared before leaving the Iron Throne to head towards the brothels outside the Red Keep. Chapter 39. The return after bathing in the Lake of the Womb. Charlotte prepared for the festivities in the starry expanse of the Dothraki city. His attendants oiled his flowing hair, which was then braided and adorned with small bronze bells. Once I unify the Dothraki, I shall abolish these ridiculous customs, Charlotte thought rebelliously. With colorful paint adorning his bare chest, and clad in trousers crafted from horsehide and mane, cinched with a bronze belt, he sat upon a stone chair intricately carved from rock. Witnessed by the Dothraki, after the roars of his warriors presented their tributes, the ceremonial performance of the Dothraki concluded, marking the end of Charlotte's initiation as Khal. Eager to depart from the Dothraki city, Charlotte set off on his journey home. The vast Dothraki Sea was blanketed with various grasses, inhabited by approximately 2 million Dothraki. In this expansive land, where the population was sparse, he encountered no signs of life after leaving the Dothraki city, only unidentifiable flora and hidden wildlife among the grass. The riders, divided into squads, galloped forth, emitting strange calls, interspersed with the barking of hunting dogs. The cacophony of the riders' cries and the dogs' barks startled creatures concealed in the grass, resulting in a herd of robust sheep leaping from their hiding places. The riders swiftly drew their bows, releasing arrows that flew like meteors into the sheep, causing pain and panic that sent the wounded creatures fleeing a short distance before collapsing in agony. Those not struck fatally could not escape far, as the triangular arrowheads inflicted continuous lacerations, causing profuse bleeding. This specialized hunting arrow was an essential tool for the Dothraki in their pursuit of game. In the heart of the vast grasslands, valiant warriors, known as the Roaring Warriors, sought to offer their tribute to the revered Ko, presenting the hides of ferocious creatures such as leopards and lions. They galloped tirelessly in search of these cunning predators. After each hunt, Charlot would reward the top 10 household leaders, bestowing the magnificent skins of the most formidable beasts upon the most successful roaring warriors, a practice that stirred envy among their fellow riders. During their military campaign across the Great Grass Sea, each time they set up camp, the riders eagerly anticipated the thrill of hunting a sufficiently fierce quarry, aiming to bring glory to their respective households in the eyes of their peers. This hunting endeavor served not only to drive away the wild beasts surrounding their encampment, ensuring safety, but also to procure fresh meat. A resounding roar echoed through the sky as a great dragon returned from its frolic. The golden disk of the sun dipped below the horizon, shedding its dazzling light, while the expansive grass sea was bathed in the warm glow of the crimson sunset. Flowers of various hues, red, white, yellow, blue, and purple, intermingled among the grass blades, adorning the verdant plains more beautifully than any garden. A massive shadow swept over the roaring warriors, prompting a collective gasp from the riders each time this silhouette appeared. As the twilight deepened, the riders, having concluded their hunts, returned to the camp, where bonfires were ignited amidst the throng of four-wheeled carts. They streamed into the encampment through the gaps between the carts, the air thick with the scent of blood and roasted meat, as groups of people skinned and prepared food. Various pelts from the grass sea's prey were laid before Charlot, who awaited the judgment of the eager riders, their eyes glowing with anticipation. Seated upon a blue-hued rock, Charlot selected the most formidable pelts and those from the warriors who had brought the most game. The roaring warriors surrounding him, offering their skins, displayed a spectrum of emotions. Those chosen beamed with pride, their postures erect, while those not selected withdrew, dejected and unwilling to accept their defeat. The guards standing behind Charlot produced leather armor and finely crafted steel sabers, which Charlot distributed among the victors. The recipients, filled with reverence and excitement, donned the exquisite leather armor bestowed by Ko, fastening the elegantly curved sabers to their belts. With red capes billowing in the evening breeze, they presented a formidable sight. And after kneeling in salute, they withdrew, eager to bask in the admiration and envy of their comrades, a wave of satisfaction swelling within them. After a prolonged journey of 2 months, the group returned to the designated encampment of the elderly and weak of the Dothraki. A massive wooden stockade encircled the camp, revealing neatly pitched tents within. White smoke spiraled from the chimneys of each tent, and the tents of Kalasari were no longer thatched, but constructed of canvas and animal hides, forming semicircular structures. The surrounding grasslands had been cleared of wild vegetation, replaced by expanses of high-quality forage, including ryegrass, purple clover, royal bamboo, and corngrass, each rich in crude protein, sweet and tender, enhancing palatability while also serving to protect the soil. Above the vast encampment, a platinum-hued dragon circled, seemingly drawn to Charlot's party, before swooping down rapidly. The shimmering dragon's descent elicited gasps from the unacquainted roaring warriors, who readied their arrows. "Stand down. It's one of our own," Charlot shouted, as the riders, now organized under the household leader system, excitedly proclaimed the arrival of Lady Anya. The Dothraki roaring warriors relinquished their bows, cheering and waving their hands in delight. The dragon, known as the Shimmering Light, gracefully landed nearby, its powerful legs thudding against the earth, inciting a chorus of jubilant cries from the warriors, pride and exhilaration surging within each of them. As the dragon settled, Anya gracefully descended from its wing and approached Charlot, greeting him with a bow. "My lord Charlot," she exclaimed. As the young lady bowed, Charlot swiftly dismounted his steed, raising a hand to declare, "Disperse." The guards conveyed his command, and the jubilant roaring warriors bowed to Charlot before enthusiastically making their way into the encampment. Turning to Anya with a beaming smile, he asked, "When did you arrive? Is all well at Aslan Castle?" "My lord Charlot, rest assured, all is normal at Aslan Castle. It's been a long time since we last met," Anya replied, her smile radiant. Together, they strolled across the soft, carpet-like ryegrass towards the encampment. "My lord Charlot, there are 3 such encampments in total. Each year, the rotation of livestock is beneficial for the growth of the forage. We have cleared the native grasslands surrounding the camp and planted more suitable forage for the livestock," Anya explained, gesturing towards the thriving grasses. "And we have diversified our livestock beyond just horses to include dairy cows, long-haired sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, promoting both diversity and resilience against diseases. Recently, we have also arranged for personnel to clear land for planting legumes. The soil and terrain near the Lakazadan River are particularly suitable for growing grains," she continued, pointing to the distant figures plowing the fields with horses. "Once we harvest this season's beans, which are rich in plant protein and ideal for feeding livestock, we will enhance the soil's fertility and prepare to plant grains and various economic crops." Charlot nodded appreciatively, reassured by Anya's capable stewardship. The Lakazadan River, located in the subtropical region of Essos, boasted ample sunlight and abundant rainfall, ideal for cultivating a variety of crops. The entire encampment had been artificially elevated, with drainage channels meticulously laid out, directing water towards the protective river surrounding the camp. As they entered the encampment, the broad paths were strewn with the ashes of burned coal, creating gray trails that neatly divided the circular tents across the expansive area. Amidst the bustling midday atmosphere, the calls of the roaring warriors' families resonated as women and children shouted for their fathers and husbands. Smoke billowed from the circular chimneys atop the tents, indicating that the Dothraki women were preparing lunch. Curious, Charlot approached one of the tents lining the main thoroughfare. The lifted curtain revealed an interior reminiscent of the Mongolian yurts of his past life, with a wooden framework clad in canvas and cured animal hides. The tent, conical in shape, stood approximately 5 meters tall and was about 18 meters in circumference, featuring a skylight that could be covered with a circular piece of felt to keep out rain. Small windows adorned the walls of the tent, allowing bright light to stream in, illuminating the interior. Inside the tent, a long, low bed is adorned with a mat woven from straw, upon which are stacked several boxes containing garments, blankets, and animal pelts. A small square table rests atop the bed, holding a long-spouted copper kettle alongside several wooden bowls and plates filled with meat and cheese. A swift-footed warrior, known for his roaring demeanor, indulges gleefully in chunks of meat from the wooden platter, pouring a creamy milk tea from the kettle into a wooden bowl before raising it to his lips, savoring the fragrant infusion. On the other side, a Dothraki woman squats beside a coal stove, stirring a pot of oatmeal and meat porridge as smoke wafts from the chimney connected to the tent. The shadow at the entrance captures the attention of those within, prompting them to look up and discover Charlot and Anya standing at the threshold. Hastily setting aside their tasks, they kneel before the two, exclaiming, "Cal. Khaleesi, may the horse god bless you." Hearing herself addressed as Khaleesi, Anya's cheeks flush a bright crimson. Charlot, noticing her reaction, cannot help but chuckle. "Rise. I'm merely here to observe," he says, waving his hand dismissively before stepping inside the tent to take a look around, testing the sturdiness of the structure. After a brief inspection, he claps the young warrior on the shoulder, advising, "Cherish your wife. You must not strike her, understand?" The young warrior, his face flushed with excitement, responds fervently, "Cal. I shall love her well. I swear it by the horse god." Charlot nods in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed. Protect your wife and care for your children. That is the duty of a true Dothraki warrior. You may continue your meal and rest," he concludes, leading Anya out of the tent. Behind them, the young warrior gazes upon Charlot's retreating figure with admiration, while the woman regards him with a reverence bordering on devotion. If anyone within the tribe holds the deepest respect and affection for Charlot, it is undoubtedly these Dothraki women. His decree of law inscribed on the bronze plaque forbids the abuse of one's wife. Previously, the lower-tier Dothraki warriors lacked any sense of family, often treating women within the Khalasar with brutality, abuse, and maltreatment were commonplace. However, under Charlot's leadership, this behavior has seen significant improvement. Warriors who defy the bronze law face dire consequences at the hands of Charlot and his mighty sword, instilling a sense of fear that discourages any disobedience. This transformation has brought an unexpected peace and tranquility to the once tumultuous Khalasar, a newfound serenity that the women, who had never experienced such a life, now cherish deeply. The establishment of the bronze law has brought order to the Khalasar, steering it away from its chaotic past. Improved pasture cultivation and livestock farming have ushered in greater affluence, allowing even the lower-tier Dothraki warriors to enjoy the luxury of meat, a privilege previously reserved for the elite, such as the cow, bloodsworn, and their progeny. The sons of the cow, raised on a diet rich in protein, tend to be taller and more robust than their peers, making them prime candidates to inherit the title of cow. With the support of the bloodsworn, it is rare for a warrior to usurp the cow position within the Khalasar. Therefore, for Minoko to have claimed the previous cow's title, he must possess considerable capability. The other lower-tier Dothraki can only subsist on wild vegetables from the vast grasslands and porridge obtained through raids or trade, as hunting does not always yield a bounty. The implementation of fixed grazing locations for livestock has significantly enhanced efficiency, surpassing the arduous nomadic lifestyle and alleviating the hardships of constant migration across the plains. Chapter 41. Economic territory. As the aroma of roasted meat and porridge begins to waft through the encampment, Anya inquires, "My lord Charlot, would you prefer to bathe first? Or shall we partake in some food?" The tantalizing scents awaken a pang of hunger within Charlot, who places a hand on his stomach and replies, "Let us eat first. I find myself rather famished." Guided by Anya, the two make their way to the central tent of the encampment. Outside, 10 dark-haired maidens with almond-shaped eyes await, arranged in 2 respectful rows. Upon noticing Charlot and Anya's approach, they bow in unison, greeting Cal. "Khaleesi." Charlot nods at the maidens, gesturing with a hand. "Bring forth the food." He steps into the grand tent, which is divided into 3 areas by fabric partitions. The main hall boasts a red carpet laid across the wooden floor, with a massive chair draped in the pelt of a white lion occupying the central position. Flanking it are several low tables and soft cushions for sitting cross-legged. As Charlot settles into the chair, the maidens bring forth a low table and place a platter brimming with food upon it. After bowing, they stand silently to the side, awaiting his summons. The guards accompanying Charlot are similarly guided by the maidens to a separate tent for their meal. Behind the main hall lies a resting chamber, with an adjoining bathing area containing a large wooden tub, into which the maidens are pouring bucket after bucket of hot water. With his unique affinity for fire, Charlot has come to relish the experience of bathing in scalding water. Anya pours a bowl of milk tea from the long-spouted kettle, setting it before Charlot. He takes it eagerly, gulping it down before releasing a satisfied sigh. Without further ado, he seizes a lamb chop, dipping it into a piquant seasoning resembling wild chives, and savors the flavors. The tender meat, combined with the spice and salt, ignites his appetite. Anya, resting her chin on her hand, gazes at Charlot with a smile, her expression lighting up her already exquisite features. The food on the low table is soon devoured by Charlot with remarkable speed. After finishing, he lets out a long belch, glancing at the girl who seems lost in thought, wondering what could be so amusing to her. A cough from him brings Anya back to reality, her cheeks flushing as if caught in a secret. Pouting, she glares at him, her eyes narrowing in mock anger. Charlot bursts into laughter, finding joy in her playful demeanor, even as he remains curious about her thoughts. Anya, come help me scrub my back. I haven't enjoyed a proper hot bath in ages, he calls as he strides toward the bathing area, knowing that ordinary maidens cannot cater to his needs. With her cheeks flushed, Anya shakes her small fist at his back before obediently following him into the bathing room. Once undressed and pristine, Charlot steps into the steaming wooden tub, allowing the scalding water to envelop him. He takes a deep breath and plunges beneath the surface, surfacing only after expending the air in his lungs, releasing the remnants of his breath. A wave of clarity washes over him, and he feels an enveloping warmth as he luxuriates in the hot water. Anya rolled up her sleeves and extended her fair, glistening arms to knead Charlotte's shoulders with vigor, seemingly recalling Charlotte's earlier jest and intensifying her grip. Hey, be gentle. It feels like you're kneading dough, Charlotte exclaimed, compelled to acquiesce to the girl's sudden increase in pressure upon sensing her inexplicable irritation. Only then did Anya's embarrassment dissipate, and she began to earnestly massage Charlotte. Our esteemed lord, savoring the moment, placed her arms atop the edge of the wooden tub and gradually closed her eyes, feeling the delicate calluses on her shoulders from Anya's long hours of sword practice. The meticulous steward, ever attentive to her care, ensured that her hands remained smooth despite her rigorous training, leaving her calluses not coarse but rather refined. As Anya continued her massage, Charlotte summoned her interface to check her status. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of Free Citizens in Outpost City, Mayor of Harbor City. Honorary Care of Dothraki, Honor Points, 4236 Population. System Subjects 146, 284, Free Citizens 265, 796 Military Forces. Castle Guards 256, Heavy Knights 1, 505, Heavy Infantry 3, 005. Archers 505, Vanguard Cavalry 505, Elite Longbowmen 2, 504, Elite Mounted Archers 3, 004, Longbowmen 11, 103, Shield Bearers 22, 003, Light Cavalry 18, 003, Veterans 95, 852. Special Forces, Musketeer Defense 1, 000, Artillery 800, Fleet Soldiers 8, 250, Free Citizen Forces 4, 000, Dothraki Roaring Warriors 13, 000 Heroes. Camel Aslan, Male, Kajello Aslan, Male. Anya Aslan, Female, Roland Aslan, Male, John Mateo Aslan, Male. Skills, Extraordinary Physique, Linguistic Proficiency, Map Awareness, 100 miles. Mastery of Swordsmanship, Horsemanship, Marksmanship. Unarmed Combat Mastery, Beginner Proficiency to Extraordinary Skill. Treasures, Aslan Castle, System Manifested Entity. Following several battles, the system soldiers sustained losses but were reinforced using honor points, replenishing the ranks of each unit while the remaining points were conserved for times of material scarcity. After all, with an army exceeding 40,000 and a population surpassing 400,000, the significant military-civilian ratio and Charlotte's relatively low tax rate on arable land compared to known rulers were fortunate, bolstered by trading caravans and system support. For Charlotte, once commerce within the territory flourished, customs duties and trade taxes would become substantial, with transactions of grain on her lands conducted solely with the Food Reserve Department under the administrative office. A well-structured storage system, overseen by dedicated personnel, ensured that grains were preserved effectively, preventing spoilage that could easily occur if stored in the homes of the subjects. Each year, The administrative office would compile reasonable prices for Charlotte's approval, allowing for uniform procurement to avert scenarios where low grain prices harmed farmers or bountiful harvests negatively impacted them. Currently, the farmers in the territory were eager to retain sufficient grain for their subsistence while selling the surplus to the administrative office for coin. Once the farmers profited from trading goods, these resources would return, thereby increasing the commercial taxes collected. Charlotte, recalling a saying from her previous life on Blue Star, firmly believed that money that circulates is the true currency. Recently, our Lord arranged for Mayor Rodrigo of Harbor City to devise a banking system to invigorate the territory's economy. Chapter 42. The fierce gaze. After a refreshing hot bath, Charlotte felt rejuvenated, her dark hair styled in a Taoist bun, secured with a black wooden stick. Clad in black and red wide-cuffed three-quarter pants and a short-sleeved white cotton linen blend shirt, she reclined leisurely on the long couch within the large tent, a bunch of grapes in hand, savoring them slowly in utter relaxation. The vast Kea tent shielded her from the afternoon sun, while a gentle breeze from the prairie wafted through, mingling with the fragrant dragon's blood incense burning within, creating a delightful aroma that filled the space. Anya knelt beside the long couch, gently kneading Charlotte's elevated legs, murmuring softly to herself, "What are you mumbling about? Focus. Don't just pound. Knead a bit," commanded the Lord. "Humph, you must have cheated." The esteemed chief steward of Aslan territory, the Dragon Knight, and maid Anya, declares that. She retorted, biting her delicate silver teeth. "Who? Cheat? Impossible. It's your lack of skill. One must be willing to accept defeat," Charlotte replied, closing her eyes in comfortable delight. "Humph, you always win." "That's not possible," the girl muttered under her breath. With keen ears, Charlotte teased. "What? Do you want to play again? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. After this massage, we can have a game, but if you lose again, you'll continue massaging me tonight." "Fine. I accept the challenge. You only narrowly won that last time. I've figured out your tricks. You won't win again. And if I win, you must massage me," Anya exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow, unconsciously increasing her kneading pressure. Be gentle. What are you getting so excited about? It's not like you can win. I have your strategies firmly grasped." Charlotte smirked, nonchalantly waving her left hand while popping another grape into her mouth. The earnest and reliable Anya, furrowing her brow and pouting, diligently continued her massage. Earlier, Charlotte had engaged Anya in a game of chess from her previous life on Blue Star, both novices battling for a considerable time, ultimately concluding with Charlotte's narrow victory. As the Lord reveled in Anya's service within the lavish Kair tent, she had no inkling that the color and shape of their banner had led to the closure of the trading post in Westeros, overseen by the Seven Kingdoms Guardian, King Robert Baratheon I, resulting in the arrest of personnel and confiscation of goods. A letter pleading for assistance, having traversed a long oceanic journey, finally arrived in Harbor City after the trading post had been shut down for over 4 months. Mayor Rodrigo promptly dispatched a rider, changing horses every 5 miles, hastening towards the encampment by the river Rakazadan. Meanwhile, within the damp, dark dungeons of the Red Keep and King's Landing, the air was thick with the stench of decay as the trading post's management personnel underwent interrogation. Several gaunt and battered Aslan trading post employees remained silent, enduring the lashes of the whip upon their already scarred bodies, their eyes vacant as they stared at the guards wielding the long whips. The sound of the whip cracking against flesh echoed through the dungeon, and the executioners, increasingly unnerved by the haunting gazes of their captives, unconsciously lowered their weapons. For over 4 months, these foreign Aslan trading post employees had silently endured various tortures within the dungeon, displaying a willpower the likes of which had never been witnessed, alongside their remarkable martial prowess. When the Gold Cloaks had closed the Aslan trading post 4 months prior, he had participated in that operations, with over 500 Gold Cloaks involved in the capture. Aside from the initial surprise attack, where the Gold Cloaks used arrows to stealthily kill several unsuspecting individuals, the remaining fewer than 10 personnel from the Aslan trading post reacted swiftly. They managed to defend themselves valiantly within the confines of the fortress's narrow corridors, inflicting significant casualties on the well-trained and equipped Gold Cloaks, holding out for 5 days despite shortages of food and water until Sir Janos Slint, commander of the city guard, ordered the place to be set ablaze to eliminate them. Ultimately, it was the Prime Minister who intervened, vowing safety under the banner of House Aaron and clarifying the misunderstandings between the parties, which led to their eventual surrender. To torment and torture them stems from Sir Janos Shlint's frustration, as he managed to withstand the assault of the Golden Cloaks 500 for an extended period of 5 days. This incident rendered Sir Janos the subject of ridicule within the noble circles of King's Landing. Since the closure of the Aslan trading post, many destitute citizens of King's Landing have taken to attacking the patrolling Golden Cloaks, and the slums echo with vehement curses against King Robert. Though such attacks and insults have occurred before, who among the nobility would heed the complaints of the impoverished? Our esteemed king is particularly indifferent, his thoughts consumed by tournaments. Feasting, fine wines, and courtesans, other matters are of little concern to him. Previous assaults and insults were mere whispers among the vermin of the slums, but this time, the impoverished dared to act boldly and vocally, a response triggered by the capture of foreign merchants. This monumental shift felt as if an unseen force was stirring within King's Landing, amplifying the unease of the dungeon guards. During months of interrogation, the captives merely echoed an unintelligible phrase: "Those who offend Aslan shall be punished, no matter the distance." Scholars who had previously interacted with the Aslan trading post translated it as blood for blood. Any offense against Aslan will be pursued relentlessly. Such an uncompromising family oath, coupled with the unyielding spirit of these foreigners, sends chills down one's spine. The young guard, hailing from a minor, noble lineage, is increasingly convinced that this capture could herald a significant calamity for Westeros and the city of King's Landing. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside the dungeon, and the executioners lowered their whips, turning towards the entrance as the Prime Minister, Jon Arryn, arrived with a retinue of guards. "Lord Arryn," the dungeon personnel greeted with respectful bows. "By the seven hells, who ordered you to torment them in such a manner? You miserable wretches! You bring shame upon my house!" Jon Arryn thundered, his voice filled with righteous anger. The dungeon guards stammered in silence, caught between the king's hand and their superior. Any response would be deemed wrong. "Sir Schlint did not instruct you, so do not concern yourselves with that. Move your sluggish feet and fetch a maester to tend to their wounds and transfer them to cleaner cells." Noticing the guard's silence, the astute Jon Arryn understood precisely where the issue lay. However, he refrained from elaborating, as he anticipated forthcoming actions involving the capital's garrison commander. The merchants, bound to the cross, were bloodied smiles, their wolf-like gazes fixed intently upon our esteemed Prime Minister, a look imbued with aggression that sent a shiver down Jon Arryn's spine. These were not fearful eyes, but rather those of fierce resolve. Despite his extensive experience and previous overthrow of the Targaryens, the Prime Minister remained unflinching. Though he was aware that significant upheaval loomed ahead, should matters escalate, Westeros could plunge into chaos. And he wished to avoid misunderstandings with these foreigners that could invoke the legendary dragon rider, Kaer. Chapter 43, Conspiracy to Murder. "I have no authority to release you from this dungeon, but I can assure your safety," Jon Arryn addressed the battered individuals. "You may initiate the slaughter, but when it concludes is for us to determine. When war truly arrives, I hope you will retain your current fearless demeanor." "Some powers are beyond your imagination," the Aslan trading post leader coldly replied. "You may be formidable, but you are far from Westeros. I doubt your Kaer has the capability to reach this land. I have heard that your Dothraki fear the sea," Jon Arryn dismissed with a shake of his head. "Ha ha. Kaer, you have no idea what kind of opponent you face," the leader laughed heartily. Pausing, he observed the old man before him still smiling. And realizing he had been drawn into conversation, the leader fell silent. "We are not enemies. It is merely a misunderstanding. Once His Majesty the King reflects, you shall depart this dungeon," Duke Arryn said, his aged face still adorned with a calm smile. "Is that so? A misunderstanding? Reflection? Departure? Not enemies? Ah, what a grand jest. Your treachery and lack of faith are truly memorable. Blood debts require blood repayment," the leader retorted with a mocking expression. Though he could not fathom why the Seven Kingdoms Prime Minister sought to soften his stance, he was unwilling to concede easily. To let go of this blood feud without an apology to the Lord would betray the memory of the fallen subordinates. He firmly believed his Lord would seek justice upon receiving the plea for aid. Even if they perished in this dark, damp dungeon, they could not diminish the pride and spirit of House Aslan. As the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms endeavored to negotiate peace with these foreign merchants, a plot against him was unfolding within the shadows of King's Landing. In a dimly lit underground chamber, the same bed and the same two individuals were entwined, the billowing curtains and swaying bed frame revealing much. After a time, as the clouds dispersed, Peter Baelish tenderly caressed Lisa Tully's crimson locks. "My beloved treasure, what troubles you so urgently?" he inquired, his gaze filled with affection. "Oh, my love, that wretched old man wishes to send young Robert to Dragonstone to be raised by Stannis Baratheon. Woe is me. That foul creature seeks to take my little Robert away." Lisa sobbed against Baelish's chest. "My sweet, do not weep. Your tears break my heart. What has caused him to wish to remove young Robert from your side?" Littlefinger gently comforted Lisa, guiding her to reveal her fears, though he had long since discerned the truth. "That foul, putrid man has not disclosed his reasons. Merely commanded me to obey him. I curse him before the seven. He has robbed you from me, and now he seeks to take my little Robert. He cannot be without me. He is so frail. Stannis is as cold as stone. Oh, my poor little Robert, he will be frightened. He still needs my milk. Without me, he will wail endlessly. Please, my dear, help me. You are my only hope." Lisa cried, her words tumbling forth in a jumbled stream. Her eyes filled with desperate expectation as she looked up at Baelish. Upon hearing Lisa's plea, a knowing smile crept across Baelish's face. My love, my most precious one. My flower, do not cry. Perhaps we only need a trivial potion to alter his stance. No, no, I cannot poison him. If discovered, the king and the Duke of the North would have my head. Lisa vehemently shook her head, trying to dispel the horrid notion. Oh, my sweet, how could that be? It is merely a mild weakening draft from Liss. It will not immediately harm our esteemed Prime Minister, Baelish reassured, dismissing Lisa's frantic shaking of her head. He approached a shadowy cabinet, retrieving a vial filled with a milky liquid. Shoo, dear, it is merely a feeble potion, capable of rendering one weak without their awareness. Unnoticed by anyone. Consider the pitiful little Rob. Baelish tenderly caresses Lisa Tully's cheek, gently patting the back of the woman before him, whispering softly. He then places the milky potion into Lisa Tully's hands, addressing her as my Prime Minister. Rob is our only child. If he falls ill, it would prevent him from traveling all the way to Dragonstone. Upon hearing Littlefinger's words, Lisa Tully instinctively grips the potion tighter, murmuring, yes, you are right. My dear, you always have the best solutions. Rob will finally not have to leave me. Just add a single drop to his soup each time. Do not overdo it, Baelish cautions. A sickly smile begins to bloom once again on Lisa Tully's face as she lunges towards Littlefinger's chest, exclaiming, my dear, I want you to love me alone. The sounds of struggle in the secret chamber resound once more. Within the tunnels of the Dragonstone, our intelligence minister is engaged in a hushed conversation with the governor of Pentos. We have met far too frequently of late. Is there any connection between the Dragon Rider KO and Blackfire? Varys's thin voice inquires anxiously, lacking its usual composure. According to the intelligence, there should be no relation. The distance is too vast for our little birds to swiftly relay precise information. The Dragon Rider KO, known as Charles Aslan, is said to have risen in the region of Lazar. Currently, we know only that they possess formidable strength, having defeated both the Grand Alliance of Mir and the Dothraki KO in recent years. Rumor has it they possess a weapon that emits a thunderous roar. Capable of easily annihilating any foe, Illyrio Mopatis succinctly responds, sharing the intelligence he has just gathered. But what of his dragon? Only families with Targaryen blood are known to tame such beasts. Places like Volantis, Liss, and Mir, with their ancient Valyrian descendants, have never been known to hatch dragon eggs or successfully tame dragons. Varys reflects bitterly. My friend, your heart is troubled. Perhaps we could leverage those 2 Targaryen red dragons to make contact with the Charles Aslan. The governor of Pentos proposes slyly, adjusting his rotund eyes. Varys contemplates. That is a possibility. However, it could also spiral out of control. Fear not. Dragons are not invincible. We possess dragon hunting crossbows. They are merely fierce beasts, Illyrio asserts confidently. Chapter 44, Preparing for Retribution. At the KO encampment by the river outside Rakkazaden, Charles sits regally in a wide, lionskin chair, perusing a cotton letter in his hands. Camille, Cagello, John Mateo, and Anya sit cross-legged on the cushions below, passing around the plea for help letter held by Charles. The ragged edges of the fabric suggest it was hastily torn from a garment, the dark red script written in blood indicating the urgency and suddenness of the attack. With a thunderous crack, Charles' fury erupts as he smashes his fist into the solid wooden table before him, releasing the tempest of his pin-up rage. Those remnants in Westeros. How dare they assault our trading post without provocation? Cagello bellows, recalling that the merchants who were killed or captured were primarily from his trained infantry. Our trading post has not infringed upon the interests of those nobles. On the contrary, our commerce has fattened their coffers, providing employment for many impoverished individuals, ensuring they can support their families. Our presence has stabilized their capital considerably. Yet, our goods have encroached upon the interests of certain merchant groups. However, the political influence of Westerosi merchants cannot sway the Iron Throne. The intelligence is insufficient. I cannot discern where our operations went awry. The distance to Westeros is too great. If we are to retaliate, it would be best to deploy assassins. Our primary objective now must be to rescue our captured warriors, Anya thoughtfully analyzes with a husky voice. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood, my lord. Your command is our rallying cry, Camel asserts, sitting upright as if mounted on horseback. Cavalry is not suited for long-distance sea travel. The main force should consist of infantry for the assault on Westeros, John Mateo adds, meticulously carving arrows. Those who know him are aware that the act of crafting arrows calms him when he is consumed by rage. They greeted us with blades and blood. We must respond in kind. Charles gradually calms as he absorbs the thoughts of his companions. Our trading posts span the continent of Essos. This provocation from Westeros must be met with the fiercest response to intimidate those lurking in the shadows, salivating with greed. If we do not, other trading posts will not be safe, and they will pounce upon us like hounds sensing rotting flesh. The primary goal of this expedition to Westeros is to rescue our brothers, followed by instilling fear in those greedy predators. The main force will consist of the Emperor's fleet, supported by a select few elite infantry and archers. Anya will remain at Aslan Fortress. Camille, you will guard the encampment at the Grass Sea. Cagello and Jean Mateo, you will accompany me. Tomorrow, I will ride the dragon to Port City to arrange for the fleet's deployment and the gathering of supplies for the campaign. You will assemble a small contingent of elite troops at Port City. Charles commands with the calmness of a volcano ready to erupt. This act of retribution will primarily focus on naval warfare, showcasing the formidable might of the Emperor's fleet, a power that should not exist in this world. As evening descends upon Port City, a shadow swiftly navigates through the clouds above, the howling winds causing Charles' garments to flap vigorously. Gazing down through the billowing clouds, Charles observes the estates, mills, and towering white canvas windmills turning in the breeze below. The shimmering reflections on the interwoven canals, the boundless fields where laborers toil diligently, and the bustling roads filled with carts laden with goods come into view. Since the dawn of riding his dragon, Charles has traversed mountains, hills, rivers, and forests, the diverse landscapes of Essos showcasing the grandeur of nature. The breathtaking vistas gradually quell his impatience and anger, allowing a sense of calm to envelop his mind. In the distance, the white stones of Port City glimmer under the hazy glow of the setting sun, and sensing Charles' intent, the dragon descends gracefully, circling towards the castle nestled within the city. The ancient roar of the dragon reverberates through the skies above Port City, prompting residents and visiting merchants alike to gaze upwards in astonishment. A legendary dragon, spiraling above the castle, begins to descend slowly. Long live our Lord. The Lord has arrived. It is the Lord's dragon. Hail, our Lord. Various cheers erupt from the citizens of Port City. Hearing the commotion, other residents rush out of their homes, joining in the jubilant celebration spurred by the arrival of their esteemed lord. The citizens of Port City, regardless of age, flush with excitement, wave their arms wildly, eager for the dragon rider soaring above to notice them, their voices resounding with heartfelt blessings and joyous shouts. Merchants from afar, trading in this city, stand agape, witnessing the dragon's majestic form high above and the fervent cheers of the crowd below. The merchants, typically astute in their dealings, were rendered speechless at the sight of a mythical dragon materializing before them. Its colossal form, adorned with strangely beautiful scales and a menacing visage, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Moreover, the citizens of the harbor city exhibited an unwavering reverence for their lord, akin to the fervent devotion of the most pious acolytes. Such admiration for a ruler was utterly unimaginable elsewhere. As the dragon descended onto the designated landing area within the inner castle, the citizens, their view obstructed by towering walls, gradually ceased their exclamations. They engaged in animated discussions about the extraordinary event, offering blessings that resonated through the air. Standing at the edge of the landing area were four notable figures: Lord Rodrigo, the city's mayor, Commander Alessandro, head of the fleet, Captain Silvano, in charge of the guard, and Steward Yerner. They awaited the arrival of Charlotte with quiet anticipation. Upon dismounting from the dragon, Charlotte unfastened the straps of her saddle and gracefully descended along the slope of the dragon's wing to the ground. Rodrigo gestured, and a retinue of servants approached with fresh meat, carefully stacking it into a small mound beside the dragon. Once Charlotte and the servants had retreated to a respectful distance, the dragon unleashed a plume of black and crimson flames, swiftly roasting the offerings. Long live the Lord! The four men exclaimed, hastening towards Charlotte to offer their salutations. Let us not dwell on matters just yet. Please have the kitchen prepare a meal. I rode the dragon here and have yet to eat lunch. A warm bath would be most welcome as well. My clothes are thoroughly damp, Charlotte remarked with a wave of her hand. Everything is already arranged, my lady, replied Steward Yerner. Chapter 45. The fleet set sail on the bridge of the Sea Emperor. Sailors scurried like monkeys amidst the tangled ropes and masts, while the flagship's ensign fluttered proudly atop the mainmast. Signalmen communicated the status of the fleet using flag signals. On deck, sailors diligently polished the billowing sails, propelling the warship through the vast azure expanse of the ocean. The fleet traversed the bay under splendid weather, with gentle breezes and an unblemished sky. The sea shimmered in deep blue hues, seamlessly blending with the cerulean sky, resembling flawless satin. Through a brass telescope, the lengthy coastline could be faintly discerned on the horizon. Charlotte stood at the bow of the Sea Emperor, as the sharp prow cleaved through the waves, sending sprays of blue water cascading over the ship's hull, leaving a long white wake in its path. Flocks of birds hovered above, occasionally plunging into the foamy surf to snatch small fish from the depths. The salty sea breeze tousled her garments, bringing with it the unique scent of the ocean. The dragon soared above the fleet, occasionally letting out a roar, conserving its energy by gliding on air currents rather than flapping its wings. The fleet consisted of 12 sailing warships, 4 swift galleys, and 50 carracks, each built in the harbor city, renowned for their remarkable speed akin to flying fish as they patrolled the waters. They also served as supply vessels and transport for land forces, though the exorbitant costs and short construction time led to only 4 galleys being launched. As the ships navigated along the coastline, they occasionally encountered merchant vessels on their routes, quickly adjusting their sails to avoid the imposing 66-gun galleon speeding by. The monotony of life at sea was only broken by the solitary pleasure of fishing, with the unspoiled waters providing unexpected delights for Charlotte. Meanwhile, in King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, a grand tournament was underway, a celebration hosted by King Robert Baratheon in honor of his eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon. On the occasion of his 11th birthday, in the arena, two knights clad in intricately crafted full armor charged at each other, shields raised and lances poised. The thundering of hooves resonating as they galloped towards one another in an attempt to unseat their opponent. The spectators roared with fervor, cheering for their favored knights. Prince Joffrey, with his flowing golden hair and striking green eyes, sat alongside his siblings, Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen. Myrcella possessed porcelain-like skin and golden curls, her beauty hinting at the legacy she would undoubtedly inherit, while Tommen, a chubby boy with golden hair and green eyes, squirmed uncomfortably amidst the raucous crowd. Joffrey sat upright, a smile on his face, carefully crafted to embody his princely status, eliciting nods of respect from the nobles present, particularly from the smitten young ladies who gasped and blushed at his glance. Yet beneath this facade lay a mind riddled with foolishness, sorrow, cowardice, and cruelty. The young prince, yearning for his father's approval, had once resorted to an act of barbarity, using his dagger to disembowel a pregnant cat merely to prove his bravery. This misguided display had, unsurprisingly, earned him the ire of his father, the corpulent king. Not far away, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, remained detached from the spectacles unfolding before him, his attention oscillating between Prince Joffrey and the inebriated King Robert. Recently, Jon had unearthed a genealogy and history of the primary noble families in the Seven Kingdoms, authored by the former Grand Maester, Merlin. A cough escaped his throat, accompanied by a wave of fatigue that settled upon him. The weight of impending troubles loomed, and he resolved to set his plans in motion after ensuring young Robert was adequately attended to. He intended to meet Stannis that evening, in the free city of Pentos. Within the garden of Governor Illyrio Mopatis, two figures reclined on a flower-laden terrace, attended by a demure servant. The governor, adorned with rings encrusted with jewels, fidgeted restlessly, his hands wandering over the servant's form. "Respectful greetings, your majesty Viserys. News of the dragon rider, called Drogo, has reached us," Illyrio said, his rotund face betraying a facade of false humility. Viserys, electrified by the revelation, inquired eagerly, "Is it true? Has he truly hatched a dragon?" "Indeed. Not only has he hatched a dragon, but he has also tamed it, defeating the Khalasar of 40,000 fierce warriors." "Impossible. Only the Targaryens, or those with blood ties to our family, can hatch and tame dragons. How could he have done so? Is he a Targaryen bastard?" Viserys responded skeptically. "You may be disappointed. He is likely not connected to the Targaryens," Illyrio replied, his jeweled hand gesturing dismissively. "What then of that accursed Dothraki savage? Does he intend to deliver me an army and a dragon?" Viserys seethed with indignation. Illyrio waved a pudgy finger. No, perhaps we can obtain his dragon and army, but it will require a modest price." "Oh, seven hells. My future prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Please articulate your thoughts clearly and refrain from speaking in those vexatious riddles." Viserys' frustration was evident upon his countenance. "Recently, a maid reported to me that Her Highness, Princess Daenerys, has reached her first menstruation." Illyrio's corpulent face twisted into a lecherous grin as he spoke slowly. "Are you suggesting a marriage alliance?" "Absolutely not. Daenerys can only be my wife," Viserys bellowed, pushing away the maid beside him, his voice a mixture of reluctance and fury. "Your Majesty, you are the rightful heir to the Seven Kingdoms. To gain one thing, another must be sacrificed," Illyrio stated solemnly, baring his yellowed teeth. Illyrio altered his original plan for a union with Drogo, instead seeking an alliance with Shero. The might of the Seven Kingdoms is formidable. The usurper's family is allied with the Lannisters and maintains close ties with the Northern Dukes. To breach their defenses, one must possess a formidable ally, and Shero's strength far surpasses that of Drogo. As the Seven Kingdoms descend into chaos and strife, yearning for a savior, it shall ultimately be the young Aegon who steps forth as this pivotal figure. Chapter 46. The demise of the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. "Lord, keep it up. Lord, I see the big fish." Amidst the cacophony of encouragement, Shero gripped tightly the specially crafted fishing line made of steel wire and hemp, which should not merely be termed a fishing line but rather a fishing rope, as thick as a man's thumb. The sounds of his feet scraping against the deck and the tautness of the line echoed in the air. The struggle of the sea creature clashed against Shero's immense strength, as the rudimentary lure method was all he had at his disposal due to the absence of a specialized fishing rod made from resilient alloys. The thick rope twisted between Shero's arms, tightening gradually. The catch from the Bay of Sorrow was colossal. After hours of toiling, the unidentified fish finally succumbed, its body drawn closer to the massive warship. A resourceful sailor seized the moment to cast a net, successfully ensnaring the great fish, which was then hauled aboard through the collective efforts of the crew. Lord, this fish weighs at least 2,000 pounds. Nonsense. It is at least 2,300 pounds. A gigantic sea creature, weighing nearly a ton, was thus captured through Shero's sheer strength, eliciting admiration from the sailors. You all go and instruct the head chef to prepare this fish for a midday feast, Shero declared, beaming with a sense of accomplishment as he addressed the bickering sailors. With the marks of the fishing rope still etched upon his arms, he made his way toward the captain's quarters at the stern of the ship. Sunlight streamed through the transparent glass portholes, illuminating the spacious, bright interior adorned with a crimson carpet. The walls were painted in a triadic scheme of red, black, and gold, with glittering lanterns fixed around the room. The furnishings, crafted from mahogany, were securely anchored to the floor, and the ceiling boasted grand, epic paintings. Fleet Commander Alessandro was engrossed in his work, wielding a protractor, compass, and pencil, diligently marking the maps spread across the table. Upon hearing the sound of Shero's footsteps, Alessandro looked up and saluted with a naval hat tip. Good day, my lord, Alessandro greeted. Shero nodded and inquired, where are we now? How long until we reach the continent of Westeros? Alessandro pointed to the map before him. My lord, our fleet is navigating along the coast of Slaver's Bay. After replenishing fresh water supplies in Astapor, we shall proceed south through the Bay of Sorrow, circumnavigating the ruins of Valyria, traversing the currents of the Summer Sea, and rounding the southern peninsula of Valyria. After resupplying on the Isle of Noth, we will sail north through the Summer Islands, entering the territory of the Free Cities. During this journey, we must dock at the coastal ports of Lys, Tyrosh, and Pentos to replenish our fresh water. We anticipate reaching the narrow sea between Essos and Westeros in approximately 2 months. He paused, gesturing towards the trade routes on the map between Westeros and Essos. Merchant vessels from both continents primarily navigate between the Stepstone Islands and the western coastal shores of Essos, maintaining vigilance in that direction. Our warship, with its substantial tonnage and resilience to storms, equipped with a sextant for precise navigation, can directly cross the narrow sea from Pentos. We can launch a surprise assault on the narrow sea fleet anchored outside Blackwater Bay, which is under the command of the Iron Throne. My lord, our fleet. The Sea Emperor possesses formidable firepower capable of easily annihilating the fleet docked in Dragonstone. Subsequently, we could besiege Dragonstone or intimidate kings landing into surrendering our captured brothers. Alessandro concluded his strategic outline. Listening to Alessandro's suggestions, Shero nodded in approval. Your battle plan is commendable. You are an expert in naval warfare. As the overall commander of this campaign, do not hesitate to request anything you need from me. Upon hearing Shero's response, Alessandro once again doffed his hat and bowed. At your service, my lord. As Shero and Alessandro devised their strategy, far away on the continent of Westeros, our Prime Minister lay on his deathbed, clinging to life. In the Red Keep, Prime Minister Jon Arryn was surrounded by the king, queen, and other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, while scholars entered and exited, administering bowls of poppy milk to him. The portly King Robert Baratheon glared with wide eyes, his disheveled black hair and beard framing a fearsome visage as he berated the pale, trembling Lisa Tully. By the Seven Hells, how have you cared for your husband? Just days ago, he was lively, attending the tournament for Joffrey's name day, and now he is reduced to this. You wretched fool, how could you let him deteriorate? By the Seven Hells, look at you, feeble and pitiful. Why was it not you who was taken, but rather my hand of the king? Robert raged, oblivious to Lisa's terror, which stemmed not from his tirade but from the hidden, shameless murder lurking in the shadows. Enough. She is the wife of the Prime Minister. And at the very least, she has given birth to an heir for him. Your tirades against a poor woman cannot revive our Prime Minister, Cersei Lannister interjected, clearly annoyed by Robert's insults. After silencing the king, Queen Cersei gently embraced Lisa Tully as they made their way out of the crowd, both women unable to suppress their elation. Cersei rejoiced at the prospect of Jon Arryn's demise, for it would grant the Lannisters greater power within the capital, unaware that her own life was in peril. Lisa, on the other hand, felt a thrill of joy knowing that no one suspected her in the conspiracy against the Prime Minister. Damn the Lannisters. Damn that foolish woman, Robert muttered, redirecting his ire as he continued to vent his frustrations. Amidst Robert's tirade, the expressions of the gathered nobles and officials varied greatly. Stannis Baratheon, the master of ships, regarded the queen's retreating figure with a grave expression. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, concealed himself in a shadowy corner, wearing a cryptic smile. Varys, the master of whisperers, stood silently among the throng, observing the unfolding drama. Our esteemed Prime Minister, after being sedated with the opium of the poppy flower by the scholars, lay supine on the bed, arms raised high, fervently calling out, "Robust Rob! Robust Cast!" After his fervent cries diminished into whispers, his hands fell limply, and he succumbed to his final breath. The corpulent King Rob, upon hearing the Prime Minister's call, brusquely shoved aside the scholars and knelt by the bed, his wretched sobs echoing like a child weighing 500 pounds. Chapter 47. The Hurricane at Sea. After the fleet departed the sorrowful bay, where the seas of summer conjoin, it sailed for several days, nearing the supply point at Nas Island. On this morning, the sun, which usually grazed the sky, was obscured by a somber overcast, and the once tranquil sea began to churn violently. The warships rocked precariously with the tumultuous waves. In the distance, dark rain clouds and lightning advanced ominously towards the fleet, while the increasing winds heralded the impending wrath of the ocean. The small brass bell aboard the battleship told urgently, "A storm is approaching, lads. Secure yourselves to the masts with ropes. This could save your lives in dire moments." True sailors faced the howling winds and monstrous waves. The sailors, amidst the roaring wind, rallied each other with shouts of encouragement. "Fear not, my friends. Secure yourselves. The port of Nas Island is not far. Our fleet's speed can surely reach it before the storm fully descends." The first mate wove through the holds, continually offering solace to the crew. Within the inner chambers, sailors and marines bound themselves with hemp ropes to the ship's frame, preventing any perilous collisions. In the gunroom, the gunners were commanded by their superiors to reinforce the cannon carriages, ensuring the ship's movements would not lead to catastrophic accidents. The riggers, agile in the howling winds, climbed between sails and rigging, adjusting them to steer the fleet away from the encroaching hurricane. Signalmen waved vibrant triangular flags, relaying vital information throughout the fleet. Navigators ascended to the lookout, brandishing brass telescopes to observe the surrounding seas, intermittently ringing a small brass bell to convey messages below. The sailing warships cleaved through the waves, while raindrops, propelled by the wind, lashed against Charlotte. "For your safety, my lord, please take shelter inside," urged a sailor. Charlotte shook his head defiantly. "No. I wish to remain here, facing the tempest alongside you." The sailors, understanding their lord's resolve, ceased their pleas and secured a length of rope with a sailor's knot around Charlotte's waist, anchoring him to the ship's body. Through the sails and ropes, he gazed at the surging sea, resembling boiling water. In the distance, the dark clouds intermittently split with flashes of lightning, illuminating the crew, while deep rumbles of thunder echoed from afar. "My lord, Nas Island is not far. We can reach the port before the true hurricane strikes," Alessandro shouted to Charlotte. The fleet commander, Alessandro, stood firm, occasionally checking his compass with one hand while deftly maneuvering the helm with the other, adjusting the ship's course toward the sails. His demeanor relaxed as if the distant storm were merely a gentle breeze. As the bow of the ship sliced through the tumultuous waves, torrents of water spilled onto the bridge deck, cascading back into the sea through the ship's scuppers. The fleet, navigating through the furious winds and waves, appeared diminutive, akin to a fragile boat on a lake. A roaring dragon soared above the fleet, emitting thunderous cries that guided the ships through the raging waters. The majestic dragon had located the harbor of Nas Island early and now returned to direct the fleet towards safety. Chuckling quietly at the crew's struggle against the formidable forces of nature, a sense of exhilaration washed over Charlotte, prompting an involuntary burst of laughter. Yet, as the wind, rain, and spray rushed into his open mouth, his laughter abruptly ceased. Stealing a glance around, and finding no one paying him heed, he resumed his proud grin. Amid the dragon's roars, the fleet soon spotted a natural harbor, where the bay's arms shielded the waters, creating a serene refuge. The fleet's vessels lowered their sails in an orderly fashion, entering the calm waters of the bay. "Lower sails. Drop anchor," commanded the first mates, as sailors swiftly rolled up the white sails and lowered the massive anchors into the water. Once the fleet was securely anchored, the ferocious winds outside the bay howled, while the towering waves and gales were held at bay. The waves crashed against the shore, sending sprays into the air, while the ocean currents stirred restlessly, causing the massive warships to sway unsteadily, leading to bouts of nausea among the marines below. On deck, sailors were busy tying ropes, their hands and feet working tirelessly amidst the downpour. Inside the stern cabin, the howling winds seeped through the window gaps, causing the ship to sway. As the vessel finally steadied, a relieved Charlotte felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but his robust constitution allowed him to recover swiftly. The hurricane outside Nas Island raged throughout the day, finally diminishing in the early hours as the torrential rain began to subside. Once the massive ship ceased its violent swaying, the crew emerged onto the bridge deck, the briny sea breeze refreshing against their skin, while the azure sky stretched endlessly above, unmarred by clouds. With a vibrant rainbow arching across the horizon, the ocean resembled a woman's face, shifting from sorrow to joy. And had it not been for the uprooted vegetation along the shore, one would scarcely recall the previous day's mercilessness. At dawn, Charlotte soared above Nas Island on the dragon, surveying the landscape. The island resembled a spoon, with a landmass dividing the bay into two navigable channels. Lush vegetation and colorful flowers adorned the island, as butterflies flitted from the crevices, presenting a picturesque scene. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by the ship's cook, the crew sprang into action. with shipwrights repairing the damage inflicted by the storm. The sailors worked together to lower the small boats placed on the warship's deck, rowing towards the settlement on Nas Island to exchange supplies with the islanders. The Nas Island inhabitants, striking in appearance, possessed flat, round faces, dark skin, and gentle, nearly golden amber eyes, complemented by curly black hair. They exhibited a peaceful demeanor, living harmoniously, with many subsisting on fruits and vegetables. Given their serene nature and notable beauty, coupled with their proximity to the slave bay, the consequences were predictable. Slave hunters frequently traversed Nas Island, capturing its people for sale in the slave markets of nearby city-states. Outside the settlement by the bay, early risers with glistening dark skin spotted the colossal warships anchored in the harbor and quickly sought shelter. Once they recognized the flags flying from the ships, they joyfully rushed to the shore, shouting, "Holy Aslan! Holy Aslan!" Evidently, the Aslan Declaration of our Lord Charlotte has been brought to Nars Island. It stands to reason. After all, many of the slaves rescued by Milan were Narsians. After earning money in Harbor City, some of them returned to Nars Island via caravans, bringing their families to live in Harbor City. Chapter 48. The Magic Gem. As the dragon soared majestically through the sky, a sudden flash of light caught its solemn attention on a tranquil coast of Nars Island. Connected to the dragon's profound spirit, Charlotte also sensed the anomaly below. She guided the dragon in a graceful descent towards the source of the light. Once the dragon steadied, Charlotte slid down its wing and approached the luminous object partially buried in the sandy beach. A gem the size of a fist, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, lay quietly upon the white sand. The brilliance emanating from the gem was not a mere reflection of sunlight, but rather a glow that shone from within. As Charlotte stepped closer and touched the gem, a notification echoed in her mind. Beep. Magic gem detected. Incorporating the magic gem into a metallic solution can imbue the metal with corresponding magical properties. The system indicated that by adding this gem to a metallic solution and allowing the dragon to breathe fire upon it, she could obtain materials endowed with dragon fire attributes. Was this not the legendary Valyrian steel? Beep. The host may interpret it this way. Valyrian steel must be provided to analyze the metal composition. Charlotte pondered. I possess a ring made of Valyrian steel. Can you analyze the material composition from it? Beep. Certainly. Any Valyrian steel can be analyzed for its composition. Can you check if there are any other gems like this in the vicinity? Beep. Scanning complete. No other magic gems detected nearby. Upon hearing the system's response, disappointment washed over Charlotte at the thought of having only this lone gem. Yet soon, a wave of joy surged within her as she mused. Isn't this akin to the enchanting gems from the games of my previous life? Surely, it must have been brought here by yesterday's storm. How fortunate I am. Without further delay, Charlotte mounted the dragon and directed it towards the warship. Unaccustomed to wearing jewelry, she placed the Valyrian steel ring in the ship's quarters. Due to the dragon's immense size, it could not land on the ship's deck. Thus, Charlotte instructed the dragon to lower its altitude and leaped onto the ship as they passed. The bustling sailors promptly removed their hats and bowed in respect. Charlotte nodded and waved at the sailors on the deck as she hurried towards the aft hold to retrieve the Valyrian ring. The system began analyzing the ring's composition, and an intangible wave emanated from Charlotte. Beep. Valyrian steel composition: iron, chromium, nickel, manganese, titanium, niobium, tantalum, diamond, nitrogen. Among the numerous alloy materials, Charlotte recognized only the first element. The others were foreign to her. Why was there nitrogen? Wasn't that a gas? She took up her pen and began to document the material composition and the accompanying ratio chart. After redeeming the necessary materials with her honor points, Charlotte penned a letter, instructing the solemn dragon to deliver the magic gem back to Aslan Fortress for smelting by Anya. The poor dragon became a courier. As she watched the figure of the dragon recede, Charlotte felt a swell of delight. Soon, she too would possess Valyrian steel armor and sword. The system revealed that the fist-sized magic gem could yield just over a ton of Valyrian steel. The weight of a two-handed sword typically ranged between 3 to 4 kilograms. Contrary to appearances, it was not as heavy as it seemed. The thickness of full-plate armor varied, with ceremonial armor for nobility generally weighing around 10 kilograms. In contrast, armor meant for warfare varied in weight according to height and build. A full suit for someone of 170 centimeters in height would weigh at least 25 kilograms. The infantry armor of the Song dynasty in China weighed an astonishing 28 to 33 kilograms, a daunting feat for ancient warriors to bear as they fought with their weapons. Thus, Charlotte planned to forge 9 pieces of half-armor and 2 two-handed swords, with the remaining Valyrian steel crafted into one-handed weapons. After spending 3 days at Nars Island to repair the ship's hull and sails, the fleet resumed its westward journey towards the Summer Isles. Following the recent storm, the weather along the route was unusually calm. Both merchant ships and pirate vessels fled upon sighting the fleet, which boasted a massive ship with 16 sails and 40 smaller carracks, ensuring they would not be given the opportunity to attack. Guided by the tropical currents of the summer sea, The fleet arrived at the northern port of Valarno Island a week ahead of schedule to replenish fresh water and vegetables. As the fleet entered the harbor, the townsfolk gossiped in awe at the sight of the grand ship. By the love God, these ships are far larger than the Swan ships. Look at their sails, so brilliantly white. The paint is exquisite, and their hulls are sheet in copper. Where could this fleet have come from? Do any of you recognize their insignia? Red background with black stripes, a strange beast motif. Ah, it is Aslan, the Holy Aslan. What is this Holy Aslan? Please, tell us more. Coughing slightly, one man exclaimed, "Damn it, I brewed this amber sweet wine myself. You're welcome to it. Now, tell us about this Holy Aslan." A group of natives from the Summer Isles, clad in bright feathered cloaks and dark-skinned, pointed and discussed the fleet in their native dialect, animatedly debating among themselves. Far away on the King's Road in Westeros, a procession of knights and carriages wound their way northward. The knights bore the sigils of House Lannister with their golden roaring lion on a crimson field, and House Baratheon with their black crowned stag on a golden field, alongside various other banners of colorful designs. In a carriage slightly elevated above the rest, a plump man adorned in fine attire held a serving girl close, continuously pouring wine into his mouth, his bleary eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia as he murmured, "Lyanna, Lyanna." At Dragonstone Castle, located beyond Blackwater Bay, a gaunt, bald man was instructing another man, whose left hand was missing 4 fingers. "Ser Davos, I need you to spread the word along the coast that the 3 princes and princess are not of the king's blood, but rather the offspring of the incestuous Lannister siblings." Stannis spoke, his cold face betraying an uncontainable fury. "The truth must not be concealed. If the shameless, filthy Lannisters seize the throne, we shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to House Baratheon with sword and steel. We require more allies, Ser Davos." Stannis fixed his gaze upon the Onion Knight. In the area of the Vale, a raven was released into the sky, soaring northward with purpose. Chapter 49. Strolling after replenishing supplies in the Summer Isles, the fleet continued its northward voyage, passing through various ports of free trade city-states. Finally, the ships arrived at the closest port to King's Landing on the western coast of Essos, Pintos Bay. The sea breeze filled the white sails of the masts as the fleet advanced in formation towards Pintos Harbor. "By R'hllor's blessing, where did these warships come from? Look at their main masts, at least 70 yards high," exclaimed a sailor from a merchant ship docked in the harbor. "Indeed, by the Red God, their ship sides are at least twice the height of ours. Our vessel is the tallest merchant ship in Pintos. Their sailing speed is astonishing. How can such large vessels move so swiftly?" As the fleet docked at the port of Pintos, a chorus of admiration erupted. After a prolonged maritime journey, the crew felt fatigued, and Fleet Commander Alessandro planned to rest for 3 days in Pintos before launching a surprise attack on the Narrow Sea Fleet at Dragonstone. He also intended to allow the young men aboard to visit the city in shifts for some leisure. With thousands of exuberant young men, it seemed the proprietors of the city's brothels would reap substantial profits. Charlotte disembarked alongside the crew, eager to explore the city and visit the commercial representatives stationed in Pintos. Initially established as a trading outpost by the Valyrians, Pintos expanded its influence as the Valyrian Empire engaged in conquests across Essos. The city gradually came to control territories that once belonged to the ancient kingdom of Andalos, forcing the Undulls and the Rhoynar to cross the Narrow Sea and set foot on Westerosi soil, thus giving rise to the 7 kingdoms of Westeros as we know them today. The original Pantosians were small traders, merchants, sailors, and farmers within the Valyrian Empire, with few of noble birth. They did not concern themselves with lineage and tended to intermarry with the Undulls, unlike the Valyrians in other free trade cities, who were more insular. Of course, this exclusion does not apply to Bravos, founded by escaped slaves from the Valyrian Empire. Present-day Pantosians are a blend of Valyrian and Undul blood, making them the closest relatives to the Westerosi people. Thus, many of their customs align with those of the Westerosi, such as the rite of hospitality. Among the 9 free cities, Pintos ranks as the second most prosperous in trade, following Bravos. The bustling harbor is filled with various merchant ships from across the known world, each adorned with the flags of their respective cities, even including vessels from distant Ashai. Pintos is also one of the few cities accessible by land to both Norvos and Coer, with the wide and smooth Valyrian road connecting these 3 cities. Merchant ships continually sail in and out of the port, a testament to the thriving trade in Pintos, which is further evidenced by the land routes that facilitate commerce. The city walls, constructed from long rectangular stones, encompass a vast area, with the eastern side leading to expansive fields known as the Plain. The fertile land within Pintos' domain, intersected by rivers, is well suited for agriculture, and numerous estates flourish there. However, this prosperity has also attracted conflict over the past 2 centuries. Pintos and Bravos have engaged in 6 major wars over control of fertile lands and waterways. The protracted wars resulted in the rulers of Pintos being stripped of power by the governors, relegating them to mere figures of ritual sacrifice. 91 years ago, Following the final war, Pantos sacrificed 4 princes within a year. It was only after a rare victory that the 5th prince managed to persuade the governors to seek peace, leading to the signing of a treaty that severely restricted Pantos's military capabilities. This agreement stipulated that the Pantosians could not possess more than 20 warships, hire mercenaries, or maintain any military forces beyond the city guard. Consequently, the governors of Pantos sought to ingratiate themselves with the powerful Kalas of the Dothraki Sea, offering tributes and gifts to ensure that their Khalasar would remain east of the Lorne River and not raid the city. This policy proved remarkably effective, as Dothraki raiders seldom ventured into Pantos. Many Dothraki also visited the city for leisure, exchanging their traditional attire for silk garments, adorning themselves with perfumes, and residing in luxurious estates gifted by the governors, indulging in pleasures unavailable in the Dothraki Sea. Although Pantos is reputed to be a city without slaves, countless freedmen inhabit the city, living lives indistinguishable from those of slaves, save for their designation. Charlotte, bold and unaccompanied by guards, wandered through the bustling streets filled with people clad in vibrant attire, speaking in heavily accented common tongue, hawking wares, and inspecting various goods. The architecture predominantly features tall square brick towers, with roofs of tiles covering structures that range from pointed to domed. As Charlotte strolled, he encountered a massive red pyramid temple, where numerous followers of Lawler sat in prayer around a great bonfire, while a red-robed priest preached from a height. Wealthy Pantosians, adorned in opulent garments and extravagant jewelry, were escorted by unsullied and freedmen, reclining in litters borne by 8 freedmen, with attendants carrying various items, bending low in deference. Along the streets, small shops reminiscent of barber shops from a bygone era could be found, catering mainly to the grooming of the Pantosian men, whose beards were dyed in various hues and braided into small plaits. Charlotte couldn't help but comment on the peculiar taste. As the afternoon wore on, hunger struck the lord, prompting him to meander toward the merchant outpost by the bay. The Aslan merchant station in Pantos had been repurposed from a seaside estate, retaining only the main tower for habitation while the rest was flattened to create rectangular warehouses. The station staff had lined up early, eager to greet Charlotte upon his arrival, with Cajaro and John Mateo at the forefront, seemingly lacking the leisure enjoyed by Charlotte. Commander Alessandro declared that the ship Emperor of the Seas was his land, not a foreign port, and he wished to remain with his fleet. "My lord, blessings upon you." The merchant station staff expressed their excitement upon seeing Charlotte, kneeling in unison as a sign of respect, suggesting they had rehearsed this greeting. For these system warriors and their subjects, the system was their deity, and Charlotte was their divine offspring. "Rise. You too, stand up. Thank you all for your hard work," Charlotte said, extending a hand to lift the leader of the merchant station, then waving to the others in appreciation. "To serve you, my lord, is our honor. We pledge everything for the glory of Aslan," they proclaimed in unison. "Let us proceed inside. I am famished. Bring forth the culinary delights of Pantos," Charlotte declared as he stepped into the merchant station. The leader quickly walked a few steps behind, extending a hand to guide Charlotte toward the main hall. "My lord, recently, the governor of Illyrio Mopatis visited our station, wishing to meet with you," the leader whispered. "The governor? What does he want to see me about?" Charlotte inquired, puzzled. "My lord, Governor Illyrio has amassed wealth through the trade of information. I suspect there may be an undisclosed conspiracy at play." "Interesting. A scheme directed at me. He is in Pantos while we are at Slaver's Bay. The recent incident in King's Landing is likely the catalyst for his machinations. Arrange a meeting and inform him that I consent to his visit," Charlotte mused, stroking his chin, as the evening breeze gently caressed the land. The sun cast a soft glow upon the earth. In the open space, Charlotte stood blindfolded, wielding 2 one-handed swords. 20 meters away, John Mateo drew his bow, the metal arrowhead replaced by a bundle of soft cloth. The arrows, propelled by the tension of the bowstring and limbs, left streaks of darkness in the air as they flew toward Charlotte. With his eyes covered, Charlotte tilted his head slightly, sensing the flow of air around him, and suddenly raised one of his swords. The dull thud of the cloth-wrapped arrow striking against steel rang out, as John Mateo quickened his shooting pace. The 2 swords danced in the air, producing a symphony of clanging sounds. The onlookers held their breath, afraid to make a sound, lest they disturb the training of the esteemed lord and John Mateo. Soon, the quiver was emptied, and the ground around Charlotte was littered with arrow shafts stripped of their tips. "Huh, what a thrill," Charlotte exclaimed, removing the blindfold and laughing heartily. "My lord, unmatched in valor. My lord, a master of martial arts." The spectators cheered, captivated by this display of skill. A guard stepped forward to retrieve the swords, as Charlotte strolled toward a canvas-covered pavilion, settling into a long, wide chaise lounge. After accepting a damp cloth from a servant to wipe the sweat from his brow, he savored the hot tea and unique sweet cakes from Pantos on a small round table beside him. "My lord, Governor Illyrio seeks an audience." Kedro, clad in half-plate armor, approached with heavy steps, and spoke in hushed tones. "Oh, this cunning fox arrives sooner than expected. Bring him over. Let us see what this purveyor of information desires." Charlotte instructed with a smile. The rotund figure, adorned with lavish jewelry, followed Kejiro, covertly observing the guards within the merchant station. These towering warriors, clad in fine armor and elegantly simple attire, exuded a vigilant grace, their eyes glinting with alertness. Like steel columns, the formidable soldiers stood guard along the corridors, while others patrolled with synchronized precision, a testament to their rigorous discipline and training. Navigating past the intimidating guards, Illyrio was soon brought before Charlotte. From a distance, Illyrio scrutinized the young man seated in the chaise. He appeared to be around 20, tall and well-built, with an exotic allure and striking features. His long black hair, glossy and dark, was held in a peculiar bun by an ebony stick. What captivated Illyrio most were Charlotte's clear, black eyes, reminiscent of the starlit sky on a summer night, seeming to pierce through to the depths of one's soul. Under their gaze, Illyrio felt an undeniable vulnerability. At that moment, the leader of the merchant station announced, "Before you stands Lord Charlotte Aslan, the protector of the free folk of Outpost Fortress, the Lord of Harbor City, protector of the Laser region, the undefeated call of the Dothraki, father of dragons, and the son of the true god." A lengthy string of titles was proclaimed, prompting Charlotte to stifle a grin while maintaining his composed smile toward the rotund man before him. "Great Lord Charlotte Aslan, I am Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pantos." Illyrio stammered, awed by Charlotte's presence and the leader's grand introduction, as he respectfully bowed. "The governor need not be so formal. Please take a seat." "What brings you here?" Charlotte asked warmly. Seated on the chair brought by the attendants, Governor Illyrio respectfully replied, "Today, I come to meet the illustrious Lord Aslan. There are 3 matters I wish to discuss. First, I have prepared a gift for you," he said, presenting a gift list to a nearby servant. "Secondly, I wish to negotiate exclusive rights for the sale of Aslan goods in the inland free trade cities of Novos and Koar." Upon hearing the second request, Charlotte furrowed his brow. "Exclusive rights? You must be aware of the value of goods transported through Pantos to these 2 cities." "Indeed, great Lord Aslan," Illyrio responded eagerly. "I have investigated the value of Aslan goods sent to these cities via Pantos. To my knowledge, there are no merchant stations in these inland cities. All sales are conducted by small traders transporting limited quantities overland from Pantos. I am willing to offer a price of 20% above last year's sales figures for exclusive rights to these 2 cities. We can sign a 2-year agreement. And if you find it unsatisfactory, we can reconsider at the end of the term." A sycophantic smile spread across Illyrio's plump face. Charlotte pondered for a moment before addressing the leader standing beside him. "You go and discuss the details of the agency with Governor Illyrio. If all is agreeable, draft the contract." "Yes, my lord," the leader replied with a bow. Turning back to the rotund governor, Charlotte inquired, "Illyrio, you have heard the terms. Now, speak of your third matter." "Indeed, esteemed Lord Aslan, the third issue pertains to the unjust treatment your merchant station has suffered on Westeros." Illyrio paused, his face flushing with indignation. "The shameless usurper of Westeros and his minions have plundered your station like barbaric raiders. This traitor, devoid of honor, has acted in a disgraceful manner, and I abhor him." A torrent of invective poured forth from Illyrio, as if his own station had been attacked. Charlotte observed the governor's theatrics in silence, allowing him to continue his fervent performance. Noticing Charlotte's stoic demeanor, Illyrio finally concluded his dramatic display, offering a respectful noble bow before addressing the most critical reason for his visit. "Great Lord Aslan, I express my deepest sympathies regarding the unprovoked assault on your station. The usurper King Robert Baratheon is a shameless rebel, and it was he who ordered the attack on your station. The legitimate ruler of the 7 kingdoms, His Majesty Viserys Targaryen, wishes to ally with you. Princess Daenerys Targaryen, a vision of beauty akin to a divine favorite, would render the moon envious of her radiance. For nearly 300 years, the Targaryen family has ruled, with many families in the realm patiently awaiting the return of His Majesty Viserys. Should you agree to an alliance with the Targaryen family and lend your forces to help reclaim the Iron Throne, he would bestow upon you the title of Duke of Stormlands and Minister of Maritime Affairs for the 7 kingdoms, granting your merchant ships tax-exempt passage through all ports." Illyrio's face glowed with eagerness, his fervent rhetoric punctuated by animated gestures, while he discreetly gauged Charlotte's reaction. To his dismay, Charlotte maintained a bemused expression, watching his performance with an inscrutable smile, making Illyrio feel like a circus monkey performing a clumsy act. "Damn, this cunning Aslan," Illyrio muttered inwardly. Charlotte silently contemplated the weight of the situation, sensing the pressure building beneath his calm exterior. As Illyrio's impassioned speech began to wane, he gazed at Charlotte with hopeful anticipation, awaiting a response. Finally, Charlotte spoke. "Targaryen, are there still survivors?" "Yes, my lord. His Majesty Viserys and Princess Daenerys are currently residing in my estate," Illyrio replied cautiously. Chapter 51. A calculated move after another prolonged silence. Under Charlotte's intense gaze, Illyrio, his temples throbbing with tension and beads of sweat dotting his forehead, finally heard Charlotte's ethereal voice again. In due time, my people will notify you. I shall personally come for a meeting. You may arrange for me to meet them then. Upon hearing Charlotte's melodious response, the stout governor, who had been holding his breath in anxiety, finally felt a weight lift from his chest. Illyrio exhaled in relief and hastily bowed to take his leave. The pressure of meeting this Aslan was overwhelming. As if all his secrets had been laid bare before Charlotte, prompting an urgent desire to distance himself from him. Standing nearby, John Mateo interjected, "My lord, his unannounced visit to broker a union between you and the Targaryens seems quite dubious. Why would you agree to such a meeting? This cunning governor, who had built his fortune on the trade of information, surely had his own schemes at play. However, a meeting could prove beneficial after we assault Dragonstone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Judging by his demeanor, he is certainly not allied with Robert and his faction in the Seven Kingdoms, at most. He seeks to use us for his own ends. For now, we shall play along and uncover the secrets he harbors. It appears he is unaware of a crucial truth. All plots and schemes disintegrate in the face of absolute power," Charlotte analyzed with an air of tranquility. Time flowed like water, and 3 days swiftly passed. The personnel returned to the ships in an orderly fashion, and on a bright, sunny morning, the fleet set sail from Pando's Bay. The fleet traversed the narrow sea at full speed for 3 days. Thus, without warning, they found themselves 10 nautical miles east of Dragonstone, with 12 majestic sail warships arranged in a line, their sails billowing in the sea breeze, propelling them swiftly toward the designated anchorage of the narrow sea fleet in Dragonstone Bay. On board the Emperor of the Seas, Charlotte held a monocular, surveying the distant anchorage of the ships. The narrow sea fleet remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. The vessels in the bay were tightly moored, their furled sails revealing a forest of masts, densely standing tall within the harbor. Through the monocular, Charlotte meticulously counted the number of ships in the bay, estimating over 200 vessels, 120 adorned with the golden background and black crown stag banner, 40 with the sea green background and silver seahorse flag, 15 with the white background and 7-pointed star banner, 10 with the red background and golden horned white ram's head flag, 10 with the white background scattered with red crabs, and 1 with the white background and silver patterns of a blue swordfish. The remaining ships, aside from those bearing the Baratheon sigil, displayed flags unmistakably reminiscent of the piratical style of the Stepstones. In the main hall of the castle atop Dragonstone, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Through the windows, one could see a diverse group of individuals encircling a massive wooden table, engaged in heated debate, atop which lay a detailed map of Westeros intricately carved. At the head of the table sat Stannis Baratheon, his stern visage revealing a complex gaze directed at the bickering crowd. Nearly 2 months had passed since Prime Minister Aelin's death, during which he had tirelessly returned to Dragonstone, rallying his vassals, yet few families had heeded his summons. Stannis was convinced that Aelin had been poisoned by the Lannisters. Only he and the late Prime Minister knew of the sordid secret concerning the incestuous siblings. Just as they were poised to disclose this disgraceful truth, Aelin was assassinated. This revelation clarified the Lannisters' power in King's Landing. It no longer belonged to the Baratheons but rather to the Lannisters. With no prince, the evidence of the incestuous offspring born of the Lannister siblings rendered Stannis powerless, forcing him to covertly communicate with his vassals on Dragonstone while disseminating news along the coasts of the Stormlands and the Crownlands, without concrete evidence. Revealing the truth to Robert, with whom he had a strained relationship, would be futile. He would surely disbelieve him. Stannis recognized that relying on the scant few families and the pirates from the Stepstones would be insufficient to vanquish the Lannisters. He required a substantial and honorable ally, waiting for an opportunity to unveil the sordid secrets of the Lannister siblings. His immediate focus was to consolidate his strength, ensuring the safety of this knowledgeable entity, and ultimately dismantle the Lannisters. Interrupted by the clamor of the hall, Stannis raised his voice. Silence. The room fell quiet as if a pin could be heard dropping. Stannis surveyed the assembled crowd and began, "First, I thank you for heeding my summons to Dragonstone. You have faithfully upheld your obligations as vassals. While those families that have failed to honor their oaths will face appropriate consequences once all is settled, the loyal shall receive their just rewards." Upon hearing Stannis' words, the members of the 5 major families loyal to Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, Baellemon, the Seaguard Sediga, the Storm Sangra, the Blue Button of Sangra, and the Valerians of Driftmark, displayed expressions of joy. In their minds, Stannis was a man of ironclad character, strict with others, and even more so with himself. Living as if in asceticism, whatever he promised, he would fulfill. By the 7, we shall abide by our oaths and remain eternally loyal to you. The representatives of the 5 families collectively vowed. At the sound of their oath, a fleeting smile flickered across Stannis' stern lips, as if it had never appeared. Turning his gaze to another group dressed in ostentatious attire, Devoid of familial sigils, he addressed them. Your contributions will be rewarded with gold dragons. I hope you will honor our agreement. From among the colorful garments stepped forth a dark-skinned individual, bowing and saying, Your Grace, in exchange for your gold dragons, we shall offer our loyalty and abide by our pact. Stannis nodded in tacit approval. At that moment, a rumble akin to distant thunder echoed from afar, prompting the assembly to curiously peer through the narrow windows at the azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. As they pondered the source of the thunder, a sharp clang of a warning bell rang out, signaling an enemy attack. Accompanied by the bell's toll, the thunderous noise and faint, haunting screams pierced the air, reaching the ears of those in the stone drum's upper hall. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Stannis was the first to spring from the round table hall, rushing to the open balcony of the stone drum, gazing toward the distant Dragonstone Bay. Chapter 52. A devastating strike outside the harbor of the narrow sea fleet at Dragonstone. 12 colossal sail warships lined the bay's entrance. The vessels formed a crescent shape, blocking the harbor mouth, while countless bursts of fire erupted from the dark cylindrical tubes protruding from the sides of these massive ships, sending forth plumes of thick, white smoke. The thunderous sounds originated from these cannons, which belched forth destruction, alongside the booming cacophony. The swift whistling of projectiles slicing through the air reached the ears of those on the open balcony. As the thunderous roars continued, splinters of wood flew from the warships docked in the harbor, mingling with the desperate screams of humanity. The wooden warships, fragile as porcelain, were effortlessly obliterated by these terrifying weapons. The surface of the bay boiled like hot porridge as vessels attempted to set sail toward the harbor, seeking to engage in close-quarter combat with the imposing ships blocking their path. However, before their sails could be fully unfurled, they were met with the devastating fire from the cannons, reduced to mere wreckage floating upon the water's surface. A chilling sensation instantly enveloped Stannis, and a wave of despair spread across his previously unchanging visage. The fiery breath and thunderous roars emitted by the colossal beasts shattered all his desires and obliterated every flicker of hope. He remained oblivious to the piercing pain as his clenched fists dug into his palms, crimson blood dripping through his fingers, falling onto the black stone bricks of Dragonstone Castle. Within the artillery compartments of the Emperor of the CS fleet, the crew obeyed the long gunner's commands, repositioning the cannons and cleaning the chambers of residual gunpowder with damp brushes. The watermarks left by the brushes evaporated almost instantly due to the intense heat of the cannons. Bundles of gunpowder, wrapped in oiled paper, were loaded into the barrels, followed by a dark iron ball. The cannons, tethered by ropes to the gun carriage, were pulled back into position through pulleys. At the command to fire, a lit torch ignited the touch hole of the cannon. The gunners shielded their ears, mouths agape. As the cannon erupted with a deafening blast, a column of fire shooting forth, propelling the round iron ball toward the distant ships. The hull of a ship was effortlessly pierced by the black projectile, leaving a gaping hole in the smooth wooden side. Splintered wood flying towards the crew amid their anguished cries. The sea surged in, flooding the vessel's interior, as these ships were built without watertight compartments. The sailors inside the breached hull stared blankly at the blocking planks in their hands, as a torrent of water cascaded in, engulfing the entire cabin. As the cannonball was explosively ejected, the recoil sent the cannon carriage racing backward, held in place by netting that connected to the ship's structure. Another round of firing commands was issued, and within the smoke-filled hold, the cannons fired in an orderly fashion, as if in routine practice. The brave oared ships of the narrow sea fleet, having dropped their oars, surged toward the bay, charging toward the infernal behemoths. Yet, before they could approach, they were swept away by whirling double-headed chain shots, which sliced through the decks like a reaper, leaving behind a carnage of dismembered bodies and shattered masts. The oarsmen in the hold were crushed by the recoil of their long oars, while others, paralyzed by fear, desperately paddled, spinning the ship in place before being obliterated by concentrated cannon fire as they sank into the bay. This assault on the narrow sea fleet at Dragonstone was akin to a dimensional strike. Charlotte and Fleet Commander Alessandro stood atop the ship's stern, peering through a single-tube brass telescope at the narrow sea fleet disintegrating under the relentless bombardment, igniting and sinking. The fleet was set ablaze by the searing projectiles, with flammable oils and paints inside the cabins accelerating the flames, casting an ominous glow over the bay. Panic ensued among those attempting to escape. Resembling fish caught in a net, their desperate cries echoing across the waters. The cannons methodically dismantled the anchored narrow sea fleet, sinking and shattering enemy vessels. As the cannons began to heat, 12 sailing warships collectively adjusted their positions, commencing another round of grim harvesting. Amid the thunderous roar of cannons, every ship in the bay was mercilessly torn apart, the wreckage gradually sinking into the depths. My lord, the enemy fleet has been entirely destroyed. Shall we rescue those in the water? Alessandro inquired. Charlotte, observing the fortress perched on the cliffs of Dragonstone through the telescope, replied, Lower the small boats and capture them. Have them construct coastal fortifications for us. Upon hearing Charlotte's orders, Alessandro commanded his subordinate to relay the instructions, hoist half sails and slowly approach the port. Be mindful of the burning wreckage, adjust cannon angles to drive away enemy personnel along the shore, and lower the rescue boats for those struggling in the water. Following Alessandro's command, the messenger saluted Charlotte and Alessandro before departing. Soon, the sounds of a small bell and trumpet echoed, signaling the cessation of cannon fire from the flagship. Shortly thereafter, a signal flag was raised on the main mast of the Emperor of the Sea, and the cannon fire from the other ships ceased. Gunners strained to adjust the wooden blocks between the cannon carriages and barrels, calibrating their aim. Small rowboats were lowered into the sea, as teams of sailors and marines boarded, chanting in unison as they paddled toward the floundering crew of the narrow sea fleet. Those attempting to resist were met with spears, while others were thrown a sealed barrel to hold onto, tethered by ropes as they were towed to safety. On the beach, soldiers from Dragonstone and sailors swimming ashore spotted the flagship lowering small boats in preparation for landing. Under the urging of their officers, they quickly organized into formation, awaiting the approach of the enemy vessels. The warship, driven by the sailors, glided toward the harbor beach, readying its firing positions. The cannon heights were meticulously adjusted, and once the gunners had fine-tuned their aim based on experience, they awaited the command to fire. Upon seeing the dense crowd of enemies on the shore, Alessandro ordered, "Fire upon the enemy guard forces." With the command given, the small bell and trumpet sounded once more, as the fleet signalman waved a triangular flag from the lookout tower, transmitting the command from the fleet commander to the other warships. As the gunners received the firing order, the cannons roared to life, launching iron projectiles that soared over the wreckage of ships, crashing onto the harbor's ground, bouncing like harvesters of death. The projectiles leaped into the ranks of the tightly clustered Dragonstone defenders, leaving behind a gruesome scene of severed limbs, splattered blood, and anguished cries that instilled profound terror. This unfathomable assault, conducted by mysterious weapons that unleashed fire, thunder, and smoke, effortlessly claimed lives, causing the defenders at Dragonstone to abandon their weapons and flee in a moment of utter collapse. Chapter 53, A Sense of Justice. As the defenders in the port fled in chaos, a fleet of rowboats ferried Aslan's marines and supplies ashore without obstruction. Stannis, standing atop the main tower of Dragonstone Castle, closed his eyes in despair as he beheld the disintegrating forces. He knew it was all over. His ambitions and plans had been utterly decimated by the sudden appearance of the enemy and their thunderous, enigmatic weapons. As the cannon fire subsided, the stunned onlookers finally emerged from their silence. By the seven, where do these people come from? What are those weapons that spew fire and smoke? By the seven hells, they are demons. They annihilate our fleet and slaughter our soldiers as if they were mere livestock. Rollo, my ship, my ship. What shall we do, my lord? What do we do? They are devils. They are demons. Damn you all, you wretched demons. Silence. Stannis roared, awakened by the cacophony of despair and helplessness. His bloodshot azure eyes surveyed the crowd as a steely resolve returned to his expression. Under the searing glare of his rage-filled gaze, the people fell silent, heads bowed, awaiting his command. We are under attack by the enemy. I implore you to seize your weapons and rally the scattered soldiers upon the island. Dragonstone Castle, a magnificent edifice crafted by the Valyrian masons with their unparalleled skills, stands resolute. The black stones of the castle are exceptionally sturdy, situated in a defensible position that is difficult to breach. As long as we hold our ground within the castle, they cannot penetrate our defenses. The time of peril has arrived. All mortals face death. The enemy is upon us. Defend the castle and fulfill your duty. Under Stannis's cold and indifferent commands, the crowd regained their composure, saluted, and hastened down the tower to gather the dispersed soldiers. In truth, there was no need for a widespread search, as the surviving soldiers had already congregated at the castle gates and the passageway, creating a cacophony at the entrance that was utterly congested. Panic was etched on every face. Surrounded by the sea, with their ships destroyed, they had nowhere to flee and could only seek assistance from their lord at Dragonstone. Shero also arrived on a small rowing boat, setting foot on the land of Dragonstone, where busy warriors donned armor from the supplies being unloaded. Organized squads occupied the advantageous terrain, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. The rescued crew members of the narrow sea fleet were being guarded by soldiers, digging trenches and clearing debris from the harbor, while transporting supplies from the ships. Sailors lined up neatly, their matchlocks aimed at the tightly shut gates of Dragonstone. As the sun dipped in the west, a navigable passage was cleared at the harbor, and the wreckage of the narrow sea fleet blocking the route was dragged into the depths of the ocean. Supply ships swiftly unloaded personnel and goods through the bridge. The sound of whips cracking against flesh echoed as carpenters and soldiers drove the captives with their leather thongs. Under the threat of whips and blades, the captives, under the carpenter's direction, managed to construct a wooden earth wall using the wreckage of nearby vessels before sunset. The seawater-soaked timber was enveloped in a layer of wet mud, while a sloping trench encircled the earthen wall. Within the wall, wooden watchtowers housed archers and musketeers keeping watch over the distant gates of Dragonstone. Tents were meticulously arranged around a central large tent within the wall, where everyone sat upon the ground. My lord, according to information extracted from the captured prisoners, today is the very day Duke Stannis summons his vassals to Dragonstone. This battle has effectively decimated all naval forces of the Narrow Sea Fleet. John Mateo remarked with suppressed laughter. From the interrogated intelligence, it was revealed that the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms had been poisoned by their queen. Stannis spread the rumor that the princes and princesses were not the offspring of their King Robert, but rather the result of incest between the queen and her brother. Their King Robert had gone to the north mirror of Westeros, while in King's Landing, the third son of House Baratheon, Lord Gendry Baratheon, stood watch. Before the attack, their fleet and castle guards numbered over 13,000 combatants, some of whom were pirates and mercenaries hired by Stannis from the Stepstone Islands. We captured 468 men. As the wreckage on the sea made it impossible to ascertain casualties accurately, most personnel were aboard ships during the assault, leading to an estimated 6,000 casualties in the bay. There should still be around 2,000 capable defenders within Dragonstone Castle. After Alessandro and John Mateo finished their reports, Alessandro spoke up. My lord, the enemy's castle is built on a cliff, and our fleet's artillery lacks the elevation to directly assault their tower. The outer walls are constructed of massive black rocks, astonishingly thick and hard, rendering our cannon fire ineffective. With our powder supplies dwindling, it would be unwise to waste resources on these stones. I recommend a siege approach. My lord, we have seized a significant quantity of grain and salted meat from the enemy's warehouses near the bridge. Upon interrogating the captured warehouse managers, we learned that these supplies were recently delivered to Dragonstone. The geography of Dragonstone Castle is unsuitable for transporting goods back and forth. The Narrow Sea Fleet, for the sake of convenience, did not transport their provisions into the castle. The food within their walls can sustain them for no more than 10 days. A direct assault would lead to heavy casualties. I second the siege proposal, Cagello concluded, and the three men awaited Sharrow's decision in silence. Sharrow tapped his short whip thoughtfully and after a moment of contemplation, declared, First, we must clarify our goal for venturing to Westeros. The primary aim is to rescue our captured brethren, and secondly, to intimidate those ravenous foes harboring greed and hostility towards us. He paused before continuing. Based on these points, our initial target, the Narrow Sea Fleet at Dragonstone, is to weaken their defenses in the Black Bay, allowing our fleet to establish a port of our own. Since the princes and princesses are not King Robert's true progeny, there are still many impoverished Westerlanders, and the ambitious factions within the Seven Kingdoms will surely plunge Westeros into turmoil. Our intention is not to conquer Westeros at this moment, nor do we need to upend their rule right away. Our attacks are merely to tilt negotiations in our favor. The principal families currently dominating the upper echelons of the Seven Kingdoms are the Baratheons and Lannisters. Stannis commands the fleet at Dragonstone, while Lord Gendry Baratheon oversees the Stormlands. However, the loyalty of the noble houses supporting Robert is uncertain. The Lannisters of Casterly Rock, rich from their gold mines, possess many well-trained armed men. Through the Queen, they wield considerable power in King's Landing. I shall release a captive to carry a message to Stannis. Should he resist, I may lend my support to Gendry Baratheon or even the Lannister family, but I will not endorse him as the protector of the Seven Kingdoms. The choice between further senseless bloodshed or a hand of alliance lies with him. I have come to Westeros solely in pursuit of justice. After uttering these words, our lord felt a significant surge of righteousness within him. Chapter 54. The peace talks that evening, a captured young nobleman, the second son from the branch of House Bar-Aemon, returned to Dragonstone Castle bearing a letter urging surrender. My lord, this is what they have asked me to deliver to you. In the stillness, the young nobleman, visibly trembling, approached Stannis in the round table hall, bowing slightly as he respectfully presented a letter sealed with wax. Without waiting for the guards to intervene, Stannis swiftly stepped forward, seized the letter, and broke the wax seal to reveal a fragrant parchment inscribed with elegant Undul script. After quickly scanning the contents, Stannis's expression shifted from uncertainty to anger, and then to a pallor of disbelief as he meticulously reread the letter. After a prolonged examination, his complexion cycled from green to red and finally pale, before he gradually regained his stoic demeanor, exhaling softly as he muttered, "That damned harlot." The onlookers in the round table hall were transfixed by the complex emotions playing across Stannis's face. Their curiosity piqued. "It is the Aslan Trading Company. Their leader wishes to discuss matters with me," Stannis announced after finishing the letter, casting a glance around the room. As he spoke, he ignited the letter in a candle's flame, opting not to share its contents with the others present. "My lord, perhaps we can negotiate with them. The Aslans must be here due to King Robert's closure of their trading company. This is all a result of the king's misunderstandings," the head of House Bar-Aemon suggested, noting that their losses had not been as severe in this conflict. As for the casualties among the sailors summoned, it was hardly a matter of great concern for these feudal lords. A mere command would suffice to attract the starving commoners to serve beneath them. "My lord Stannis," remarked Emery Florent, who managed the castle's logistics, "the supplies within Dragonstone Castle may not sustain us for more than 5 days." He was the brother of Stannis' wife. Celis Florent: "Stannis, our Shireen remains in the castle, and I wish to bear you a son. Yet the Red God has only granted us this single child, though imperfect." "She remains your only heir," Celis Florent implored, her voice sharp with urgency. Celis, of similar height to Stannis, possessed a gaunt figure, a pointed face, protruding ears, and a sharply defined nose. Her typically thin, tightly pursed lips, coupled with the lines etched on her face and her furrowed brow, rendered her appearance quite severe and austere. "My lord, the morale of our combatants within the castle is alarmingly low, teetering on the brink of collapse. If we are to undertake a night raid, the thunderous sounds of their fiery weapons and billowing smoke will scatter our men," Count Montford Valerion of Driftmark uneasily interjected. "The greatest loss today might belong to this distant relative of House Targaryen, who, during the War of the Usurper over a decade ago, had chosen to support Rhaegar Targaryen under the leadership of the then Count of Driftmark, Lucerys Valerion. Regrettably, Rhaegar proved ineffectual and was slain by Robert at the Trident, and Lucerys perished in that conflict, which led to the total decline of the Valerion family's once mighty stature, which had languished since the Blood Dragon's fervor. It is worth noting that during the Targaryen reign, their family held the esteemed position of Master of Ships in the Seven Kingdoms, a testament to their former prosperity evident in the bustling port town of Driftmark. The Valerions had once flourished, their wealth surpassing that of House Hightower of Old Town, House Lannister of Casterly Rock, and House Tyrell of Highgarden, all of whom are now renowned for their riches in Westeros. After King Robert Baratheon was gifted King's Landing by House Lannister, the Valerions, under Montford's leadership, chose to bend the knee to House Baratheon, a decision that today's battle has plunged them into the depths of despair. "My lord, we have lost a considerable number of arrows, weapons, and armor discarded outside the castle. The remaining arms within the castle scarcely suffice for 3 men, Count Gunther Sanguine remarked, adorned with moonstone jewelry, his voice laden with concern. In Westeros, moonstone jewelry is akin to the crucifix on the blue planet. Gunther Sanguine, a devout follower of the Seven, viewed today's losses as secondary to the alarming fact that Duchess Celis Florent was a follower of the Red God, Lawler. "My lord, we came for golden dragons. You hired us to combat the enemies of Westeros. Yet now, our vessels are destroyed, and our brethren slaughtered by the assailants, which contravenes our contract," interrupted Saladosan, dressed in vibrant attire with dark skin. "Indeed, misunderstandings. These damned misunderstandings have obliterated my entire fleet, especially my flagship, the Valyrian, and the Thousand Colors. Both primary vessels over 60 feet long have been annihilated by the assailants. You must compensate us for these losses not covered by our agreement." Saladerson, a close ally of the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, and a smuggler, merchant, banker, and infamous pirate, vehemently demanded reparations. "Indeed, Salador speaks true. My lord, I hope you will offer a reasonable acknowledgement of your breach of contract. This tragedy is beyond our agreement," chimed in the other pirates and mercenaries, awakening from their stupor to join the chorus of claims. "Silence," Stannis bellowed, rapping the armrest of his chair in frustration at the cacophony of pirates and mercenaries. "I shall provide you with reasonable compensation for your losses in due time, but not now," he declared, his expression stern as he scrutinized the avaricious crowd. Under Stannis' assurance and piercing gaze, the clamoring slowly subsided. They had little option but to comply. Most of their men remained on their ships, having merely come for a meeting, and the ink on their contract had barely dried before they found themselves besieged by the assailants' bombardment. The culmination of a lifetime's toil had gone up in flames, and the fact that they had not succumbed to despair only spoke of their formidable mental fortitude. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, any knowledge of their misfortune would spell their doom at the hands of previous foes. "All of you, withdraw. I require time to contemplate. Do not be careless during tonight's watch," Stannis commanded, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. "As you command, my lord," the assembly replied, bowing as they exited the round hall. Celis sought to plead further, but Stannis cut her off with an irate shout. "You too shall leave." Understanding her husband's iron will, Celis refrained from further protest and followed the others out. Once the door to the round hall was closed tightly by 2 attendants, Stannis found himself alone, the flickering flames casting shadows across his face, reflecting his turmoil. Chapter 55. Negotiations to the east of Dragonstone. The sea shimmered under the rising sun, waves glistening with golden hues. The dawn sky, ablaze with fiery red, contrasted beautifully against the azure expanse and the sunlit waves, while early risers, the seagulls, soared joyfully within this picturesque realm. The briny, refreshing sea breeze caressed Charlotte's nose, but remnants of the previous day's carnage. The wrecked vessels and human remains washed ashore tainted the scene. The stench of blood and smoke seemed to have vanished. Standing atop a small hillock at the harbor, Charlotte relished the exquisite landscape, silently observing the captives being driven by soldiers wielding whips and blades, cleaning up the aftermath of yesterday's chaos. While Charlotte reveled in the view, Stannis had spent the night brooding alone in the round hall, his eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness. With the dawn's light warming him, he finally emerged from his reverie. Bring me water for washing, prepare a clean outfit, and polish my armor. Dispatch envoys to those assailants to inform them that I agree to negotiate, he hoarsely commanded. Stannis reluctantly set aside his pride, realizing that failing to negotiate now would lead him to an eternal farewell from the Iron Throne. In his eyes, Robert had become a swine, overindulged by alcohol and whores, no longer the valiant and wise Robert of yore, while Renly appeared a mere pretty face, a coward at heart. The future of House Baratheon rested solely upon his shoulders. Moreover, the Lannisters, the shameless and sordid siblings who had usurped the Baratheon throne through underhanded tactics, loomed large in his thoughts, if anything sustained him. It was the tantalizing allure of the Iron Throne and the Queen and her lover brother, the greatest motivators of his ambition for power. As the creaking wooden door swung open, 2 guards entered, one carrying a basin of water and the other a tray of breakfast. Stannis splashed the cold water from the basin onto his weary face. The chill of Dragonstone's deep well water, snapping his muddled mind back to clarity. He picked up the bristle toothbrush, dipped it in a mixture of salt and clove oil, and began scrubbing away the foul breath that lingered from a night devoid of rest. He resolved to face the foreigner Aslan in the best possible state. Although he had experienced defeat on the battlefield, he could not allow the outsider to look down upon House Baratheon of Westeros. After a flurry of preparation, Stannis donned the ornate garments he had always scorned to wear, adorned himself with jewelry he typically eschewed, and trimmed his beard to a neat length. His bald head, while unadorned, was at least combed. Once presentable, he sat down to a modest breakfast in the round hall, consisting only of unblemished wheat bread and a cup of red wine. His vassals and the pirate captains gathered at the castle gates and corridors awaited his arrival. For these nobles, defeat and surrender were not a matter of shame, especially in a battle so devoid of hope. As the sun climbed higher, 2 groups stood in opposition, separated by a white canopied pavilion where a small round table was set with 2 high-backed chairs, occupied by 2 figures facing each other. Stannis maintained a stern demeanor, quietly observing the young foreigner before him, clad in a fitted, long black and red coat with a white linen undergarment tucked neatly into brown trousers. He wore a brass-buckled belt around his waist. His legs were encased in half-length leather boots, and he bore no jewelry. 2 swords lay diagonally on the table, their hilts positioned for easy access. Tall and robust, his physique resembled that of a sleek lynx in the mountains, with striking features and dark eyes that sparkled with an unusual light. This foreigner exuded an air of arrogance and was notably self-assured in his martial prowess, Stannis quietly assessed. He was not even clad in armor during negotiations. The young man appeared as relaxed as if he were in his own garden. Did he not fear a sudden attack? Your Grace, I come seeking justice. It is said you are the most honorable man in Westeros, Charlotte said with a faint smile, regretting the circumstances of their meeting. Stannis' cold visage betrayed a hint of mockery as he retorted, Foreigner, spare me your insincere pleasantries. If you wish to engage in such trifles, then this meeting may as well conclude. Unfazed by Stannis' derision, Charlotte continued with deliberate calm, in my homeland, there is a saying, life is like a box of assorted candies. You never know what flavor you will pick next, despite its disappointments. That is simply life. Life flows like a river. If you traverse a narrow, obstructed path, you are destined to become trapped. Observing Stannis' growing impatience, Charlotte chose to dispense with further circumlocution. On Dragonstone, you are unlikely to achieve anything of significance. What is power? For you, it is both distant and yet tantalizingly close. The King Robert you protect now cares only for fine wine and beautiful women, surrounded by Lannisters. Once the secrets of the Lannister siblings are revealed, the fate of King Robert will be all too clear. Countless ambitious souls will eagerly join in the feast to carve up the power held by House Baratheon. Blaine Baratheon has the support of Storm's End, instantly capable of mustering over 20,000 storm riders. And you? What will you rely on then? Your loyalty to those few meager vassals on Dragonstone and the dishonorable pirates? The yield from Dragonstone can barely furnish you with an army of 2,000. Ah, but you once had the fleet of Blackwater Bay. Too bad it was destroyed by me. Yet even if you still possessed that fleet, what good would it do? King Robert has no legitimate heirs, and ships and sailors cannot grant you the Iron Throne. Now you must cooperate with me. As I understand, Storm's End is constantly battered by storms. Its lands are swamps and rainforests, and the soil is barren while its people live in dire poverty. Save for the fortified city of Storm's End, most noble lords of Storm's End lack even a proper castle, possessing only halls and towers. and are perpetually raided by pirates from the Stepstones. I have a wealth of goods that Westeros requires, and you will acquire exclusive agency over them, bringing you a fortune in golden dragons. Through these glittering trinkets, you will obtain what you desire. The lords of Storm's End are not so loyal to Blaine. Win them wealth, and you will secure their allegiance, usurping Blaine's rule in Storm's End. In return, you need only relinquish this island, which you cannot hold. Yes. Charlotte sought to make Stannis the chief agent of his interests in Westeros. Chapter 56. Letters within the vast and intricate crypt of House Stark in Winterfell. The King Robert Baratheon, under the guidance of Duke Eddard Stark, approached a stone statue of a woman. Ned, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, was meant to be hers. For all these years, I have missed her every moment. The obese king gazed longingly at the statue, his eyes reddened, as he gently caressed its cold stone cheek. As Robert spoke, distant memories stirred in Eddard Stark's mind. Ned, promise me, Ned, promise me. The words of Lyanna, whispered in a chamber heavy with the scent of roses and blood, echoed in Eddard's heart. Upon exiting the Stark crypt, a grand welcoming feast commenced in the great hall of Winterfell. Joyful music and flickering candlelight filled the air, mingling with the aromas of ale and roasted meat. Despite the North's harsh and barren climate, this welcome banquet for the king, though far less opulent than those in King's Landing, was nonetheless a testament to the Duchess's heartfelt efforts to compensate for the deficiencies. The following day brought the traditional noble pursuit of hunting in Westeros. In the Maester's Tower, a raven delivered 2 letters, one from King's Landing intended for King Robert, and the other from the Eyrie, a missive from the Duchess. These letters interrupted the joy of the long-awaited reunion between King Robert and Duke Eddard Stark. Originally intending to hunt in the Wolfswood, Robert was compelled to summon the newly appointed hand of the king, Eddard Stark, to discuss matters of state. This incompetent Stannis has squandered the entire fleet. Dragonstone has been seized. This is a message from Blaine, Robert exclaimed, brandishing the letter in anger. Eddard took the letter from Robert's hand, examining it carefully. Aslan. Who are they? The corpulent king cast a troubled glance at the newly appointed hand of the king. They are a trading company from Essos. Recently, I shut down their trading post and detained their personnel. I never anticipated their strength, crossing the vast seas from Slaver Bay to Westeros, Robert lamented. Pausing before adding furiously, they are provoking us. This is an invasion. They are invading our 7 kingdoms. We must summon the vassals of the 7 kingdoms and expel these foreigners from our lands. The Duke of the North looked at the king with confusion. The North was too impoverished and isolated for him to be aware of Aslan. Eddard Stark pondered for a moment before speaking. Stannis is still in their custody. He is your kinsman. Our primary objective must be to secure his release. As far as I know, Stannis commands a formidable fleet in the Narrow Sea, renowned for its strength. I was quite impressed by his fleet during the Iron Islands Rebellion. He is not a man of weakness. To annihilate Stannis's fleet and capture him would require an enemy of considerable might. Therefore, our immediate task is to gather intelligence on their forces. A rash attack could lead to our downfall. Dragonstone lies just beyond Blackwater Bay, while they must traverse a great distance from Slaver's Bay. The advantage is ours. We must swiftly negotiate a prisoner exchange. Stannis undoubtedly possesses a greater understanding of these Aslani's true capabilities. As a man of honor from the north, Eddard Stark held Stannis in high regard for his adherence to law and principles. Now that you are in the north, we must hasten our journey back to King's Landing. After expressing his thoughts, the Duke of Eddard voiced his confusion. Why have you closed their trading posts? Are they smugglers? Pirates? Robert fell silent for a moment, then sighed. They pay their taxes legitimately and employ the impoverished within King's Landing. I only heard rumors that their leader possesses a dragon. Yes. The kind that the old nurse spoke of, belonging to House Targaryen. By the old gods, you shut down their lawful trading posts and apprehended their people based on such ridiculous rumors? Eddard stared, astonished, at his corpulent friend. By the 7 hells. How was I to know their strength was so formidable? You know how I lose control at the mere mention of those cursed Targaryens. What matters most is that they have invaded us, Robert snapped, his irritation evident. Very well. You are the king of the 7 kingdoms. We must leave post-haste. Eddard replied resignedly. In a courtyard filled with blooming roses within King's Landing, our master of laws, Lancel Lannister, was nestled closely with a handsome young man, whispering sweet nothings. The man possessed flowing chestnut hair, striking golden eyes, a slender physique, and an exceptionally handsome visage. The 3 golden roses adorning the scattered garments on the ground indicated his lineage from House Tyrell of Highgarden. The only striking Tyrell in King's Landing was our Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell. As the youngest scion of House Tyrell, Loras was renowned for his youthful charm and martial prowess, his equestrian skills echoing throughout the Reach. These 2 were considered the most desirable marriage prospects by noble women across Westeros. Yet here they were, entwined like lovers. How heart-wrenching it would be for the infatuated women of the 7 kingdoms to discover this. Loras, that insufferable Stannis has been captured. Huh. Lancel exclaimed joyfully to his companion. Indeed, he has fallen into the hands of the Aslani, and his reputation has been tarnished by those foreign invaders, Loras responded, nodding. Now let's see how he can continue to issue orders with such arrogance after his defeat and capture. Just the thought of his predicament brings me delight. Though he is my enemy, I cannot help but feel grateful to the Aslani for teaching Stannis a harsh lesson. I long to see that perpetually unsmiling face of his in such a state of disarray, Lancel said with growing excitement. At that moment, a gentle knocking at the door interrupted their revelry. They exchanged resigned glances. Withdraw. Do not disturb our discussions, Loras called out. A humble voice from outside responded, Sir Loras. A scholar from the Red Keep has just delivered a letter from King Robert at Winterfell, which needs to be given to Lord Lancel. By the Seven Hells, can we not have a moment's peace? Loras complained, as the sound of rustling clothing filled the room. After a lengthy pause, the two emerged from the fragrant chamber. In the distance, a servant stood respectfully beneath the trees, hastening towards them, bearing a letter sealed with wax. Lord Lancel took the letter from the servant, broke the seal, and began to read. Robert wants me to find a way to secure Stannis' return, Lancel remarked playfully to Loras, handing the letter to him for further contemplation. After reading it, Loras replied, there are several Aslani prisoners in the dungeon. Some time ago, we received a negotiation letter from them proposing a prisoner exchange. This should not prove difficult. Very well. Then arrange for those Aslani in the dungeon to be sent to Dragonstone, allowing them to experience our goodwill while retrieving our poor Stannis. Huh? Lancel laughed heartily, never having been more eager to see his brother's frozen countenance. In the depths of the Red Keep, a middle-aged man clad in opulent garments spoke. My lord, should we not eliminate the Aslani prisoners in the dungeon? Most of the gold cloaks are our own, and no one would suspect us. My lord, those Aslani are insufferable. They encroach upon our profits, chimed another rotund figure in fine attire. Peter frowned in contemplation. No, we must not act hastily. The Aslani are not our primary concern at present. According to reports from our spies on Dragonstone, those Aslani possess a powerful and mysterious weapon capable of easily destroying Stannis' fleet. Our King Robert has already embarked southward with our new Prime Minister. Plans are afoot. Now is not the time for extraneous actions. When we seize control of the Seven Kingdoms, the Aslani will bring us wealth. When faced with external threats, those lofty lords will huddle together for warmth. We must not present them with a perceived danger. Upon hearing Peter's words, the assembled individuals in the chamber bowed. Yes, my lord. After the discussions, Stannis relinquished his pride. Perhaps Charlotte's words had moved him, or perhaps it was for the sake of his family within the castle. Who could say? With Stannis' surrender, the castle's defenders laid down their weapons and emerged to capitulate. The Aslani knights, fully armored, entered the fortress, meticulously inspecting every room to ensure no hidden danger would befall their lord. During the knights' thorough examination, they discovered a secret passageway located at the base of the castle dungeon, and they stationed guards there for defense. Craftsmen aboard the fleet utilized the castle's smithy to forge an iron door, which was then installed at the entrance of the passage. Once no danger was confirmed, Charlotte, surrounded by her entourage, entered the castle that once belonged to House Targaryen. Dragonstone Castle was constructed over 460 years ago, shortly after the doom of Valyria. The castle's outer walls are arranged in a polygonal shape, built entirely of black stone, harmonizing with the coastal cliffs. It is said that Dragonstone was shaped by Valyrian magic from the very rock itself, resembling a great dragon when viewed from above. The castle occupies a vast expanse, with its tall towers and thick walls showcasing formidable fortifications, adorned with numerous dragon and gargoyle sculptures, distinctly reflecting the ancient architectural prowess of Valyria. With the capture of Dragonstone, Charlotte's followers busied themselves, raising banners and draping emblems throughout the castle. At the pinnacle of the main tower of Dragonstone Castle, the black dragon banner on a crimson field replaced the golden stag banner adorned with black patterns. The elongated decorative crests within each tower were entirely substituted. As Charlotte stepped through the castle's grand entrance, a notification sounded. You have destroyed the Narrow Sea Fleet and vanquished Stannis, earning 2,000 honor points. You have conquered Dragonstone, earning 2,000 honor points. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the Free Folk of Outpost City, Lord of Port City, Invincible Call of the Dothraki, Conqueror of Dragonstone, honor points, 7,000, having expended over 1,000 honor points to prepare for this expedition and procure Valyrian steel materials. Military strength, 16, 235 system warriors. Special troops, 1,000 musket guards, 800 artillerymen, 8, 250 naval soldiers, 4,000 free folk, 13,000 Dothraki warriors. Upon the introduction by Stannis, his wife, Celis Florent, and their daughter, Shireen Baratheon, awaited in the main hall. After exchanging pleasantries, the little girl timidly inquired from behind her mother's skirt, Will you kill us? Fear not, dear child. I assure you, you shall be quite safe, Charlotte replied with a warm smile directed at the girl, whose left cheek and much of her neck were obscured by gray-black dead skin. Buoyed by Charlotte's promise, the girl gathered her courage and asked, "Can you spare Patchface?" "He is my only friend, and the old nurse and the scholars in the castle." "Patchface?" Charlotte turned to Stannis and his wife for clarification. "My lord, Patchface is the castle's fool. He often plays with Shireen," Celis explained. Upon hearing this, Charlotte reassured the little girl, "Certainly. According to my agreement with your father, you will all be safe, and no harm shall come to your friend." "My lord, your kindness." The little girl sighed in relief, grateful that her friend and others would be treated with care. After addressing the girl's concerns, Charlotte turned to Stannis, saying, "You and your family shall be held under my watch for the time being. You may roam freely within the castle as long as you do not leave. Once King's Landing releases our people, you are free to depart Dragonstone at any time. According to our shipwrights assessment, there are still 46 galleys in the port that can be repaired and returned to you as a gesture of our alliance." Stannis, upon hearing Charlotte's words, managed a slight smile on his stern face and nodded, "I shall uphold our agreement." As the conversation concluded and the three prepared to depart, Charlotte could not resist gently patting young Shireen's head. "Alert! A deep chaos magic-infected individual has been detected," the system announced. What is a chaos magic-infected individual? An entity with chaotic magic that clings to their soul, continuously siphoning their soul energy, causing intense suffering to the afflicted. Honor points can be spent to gradually strip away and erase the chaotic magic from the infected soul. As Stannis and his family approached the hall's exit, Charlotte called out, "Wait, perhaps I have a way to alleviate her affliction." The three turned, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "My lord, did you say you can cure little Shireen's grayscale?" Celis exclaimed, her face alight with hope. Stannis regarded Charlotte with a dark expression, suspecting that Charlotte sought to use Shireen as leverage for an alliance. "Yes, my lady. It may be worth a try." Ignoring Stannis's grim demeanor, Charlotte addressed Celis, then beckoned the little girl to approach him. With excitement, Shireen hurried toward Charlotte, oblivious to any potential deceit. Charlotte lifted a hand and placed it on the girl's face, covered in gray-black dead skin, and murmured a purification spell. An energy radiated from Charlotte's hand to the area of contact with the girl. A wave of intense pain mixed with warmth surged at the point of their connection, visibly causing the gray-black dead skin on Shireen's face to dissipate, revealing a patch of tender, unblemished skin beneath. Sweat poured from the little girl like raindrops, her tightly pressed lips turning pale. The process of stripping away the chaotic magic was painful, yet Shireen gritted her teeth, sensing that the illness that plagued her could indeed be cured by this kind older brother before her. As the dead skin around her face gradually vanished, Charlotte withdrew his hand. "Take her below to rest. She has been ill for too long to be cured immediately. After a week's rest, we shall continue her treatment." Charlotte instructed the delighted parents. A miracle unfolded before their eyes. Stannis had long since shed his somber countenance, replaced by gratitude and shame. Chapter 58. Dragonstone. Nearly a month had passed since the conquest of Dragonstone, and the Aslan trading post personnel, imprisoned in King's Landing dungeons, had safely arrived at Dragonstone. Charlotte rewarded and comforted the emaciated captives, while the fleet's physician examined their health, assuring that with proper care, they would all recover. The families of the fallen were also compensated appropriately. Accompanying them to Dragonstone were some impoverished individuals from King's Landing, former employees of the trading post. After the release from the dungeons, these loyal employees of the Aslan trading post implored to accompany them once more, following King Robert's decree to shut down the trading post. These Aslan employees found themselves unemployed, and after depleting their savings, they had no choice but to return to the flea-ridden corners of King's Landing. Having experienced the fleeting joy that was cruelly stripped away, these individuals no longer trusted their king, perhaps they never had. After the return of the Aslan captives to Dragonstone, Stannis departed with the remaining forces, leaving his wife and daughter to stay temporarily. Additionally, Stannis' wife, Celis Florent, no longer worshipped the Red God Lawler. She had become a devout follower of the Creator God. As for this Creator God, indeed, this was the term used by system warriors and system citizens to refer to the system. Stannis, with a remnant force of over 5,000 soldiers and sailors, set sail aboard the 46 repaired war galleys, laden with supplies toward the stormlands of Westeros. The roar of dragons echoed from the heights of Dragonstone as the three dragons, Vermithrax, Lifebringer, and the ancient green dragon, accompanied the supply ships, having arrived a day prior. Along with the supply vessels came the forged Valyrian steel weapons. Perusing the letters sent by Anya, it was noted that a total of 200 Valyrian steel swords, 300 spearheads, 20 daggers, and 9 breastplates had been forged. The Valyrian steel swords featured a single-edged blade, ideal for slashing and thrusting, gleaming with a chilling radiance extending 1 meter in length. The handles, wrapped in black leather, measured 20 centimeters. The blade, broad enough for an adult's 3 fingers, featured a blood groove that enhanced its sharpness, while the circular, gilded, hollow-carved guard bore intricate dragon motifs. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, a crisp ringing sound resonated in the air. These weapons, akin to exquisite works of art, captivated the admiration of our noble lord. Among the shipment were 30 Valyrian steel swords, 50 Valyrian steel spears, and 3 breastplates. These 80 Valyrian steel weapons were allocated to the elite infantry, guards, and commanders who accompanied them. The breastplates were custom-made to fit the upper bodies of Charlotte, Carajo, and John Mateo. The emblematic patterns on the breastplates were pressed into shape while the Valyrian steel was still molten, depicting exquisite red and black designs. 3 colossal dragons arrived at Dragonstone Island, resting for a night before rising early the next morning to visit the cavern where they had settled. After more than a century, the island once again welcomed the majestic silhouettes of dragons soaring through the sky. The flames of life and the ancient green dragon lay quietly within the cavern. Their size is reminiscent of a majestic eagle alongside 2 diminutive quails. The life force in the ancient green could only barely carry both Cagello and his companion for a short flight. Yet this brief experience filled them with exhilaration. Charlotte, riding atop the formidable dragon, surveyed Dragonstone Island, which sprawled across approximately 8,000 square kilometers. Gazing down from above, the island appeared in an irregular barbell shape, broad in the north and narrow in the south, with a slightly elongated midsection. Steep cliffs surrounded the island, and 2 mountain ranges bordered its sides, while the center remained flat. Lush vegetation blanketed the island, concealing the black soil left behind by volcanic eruptions. Atop the larger northern section of the island stood a circular, concave peak, within which lay a vast lake. Crystal-clear waters cascaded from the northern gap of the peak, forming a splendid waterfall. The tumultuous waters flowed through a riverbed sculpted over the years, pouring into the narrow sea, where a small fishing village, the only settlement on Dragonstone Island, existed with a mere 100 inhabitants. Facing the narrow sea on the island's right side was a mountain range that traversed the entire island. Beginning at the concave peak and extending along the coastline to the southern Dragonstone Keep, which Charlotte named Windward Coast, the left side mountain range was shorter, dividing into northern and southern segments, which Charlotte referred to as Blackwater Coast. Charlotte explored the lake formed by the volcanic eruption, contemplating how to block the waterfall's gap and create an outlet to redirect the lake's waters inland. With the abundant rainfall brought by the warm, humid currents over the narrow sea, combined with the fertile soil created by the volcanic ash, he envisioned that with proper irrigation and cultivation, Dragonstone Island could become a bountiful land for agriculture. With farming rooted deeply in his soul, Charlotte was constantly pondering agricultural methods. Dragonstone Keep was situated at the southern bay, at the tail end of the Windward Coast mountain range. The entire island was essentially a natural harbor at the southern Dragonstone Keep. Other areas were either steep cliffs or strewn with coastal rocks. Resolute in his plans, after thoroughly surveying Dragonstone Island, Charlotte arranged for ships to head to King's Landing to recruit laborers. Thanks to the esteemed reputation of the Aslan trading post, he garnered the trust of many impoverished individuals. Countless bankrupt farmers clustered around King's Landing, enduring their hardships, and this recruitment focused solely on those with families. With the influx of gold dragon coins, the wealthy paid no heed to the departing poor, dismissing the few able-bodied men and the larger number of the elderly, weak, and children. Those Aslan folks must be out of their minds, scoffed a wealthy individual, twirling a gold coin in their fingers. Within the realm of Westeros, many impoverished farmers, burdened with their families, boarded ships bound for Dragonstone Island, thus improving the local security. Of course, those fleeing were all free folk. The serfs had no hope of escape, as being caught would lead to their execution by the nobles as a warning to others. Under the guidance of skilled artisans, the impoverished individuals from King's Landing wielded various tools to excavate an artificial lake and a canal that spanned the entire island. The port of Dragonstone Island bustled with ships coming and going, transporting goods such as food, farming tools, and livestock from the free cities, as well as ferrying impoverished individuals from King's Landing. The island transformed into a vast construction site, with the aid of Charlotte's versatile cutting tool. The excavation of the artificial lake and canal progressed smoothly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the island's inhabitants gathered amidst the Windward Coast mountains to witness the explosive opening of the concave lake. Following the calculations of the ship's artisans, Charlotte identified several weak points, placed wrapped packets of gunpowder within the stone crevice, and connected them to a fuse. After lighting the fuse, he swiftly mounted his dragon and soared into the distance. Thousands of eyes fixed upon the fuse as the flame slowly crept toward the gunpowder. Following a series of thunderous explosions, rocks and dust scattered through the air. The crystal-clear waters of the concave lake surged forth from the blasted opening, converging into the artificial lake excavated at the mountain's base. As time passed, the surface of the artificial lake gradually rose, flowing through the canal and irrigation ditches that traversed Dragonstone Island. nourishing the entire plain. Aslan, 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 cheered the common folk, standing upon the windward mountains, awestruck by the monumental power of the event and dreaming of a better future. Chapter 59. Kent barking and crowing echoed from beyond the small window as the hazy night made way for dawn, the darkest hour of the day. The cacophony of roosters and dogs outside disrupted Kent's slumber, prompting him to mutter a curse against the Creator. Stifling a yawn with his rough left hand to avoid waking his young daughter, who had slept alongside him and his wife. With slow, careful movements, Kent stretched his stiff back, cautiously lifting the covers to seek out the straw sandals he had left in the corner of the room. Glancing around the humble dwelling, he noted the absence of his wife, Mary, while his 8-year-old son Kent and 6-year-old William lay snuggled on the straw bed nearby, murmuring softly in their sleep. Peering through the small window propped open by wooden sticks in the earthen wall, he gazed into the cramped kitchen across from him. The kitchen, barely more than another straw and mud hut, was illuminated by a clay oil lamp, its flickering flame dancing atop the wick, clearly ignited by his wife Mary. She knelt on the ground, fanning a low, cylindrical stove made of clay, coaxing a bright flame to life. "Thank you, benevolent Lord." He silently expressed gratitude for the low stove that made Mary's cooking so much easier. The village elder had mentioned that this innovative stove was invented by their great lord, whose name seemed to be, yes, the beehive coal stove. Unlike conventional stoves that burned wood and leaves, this peculiar stove utilized beehive coal. The process of making beehive coal was intricate, involving a type of stone called coal, which was crushed and mixed with mud, then combined with water, molded, and sun-dried. As Kent pondered the strange stove, he stepped outside, ready to tackle the busy day ahead. He needed to prepare the 50 acres of land he rented to plant wheat, barley, and oats, wheat for taxes, barley for brewing beer, and oats primarily for feeding livestock. The growth cycle for wheat and barley spanned over 6 months, while oats matured in 3. The Windward and Blackwater mountain ranges on Dragonstone Island sheltered the land from sea storms, maintaining a temperate climate year-round. Between 18 and 26 degrees Celsius. The irrigation channels and ditches created on the island provided ample water for irrigation, while the mountains shielded the area from hurricanes, creating ideal conditions for crop growth. Kent was confident that cultivating wheat would yield a bountiful harvest. And after paying 30% of the produce as tax to the Lord and renting agricultural tools and livestock at 10%, he would retain 60% for himself. Having once been an employee at the Aslan trading post, Kent held an unwavering trust and admiration for the Lord, believing fervently that he would not be as greedy as the nobles of Westeros. He recalled the burdensome taxes imposed by the lords of Westeros, who demanded a staggering 7% solely for land rental, in addition to various peculiar taxes such as fire tax, marriage tax, childbirth tax, and window tax, among others. Kent understood that the multitude of taxes were merely the pretext for the adults to reduce his family to serfdom if they could not repay their dues. They would be doomed to forever serve the whims of the nobility. His status as a free man stemmed entirely from his ancestral farming skills. For tilling the land in an agrarian society is no simple task. It requires a wealth of knowledge handed down through generations. The free folk of Westeros all possessed unique techniques passed down from their forebears, and for them, the notion of becoming serfs to the nobility was absolutely, unequivocally unacceptable. Apart from those unfortunate souls whose families had been captured during wars, who had no choice but to become serfs for the safety of their loved ones. No free man would willingly acquiesce to such a fate. Some would rather starve than submit. As Kent caressed the iron farming tools in his hands, a joyful smile unconsciously spread across his face. The rich, dark soil was loose, making cultivation a swift and effortless endeavor. Initially, Kent intended to present his 3-field crop rotation method, a secret technique passed down through his ancestors, to their benevolent lord as a gesture of gratitude for granting his family the gift of life. However, the agricultural advisors from Dragonstone informed him that the island's volcanic soil, known as volcanic ash soil, was exceptionally fertile and did not require such methods for the time being. They would advise him when the need arose. It appeared that his ancestors' farming secrets had a name, one already known to Lord Aslan, and Kent felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the advisor's response. In addition to tilling the land, their lord required capable families to tend to livestock, with 1/10 of the annual yield owed to the lord, or alternatively, payment equivalent to market value. The villagers' grain and livestock could not be traded with other merchants, but were solely to be exchanged with the food reserve warehouses at the port of Dragonstone. Each village boasted a general store to facilitate the procurement of daily necessities. Presently, a market town had been established near Dragonstone Castle, with an artificial canal meandering alongside it. The barges on the canal made transport from the market town to the Hollow Peak significantly easier, reducing the reliance on draft animals for transportation. The port town now hosted numerous merchants from various regions, with a steady influx of goods requiring transport, alongside many courtyards and towers under construction. Kent contemplated that once the fields were cleared and sown with grain, he could seek work in the market town to earn some extra coin. As Kent gazed at Mary's robust waist, the ample curves of her form as she crouched down, with her brown hair cascading down her back. A warm thought filled his heart. Perhaps after a bountiful harvest next year, they could welcome another child. The arable land on the plains of Dragonstone constituted approximately 35% of the entire island, with each family allocated 50 acres. In an ideal scenario, this could accommodate up to 90,000 families. Though such a number was implausible, the island's capacity could not sustain that many inhabitants. After the full development of Dragonstone, it could at most support around 240,000 families, with a population exceeding 100,000. As time flowed onward, the eastern horizon began to shimmer with the dawn's light, mist swirling through the windward mountains, heralding the start of a new day. Gazing towards the distant slopes, Kent observed ryegrass and purple clover thriving there, the verdant blanket of ryegrass interspersed with the blossoms of clover cascading down the mountainside towards the village. Villagers were herding their livestock towards the pastures on the slopes. The mid-slope pastures belonged to the community, and each year, families with livestock in the village contributed labor to cultivate fodder. Kent's family also raised livestock, specifically 50 fine wool sheep, whose wool could be sheared twice annually, with the port's textile mill purchasing it. Typically, Kent's 2 sons tended to the sheep, but it was apparent they had overslept today. "Wake up, little Kent." "William, get out of bed." Mary's bright voice echoed from the kitchen, calling to her 2 sons who were still slumbering in their thatched roof home. "If you don't rise to feed the sheep, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." With no response from the boys, she placed her hands on her hips, threatening them. "Mom, I'm up. It's William who wants to get out of bed." Little Kent shouted out the window. "You're lying, little Kent. I'm up. I didn't sleeping." William hurriedly chimed in, raising his voice as well. Amidst the squabble, the 2 brothers shoved each other and dashed out of their sleeping quarters. "Good morning, Dad." "Mom, we're off to tend the sheep," they greeted Kent, who was busy sharpening his tools. The boys grabbed 2 long wooden staffs resting by the sheep pen, opened the pen's gate, and drove the flock towards the hills. "Kent, good morning." George, who lived next door, called out to him as he hoisted his farming tools and led 2 draft horses. Kent looked up to see George approaching, stood up to dust off his trousers, and called back to Mary, "I'm heading to the fields." He joined George and 8 other male villagers, 10 of them in total, as they carried their tools and drove 5 draft horses, sharing laughter and conversation as they made their way to the distant fields. The village where Kent resided comprised 50 families, divided into 5 groups to collectively cultivate their fields. Due to a shortage of draft horses, each group was limited to 5, necessitating the cooperation of both horses and manpower to remove large volcanic rocks from the fields. A few days prior, a fire had swept through the fields, clearing away all the weeds, and now they needed to rake out small stones from the soil, remove grass roots, and level the land before sowing wheat seeds. Without an abundance of draft animals, they could only use hoes to gradually cultivate, causing their progress to be rather slow. Kent calculated that his 50 acres would require approximately a month to clear sufficiently, which meant it would take about 8 months for the wheat to mature. "Oh, benevolent Lord. With the interest-free loans of grain and coin for each family, we may eat in 8 months, but the shadow of debt casts a pall over me," Kent thought, contemplating planting fast-growing vegetables for sale to the town or military camps on the newly cleared land. The food reserve warehouses only purchased grains and livestock. Vegetables and spices were not in the primary trading range, but as long as they informed the tax officials to oversee tax collection, they could freely trade by crushing the spice seeds. These spices were also specifically used by Charlotte to attract outside merchants. In truth, astute farmers had already discovered various vegetable and spice seeds at the general store and had begun planting them in the freshly cultivated fields. Ken had made a special trip to town yesterday to inquire about the urgent need for vegetables and spices in the military camps. A few days prior, he had stumbled upon these seeds while buying salt at the store and planned to discuss with his group members about pooling funds to plant a batch. The vegetable seeds included chives, lettuce, onions, spinach, cabbage, and other edible herbs such as mint, chamomile, fennel, cilantro, and thyme. These clever farmers were sure to reap a substantial profit. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, a group of robust women, each carrying a clay pot, made their way towards the fields. These women were evidently the family members of Kent's group of 10. The sweat-drenched men set down their tools, washed their hands in the ditch, and accepted the clay pots from the women, indulging in a hearty meal. After finishing the food in the pots, Kent let out a long, satisfying belch. While he ate, Mary had already taken over his tasks on the ground, bending her back as she worked diligently with her hoe. Watching her silhouette, he couldn't help but reminisce about the time they had just married a decade ago. At that time, Mary possessed a slender figure, with a pert backside and elegantly rounded, delicate legs. Her voice was bright and shy, while her fair, charming face bore a sprinkle of freckles, complemented by her thick and silky brown hair. The two of them adorned themselves in the most exquisite garments they had ever worn. Surrounded by the blessings of friends and family, they pledged their vows before the 7 gods' priests, a memory that feels as though it were but yesterday. Yet, a decade has swiftly passed. Mary has transformed from a youthful maiden into the mother of 3 children. Her waist has thickened over the years, and her once slender form is no longer as svelte. Nevertheless, Kent's affection for Mary has only intensified, rich and fragrant like a fine-aged rum. Sensing a gaze upon her, Mary turned in curiosity, only to find Kent staring at her with fervent eyes, lost in admiration. She scoffed softly, "You old fool," and cast a glance at her husband, noticing his oblivion to her presence. Resuming her tasks, she disregarded Kent, who was ensnared in reminiscence. The other 9 individuals surrounding them had finished their meals, their satisfied belches echoing in the air, prompting Kent to shake off his reverie. Observing everyone lounging contentedly in the shade, exchanging crude jokes and laughter, he cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, may I have your attention?" The 9 turned to Kent, their expressions filled with curiosity. George spoke first. "What is it? Speak up." Kent shared his thoughts with the group. "Yesterday, I visited the newly constructed town at the harbor. As you all know, I discovered something interesting at the village grocery store a few days ago, some vegetable and spice seeds. The military camp and foreign traders at the harbor are in need of such provisions. I propose we pool our resources to cultivate a significant crop. We could stand to make a tidy profit. What do you all think?" "I think it's a splendid idea. Kent, you are the most astute among us. I wholeheartedly support you," George declared first. The others looked to the remaining 8 for their opinions. "Kent, we all trust your judgment. You led us to work at the Aslan trading post and helped us find a means to survive. We believe in you. If we incur losses, let it be on all of us. No one shall complain." "Indeed, Kent, we shall follow your lead," they chimed in unison. "You all trust me. I assure you that no one shall suffer losses. However, you must keep this confidential for now. Do not inform the other groups in the village. Let us first secure our gains before revealing anything. Do I have your agreement?" Kent cautioned. The group nodded vigorously, pledging, "Kent, we shall keep your secret. We swear by the name of the Creator. We will not disclose it to anyone else." Hearing their vows, Kent smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 61. The king returns to the city on the broad and straight King S Road, outside the gates of the city of King S Landing. The younger brother of King Robert, Lord Lannister, was leading a gathering of nobility, resplendent in their fineries and exuding an air of superiority. This assembly of aristocrats had been waiting since dawn to greet King Robert Baratheon, who had been absent from the capital for over 3 months. Goods and common folk attempting to pass through the gates were obstructed by these highborn lords, who loomed over them, creating a dense crowd of goods and citizens standing quietly at a distance, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the welcoming ceremony to enter the city. Merchants were eager to earn their share of the precious gold and silver coins, while the commoners were desperate for sustenance. Impatient merchants or citizens circumvented the grand entrance, opting for other city gates to enter or exit. The gates of the gods were adorned with intricately carved stone faces, their eyes seemingly following those who passed. Along the expansive thoroughfare, 2 ranks of knights clad in splendid armor and fine robes flanked the sides. The King S Road stretched from the wall to Storm's End, spanning over 3,200 kilometers, cutting through King S Landing and connecting to the Red Keep, the King S residence. As the sun reached its zenith, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from a distance along the King S Road, the vibrations of iron horseshoes resonating as they drew nearer. Colorful banners began to emerge into view. With the approaching sound of galloping steeds, a procession of knights, bearing lion, stag, and wolf sigils, passed in orderly fashion before the assembled crowd, making their way through the gates of the gods. Following the knights were carriages adorned with various heraldic symbols, vibrant fabrics draping their sides. Each carriage was drawn by 2 magnificent horses, their hooves thundering against the roadway. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, clad in magnificent armor, led the procession, riding ahead of a towering knight whose face bore the scars of flames. Joffrey acknowledged the crowd with a nod before proceeding through the gates into the city. Following closely were the King's Guard, resplendent in their ornate armor and white cloaks. Their arrival signified that the day's principal figure had arrived. King Robert Baratheon, with his ample beer belly, rode a magnificent black steed, larger than the surrounding war horses, flanked by the King's Guard as he made his grand entrance. Upon seeing the king, Lord Lannister and the other nobles knelt, paying their respects. "By the 7, he has returned. Follow me to the Red Keep for counsel," Robert commanded, waving from his mount. His face, adorned with a thick beard, bore the weariness of travel, and without further ado, he urged his horse along the King S Road towards the Red Keep. The procession of knights and carriages continued to file through the gates of the gods. Inside the grand hall of the Iron Throne, the nobles of King S Landing lined the sides of the crimson carpet, standing before the Iron Throne. The royal guards, clad in helmets and armor, stood tall on the steps leading up to the throne, facing the assembled crowd. Robert, fiddling with the hand of the King S badge, sat upon the Iron Throne, which was constructed from a myriad of sharp swords, and surveyed the audience below. In the name of the Undulls, the first man and the guardian of the seven kingdoms. I hereby appoint Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, as the hand of the king, he proclaimed. After announcing the appointment, Robert tossed the badge to Eddard Stark. Eddard caught the badge and knelt on one knee, declaring, in the name of the old and new gods, I vow to remain loyal to King Robert Baratheon I. Robert raised his hand, signaling Eddard to rise, then turned to his master of whisperers, Varys, and inquired, what of those accursed Aslan? Have they made any further moves since seizing Dragonstone? And where is that fool Stannis? Did the Aslan not release him? Varys stepped forward onto the crimson carpet and replied, Your Majesty, the Aslan fleet has not made any further aggressive maneuvers. Reports suggest that Lord Stannis is operating with 41 warships near Storm's End. What is that fool doing in Storm's End? Stannis, that incompetent, allowed the narrow sea fleet to be easily destroyed by the Aslan. How dare he not come to King's Landing to apologize? If he were not my blood, I would have him hanged for his cowardice. Robert seethed. His face flushed with rage. Your Majesty, according to our informants on Dragonstone, those Aslan possess a formidable weapon capable of easily destroying our ships, Varys added. What is your perspective on this matter, Lord Stark? Robert inquired, turning to Eddard Stark. Your Majesty, since the foreign invaders possess weapons capable of effortlessly annihilating our fleet, it is noteworthy that after seizing Dragonstone, they did not immediately assault King's Landing, but instead sent a missive proposing negotiations. Their intent to engage in dialogue is evidently clear. Perhaps we should consider initiating discussions with them. After all, it will take time for the fleets from the other realms of our seven kingdoms to converge. Eddard Stark put forth his suggestion. As the newly appointed Prime Minister's words faded, Peter Baelish, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, stepped forward from the crowd and nodded at Eddard Stark. After exchanging pleasantries, he addressed King Robert, who was seated upon the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, I concur with Lord Eddard's proposal. I am willing to act as an envoy to Dragonstone. Seeing no dissent among the assembly, Robert, satisfied, turned to his captain of the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy, and commanded, select a contingent to escort Baelish to Dragonstone to negotiate with those accursed Aslani. Yes, Your Majesty. Barristan Selmy replied, bowing. Barristan, tall and silver-haired, bore no sign of age, his physique remaining robust and graceful. He was known among the Seven Kingdoms as the Fearless. Once a member of the King's Guard under the Mad King Aerys II, he had pledged his loyalty to Robert Baratheon following Aerys' demise. Now serving as the captain of the King's Guard, he was characterized by his integrity, bravery, and formidable martial prowess, embodying a chivalric spirit seemingly out of place in this era. After concluding matters of state, King Robert wore a smile upon his steel-bearded visage, declaring, to celebrate the ascension of our new Prime Minister, I propose a grand tournament. Ned. The king enjoys himself, and the hand of the king ensures his enjoyment. The rest of you shall assist the hand in organizing this event. By the seven hells. The burdensome matters are finally resolved. Those lovely ladies now require my attention. With a hearty laugh, Robert exited the hall of the Iron Throne. Chapter 62. In truth, beneath Robert Baratheon's seemingly foolish exterior lies a distinctive political acumen. Should you underestimate him as a mere incompetent king, danger will inevitably loom near. He is, without a doubt, a master of political maneuvering, having overthrown the previous Targaryen dynasty to establish his reign. Robert, portly and fond of wine and women, relished hosting tournaments while the kingdom languished under a heavy debt burden. He even humiliated his Queen's twin brother, Kingsguard Jaime Lannister, in public. Various factors intertwined to paint a picture of Robert as a foolish monarch. However, considering matters from Robert's feudal perspective reveals intriguing insights. Governance of the Seven Kingdoms is managed by his adoptive father, Jon Arryn, the cunning old fox. Why would he forsake indulgence and engage personally in the fray? Risking the power of the aging and loyal hand of the king? Humiliating Jaime Lannister serves to deflect the populace's scorn from his usurpation, redirecting their ire towards Jaime. Labeled as the Kingslayer. One observes that in the conquest of King's Landing, aside from the Targaryens, it was the Martells of Dorne who suffered most. Yet their animosity is directed towards the Lannisters. It is widely believed that the Lannisters were responsible for the death of Princess Elia Martell, but who truly knows the truth? Robert's twisted smile upon discovering the corpses of Elia Martell's children, born of her union with Rhaegar Targaryen, betrays a sinister undertone. In this realm of power and intrigue, who can be trusted? Though the realm's denizens labeled Jaime Lannister a Kingslayer, few dare to call Robert a usurper. He has deftly maintained his reputation. Within the affairs of House Baratheon, he granted storms into the less capable Renly while bestowing the barren Dragonstone upon Stannis. Politically, he allied with House Lannister to suppress the wealthiest region, the Riverlands, ensuring no potential threats could arise from any direction surrounding King's Landing. Following Jon Arryn's death, he promptly summoned Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, to serve as his hand, intending to solidify his rule through a union with the Stark family. Alas, he was outmatched by Cersei Lannister, who, in revenge for Robert's neglect, took the heinous step of personally strangling their firstborn. This malicious woman, in incestuous union with her twin brother, bore 3 children, and the depths of her vengeance are truly terrifying. As a result, Robert's legitimate heirs are not his own. After 3 tumultuous days at sea, Peter Baelish finally set foot upon Dragonstone. Standing at the bow of his ship, he observed the bustling merchant vessels entering and exiting the port. His true purpose for this visit was the intelligence he had received regarding the emergence of dragons on Dragonstone. This revelation opened a potential avenue for collaboration with these foreign invaders, reminiscent of the alliance between Aegon Targaryen and Orys Baratheon that conquered the 7 kingdoms 3 centuries prior. While the success of such an endeavor remains uncertain, seizing every opportunity has propelled him from humble beginnings as a lowly noble to the esteemed position of Master of Coin. Upon entering the port, his attention was captured by a massive warship, distinct from the merchant vessels, moored at the pier. Its towering mast seemed to pierce the heavens. Could this be the invincible warship of the Aslani? Baelish pondered. As his vessel was guided to the dock, the construction site bustling with activity appeared chaotic yet remarkably orderly. After reporting his intentions to the patrolling guards, Baelish, under their watchful eyes, followed the patrol towards Dragonstone Castle. He meticulously observed the soldiers along the route and concluded that they were an exceptionally trained cohort. Their uniform attire, superior weaponry, imposing stature, and fierce gazes, coupled with their disciplined demeanor and brisk commands, convinced Baelish that these men were indeed the elite of the elite. Though Baelish lacked extensive military knowledge, he recognized that Robert's Kingsguard could not rival these formidable soldiers. He noted how the Kingsguard assigned to protect him seemed overshadowed by the imposing presence of these elite warriors. As he followed the patrol through the castle's long defensive corridor, the Kingsguard was halted at the castle gates, allowing Baelish to enter alone. While this was not Baelish's first visit to Dragonstone, this experience felt markedly different. The banners, emblems, and tapestries that once bore Stannis' sigil were no longer present. The patrol escorted Baelish to the entrance of the main hall, where he was announced to the guards stationed outside. After a brief wait, he was led into the reception hall. The dimly lit chamber was illuminated by narrow windows on either side, revealing 2 elegantly armored commanders flanking a handsome man with dark hair and eyes seated upon a stone chair. Wearing fitted attire, Shero regarded Baelish's entrance with a faint smile, while Ser Jorah and John Mateo stood beside him. Baelish bowed and addressed Shero. "My Lord Aslani, I am Peter Baelish. Delighted to meet you, Lord Baelish." "What brings you here?" Shero inquired, still smiling. Baelish produced a piece of parchment from his sleeve and read aloud. "In accordance with the command and authorization of His Majesty Robert Baratheon, I come before you as a representative of the 7 kingdoms to propose the following terms. The demands of King's Landing can be summarized in 2 points. First, a cessation of hostilities. Dragonstone is an inherent territory of Westeros, and the Aslani forces must withdraw from the island. Secondly, compensation for the destruction of the Narrow Sea Fleet and the loss of seamen's lives is to be paid, amounting to 8 million golden dragons." With an air of nonchalance, Beric eloquently articulated his demands while closely observing his opponent's countenance, intending to cease speaking the moment he detected any sign of anger from the Aslan. He noted that the expression on the Aslan Lord's face was remarkably serene, devoid of any hint of disdain or fury, adorned instead with a faint smile that suggested a refined upbringing. This Aslan Lord, Beric mused, must surely hail from an ancient noble lineage of a foreign land. Flanking the stone chair were 2 guards, their demeanor grave, though the slight upward curve of their lips betrayed their true sentiments. It was evident to Beric that this was unabashed contempt, a sentiment he found unsurprising. Once Beric finished reading the parchment in his hand, Charlotte glanced at John Mateo beside him. "We understand your intentions. You just stated that Dragonstone is an inherent territory of Westeros. However, as we are aware, this island is the ancestral stronghold of House Targaryen." John Mateo interjected, pausing before continuing. "You have made your demands, and now we shall present ours. First, acknowledge Dragonstone as belonging to Aslan. Second, compensate for the unwarranted attacks on our trading post, as well as the torment and murder of our personnel, totaling 100,000 pounds of gold." Beric shrugged in response. "My lord, I am merely a representative tasked with conveying the will of others. These matters are beyond my purview." Chapter 63. A prank not far from the castle, in a secluded fishing spot, a canopy shielded against the afternoon sun. Charlotte and Beric reclined in 2 canvas chairs, fishing rods propped at their feet. Following the conclusion of their discussions, Charlotte had invited Beric to the seaside for fishing and wine tasting. "My lord, in such a short span, you have transformed Dragonstone from a barren land into a flourishing realm," Beric respectfully complimented, deftly lifting the rod at his feet, a small fish wriggling on the hook. "Ah, it seems fortune smiles upon you, having caught something so swiftly," Charlotte remarked. lifting his wine glass from a small round table to lightly clink it against Barrick with a smile. "It's merely a small fish, my lord," Barrick replied, placing the tiny catch into a nearby basket while wiping his hands with a cloth. He rebaited the hook and cast his line back into the water. Taking a sip from his glass and responding evasively, "A catch is a catch, regardless of size." As if to emphasize his point, Charlotte suddenly yanked his rod, pulling a brown-spotted fish from the water. "It seems my luck is also favorable," he said, turning to Barrick. In the midst of their conversation, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Barrick looked up to see a massive dragon, red and black, soaring through the sky, its fearsome spines jutting out, its wings casting a shadow that darkened the ground below. The rumors were indeed true. He truly possesses a dragon. Barrick stared in disbelief at the distant creature. Noticing Barrick's astonishment, Charlotte felt a mischievous idea brewing within him. "Majestically approach me and frighten my companion." Charlotte discreetly communicated his thoughts to the dragon through their mental connection. Responding to Charlotte's silent command, the dragon suddenly veered towards the two fishermen. As it drew near, the sheer size of the beast, its vibrant and bizarre scales, the menacing spines, and the sharp fangs within its gaping maw became vividly apparent to Barrick. The ground trembled beneath the dragon's weight, sending a shiver through Barrick's spine. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he cautiously stole a glance at Charlotte, who remained unfazed in his chair, seemingly indifferent to the approaching dragon. A long, resonant roar erupted from the dragon, the scent of sulfur wafting into Barrick's nostrils as the creature fixed its enormous dark golden eyes upon him. The oppressive sensation of a top-tier predator stalking its prey enveloped Barrick, causing cold sweat to pour from his body, quickly soaking his garments. "Majestically retreat." Charlotte issued a brief command. Upon hearing Charlotte's directive, the dragon cast one last glance at Barrick before taking flight. Under the intensity of the dragon's gaze, Barrick felt as though he were merely a succulent morsel laid bare before the beast. "I sincerely apologize, Sir Barrick, for causing you such alarm. Rest assured, this dragon is my steed. It poses no threat to humans without cause, merely exhibiting curiosity towards those in my company," Charlotte said, adopting a congenial demeanor. Pleased with the success of his prank. As if echoes from a distant realm, the words brought the treasurer of the Seven Kingdoms back to reality. "I beg your pardon. Great Lord Aslan, my embarrassment has been laid bare before you. Your dragon is indeed a remarkable sight. I have only heard of dragons from the tales of old, and this is my first experience witnessing one up close. Its form is truly magnificent. I once glimpsed the skeletal remains of Targaryen dragons within the dragon pit of King's Landing, and while those bones were awe-inspiring, seeing a living dragon before my eyes is a first. To be able to ride such a creature fills me with admiration," Barrick stammered, expressing his astonishment. Noting Barrick's considerable fright, Charlotte raised his glass. "Perhaps you might benefit from some red wine. This wine is crafted from the vineyards of our Aslan territory. I find its flavor comparable to that of your wines from Green Haven." As Charlotte's calm voice resonated, Barrick gradually settled, lifting his glass as if to retaliate against his earlier timidity, gulping down the wine in one swift motion. The liquid spilled over his lips, staining his clothing. And in that moment, Barrick appeared utterly uncouth, devoid of his usual grace, composure, and poise. "My lord, please forgive my impudence. Grant me leave to change my attire," Barrick said, bowing after finishing his glass of red wine. "Ah, Sir Barrick, do as you wish," Charlotte waved his hand dismissively. Receiving Charlotte's response, Barrick hurriedly departed, his legs feeling weak beneath him. In the opulent garden of Pintos, the governor, adorned in lavish fineries, jested with a handmaiden when the news arrived from merchant vessels bound for Dragonstone. "Your Majesty, according to reports, the Aslans have destroyed the Narrow Sea fleet and successfully seized Dragonstone. How can this be? Do they not possess only 60 warships?" The governor pondered, bewildered. "The Narrow Sea fleet boasts over 200 vessels, my liege. It is said they possess a mysterious weapon capable of easily annihilating ships," the handmaiden replied. After a moment of contemplation, the governor declared, "My future prime minister, I have decided on the marriage you suggested. I agree to allow Daenerys to wed that Aslan, provided he aids me in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, with the assistance of the Aslans, you shall surely reclaim your rightful throne," the handmaiden said, a fierce glint in his eyes. "I shall make that shameless usurper suffer greatly, ensuring he meets his end in lamentation, along with those accursed Golden Company mercenaries. I will avenge their insults and contempt. Illyrio, when I reclaim the Iron Throne, you shall receive the power and wealth you deserve. History shall record this as the moment I don the crown anew," the governor exclaimed with fervor. "Yes, Your Majesty. Allow me to take my leave to prepare gifts for our envoy to Dragonstone," Illyrio replied respectfully, a sweet smile spreading across his oil-stained visage. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, a meeting was underway that left the newly appointed prime minister in distress. The king indulges in pleasure, while the hand of the king ensures the king's enjoyment. Eddard Stark finally comprehended the meaning behind Robert's words when he appointed him as Prime Minister. What has this close friend of his accomplished during his reign as king that has led the nation into a debt of 600,000 gold dragons? As the Duke of the North, Eddard Stark finds it utterly unimaginable. The nightly tournament held to welcome the new Prime Minister requires a staggering reward of 80,000 gold dragons for the victors. Old gods! How many years would it take for the North to amass such a fortune? With the Treasury Minister dispatched to Dragonstone. The absence of the resourceful Peter Baelish at this royal meeting leaves Eddard Stark at a loss. Chapter 64. The curtain rises not long after changing his attire and settling his emotions. Peter Baelish reemerges before Sansa, exuding a demeanor of elegance and composure. Sansa raises her goblet and addresses him. Sir Baelish, I have heard your name and tales of your exploits from the merchants passing through. Peter smiles gracefully, replying, I hope they are not tales that distress you. Your rise from a lowly noble to a figure of renown in the deceitful city of King's Landing is quite remarkable. Sansa gently guides the rhythm of their conversation, recalling a saying from his world, to understand what one lacks, observe what they boast of, to discern their insecurities. Note what they seek to conceal. Our Lord wishes to know if this master of cunning, famed across the 7 kingdoms, might unveil the whispers hidden within his heart. Peter, flattered by Sansa's praise, solemnly bows and reflects, My lady, once, for the sake of a woman I still cherish, I drew my sword against a knight of great skill. My swordsmanship rendered me a fool in that duel, a jester to be mocked. You see, from that failure, I learned that I would never win in their game. Bound by their rules, I realized I must not confront them directly, but rather strike from the shadows. That is my essence. One must accept their role to achieve their desires. Listening intently to Peter's confession, Sansa swirled her glass of red wine, inhaling its fragrant aroma, and nodded in agreement, intoning, each person possesses their own strengths. Many merely follow the rules set forth by the masses. Congratulations, Sir Baelish. You have discovered the key to your existence in this world. In my homeland, we say that loyalty exists only where the price of betrayal is insufficient. Gently tapping her goblet against Peter's, she suddenly asked, Sir Baelish, what is the price you seek? I seek vengeance against those who belittle me. I desire the most esteemed seat among the 7 kingdoms, to reclaim what I have lost, Peter blurted out, revealing the ambitions buried deep within him. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he apprehensively regarded Sansa, who was now gazing intently at him. My lord, forgive me. Peter, feeling more intimidated by the man who could unveil his innermost thoughts than by the dragons themselves, stammered, struggling to articulate his feelings, but his mind was a blank. Sansa, breaking her gaze, smiled warmly. Sir Baelish, I am not the guardian of the 7 kingdoms. You need not explain yourself to me. My occupation of Dragonstone is merely to ensure that my merchants and subordinates are shielded from the whims of those who consider themselves significant, nothing more. Perhaps we could collaborate. My only concern lies with those little treasures that gleam with golden light. As for the Iron Throne, I care not who occupies it. Exhausted from Sansa's revelations, Peter expressed, Thank you for your support, Lord Aslan. It is an honor to collaborate with you. I am quite fatigued. Permit me to withdraw and rest. Sansa smiled kindly, waving him off. Please, make yourself comfortable, Sir Baelish. I wish you a splendid day. After bowing, Peter hurriedly departed without looking back. Observing Peter's swift exit, Sansa wore a knowing smile. Originally, she believed he sought a position as a guardian among the 7 kingdoms. But it became clear that his true ambition was the Iron Throne. After Peter left, Sansa set down her fishing rod and turned towards Dragonstone. Meanwhile, in the port city, Rodrigo's aide arrived at Dragonstone bearing a letter, prepared to report on the establishment of the Aslan Bank when interrupted by Peter's visit. In Winterfell, a shocking murder had transpired. An assassin wielding a priceless Valyrian steel dagger attempted to slay a young boy who had fallen from a tower and lay unconscious. This boy was Bran Stark, the son of Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North. Lady Catelyn Tully summoned the Maester Luwin, Sir Roderick Castle, her eldest son Robb Stark, and her adopted son Theon Greyjoy to the Godwood within Winterfell. Catelyn, with a grave expression, addressed them. What I am about to share must remain confidential. I am convinced that Bran did not fall by accident but was cast down. Maester Luwin responded, Bran has never been in danger before. Catelyn replied sternly, Someone has twice sought Bran's life. Why target an innocent child unless he witnessed something forbidden? Theon inquired urgently, What did Bran see? I know not, but I would wager my life that it is connected to the Lannisters. We have reason to suspect their loyalty to the crown. I must travel secretly to King's Landing, Catelyn said, clutching a strand of golden hair tightly in her fist. In the Night's Watch's stronghold at Castle Black, Jon Snow sat in the stables, brooding in silence. He felt deceived. The Night's Watch was not a place of honor, but rather a refuge for debtors, poachers, rapists, thieves, and bastards. Here, he found no glory, only coldness and hunger. His father knew the truth of his situation, as did his uncle. Everyone was aware, yet he remained in ignorance. The night's watchmen around him were filled with disdain, leaving him perplexed as to what he had done wrong. The oppressive atmosphere threatened to drive him mad. Little did he know, his true identity was that of Eddard Stark's nephew. His mother was Eddard's sister, Lyanna Stark, and his father was the former prince of the Seven Kingdoms, Rhaegar Targaryen. Yes, to protect him, his uncle Eddard had publicly claimed him as his bastard. Chapter 65. Slicing sausage in the round table hall of Dragonstone's Stone Drum Tower. Sansa examined the coins laid out on a wooden tray adorned with black velvet, alongside colorful papers. The circular coins were meticulously engraved with intricate designs, their edges serrated, depicting Sansa's profile on one side and a sketch of Aslan Castle on the other. Are these gold, silver, and copper coins minted in the port city? Sansa inquired of the slender, astute man standing before her, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. This man was named Mills Aslan, tasked by the mayor of the port city, Rodrigo, to report on the progress of the newly established Aslan Bank. As the territory of Aslan expanded and its populace grew, the currency system became increasingly chaotic, with a lack of a distinct coinage of its own, to facilitate trade among the subjects and the large-scale commerce of goods in the territory. Shero commanded Rodrigo to establish a bank and mint a complete set of coins unique to Aslan. With a demeanor of reverence, Mills bowed before Shero and remarked, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. You have instructed Mayor Rodrigo to prepare the banking matters. Previously, we relied on a variety of gold, silver, and copper coins, which were measured by weight. However, the differing metal content made transactions cumbersome. After Rodrigo established the Aslan Bank and Mint in the harbor city, he refined all the gold and silver coins from various sources in our treasury, eliminating impurities to create our very own currency. Following the purification process, our gold reserves exceeded 8 tons, and our silver reserves surpassed 30 tons. By the time I boarded the sailing vessel, approximately 300,000 gold coins and 1,800,000 silver coins had already been minted, along with a substantial quantity of copper coins for auxiliary use. Will the refining of these metals result in a loss for us? Shero inquired. Rest assured, my lord. We have incorporated a suitable amount of copper and other metals into the newly minted coins, Mills replied with a proud smile. Thanks to your benevolence, my lord. While the Aslan subjects enjoy a far more prosperous life compared to other city-states, the value of gold coins remains too high for the common folk. They typically utilize silver and copper coins for their daily transactions. Mayor Rodrigo constructed 3 grand bank buildings in the harbor city, the outpost, and Aslan Fortress. The livestock camp along the Lakasadan River was equipped with only an exchange point due to the frequent relocations required. After flipping the gold and silver coins in his hand, Shero picked up a banknote adorned with various patterns and asked, "Have the merchants from the city-states expressed any discontent regarding our gold and silver coins, as well as our banknotes for transactions? Given that our diverse Aslan goods are highly sought after in the major city-states, resulting in a significant trade deficit annually. The merchants engaging in trade with us harbor no grievances towards the use of our minted currency." Mills paused before continuing, "My lord, your insight is godlike. The introduction of the banknote exchange has significantly increased our profits. Additionally, the Aslan trading posts established in the major coastal cities of Essos include a gold and silver coin exchange point. Merchants deposit their gold and silver coins at the trading post, exchanging them for banknotes to trade in the harbor city or carry back to their respective cities for conversion back into coins, thus making their transactions safer and more convenient than lugging heavy coins. Each banknote features numerous unique anti-counterfeiting measures for easy verification. We charge a 5% fee for each exchange, and those merchants who trade with us are more than willing to embrace this novel payment method." Satisfied, Shero nodded and declared, "I appoint you as the president of the Aslan Bank on Dragonstone Island, which will serve as our vital trade node." Mills respectfully bowed and affirmed, "Yes, I shall dedicate my all for your service." At the Dragonstone Bay dock, Beric impatiently urged the sailors beside him, "Hurry, you fools, we must leave this place swiftly." "My lord Beric, did we not just arrive at Dragonstone? Why must we depart so soon?" The inebriated captain questioned in confusion. Upon hearing someone dare to question his command, Beric fixed a cold stare upon the captain, his once gracious smile vanishing entirely, his eyes glinting with an icy disdain as if regarding a carcass. Under the weight of Beric's gaze, the drunken captain felt a chill run down his spine, the effects of alcohol dissipating instantly. With a thud, he fell to his knees on the deck, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I should not have spoken out. Please forgive your humble servant." Accompanied by his supplications and the sound of his repeated bowing, the captain fervently sought Beric's pardon. Reluctantly, Beric withdrew his icy glare and delivered a kick to the captain, saying, "I shall forgive you this once. Should there be a next time, you will meet an untimely end." He then resumed urging, "Quickly, command those imbeciles. We must leave this accursed Dragonstone Island. Depart from those wretched Aslan people." With Beric's continuous prodding, the ship finally set sail from the bay, driven by the wind towards King's Landing. Outside the Round Table Hall, A guard hurriedly entered to report, "My lord, the emissary from King's Landing has just departed Dragonstone." Shero smiled. "It appears the cunning brothel owner is unwilling to collaborate with us. Inform the fleet to remain vigilant in their maritime patrols during this period." Kojiro, who had been listening intently from within the hall, questioned, "My lord, if he is not a friend, then he is an enemy. Why allow him to leave Dragonstone so easily?" Shero surveyed the room, remaining silent before turning to John Mateo and said, "John Mateo, please respond to Kojiro's inquiry." Rising from the long bench at the round table, John Mateo bowed to Shero and addressed the gathering. "Currently, King's Landing in Westeros resembles a powder keg, and we require ambitious individuals to serve as the spark to ignite this powder keg. If we can restrain ourselves and refrain from displaying any intentions of attacking King's Landing, the powder keg is destined to explode under the machinations of those ambitious figures. With our naval fleet, the people of Westeros will find it impossible to set foot upon Dragonstone. Moreover, Dragonstone is a direct fief of the King of Westeros. As long as we do not assault their capital, the great nobles of Westeros will remain unconcerned. Our army on Dragonstone consists of only 3,500 men. Should we attempt to seize King's Landing now, we would face a multitude of enemies from the continent, which would not benefit us. Once their internal strife begins, no matter how things unfold on the continent, it will work to our advantage." Upon hearing John Mateo's explanation, Kojiro, realizing the wisdom behind the strategy, chuckled foolishly. "Oh my lord, you are truly cunning." John Mateo rolled his eyes at Kojiro. "Cunning? This is foresight. Do not speak without understanding." "Indeed, foresight. My lord is undoubtedly astute." Jokoro chimed in, praising him with a thumbs up. Shero, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "It is easy to conquer, but how shall we govern? Shall we impose their methods? If we outright reject their system of rule, we will face incessant rebellion across this continent. With over 10 million square kilometers in Westeros, how many of us are there? We must slice through like a sausage, gradually altering their societal structure, garnering support from the common populace. Only then can we truly rule this continent." Chapter 66. Assassination within a brothel in King's Landing. King Robert was embracing a voluptuous woman, playfully jesting as he prepared to indulge. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "By the seven, do you fools not realize I am occupied? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I shall twist your head off and mount it on a spear for the people of King's Landing to behold. Who dares disturb the king at such a moment?" Robert's irate voice resounded within the room, his mood abruptly interrupted, brimming with fury and resentment. The one knocking was Robert's squire, Lancel Lannister, a young man from the Lannister family, who trembled in fear at Robert's wrath, stuttering as he spoke from outside. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Finance has returned from Dragonstone. He has urgent matters to report to you." "Damn it, can't I enjoy myself in peace? Let him go to the council chamber and inform the lords to convene an audience," Robert exclaimed, followed by a flurry of hurried sounds emanating from within the room. Within the Grand Hall of the Red Keep, Peter Baelish, recently returned from a mission to Dragonstone, was lost in thought as he gazed at the throne, adorned with iron swords. Suddenly, a voice, sweet yet laced with a hint of mockery, broke the silence. "Lord Baelish, your diligence is truly commendable." "Varys, you are as silent as a shadow," Baelish replied without turning, fully aware of his companion's presence. "We all require a few special skills, do we not?" Varys approached, hands clasped behind his back. With an elegant smile, Baelish teased, "You appear rather lonely today. Shall we indulge in a visit to my establishment tonight? There are some fresh faces among the new arrivals." His taunting words struck a nerve with Varys, who briefly showed irritation before masking it. "Alas, I find little interest in such pursuits. However, I have heard whispers of a hidden chamber within the city, frequented by the late Lord Jon Arryn's wife before his demise. Is that so? And what do those delightful little birds whisper in your ear? They are such charming creatures. Rest assured, I can arrange ample entertainment." Baelish replied with a smirk. Varys, his hands concealed within his sleeves, raised them slightly, regaining his smooth tone. "I am grateful for your insights, Lord Baelish. Perhaps you could handle those incompetent little nuisances?" At that moment, Ser Lisa Arryn entered the throne room and, upon seeing the two men, inquired, "What are you two up to? The council is not convened here." With that, she hurried toward a side corridor connecting to the throne room. Having bested Varys in their verbal sparring, Baelish elegantly bowed before him and followed Lisa. Varys clenched his hands within his sleeves, his eyes narrowing as he watched Baelish's retreating figure. Once Baelish disappeared through the door, Varys's expression reverted to its usual calm as he strolled toward the corridor. As the members of the council arrived, they gathered around the round table, leaving the seat of honor awaiting King Robert's arrival. After a considerable wait, the portly king huffed as he took his place at the head of the table. "Baelish, I hope your news is not as dire as it seems." Robert's chubby face bore a look of irritation as he addressed Baelish. With a resigned shrug, Baelish replied, "Your Majesty, I fear I may disappoint you." He produced a parchment from his sleeve and handed it to the king. Robert unfurled the document and scanned its contents. Huh, those damned Astapori. They intend to seize Dragonstone and demand reparations? How many troops do they have on the island? His anger turned to laughter as he read. After reviewing the parchment's terms, he passed it to Eddard Stark. Before Robert could speak again, Baelish, his expression serious, addressed the council. Your Majesty, the rumors are indeed true. The Astapor leader possesses a dragon, just as those legendary Targaryens did. Gasps of shock rippled through the council chamber at Baelish's proclamation. Sir Baelish, is this truly the case? Do the Astapori truly have a dragon? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Lisa exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. I swear by the honor of House Baelish. Under the watchful gaze of the seven, every word I speak is the truth, Baelish declared solemnly. Impossible. Following the fall of Valyria, only the Targaryens and their kin. The Valerians had the ability to tame dragons. Yet, both families' dragons perished over a century ago. Lisa shouted in disbelief. The maester, with age spots dotting his face, weakly inquired. Sir Baelish, are you certain you saw correctly? Ser Barristan Selmy, the captain of the King's Guard, interjected with a serious demeanor, regardless of whether those Astapori possess a dragon. The pressing issue is that they have taken Dragonstone. We cannot charge our horses through the sea to reclaim it, Varys suggested. Perhaps we could employ the faceless men or the regretful ones for an assassination. The council buzzed with voices, creating a cacophony of chatter. Silence! Silence! King Robert bellowed. Slamming his hand on the table, he turned to the previously silent Eddard Stark. Ned, what is your perspective? Eddard surveyed the assembled council members. First and foremost, I oppose assassination as a base tactic. It will not resolve our predicament. Your Majesty, Ser Barristan is correct. We require ships to reclaim Dragonstone. The remnants of the Crown's fleet have been taken by Stannis to the Storelands. Only the Iron Islands fleet and the fleet of the Vale remain, both equal to the Crown's. Your Majesty, you could command the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands and the Tyrells of the Reach to muster their ships and join forces with Stannis' remnants to assault the Astapori on Dragonstone. Baelish, hearing Eddard's statement, quickly countered, My lord, it may not be so simple. Those fleets are not easily mobilized. What then can we do? Varys, as the master of whisperers, what weapons did those wretched Astapori use to destroy our ships? Robert inquired, directing his question at Varys. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my incompetence. I require more time. Those Astapori are exceedingly vigilant, and my spies cannot approach their vessels. All I know is that their weapon resembles a round iron tube, but I cannot yet ascertain its specifics, Varys replied, his head bowed slightly. Since you all lack solutions, I will propose mine. Hire assassins to eliminate that damned Astapor leader. Varys, you will execute your suggestion, and Baelish, you will coordinate with Varys using the gold cloaks. Robert decreed, sealing the council's fate. Chapter 67. Fine wine and sharp blades. The weather at sea shifted with the whim of the skies. A sudden afternoon thunderstorm dispelling the heat from the air. The damp ground, trees adorned with droplets, and the refreshed buildings filled the atmosphere with a crisp scent. Dragonstone's market had been a hive of activity, with towers and roads under construction, raising clouds of dust. The afternoon rain effortlessly cleared the town of its dusty haze. As the rain ceased and the sun emerged, colorful streamers hung between the blue sky and white clouds. Flocks of birds soared over the harbor, occasionally skimming the surface of the sea, their sharp talons seizing the ocean's bounty. On the open terrace of Dragonstone, Sharrow reclined leisurely in a chair, sipping fine wine while admiring the colorful horizon, occasionally humming a tuneless melody. While Sharrow enjoyed his respite, a guard approached from the corridor connecting the terrace to the tower. My lord, Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pintos wishes to pay his respects. Sharrow slowly swirled the red liquid in his glass. Is he alone? My lord. He is accompanied by two hooded figures, whom he claims are of House Targaryen. Ah, this information broker cannot contain his anticipation. Notify John Mateo and his companions, Sharrow replied, downing the dregs of his drink. Shortly thereafter, John Mateo and Kaguro arrived at the terrace, bowing respectfully. My lord, come, let us meet this cunning merchant, Sharrow said. Rising from his chair, Illyrio, Viserys, and Daenerys stood before the grand Dragonstone door of Dragonstone, flanked by a retinue of attendants bearing several sealed gift boxes. The prolonged wait rendered Viserys somewhat impatient. Fearing that the two guards stationed at the castle gates might overhear, he whispered his grievances to Illyrio beside him. These wretched Astrolans exhibit not an ounce of nobility. They have kept us waiting at the entrance for far too long. Your Majesty, upon disembarking, we came directly to pay our respects to them, now that they have seized Dragonstone. The Astrolon Lord is a shrewd individual. We must exercise greater patience and display decorum. Illyrio, with a resigned expression, advised Viserys. Viserys, slightly vexed by Illyrio's counsel, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Seven gods. Illyrio, might you refrain from reiterating this same argument? You have uttered it no less than 100 times along this journey. By the way, Are you certain he will acquiesce to the marriage and assist me in reclaiming the Iron Throne? Viserys inquired uncertainly. A knowing smile broke across Illyrio's bearded face. Your Majesty, the Astrolans may or may not agree. Only the gods above possess that knowledge. However, we must strive to garner their support. Our adversary is the usurper currently seated upon the Iron Throne, and the Astrolans share a common foe with us. At that moment, as Illyrio addressed Viserys' concerns, two ranks of exquisitely armored guards emerged from within the gates of Dragonstone. The warriors marched in perfect unison, the sound of their armor clattering resonating as they stood, hands resting on their sword hilts, steadfast before the castle entrance. The captain of the guards, with a stern demeanor, regarded the three standing at the castle's threshold and stated flatly, "My lord, the Lord has consented to meet you." Without awaiting a response, he turned and led his contingent back into the castle. Ignoring the captain's indifferent remark, Illyrio gestured and led the way into Dragonstone. Damn those Astrolans, Viserys muttered under his breath, then turned to his companion, the timid Daenerys, who was attempting to hide her face like an ostrich, and commanded sharply, "Hold your head high. Do not disgrace the Targaryen name." Daenerys, upon hearing Viserys' rebuke, reflexively lifted her downcast head, pleading, "Viserys, could you not arrange for me to marry the Astrolon lord? Let us return home. I beg you, I am afraid." At Daenerys' entreaty, an unnamed fury surged within Viserys, and he coldly whispered in her ear, "Return home? To where? Where's our home? This castle of Dragonstone was once our Targaryen abode. The Red Keep in King's Landing is our home as well. If you wed the Astrolans to assist me in reclaiming the Iron Throne, I shall ensure that future historians note this day as the commencement of my ascent to the throne." With those words, Viserys disregarded Daenerys and followed in Illyrio's footsteps into Dragonstone. Guided by the guards, they traversed through corridors adorned with dragon carvings. The familiar yet strange surroundings caused Viserys to drift into memories. On that tempestuous night, when storms raged and thunder crashed, a woman's piercing screams echoed through Dragonstone, mingling with the howling winds. On a blood-stained bed, a pale woman lay, lifeless amid the gore. This woman was none other than Viserys' mother, Rhaella Targaryen. On that stormy night, the last of the Targaryen dynasty, Queen Rhaella, perished in childbirth within these very halls. The vivid recollections flashed through Viserys' mind as if they had occurred but moments ago. He believed he had buried these horrific images long ago, yet returning to this castle unearthed buried memories like a flood. The sanguine recollections caused him to tremble involuntarily. Caught in a whirlwind of emotion, he yearned to escape this place, to flee from past helplessness and despair. Yet reason compelled him to step further into this fortress, built from dark stone. As memories and reality collided within his mind, Viserys gasped for breath like a fish out of water, his luxurious silk garments drenched in sweat. With trembling hands, he fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, his vacant gaze following the group mechanically toward the hall of Dragonstone. "Arrived," announced the captain of the guards, his brief proclamation akin to a bell tolling in a temple, snapping Viserys back to reality. With a smile, Lord Sharlo surveyed the assembly beneath the dais. "Blessed be the gods. Lord Astrolon." Illyrio led the salutation. "Lord Astrolon, this is His Grace, Viserys Targaryen, the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. And this is Princess Daenerys Targaryen." Illyrio introduced the two behind him. Sharlo nodded to them and waved to the maidens behind. "We have no customs for guests of your stature. Only friends receive fine wine, while enemies are met with sharp blades, adhering to tradition. I have prepared salt and bread for you." The maidens approached, carrying trays laden with salt and bread, offering them to the trio. Upon hearing Sharlo's words, they each took a small piece of bread from the maid's tray, dipped it into the fine white salt, and savored it slowly. After consuming the bread and salt, Illyrio placed a hand over his chest and bowed. "Esteemed Lord Astrolon, thank you for your reception. Greetings to you, Lord Astrolon." Viserys straightened his back and raised his head to greet Sharlo. Daenerys, however, stared blankly at Sharlo on the dais, startled by the greetings from the others. Hastily lifting her skirts to perform a curtsy, "I am Viserys Targaryen, son of the late Aerys II Targaryen and Queen Rhaella Targaryen. Our Targaryen lineage, descending from the great conqueror Aegon I Targaryen, has ruled the Seven Kingdoms for 3 centuries. We bear the noble blood of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords." Viserys eagerly introduced himself. "The Iron Throne is presently held by a shameless usurper. Should you consent to assist me in reclaiming my throne, I would gladly offer my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who shares the same noble blood, in marriage to you, if you lead your forces to seize King's Landing. Countless families across the Seven Kingdoms remain loyal to our Targaryen name. Once I tread upon Westerosi soil, they will honor the ancient oaths sworn by their ancestors and rally to my call. Upon reclaiming the Iron Throne, I shall grant you any lands you desire and bestow upon you the title of Hand of the King." As Viserys expounded upon his grand vision of reclaiming the Iron Throne, a stifled chuckle unexpectedly interrupted him. The assembly turned to locate the source of the laughter. Kajero, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, awkwardly scratched his chin. Ah, forgive me. I just thought of a joke. Please, continue. Viserys, abruptly enraged at the interruption, turned to Charlo, seated upon the stone chair, and exclaimed furiously, Lord Astralon, your subordinate has shown gross discourtesy in such a solemn setting. This not only insults me, but also disrespects you. I implore you to have his head severed. Charlo, taken aback by Viserys' outburst, pondered the mindset that could utter such words. Perhaps this was merely the manner of feudal nobility. Viserys, Jekalo is not only my loyal commander, but also my brother in life and death. As Aslan, we shall not allow the blood of our brothers to stain our hands lightly. I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretion. If you feel offended by Jekalo, I grant you permission to draw your longsword and challenge him to a duel to the death, according to the traditions of Westeros, under the watchful eyes of the gods. Charlotte coldly addressed the sullen Viserys. As Charlotte's words echoed, the reception hall fell into an abrupt silence. Aslan received Charlotte's response just as Viserys was about to unleash his fury. Illyrio, noticing the impending disaster, could not help but interrupt Viserys' imminent tirade. Esteemed Lord Aslan, we have crossed the seas from Pentos to Dragonstone with intentions of goodwill, and I deeply apologize for the previous slight, Your Majesty Viserys. Perhaps that warrior simply recalled something amusing and did not intend to mock you. Indeed, what the governor said is true. I merely thought of something humorous and could not contain myself. Jekalo nodded, smiling. Viserys, however, showed no inclination to relent, retorting with disdain, In my city, the men are predominantly gamblers and drunks, while the women are mostly harlots. Only such base individuals would laugh without cause. Oh, is that so? Are you a drunkard or a gambler? John Mateo replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. John Mateo's blatant mockery left Viserys speechless, causing him to lose his composure and angrily shout, You filthy, lowly Aslan! I shall slay you for offending the great blood of the dragon, for disrespecting the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. If you do not apologize for your earlier words, you will witness the wrath of the sleeping dragon. As he was about to utter further threats, Viserys suddenly realized he had nothing to truly threaten these Aslan. Ha ha ha, the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Charlotte laughed heartily at Viserys' folly, prompting Jekalo and John Mateo to join in the laughter. My Lord Aslan, we came with sincerity. As a noble lord, you may mock our current predicament. However, you must not indiscriminately insult the illustrious Targaryen family, for the Dragonstone you now occupy was once our ancestral seat. A timid voice unexpectedly piped up amidst the laughter. In this timid yet defiant tone, Charlotte and the others stifled their amusement. Charlotte fixed his gaze on Daenerys, who was cowering behind Viserys and Illyrio. Her violet eyes, wide with fear, resembled a startled fawn gazing into Charlotte's. An intelligent and stubborn little girl, Charlotte mused. As he ceased his laughter and scrutinized Daenerys, the hall was left with only the sound of Viserys' heavy, suppressed breaths of anger. Illyrio, realizing he could not allow Viserys' ignorance to jeopardize the alliance, quickly moved his corpulent body to reveal Daenerys hidden behind him, allowing Charlotte a clear view of the young girl. Great Lord Aslan, this is Princess Daenerys Targaryen. She has already come of age. Look at her eyes. Her hair. This is the noble bloodline passed down from the ancient Valyrian Empire. Your union with her could yield healthy, noble offspring. Illyrio flattered, eagerly promoting the girl beside him. Daenerys felt as though she was being sold like cattle, her momentary courage evaporating, unable to maintain eye contact with Charlotte. Charlotte raised his hand to signal Illyrio to cease. He withdrew his gaze from Daenerys and turned toward the obsequious governor. Nobility does not stem from blood, but from the virtuous qualities within one's heart. Illyrio, if you lack the discernment to recognize even a little girl-less worth, then our conversation today can come to an end. Seeing that he could not deceive Charlotte so easily, Illyrio shifted the topic. Lord Aslan, your wisdom is truly admirable. I have information regarding you that I wish to impart without charge. Information, you say? Charlotte replied non-committally, dragging out the last word. Illyrio wasted no time. My lord, we have just received intelligence that the usurper in King's Landing has expended vast sums of gold to hire the faceless men from Bravos, who are planning an assassination against you. The faceless men possess extraordinary abilities to alter their appearance at will, and it is said that once they accept a contract, their targets invariably meet with a grim fate. Upon hearing Illyrio's words, Charlotte straightened, understanding that while he had a system map to safeguard against enemies, his subordinates did not share such protection. Thank you, Governor Illyrio, for this information. I shall consider your proposal. You may retire to rest for now. Please, Lord Aslan, we urge you to contemplate our alliance seriously. Illyrio bowed deeply. With a wave of his hand, Charlotte dismissed the attendants, who escorted the three out of the reception hall. Chapter 69. A rising thought. Once the trio exited the reception hall of Dragonstone, Charlotte stretched lazily and addressed his companions. Let us proceed to the garden. He then instructed the attendants, inform Commander Alessandro to join us in the garden. It seems the Rotund King in King's Landing is not inclined toward peaceful coexistence. My lord, please forgive my earlier remarks about that Targaryen girl. Anya, Jekyll stammered. Charlotte cast a peculiar glance at the burly Jekyll and remarked to John Mateo, "Even Jekyll has learned to play his cards wisely." Turning back to the cautious Jekyll, he added, "You just said she is but a little girl." Hearing Charlotte's response, Jekyll bent slightly, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. Hee. My small schemes have been seen through by you, my lord. Meanwhile, Illyrio and the others were led into the guest lounge of Dragonstone to rest. Once the attendants closed the door, Viserys, his face twisted with rage, directed his fury at Governor Illyrio. Those damned Aslan show me no respect. They have no desire to ally with me. We should not have come here. His furious roars accompanied by heavy breaths erupted from Viserys. Illyrio, unfazed by Viserys' wrath, turned his attention back to the girl cowering in the corner, Daenerys. Today, in the reception hall, Daenerys' demeanor in front of Charlotte had completely altered Illyrio's perception of the Targaryen girl. Years ago, upon first seeing Daenerys' beauty, he was struck by her exquisite visage. For a man well-versed in the ways of women, he was certain that once this girl shed her innocence, her beauty would captivate all of the continent. This led him to contemplate eliminating the foolish Viserys and claiming this girl, who also bore the noble blood of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, for himself. However, later he deemed Daenerys too timid and fearful, realizing that an alliance with her would likely bring him no pleasure or benefit, and he abandoned the thought. Illyrio's hands, adorned with lavish jewels, rubbed against his rotund belly as he occasionally shook his greasy, forked beard, his jaundiced eyes fixed intently on the young girl not far away. During his extended stay at the Pintos estate, Daenerys had blossomed from a displaced girl into a young woman, exuding a fragrance that was distinctly feminine. Her breathtaking beauty, petite frame, fair skin, and gracefully rounded hips, along with her silvery golden hair cascading like molten gold and her deep, misty violet eyes, captivated those around her. Illyrio, consumed by a singular ambition, yearns to transform Daenerys into his wife, thereby granting the descendants of House Mopatis noble lineage. Despite having had 2 wives, Illyrio remains childless. His first spouse, a cousin of the Prince of Pintos, was chosen for her political connections, while his second, named Sela, was a courtesan he discovered in a brothel. Sela possessed captivating blue eyes and hair that shimmered with golden strands interwoven with silver, exuding an enchanting charm that ensnared Illyrio's heart. The moments spent with Sela were the happiest and most fulfilling of Illyrio's life. Tragically, a plague claimed her life. After her passing, the grieving Illyrio treasured her delicate hands and a silver locket containing her painted likeness. Since Sela's death, Illyrio has refrained from remarrying and, influenced by his dear friend Varys, has regarded young Aegon as his own offspring, offering unwavering support. However, during the reception in Dragonstone's hall, Illyrio encountered a different little girl, rekindling thoughts he had long dismissed. Daenerys, trembling, sensed an intense gaze upon her and furtively glanced sideways, meeting Illyrio's dark yellow eyes, which greedily scrutinized her. Illyrio, your king speaks to you. You wretched fool, roared Viserys, oblivious to Illyrio's unsettling demeanor. Distracted by the king's outburst, Illyrio withdrew his predatory gaze. Your Majesty, we must exercise patience. No grand endeavor is devoid of challenges, nor can it be achieved instantaneously. You must comprehend that you are forging your own dynasty, distinct from the crown inherited from your forebears through the conqueror Aegon. This crown is yours alone, Illyrio stated, fixing a stern gaze upon Viserys. Viserys, invigorated by Illyrio's words, nodded vigorously, his face flushed with fervor. Illyrio, my future hand, you speak the truth. This is indeed a test from the gods above regarding my reclamation of the Iron Throne. When the day arrives that I sit upon the Iron Throne, those accursed Israni and those who have humiliated me shall pay. Noticing Viserys on the verge of vengeful declarations, the corpulent governor, wary of potential eavesdroppers, urgently whispered, Your Majesty, we are not in Pentos. We are on Dragonstone, in the stronghold of the Israni. Upon hearing Illyrio's counsel, Viserys suppressed his emotions and approached the cowering Daenerys in the corner, gripping her trembling form and chastising her. Why did you speak in the hall? Do you not realize that would provoke the Israni? You wretched girl, do not think you can escape my control. As Viserys continued to torment the frightened Daenerys, Illyrio observed quietly from the guest lounge, a cold glint flickering in his yellow eyes. If only he could rid himself of this bothersome fool. The girl would belong to him. The garden of Dragonstone lay at the castle's rear, adorned with sprawling black pine forests. The stout, weathered brown trunks bore cracks that stretched across their surfaces, while dense canopies of verdant needles flourished. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, carrying with it the invigorating scent of pine, beckoning all to inhale its refreshing aroma. On the mossy carpet of the black pine grove, wild roses bloomed in vibrant red, pink, and white hues. Nearby, clusters of low-growing cranberry vines sprawled, their bright red fruits glistening amidst the lush green foliage, enticingly vibrant. In the garden's pavilion, Charlotte and her companions savored the aroma of pine while sipping their red wine, occasionally popping a cranberry into their mouths. The sweet tart explosion complemented the wine, enhancing the experience. My lord, since Robert Baratheon has hired faceless men to assassinate you, we cannot remain passive, John Mateo remarked to Charlotte, who was lost in the delightful pairing of wine and fruit. My lord, perhaps deploying the fleet to bombard King's Landing directly would compel them to behave, Alessandro suggested, sipping from the wineskin at his waist. Amidst the whispers of the black pines, Charlotte swirled her glass and posed a question to her companions. How many cities on the continent of Westeros have substantial populations? How many great nobles and lesser feudal lords exist? And what is the peasant population? What does their economic structure resemble? John Mateo and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain why Charlotte had shifted the conversation. My lord, this seems unrelated to the Fat King of King's Landing hiring someone to assassinate you, Corjaro queried, perplexed. Charlotte poured wine from the large decanter onto their glasses while responding. It may seem unrelated, yet it bears relevance. We must clarify our intentions. Do we seek to conquer Westeros? If our sole aim is vengeance, we could simply bombard their cities. But would that truly benefit us? Pointing to a map of Westeros spread before them, Charlotte continued. Directly attacking their capital will yield no advantage. The Seven Kingdoms are no longer as they were when Aegon Targaryen conquered them. 3 centuries ago, Westeros was a fragmented realm, with kings perpetually at war for their own interests. This allowed Aegon to conquer easily with his dragons, dividing and promising rewards to subdue the kingdoms. What of us? To the people of Westeros, we are foreigners from a distant land, Charlotte elaborated. Corjaro interjected, but the Targaryens were not Westerosi either. The Targaryen family had established roots on Dragonstone for generations before Aegon's conquest. Historical records indicate that Storm King Argilac Durrandon sought to ally with Aegon through marriage. For the kings, nobles, and commoners of that time, the Targaryens were considered Westerosi. Aegon was not seen as an invader. In contrast, we are different from the Targaryens. The Seven Kingdoms now constitute a unified realm. If we were to assault King's Landing, we would be viewed as invaders. As she spoke, Charlotte snapped her fingers, summoning the attendants in the garden. Upon receiving her signal, a servant hurried forth, presenting a rolled parchment. Charlotte accepted it and unfurled the map upon the stone table. John Mateo, Jekaro, and Alessandro leaned in closer, eager to see. Look here, Charlotte pointed to the map of Westeros, the cities of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, White Harbor in the north, Salt Pans in the Vale, Lannisport in the west, Old Town in the Reach. King's Landing is positioned at the mouth of the Blackwater River, boasting a population of approximately 500,000, while Old Town, situated along the Honeywine River, has around 200,000 inhabitants, she explained, tracing her finger along the map. These cities are primarily significant trade port cities on the continent of Westeros. In the feudal system of Westeros, the great nobles reside in castles built in ancient times, remotely governing lesser nobles, who in turn oversee landed knights. Westeros exemplifies a typical manor economy, characterized by self-sufficient castles, estates, and rural areas scattered across the continent. Essential goods that cannot be produced, such as salt, must be acquired through trade in towns outside the castles, and the rural farmers seldom venture beyond their immediate surroundings. Numerous guilds within the cities control the flow of goods between urban centers and towns, regulating economic transactions. After pausing to sip from his cup to moisten his throat, Shero continued, to conquer a nation, one must possess a profound understanding of its intricacies. It is estimated that the area of Westeros exceeds 10 million square kilometers, with a population ranging between 15 and 35 million. Such a vast expanse with such a sparse population is closely tied to the underdeveloped agriculture and peculiar weather conditions of Westeros. For instance, King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, likely has a permanent population exceeding 500,000. This considerable number of non-agricultural producers necessitates a larger agricultural populace to supply grain and food to the city. Shero gestured towards the map, indicating the vicinity of King's Landing. The city is situated near the mouth of the Blackwater River, with connections to the Riverlands, the Stormlands via the King's Road, and the Westerlands through the Gold Road, as well as the Rose Road linking to the Reach. The food supplied to the city from estates and rural areas is termed effective surplus, typically transported via river routes, which are significantly more efficient than land transport. The Blackwater River connects the Crownlands with the Riverlands, making the majority of the food in King's Landing come from the Riverlands, ruled by House Tully. The immense scale of King's Landing exerts a siphoning effect, inflicting invisible damage upon the feudal manor economies of the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The prolonged summer over the past decade has resulted in a surge of new population growth in Westeros. Yet these young children are unable to participate in agricultural labor, while their parents must continue to pay head taxes. The increase in population coupled with the deterioration of the manor economy has weakened the economies of both regions, creating a somewhat restless social environment in the countryside. The noble families of the Seven Kingdoms practice primogeniture, leaving younger sons without prospects. Should they join the Night's Watch at the Wall? For these astute noble youths, enduring hardship in the far-off icy lands is less appealing than taking up a sword and joining a mercenary company. King Robert Baratheon, whether intentionally or not, eagerly organizes tournaments. As a ruler attuned to the shifting societal climate of the Seven Kingdoms, by hosting these tournaments and lavishly spending gold to stabilize the economy and maintain order, he provides a venue for the energetic and idle noble youths to channel their pent-up emotions. After discussing King's Landing, Shero pointed to the map's Crab Isle. Situated away from the bustling areas of the Crownlands, it lies a mere half-day's sail from Dragonstone, yet remains largely undeveloped, characterized by swamps and pine forests. The populace there primarily descends from the First Men. Countless tribal lords inhabit the isle, whose people are known for their barbarism, obstinacy, ferocity, and backwardness. They are perpetually embroiled in cycles of raiding, killing, and vendettas, rendering the social environment chaotic. Furthermore, many families on the Isle fought alongside Rhaegar Targaryen against Robert Baratheon during the Battle of the Trident a decade ago, leading to their unpopularity in King's Landing, where they are viewed as savages. Jekyll, initially bewildered, finally grasped the situation and exclaimed eagerly, "My lord, are you suggesting that our next step is to seize Crab Isle? Allow me to lead the charge. I can surely help you clear those people. My training has made me eager for action. What makes you think you should lead?" "My lord, please let me go. I am certain I can perform better than Jekyll. The muddy terrain of Crab Isle is unsuitable for heavy infantry and cavalry. Our ranged units are confident in securing the isle for you," Giant Mateo interjected. Alexandro coughed and added, "Perhaps we could deploy our naval fleet, my lord." "Alexandro, your navy should refrain from complicating matters. The conquest of Crab Isle is our army's responsibility." Giant Mateo glared at Alexandro in discontent. "Indeed, your fleet's last performance in the attack on Dragonstone was insufficient. This time, let us have our land forces indulge," Jekyll agreed with Giant. Shero smiled at the three. "Do not rush. You each have your tasks." Chapter 71. Dual Invitation. Under the anticipatory gazes of the trio, Shero drew his Valyrian steel dagger and planted it on the laid-out map of Westeros, its tip pointed directly at King's Landing. "My lord, did you not say our target is Crab Isle?" Jekyll queried, puzzled. Amidst their confusion, Shero slowly responded, "Of course. Our true objective remains Crab Isle." He then raised both hands and posed the question, "A capital city of the Seven Kingdoms, or Crab Isle? What do you choose?" "The capital city, my lord." "Are you suggesting we capture King's Landing but not occupy it long-term, intending to exchange the city for Crab Isle?" Giant Mateo asked, enlightened. Shero nodded, acknowledging, "Our numbers are insufficient. Forcibly occupying King's Landing would not maximize our benefits. This concession serves our future advancement." His response suggested that King's Landing was already within his grasp, showing no apprehension towards the towering walls. The following morning, at the Dragonstone Bay Dock Square, warriors. "Our mercy has been perceived as weakness by the Fat King within King's Landing. According to reliable sources, those vile Westerosi nobles have shamefully hired assassins to attempt to take my life, to assassinate your lord. Warriors, tell me loudly, what shall we do? Those who offend Aslan, though far, shall be punished. An eye for an eye, blood for blood." The arena echoed with a cacophony of responses, and after their fervent outburst, Shero raised both hands, palms down, signaling for silence. The tumultuous voices gradually subsided. In the ensuing silence, Shero suddenly drew his Valyrian steel long knife, raising it high, proclaiming to the assembled warriors, "Our sharp blades shall convey our greetings. We will make them feel pain. We will instill fear in them. We will demonstrate our might." Following Shero's declaration, the unmistakable sound of unsheathing swords resonated, and the square erupted with synchronized shouts, "Let them feel pain. Let them feel fear." 3 days passed swiftly, and dozens of ships adorned with red and black sigils suddenly appeared in the Blackwater Bay outside King's Landing, while 3 great dragons soared above. The long-dormant warning bells within King's Landing, which had remained silent since the Usurpers' War, rang once more, leaving the populace bewildered. "Damn the commoners! Get out of the way." The city guard of King's Landing wielded whips to drive the panicking civilians toward the Red Keep. King Robert Baratheon hurriedly advanced towards the Iron Throne, his face flushed red with extreme anger. "Seven gods! Those accursed Aslanites have come with dragons and ships. What shall we do?" Robert gasped. Addressing those gathered in the throne room, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, Eddard Stark, was the first to step forward. "Your Majesty, our walls are tall and sturdy, and we have scorpion crossbows atop them. Eddard Stark swore by the names of the gods above that he would defend King's Landing unto death. As I was born a knight, so shall I die as one." The captain of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, also pledged his oath to the Iron Throne. "We swear to guard King's Landing with our lives, and to protect your Majesty." The assembly within the throne room echoed Barristan's vow. Robert glanced around the hall and nodded. turning to Renly Baratheon and inquired, "How many men currently comprise the city watch?" Renly, serving as the master of laws, responded, "Your Majesty. Under the command of Ser Genos Slint, the city watch has increased threefold, now totaling over 6,000. How many troops have responded to my call to arms?" Robert asked Eddard Stark. "Your Majesty, only a small contingent of the nearest noble houses has arrived, numbering less than 3,000. Eddard replied with resignation. "Immediately issue a summons for the knights within King's Landing and a temporary hiring order for mercenaries to join the fray," Robert commanded Renly. "Yes, Your Majesty. Your will shall be done." Renly bowed respectfully and exited the throne room. "Tell me, to which gate do you believe the Astrolans will launch their assault?" Robert questioned the assembly. "Your Majesty, to my knowledge, the Astralan army is not vast. Beyond their 3 dragons, their mysterious warships possess formidable power. Varys, the master of whisperers, shared the intelligence he had gathered." Robert, in a fit of irritation, lamented to the assembly, "These damned foreigners are as detestable as those cursed Targaryens, mere pests." Suddenly shifting his attention to Kingsguard Jaime Lannister, Robert asked, "Do the Lannisters have a contingent in King's Landing?" "Your Majesty. Those 400 men are all part of the city watch, under the command of Ser Genos Slint," Jaime Lannister answered with a stern expression. Robert gave a non-committal nod and instructed Grand Maester Pycelle, once more, "Send out the ravens to urge the bannermen of the 7 kingdoms to march to King's Landing post-haste." The Grand Maester trembled as he replied, "At once, Your Majesty." Just then, 2 men in white cloaks entered the throne room, escorting a merchant clad in fine silks. Respectful Undul, Lord of the Reach and King of the 7 kingdoms, protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon I. The merchant began. "I am the captain of a merchant vessel from the free city of Pentos, and I bear a letter for Your Majesty." Fearful of misunderstandings, the merchant continued, "Most honorable King of the 7 kingdoms, my ship was captured in Blackwater Bay by those infernal Astrolans, who demanded I deliver this letter in exchange for the release of my crew. Those Astrolans are truly devils, may the 7 curse them." Robert, exasperated by the merchant's incessant chatter, bellowed, "7 hells, silence. Produce the letter, and you may leave." The merchant, startled by Robert's sudden outburst, turned pale and hurriedly retrieved a letter sealed with a red and black emblem, handing it to a nearby Kingsguard. A Kingsguard tore open the seal, sniffed the letter to ensure its authenticity, and then presented it to Robert Baratheon. The corpulent king perused the missive, which was brief yet poignant. "Robert Baratheon, as a ruler, resorting to assassination is beneath you. It is said you usurped the throne of the former king of the 7 kingdoms through your martial prowess. If you possess even a shred of courage, meet me in a duel, face to face, like a man, rather than cowering in your castle like a frightened child. This damned Astrolon, I shall slay him myself. I will crush his skull with my hammer." The king's eyes blazed with fury at the letter's scornful taunts. Robert, his face flushed, handed the letter to Eddard and addressed the assembly. "This is an invitation to a duel." Eddard took the missive and read it carefully before passing it to those present in the throne room. Robert surveyed the gathered crowd and declared, "Let us proceed to the Iron Gate. I suspect the Astrolans are likely to attack from there." With that, he descended from the Iron Throne and led the way toward the throne room door.